Hello and welcome to round 6 of season 11 of the Endurance Championship here at simracing.club. And look at the track that we're at today. It's a road course that thinks it's a street course, mainly because look at how many bumps it's got. We are, of course, at the infamous Sebring. 3.7 miles, almost 6 kilometres of unrelenting attack on the suspension, and no doubt unrelenting attack on the drivers today. My name is Neil Heatley, and I'll be helping lead proceedings today here at the 12 hour. And yes, it's going to be our first race here with the laser scanned, the Studio 397 laser scanned Sebring. So all these drivers will have to perhaps soften up their suspensions a little bit more compared to previous seasons. And it's certainly going to be a challenge on the car, on the and on the drivers as well. 12 hours as it is, just like how it's going to be in 1 week's time in real life. So it's going to be day to night. That is going to be a good transition, exciting transition to see how these drivers will cope with it. Just 2.5 minutes to go until we begin on the formation lap here at Sebring. It's going to be fairly interesting to see how the strategy game is played out today. Normally with the 6-hour races you can say, oh, it's simple, it's going to be 6 1-hour stints for the GT cars. You can maybe make it about 8 stints with the LMP2 cars. Yeah, that's fine, easy enough. But with 12 hours there's just so many more varieties and strategies, so many different choices in terms of how long are you going to make these stints. What tyres are you going to put on? Are you going to single, double, maybe even treble stint these tyres? What sort of mind games are you going to be playing with your rivals and with your opponents? So having a look at the championship standings at the moment as they stand coming into 6 of the championship. We've got to remember that this round, because it is 12 hours, offers a few more points to everyone. The points are slightly increased. We would normally go for the FIA point system, 25, 18, 15, 12, so on and so on. But at least for the top 4 here at Sebring today is going to be 30, 22, 18, 14. So this race just worth a little bit more. The ECR Zaxby number 12 car currently on top in the LMP2 standings by 12 points over the number 5 Wanaco and by 14 points over the number 10 Hydra Esports. The LMP3 is the Speedy Mite Racing number 48, 100 points, nice round number 24 ahead of the number 35 Race Clutch and 31 ahead of the 33 Musto Racing. And in the GTs, it's the number 74 Jesus Motorsport Club with 94 points. 20 points clear of the number 63 Pulse Motorsport. And 27 points clear of the number 60 Hydra. So just a few more seconds to go. These drivers on the warm-up getting used to what the car feels like on the full tank again. Of course, they've just had qualifying. They've had a 45-minute qualifying session. And at the end of it, you probably forget what your car feels like on a full tank. But just about 5-7 minutes or so for all these drivers to get used to what these cars feel like again. We're about to start the 12-hour race here at Sebring. 3.7 miles, as I said, 5,954 meters of runway, of asphalt, of concrete, and of tarmac. As they all make their way out to the grid, I think it's worth running down the field for you. And in pole position is that number 12 ACR Zaxby car with Jernej Simončić. Then it's the 106 Blackhawk Racing of Marcel Shiznik, the number 1 Team Virus of Erhan Yayovsky, the 102 ACR Zach Speed of Michi Hoya, and the number 5 One Akko of Bora Milan is in 5th place. In 6th is the number 21 Velas of Yuri Kazdorp, 7th the number 10 Hydra Esports of Jordi Spheres, then it's the number 3 Ramada Motorsports of Nuno Pinto, the number 8 Raging Racing of Mikko Korkioski, and the number 20 Hydra Esports of Devin Brown is in 10th, and rounding out this LMP2 field is the number 11 One Target defending Vullart, and the number 23 Flag to Flag Racing of Peter Schultz. In the LMP3s is the number 27 Team RGPL of Daniel Pastor on pole, followed by number 48 Speedamite Racing of Sean Jacobs, the 33 Musto Racing of Michelle Molla, the 35 Race Clutch of Jimmy Paul, the 42 Blackhawk Racing of David Yunt, and the 38 Champion Racing of Sean Campbell. And the GT's pole position there belongs to the number 63 Pulse Motorsport of Ricardo Corazzari. Then it's the number 74 Jesus Motorsport Club of Adam Baldwin, the 69 Musto Racing of Manuel Biancalilla, the 60 Hydra Esports of Casper Stoltz, and the 64 Satellite Racing of is in 5th. 6th is the 77 Three-Wide Motorsport of Heike Kolvenbach. The 172 Zancho Simsport of Felix Antoine Fortin is next. Then the 19 Team Virus Joran Djordjevic, the 61 Ajira Racing of Alessandro Puote, 27 Ajira Racing of Kalakuri is in 10th. And rounding out the back end of the GTE field is the number 52 Sim Racing for Holland of Andras Karali, the 81 Blackhawk Racing of Sasha Glatter, the 87 Raging Racing of Henry Annan, the 71 Talking Door Racing of Matthias Machado, the 62 Core Team of Marek Prokas, the 67 Atlantic Motorsport of Ciro Vaya, and in 35th place on the grid is the number 76 Three-Wide Motorsport of Stefan Karetz. So the LMP2 leaders, I should say, of course, Jernej Simencic, that number 12 ACR Zach Speed. Just the nerves building ever so slightly as they're going round on the pit speed limiter. Coming through Cunningham Corner now and through the left, and we'll get to see just how fast these LMP2 cars are, how sticky they are on the track, for want of a better word. See the direction changes between the hairpin and between Tara. See the amount of downforce, the sheer amount of downforce these Orica 07s have through Sunset Bend, the final corner here at Sebring, and that is perhaps one of the most dangerous corners here at Sebring International Raceway. Sunset Bend, so many ways to go through it, but every single one feels wrong. They're coming through the final complex of the circuit, through Le Mans Curve and onto the Almond Straight, the back straight where you get up to one of their fastest speeds on the circuit. There's so many very, very fast points here at Sebring. Coming into Sunset, coming into Turn 1, coming into the hairpin, coming into that final complex involving Le Mans Curve, coming just through out of Bishop. So many fast areas on this circuit, which means if there's a car stricken, it becomes so much harder to avoid it, especially in the night, which we will soon transfer to. Simencic, Shiznik, Yovsky, Hoya and Milan, the top 5 in the LMP2 field, the top 5 overall, and the first 5 that will be receiving the green flag to begin the 12 hours of Sebring here in the Virtual Endurance Championship Season 11. Waiting to cross that finish line, Jernej Simencic lets off the pit lane limiter, and we are green here at Sebring. It looks like a fairly orderly start from the LMP2 field to begin with, at least. Coming up into turn 3, the first big breakings and the first overtaking opportunity of the race. It looks like it's fairly clean from the LMP2 field. LMP3s, very nice as well. A little bit more spread out. There could well be a move there between Michelle Muller and Jimmy Paul. Jimmy Paul looking towards the inside of turn 3. Decides to back out of it at this very early point of the race. And the GT field is go as well. Quite a big gap about halfway down the field between Alessandro Porte and Galacuri, the two Ajira cars. But coming through turn 3, 4, 5. And coming up to Big Bend now, they're all deciding just to wait a little bit, let the tyres come up to speed, come up to temperature, and then begin to attack. Jernej Simoncic in that number 12 car still holding on to that into that position 1 for now. You can see that he is position 1 because of that LED display right there beside the number on the door. It says 01 in blue, which means he is the first in class. And the same goes for all 3 classes. It's purple in LMP3 and it's green in GTE. Just gives you a little bit of an idea of where these cars are, what position they're fighting for. And if they're coming up to traffic of the same class, whether it's actually for position or whether they're just coming up to lap them. Jernej Simoncic there with a very nice tight line through Sunset, launching that Orica out of this final corner. And that number 12, VCR track speed, leads lap 1 of the 12 hour. These drivers just deciding to get back into the feel of things. Perhaps let the tyres come up to temperature before really making an attack, before really starting to make these moves. I actually thought that Marcel Shiznik was actually going to make a move through turn 5 there or so, through that very, very tight complex. The problem is that's pretty much one line. You can't make a second line through there without shoveling your rival off into the dirt. If that happened, that certainly would come under the scrutiny of race director Jimmy Allison. There's still Simoncic, Shiznik, Yayovsky, your top 3, but these 3 are almost nose to tail. They're stuck together with super glue almost. Coming down through Bishop now. And it appears just through that final sector through a Gendabian Bend. I believe it's Gendabian Bend. Probably look that. I'll probably check my notes to make sure I've got that one right. And coming through the curve, it appears that the number 12 car is ever so slightly faster than Shiznik in the 106. I say that Shiznik comes into the pits to serve his penalty, of course. Penalties from the last round at Estoril being assigned in the first 5 minutes or so of the race. Actually made that, the first 5 minutes or so of the race. Coming in immediately to serve them a variety of drive-throughs, stop hold 30s and stop hold 60s. And those stop hold 60s are very, very annoying, especially when you can see all the traffic streaming past and you're just sat there waiting. It's absolutely horrific. But of course, because of Shiznik taking that penalty, it has promoted Yayovsky up into second. So now it's the turn of the number 1 Virus car, the reigning champions car, to take a bite of the cherry out of Simoncic. Just half a second separate the top through as we're on lap 4 of the race now. Coming through Bishop Curve, it's very, very fast. You need to get the car straightened up almost immediately before you start braking for this final complex. The car spits out onto the Almond straight. Jernej Semencic in this Orca 07 Nissan reaching a top speed of 282 kilometers an hour before jamming on the brakes for sunset, an apex speed of 135. Getting on the throttle as early as possible to get as good a run as possible out of sunset and into turn 1. Hoya, Brown, Villard and Schultze all in to serve penalties in the LMP2 field. The battle for 4th in the LMP2 is starting to get quite nice as well. It's Veers, Pinto and Korkiowski pretty much. Korkiakowski, there we go, I'll get that one right. I've got to write that one down to make sure I get that one right throughout the rest of the race. Korkiakowski in the Raging Racing car at the back of this 3-car train. But just ahead, about 2 seconds, is Bormalan in the Wanako in that number 5. But Georgie Spheres appears he's got a little bit of gap over these two, actually, over the past half a lap or so, over the Ramada Motorsports number 3 and over the Raging Racing number 8. Go back to the lead battle. It is Semencic and Yuyovski at the moment, 0.4 of a second separating the two of them as they came across the start-finish line. I say that Yuyovski comes into the pits to serve his first penalty, so that promotes Bormalan up into 2nd. Georgie Spheres does the same as well, actually, in the Hydra Esports car. He being in the number 10. Thing to take his penalty just now as well. Second place in the GTEs for 17th overall. Kasper Stolze in number 60 Hydra Esports car, currently trying to hold off Manuel Biancalila in the number 69 car. That one, of course, being the Musto Racing car, and Jos Arneira in the 64 Satellite Racing car. BMW, Porsche, these 3 cars. Just ahead of Stolze by about 2 seconds or so is Riccardo Corazzari, who's currently in the lead of the GTE class. So Stolze will be trying to block out these cars in his rearview mirror. I'm just focusing on that car in front. As I say, focusing on that car in front. That car in front comes in to serve a drive-through, or serve a penalty, I should say, at least. That promotes Stolze in the number 60 car to number 1 position in the GTEs. They're coming into turn 3 now. This complex is very tight, deceptively slow complex, actually. Getting on the throttle as early as possible, and you always have to be careful of those high curbs at that section of the track that can easily just spit your car off one direction or another. As Biancalila makes a dive up the inside, locks up the tyres, contact, I believe, on the apex as well. They're still side by side coming through the Fangio chicane. And there we go, that puts the number 69 car up into position 1. There's an interesting bit for 6th place overall now. Of course, that's still being in the LMP2 class. The 102 ACR Zach Speed and number 21 Velez, half a second apart, those two. Hoya and Kazdorp. That 102 car having a look at the standings, currently down in 13th place. They've only scored 18 points so far this season. Rounds 1, 3 and 5 have been the scoring rounds for that 102. That 21 car is still in the hunt for the championship, just 19 points behind at the moment, in 4th position. Certainly not had the best start to the race because of having to serve that penalty. Coming down towards the Le Mans curve now. Now, can Kastorp get a nice run out of Le Mans? And can he use as much of that slipstream as possible? And can he stick it up the inside at Sunset? He's certainly getting closer and closer. He moves to the right-hand side of the circuit, up the inside. But Hoya's going to try and stick it all the way around the outside. This will be a very, very brave move if he can. But he can't. That inside line just has the advantage there at Sunset. So that puts Yuri Kastorp in that number 21 Velis car up into 6th. Gap between the front two at the moment, between that ACR Zach Speed car and that 5-1 Akko. Currently about 1.9 seconds or so actually. It's fluctuating between 1.9 and 1.5. Just depending on where on the track they are, because of course they are in spec cars, but they are now meeting traffic, as you can see. And traffic is an LMP2 car's worst friend. Just going past Yossar Neda at the moment. Are the 12 and the 5. Now Bora Milan has got free of that GT traffic. And he's lost a little bit of time, I believe, actually in that GT traffic. That gap now up to 1.9. Make that 2 seconds as he enters Sunset Bend. He's just going to be waiting for that head, as you can see with Simoncic. But he made a very nice move on Corzari, I believe that is, through the inside of turn 1. And nice through Canets of the inside of 3. Lovely, lovely moves there by Simoncic. A textbook, a masterclass, if you will, on how to pass slower traffic in these LMP2 cars. Of course, in the Studio 397 Endurance Pack, the official pack that you can purchase off of the Steam site, and of course, if you get the pack, start practicing, and of course, you need to enter the Sim Racing Club Academy. That's our two-week, 2-night, 2-race endurance, mini endurance series, if you will, that you need to pass in order to be able to get a license. And if you get one of those license 4s, if you pass the academy and get one of those license 4s, you're available to be picked up to drive here in the VEC. There are seasons regularly, so keep on checking at the website simracing.club. You'll be able to find the information needed for you to join the academy and perhaps eventually join us here in the VEC. Adam Baldwin and Felix Antoine Fortin now in a battle. Baldwin going all the way around the outside of Fortin as Peter Schultz is trying to force a way through, but no way in the end, no way through for Schultz there. He's almost pushing the poor Porsche through the complex. This, of course, for 3rd place in the GTE class. Now, Felix Antoine Fortin will have a nice run. Be able to use all of the slipstream off of the back of Baldwin. Will he make a move to the inside? Indeed he does. Makes a move up to the inside. Oh, but Fortan there, very, very squarely off of the hairpin. But Baldwin has to concede the position to allow Bormilan and that number 5 car through. Very, very nice work there by the driver of the 172 Zansho car. Just using the LMP2 traffic as a pick. And again, that's another masterclass on how to use faster traffic to your advantage. The Zansho car did exactly that. Nuno Pinto and Jordi Spheres. Ramada versus Pinto and Hoya is the one that I was looking at. It is Ramada versus Michi Hoyer in that 102 ACR Zack Speed car. But Jordi Spheres is right there behind as well to take advantage of Pinto should anything happen. As they make their way out onto the Almond Straight for the 10th time this race. Pinto perhaps stuck there behind the GT traffic. That's Yossar Neda he's stuck behind. And look at that as Jordi Spheres going to nip up the inside. Not able to at this moment in time, but Spheres is much, much closer. Spheres, will he look up the inside turn 1? No, but he's got a big, big wiggle there right on the apex of turn 1. They both get past Stefan Kanitz. That number 76 3-wide motorsport car. Great job there by Kanitz actually at the moment. Coming from the back of the GTE pack up into 7th as it stands. But Spheres perhaps being balked a little bit more by traffic between the hairpin and Cunningham, sorry, is where they are at the moment. Always get those two mixed up because for me, Cunningham and Tower, two right-handers at the back end of the circuit, look so similar. On board with Pinto now, the car ahead in this battle for 8th place. And Jordi Spheres actually had a big wiggle coming off of Le Mans curve there actually. Got those left-hand side tyres in the grass and that absolutely destroyed his run coming out of Le Mans curve, which is one of the more important corners on the circuit, I would say rather, because it sets up the opportunity for a very nice move into Sunset. Erhan Yuyovsky now trying to harass Marcel Shiznik. It is the Marcel Shiznik in that 106 Blackhawk racing car versus the number 1 car of Erhan Yuyovsky. As they're making their way out of the hairpin now. For 4th position overall. Making their way into Cunningham. Right, now this long left, double apexed for the right-hander, going a little bit wider, not actually hitting the apex because it's a little bit detrimental to your lap time if you hit the apex. That first right-hander, you really need to aim to get a tower perfect. Now the right, the left, and the right onto the Almond Straight. Yovsky a little bit too far back to actually make a move on Shiznik this time round. He will be able to get a little bit of the slipstream, but not nearly enough to make a move into Sunset. Pinto and Spears essentially nose to tail now. Pinto perhaps looking up the inside of Michi Hoya at Sunset Bend, but Hoya closed the door. Oh, that's GT traffic going very, very wide. That's GT traffic in the wall ahead almost. How they all missed, I do not know. That has allowed Hoya to run away a little bit. That has put Pinto and Spears back together again. And look how close they are coming out of the hairpin. That was almost nose to tail. I wasn't actually even sure if there'd be a little bit of touching coming out of the hairpin there. Will Spears go up to the inside? The answer is no for now. Up to tower now. Now there's a big, big flat out section to come up next. And I believe that Spears just got through tower a little bit better than the driver of the number 3. That number 3 car, that car of Nuno Pinto, the Ramada car, looks to be very, very loose at this moment in the stint. That rear end almost coming out of the back of the car quite often, especially under these fast direction changes. I feel, but I'm just a commentator, what do I know? But it appears that Pinto has managed to get away from Spears for now, of course. Stefan Kanitz and Joran Djordjevic. These two GTE cars, Djordjevic going up the inside. Thank you very much, says the driver of the Virus. Number 99 BMW takes that move away from Kanitz in the 76 3-wide car. Problem is now that Kanitz now has to defend against Perotti in the 61 Agera. Kanitz went very, very wide through turn 1 there. But Perotti not making a move coming into 3. Driver of the 61, that Porsche. This of course being Porsche versus Porsche, so there won't actually be any major advantages between the cars. It is currently all down to setup and all down to driver skill. As they're braking hard for the hairpin. And behind these two is David Junt in the LMP3 car. Blackhawk LMP3. This battle between Kanitz and Perotti is for 9th place in the GTE class, 25th overall at the moment. The thing is though, David Junt, because I believe he had to take a couple of penalties, he's not actually getting blue flags against the GTE cars in front. He's currently a lap down or so behind them. He has to fight past them. That is certainly no mean feat. As there we go, Junt goes past Perotti and past Kanitz. But not quite Kanitz, so Kanitz has to go very, very wide through Sunset. All over the bumps from the very outside of the circuit. That certainly did not help his run through there. But he's managed to hold on to that 9th position for now. There we go, Perotti up the inside of Kanitz at 3. Thank you very much, says the driver of the number 61. That was a very nice move that was set up a couple of corners before, actually. Having a look at the live timing, of course, you can find the live timing as well on simracing.club, so you can follow along. Now, it looks like that lead gap has actually closed down a little bit. It's now under a second between Simoncic and Milan for the lead of this race. But again, they're just coming up through traffic. A little bit of an accordion effect. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. And it looks like it has taketh away the time for the moment for Milan. But yes, it looks like Milan just got the bad end of the stick, the wrong end of the stick, coming through the back end of the circuit there, and just lost a whole heap of time through no fault of his own, just through bad luck, through bad timing. Battle for 11th in the GTE class at the moment is Kalakuri in the Ajira car. The number 97 Ajira car ahead of the 87 Raging Racing and the 81 Black Hawk Racing car. Curry in that Porsche trying to hold off the Raging Racing BMW behind of Henry Ahn and that number 87 car, excuse me. As they come through the hairpin and out towards Cunningham turn. This may be for 11th at the moment. We've got to remember, should a car ahead come under difficulties, come under technical difficulties, come under mechanical difficulties, this will now translate into a points-paying position. Even though they're out of the points at the moment, this could be crucial towards the end of the race. But Curry appears to have done a nice job in that number 97 car. And in fact, he's done such a nice job, he's managed to catch Stefan Kanitz in that 76 3-wide car, and that is for 10th position. Curry moves to the right-hand side of the circuit, up the inside at Sunset, and moves that number 97 Ajira car up into the 10th position. Now, Stefan Kanitz with a bad run out of a Sunset now has to defend against Henry Annan. Number 87 car's got the inside line through turn 1. Kanitz trying to stick all the way around the outside in the 3-wide 76, but is unable to, so the number 76 car loses 2 positions in as many corners. And also, speaking of 10th positions, Devin Brown, the number 20 Hydra Esports car, currently trying to hold off Henning Villard in number 11 One Target. They're coming down towards Sunset themselves for the 17th time this race, and Brown hugs that inside wall at Sunset, not allowing Villard to even have a sniff at an opportunity. Coming through that treacherously, frighteningly fast turn 1. through 3, 4, 5, the complex, before coming back out through Big Bend, through this very, very long right-hander. It is very long, but because it is a fairly... It's got a massive, massive radius in that corner, it really doesn't put any stress on these left-hand tyres coming through Big Bend and underneath the bridges. Before the braking zone for the hairpin, the biggest braking zone on the circuit, in fact. Losing somewhere in the region of 210, 220 kilometers an hour. Coming through tower, and Brown is actually doing a very good job against the proven quickness, proven pace of Henning Vullart in that number 11 car. We know how fast that number 11 car is, not only from the VEC Division 1 here, but also from the VLMS as well. Martin Furman and Henning Vullart, the two drivers in that team. I believe that the two of them together are going to be doing this 12-hour race. A region of 6 hours each. That has got to be incredibly tiring on both of them. Again, Brown hugging that inside line. It appears that he's just doing enough for now to hold off that number 11 car. That number 11 car currently 6th place in the LMP2 standings, 41 points, 27 off of the lead. There's someone who's not far from the lead now again is Bora Milan in that number 5. That gap now back down to about 7/10 of a second. As they sweep through Sunset Bend now for their 19th time this afternoon. They're coming up, and Riccardo Corzari is the next GT traffic by the looks of it. Passing the 63 Pulse Motorsport car for the second time today, putting that one 2 laps down. Dimitrich balked ever so slightly there by the GT traffic. Coming out of turn 5, Manuel Machado. But for now, Milan not close enough to make a move. Through the right-hander at Cunningham, and again through this back end of the circuit, it is possible to make a move at Tower Bend and indeed at Cunningham Bend, but you really need to be right there in order to make it viable. It's still Simičić from Milan for now, but that gap now down to about half of a second. Simičić now got Adam Baldwin in the Satellite Racing the Juices Motorsport car ahead. And look at that, because he's kept on that inside line, that's allowed Milan to close right up into the rear wing of the current race leader. Coming towards turn 1, Simičić goes defensive, moves to the midway point of the circuit. That may well just compromise his speed a little bit coming out of 1. But again, middle. Very, very good defence there from the driver of the 12. Holding on to that first position for now. We just have the feeling that Milan has the pace to make that move soon. Again, look at all of this traffic they're coming through. That's Felix Antoine Fortin and the Zancho car. Next up is going to be Kasper Stoltz in the 60 Hydro Esports. And it really is rush hour through here. Just got to take your time, just got to weigh every single decision. Is it worth going for the move now? Should I wait for another corner to pass this car? What is the risk reward at this moment in the race? Of course, we're not even an hour into this 12-hour race. What is the risk reward for these drivers? As they both get past the GT traffic, and look at how close Milan is. They both get past Bianca Lila. But again, Milan just not close enough at the moment to make a move. He seems to be faster, but just not at the right points of the circuit. I say that, look at that frantic weaving all the way down the front straight. Milan goes left, right, side, the right hand side of the circuit. Now able to make a move, switches back quickly to the left, up the inside at turn 3. They're still side by side. There's only one line through here. Who's going to win? Milan has the left hand side, the inside for turn 5, and gets past Simončić. Holds on to that position number 1 for now, but that could well be immediately taken back as he come into the hairpin. But Milan has that position for now. So, now that Milan has made that move, can Simončić respond? I say, can Simončić respond? One of the main problems is the car right behind them. That's Marcel Šisnik in the Blackhawk 106. Ready to make Yerney's life misery. As he come through Le Mans curve. And look at this, all 3 nose to tail. As they come down towards Sunset Bend. As I said, so many ways to go through Sunset and none of them feel correct. As Šisnik pulls into the pits. As does Jujovski. The Virus number 1, as does Kazdorp in the Velis 21. So all 3 of these cars coming in at the 42-minute mark of the race. Perhaps just doing a little bit of a short pit. Kasper Stoltz in that number 60 Hydro Esports car, currently 3rd place in the GTEs, but looking to make that 2nd by taking that position away from the number 172 car of Felix Antoine Fortin, the Jancho 7 Sport. The flat out right-hander for these GT cars, another flat out right, a flat out left. At this moment, the track just sort of like meanders, for want of a better word, before the next braking zone at Cunningham. And again, the track just meanders a little bit again before the next braking zone at Tower. Stoltz lets Michi Hoya past the 102 ACR Zach Speed car. In fact, Stoltz flashes the lights at him, perhaps not happy with that, how that lapping manoeuvre happened. Ernest Simončić comes in the number 12 ACR Zach Speed car. And Stoltz still there, looking at the rear wing. of the 172, the rear wing of the fellow BMW. Having your rival, just being able to see your rival, I believe gives you a little bit more of a psychological boost. Gives you a target to aim for, gives you something to aim for. You just get a little bit of joy every time that rear wing, the rear end of the car in front comes closer and closer and closer. It may only be 0.2, a quarter of a second of a lap, every lap. But as long as you're making that progress, you start to feel a lot more confident in yourself and in the car. Coming through Cunningham for the 22nd time for these two GTA cars. Up towards Tower, but again, Stolze appears to just be stalling out at that 3/4 of a second mark for now. As we go back to the battle for what is now 6th place after some pit stops, and I say that pit stops, the leader, Bormalan, and the number 5 comes in, but now looking at Henning Vullart and Devin Brown. The 20 and the 11. They're coming through Bishop now. Brown going pretty wide to pass the traffic. Michi Hoya comes in the 102 car as well, but Georgie Sphere stays out. That means the number 10 car takes the lead of the race for now. That puts the number 10 up into position 1. Will Brown or Vullart actually be coming into the pits soon? Brown does not, but Vullart does. And those tyres, did you see that? All 4 locked up, trying to make that pit speed limiter line. If he hasn't got a speeding penalty from that, I've no idea how he hasn't. As I say that, Henning Vullart still there stationary in the pits, making his first stop of the afternoon. The battle going on for 2nd place in the LMP2s. It's Sean Jacobs versus Jimmy Paul for 14th place. By LMP2s, I mean LMP3s, excuse me. Sean Jacobs versus Jimmy Paul. Just a little bit split up there as he passed GT traffic. That was Sasha Kolater in the Blackhawk number 81. Jimmy Paul and Sean Jacobs, of course, that's Sean Jacobs' car. The one that's currently in 2nd place in the LMP3s, that's Speedy Mite, number 48. That's a very, very odd position for that car because they've won 4 on the bounce. They've won the last 4 races. And to be in 2nd position probably feels a little bit strange for them. But they appear to have a nice gap at the moment over Paul. That number 35 race clutch car. At least for now, there is still over 11 hours of the race to go. As the leaders, as the LMP2 field, I should say rather, have cycled through their stops. And it is currently Bormalan in the lead of the race, followed by Shiznik, Simic, Brown and Yayovsky. Shiznik about 1.8 seconds clear of Yana Simic for now. And that second place, of course, what the 106 currently holds. Simic moving to the right hand side of the circuit as Devon Brown comes in that number 20 car. So it wasn't quite the entirety of the LMP2 field who made their stops yet. The number 20 car had to still make it, which does now mean that it promotes Mikko Korkiakoski in the Raging Racing number 8 up into 5th place. And the top 5 at the moment covered by 13 seconds. As we have a look at that battle for 5th place between Korkiakoski and Christian Michel. The 8 versus the 21. They both make their way past GT traffic. One of those Porsches, I should say rather, I do believe that's Baldwin again. I can't actually quite see which one that was. Indeed it was Baldwin in the Justice Motorsport Club car as they're coming through Tower, making their way down towards Bishop. Korkiakoski. Oh, I do believe that was almost a touch up the inside. On the inside of the wall, it's Sunset on that number 8 car. It was almost, in fact, I'm pretty sure that was a touch on the inside wall for that number 8 Raging Racing, that bright orange car. I must say it's pretty hard to miss that one. It appears that for now, Korkiakoski has managed to make that move stick. Well, it's to say make that move, managed to run away a little bit from Christian Michel. Michi Hoya and Jordi Spheres, on the other hand, they seem to be getting ever so slightly closer. Hoya in the 102 ACR Zag speed, Spheres in that number 10 Hydra Esports car. There we go, that's the team. As they're coming down the Ullman Straight towards Sunset, Michi Hoya got a nice little lead at the moment. Is clear enough to avoid any slipstream giving 2 Spheres and that number 10 Oracle 07 Nissan. Coming through turn 1 again. That turn 1 is so fast and scary as well. It's a completely blind entrance almost. You cannot see the exit at all when you turn in because of that wall right there in the apex, and you need to almost scrape that left hand side wing mirror against the wall in order to be able to get the maximum speed. It really is all about bravery, but if you touch that inside wall, that's going to spear you right towards the outside, and that may well be game over for your team and your car. Have a look at the Spheres up the inside of Hoya into Cunningham. Oh, Spheres tried the move, tried to make it stick, but no room there. But we know by the looks of that, it appears that Spear certainly has pace, certainly has the pace in order to pass, certainly has the ability to pass. We almost saw it, but the question is, can he just make that stick? As he gets past the sister car, the GTE car, the number 60. It appears to have lost a little bit of time for now. Of course, that battle, that gap will surely close again sometime soon. Yes, Spheres, having a look at that gap, and it appears to have gone up, having a look at the previous laps between the two of them. Spheres' last lap. It's actually pretty much Spheres' last lap of 49.6 and Hoya's a 49.7, so yes, pretty much identical between the two of them at the moment. Managing to slightly misread the live timing on simracing.club, but Perkiokoski and Michelle coming back together almost. The 8 and the 21. They're just coming onto the start-finish straight now. And the pace from this number 8 car has been very, very impressive this afternoon so far. The 8 car currently bottom of the LMP2 standings, 17 points to their name, a 4th place at round 2, a 10th at 4 and an 8th at round 5. But being up there in 5th, very, very good job for them this afternoon. They've managed to find the pace that they had earlier this season. So they're coming through a tower there, through the left at Bishop. Luckily, no traffic for them to see. No traffic, at least I could see. They come through Le Mans car for the 31st time this afternoon, and Christian Michel appears to be a little bit closer now. but not close enough to make a move into Sunset. He is approaching at a great rate of knots, but not able to do anything about it for now. But again, that number 21 car appears to fall away ever so slightly between the last turn and that 3-4-5 complex. So again, it just could well be how these cars are set up. Of course, they are all Oracle 7s. It is pretty much a spec class. The only thing that is different is the drivers and the setup. Which does, of course, mean that you can't just have a little bit of strength and a little bit of weakness in different parts of the circuit depending on what you like and depending on what you think is the most important. As we have now approached the 1 hour mark of this race. Normally, it would be a sixth of the race gone here in the VEC, but it is only 1/12 of the race here at Sebring. So we run down the top 5 of each class for you in the rFactor 2 hourly update. And at the moment is the number 5 Wanako of Bar Milan, 1.3 seconds ahead of the 106 Blackhawk Racing of Marcel Shiznik. Number 12, ACR Zakspeed of Jerny Simonchich. Number 1, Team Virus of Erhan Yovsky. Number 8, Raging Racing of Miko Korkiakowski. In the LMP3s, it's the number 27, Team RGPL of Daniel Pastor. The number 48, Speedy Night Racing of Sean Jacobs. The 35, Race Clutch of Jimmy Paul. The number 33, Musto Racing of Michelle Molla. And the number 38, Champion Racing of Sean Campbell. And in the GTEs, it's currently 69, Musto Racing of Manuel Biancalila, followed by the 172 Zancho Simsport of Felix Antoine Fortin, the 60 Hydra Esports of Casper Stultz, 74 Jesus Motorsport Club of Adam Baldwin, the number 63 Pulse Motorsport of Ricardo Corazzari. Your top 5 in classes at the moment, but you can see that top 5 almost changed during that update. Michelle still right there on the rear wing of Korkiakowski. But you can just see there, Korkiakowski a little bit better, I feel, through that section of the track from Tower down towards Le Mans. Again, it's very interesting to see where each car is fast, especially in this spec class. They're making their way through Sunset, and Christian Michel appears to have fallen away ever so slightly. Henning Willer and Devin Brown still going at it somehow. Not being able at all to make a move as the driver of that number 11. This, of course, now for 10th place, so a very important point at stake. But nothing Willer can do for the moment. And again, going through Sunset, this time Brown balked ever so slightly by Felix Antoine Fortin in the 172 car. As they come across the start-finish line. as the lead gap at the head of the race has come down to under a second between Milan and Shiznik. As they're coming up towards sunset themselves. They're actually about a minute 18 ahead of the two that we were just watching. They make their way through turn one, that incredibly fast turn one. Almost scraping that wing mirror against the concrete barriers on the inside. But again, it's another thing here of seeing where each car is strong, because again, as I said before, it's exactly the same. They're both Orca 07s, they're both spec cars. It's just the driver and the setup that is different. I say just the driver and the setup, but it's actually quite a lot. That's one. I would say that's probably two of the main components of the car. As they're both making their way past Jimmy Paul in the race clutch LMP3 number 35. He's currently in third place in the LMP3 class, but very, very close between the two of them as they make their way up towards traffic now. That's the core team car, I think. Yes, Mark Proquez. And they've got more LMP3 traffic. John Jacobs in the Speedymite. And these two just battling through traffic, perhaps. Oh, and there's contact there between Shiznik and Jacobs. There's a little bit of contact there on the exit of Le Mans corner. And that is allowed, because he had to really let off the gas to avoid a major accident there. It does mean that he's lost a lot of time. That gap now up to 1.2 seconds. Because he had to let off the gas at the beginning of a straight, at the beginning of a very, very important corner. At the exit of an important corner, the beginning of an important straight on the circuit, that really just destroyed all of his momentum. The lead for the GTE starting quite spicy as well. Manuel Biancalila and Felix Antoine Fortin. Just half a second separating number 69 Musto and the 172 Zancho Simsport. Through the 3, 4, 5 complex through Big Bend now. Braking hard for the hairpin as Peter Schultz goes past the two of them. Through Cunningham now, and Felix Antoine Fortin. Yes, again, the rear end of that car, just having a look, just appears to be a little bit more free than perhaps they'd like it to be. As has been told by Ed Trevelyan Johnson, who's our inside guy, Zancho. He's told us that neither of the cars took tyres at the last pit stop, so they are now double stinting these tyres on the GTE cars, which is fairly interesting strategy, I believe. And look at that, Fortin weaving left to right to try and gain as much clipstream of I believe that was Mitchell, as possible. Now he's going to do the same for Spheres. No, Spheres managed to get the inside at sunset. The Fortin couldn't even think of gaining a little bit of a slipstream of the driver of the number 10. It's a very, very intriguing battle because, of course, as we said, neither of them took tyres at their first stop. Perhaps they're going to be planning on double stinting all the way to the end of the race. They are about 33 seconds, make that about 30, yeah, they're about 33 and a half seconds ahead of the car in third, which I would say is pretty much a tyre change. They've managed to gain all of that time through not taking tyres, but they may well have to give that time back at some point during the race. As in Milan and Shiznik are now coming together, about half a second separate lead of this race. But I say that gap has increased a lot because just where Shiznik got traffic, the LMP3 and the GTE car, there was nothing that Shiznik could have done there. Again, it was just bad luck with the traffic. Felix Antoine Fortin is continuing to put the pressure on Biancalila. They come through Big Bend, underneath the bridges, up to 260 kilometers an hour before breaking 250 kilometers an hour before the 70 kilometer an hour apex speed of the hairpin. Ruud Cunningham now, and Fortin is there. He's putting pressure on Biancalila. He's just sitting there in his rear view mirrors, perhaps just partly biding his time to make a move, to get an opportunity, and perhaps just a little bit of psychological games, because the longer that car's in the rear view mirror, the more nervous that the car in front will be, and eventually a mistake will come. But the question is, when will it come? As Daniel Pastner and Jimmy Paul both come in, those were 1-2 in the LMP3 class, coming in after about 73 minutes of the race. As Biancalila and Fortin both come across the start-finish line to begin what will be their 36th tour of the runways of Sebring. Through 3, 4 and 5, you can see that 0-1 on the side of Biancalila and the 0-2 on the side of Fortin, denoting that they are in first and second position. But again, Fortin, look at that. Look at how much closer he is now coming out of the hairpin on the run down towards Cunningham. Will he make a move to the left or the right? He's going to make a move to the left hand side, which is the outside. Can he go Buffalo Gals all the way around? Oh. So again, look at this. Bianca Lila, though, managing to pull out in the second half of the lap. So again, it's just depending on where they decide to focus on the development of the setup. Have they decided to do it through the fast sections? Perhaps deciding to focus a little bit more direction change through braking. Really is a little bit of a mind game as to what each team does in terms of setting up their car. And of course, nobody knows. That's a little bit of the fun of endurance racing. You never know what your rivals are doing. You just have to kind of guess what they're doing in terms of strategy sometimes, and guess what they're doing in terms of their setup work. As that gap appears to have pulled out ever so slightly now. With the gap at the front, they start to come back in. It's just 0.8 of a second now between Zizek and Milan for the lead of the race. As they're coming through Big Bend underneath the bridges towards the hairpin now, 280 kilometers an hour, pretty much just over that actually at the braking point for the hairpin. Before they make their way up towards Cunningham. We've got GT traffic ahead. That's been a driver change in the... Oh no, sorry, that is still the... That is still Daniel Pastor in the Team RGPL LMP3 car, excuse me. That car currently first in the LMP3 field. That gap for the lead is now down to half a second at the last timing point. Coming towards sunset and not close enough to make a move this time round as the driver of the 106. That 106 has been pretty surprising this season. This pace they've managed to keep up through the entirety of the season has been absolutely fantastic. Perhaps not everything going their way in terms of luck, but the pace that they've shown for the majority of this season has been fantastic. As there go, Milan makes a mistake behind traffic. Makes a mistake behind Yunt, but just holds onto that position for now. They make their way down towards the hairpin. Look at that, Milan holds fast to the right hand side of the circuit. Zizek going all the way around the outside at the hairpin. And making that move stick, they're still side by side. Argy Bargy coming through the Fangio chicane. Still door handle to door handle. Zizek has it outside again for Cunningham. Milan, will he try the dive bomb? No, Zizek holds that position for now. But Milan will be coming straight back at him through the run between Cunningham and Tower now. Milan braking hard, but not being able to make a move. And joining us now in the middle of this battle is Joshua Anderson.
Well, about time as well. I've come at the right time possible. I mean, we have got the sensational battle going on for this lead of the race here. Milan and Zizek both going at it. Stefan Koenig just wants to get out of the way here. And he wants absolutely no part of that. And while these P2s are going to absolutely hammer it through this final turn now. Oh, Milan, actually, I've just seen hit one of the bumps there. Car just stopped rotating in the right way. He's lost a couple of tenths just by that, and that's the problem when you're running a laser scan version of Sebring. You feel every single bump, every single jolt. Car just lost downforce for a fraction of a second, and he's found himself going a lot wider than he wanted.
Yes, again, it's all those bumps. That's really been something that all the drivers have been talking about in the run-up to this race is how bumpy this laser-scanned version of Sebring is. And again, those bumps at Sunset Bend have really caught out quite a few teams.
Yeah, Sunset, a very difficult corner. You know, it's a long right-hander. It's so hard to get right. I mean, it's basically saying, well, weight transfer? What's that? I mean, all your weight is on the left-hand tyres. You know, you're going to ruin your left-hand tyres going around there because they're on the outside. They're doing all the load. And ultimately, it's a tricky corner to get right. And when it's so bumpy, like it is in this version of the track, you know, you hit a bad bump, diffuser's not going to work, you're going to lose downforce and go off. So it's really hard to get right.
It is, and really the downforce is quite dependent in these LMP2 cars, but something that downforce isn't so dependent on are these GTE cars, and the battle for the lead still raging on. Manuel Biancalila in the number 69 Musto racing car, and Fortin, Felix Antoine Fortin, in that number 172 Zancho car, making their way down the Almond Straight now towards that Sunset Bend. They're getting up all the way up, having a look at these GTE cars to 250, pretty much 260 kilometers an hour at the braking point for Sunset, an apex speed of about 115, 120.
Felix Antoine Fortin got unstuck at the back end of Sunset as well, I saw there. Yeah, another problem, just probably hit a bad part of the track bump, and again, these cars, the GTs less so than the prototypes, but diffuser downforce, a big part of modern racing cars. You lose that, you're going to understeer or oversteer, you're going to lose your grip, you're going to wear out your tyres more. So Fortin got that a little bit wrong, and he's dropped a bit of time, as you'll see, to Biancalila. The gap has increased, so the Musto driver gets off lightly there, as we've got a slew of cars in the pits now, where they're Haniowski, Christian Michel and Marcel Sisnik all in the number 1, 21 and 106 cars respectively.
Really interesting, because they've pretty much decided to go for 40-minute stints. And we know that these LMP2 cars, we've seen it from other LMP2 cars, they can do pretty much 45 minutes to 48 minutes on a tank of fuel. So perhaps they've decided, they've put it through the spreadsheets, the big spreadsheets that they all have, that they've decided that it's better to not actually run the tank dry every stint.
Yeah, I mean, Sebring's a bit of an interesting track in that way, because you've got a lot of fast corners and a lot of slow corners. The fast corners quite high up in the rev range, using a lot of fuel, and of course out the slow ones are going to be in the high rev range a lot when you're accelerating, so possibly the fuel use is more here than at most of the tracks, and even then it's a longish lap. I mean, Jordi Sveers' last lap, for reference, was a 1:48.5, so it's possible they may be going for these shorter stints, so to speak, might be cutting it out by 5 minutes just to ensure that they don't run out of fuel in the middle of one of the stints.
Yes, in a 1:48.5, that's pretty much half the time of a Le Mans lap, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, and you know, Le Mans as well, well, that's the big one coming up as well. I mean, I think there's only 2 more rounds to go, and Le Mans one of them, and that's the big 24, of course, but, you know, this is kind of a warm-up for that for these drivers. This is probably the race they put the second most commitment into. Of course, all the teams and drivers put a heck of a lot of work in for every race they do, but, you know, this is one of the big ones. Of the big 2 races, Le Mans and Sebring, you know, this comes first, and this is the one that whoever wins will have the momentum going into Le Mans.
Of course, there's so many points awarded in the last 3 races of the season, of course. Getting a few more points here at Sebring, it's going to be 30 for the winner instead of 25. Then it's going to be back to normal points for Silverstone, and then it's to double points at Le Mans, so a lot of points being awarded in these final 3 races of the season, really a rewarding momentum coming into this last stretch.
Yeah, if you can really pick it up at the end of the season, there'll be points galore for you and your team. And I'm sure that's what our leaders and all our podium contenders have on their minds as we go through this race, through 12 hours of Sebring in the road to Le Mans, which really does begin here, doesn't it, Neil, when you think about it? Because, you know, 3 races to go, this one included, and the 24 is the last of those. It really is the road to Le Mans.
Yes, it is, and of course, having a look at the standings, there's no team that automatically eliminated from winning their championship yet. That's always a big yet, but technically every single team could still win their championship.
Yeah, every single team mathematically in it. Of course, as we get closer to the Big 24, we'll learn probably which teams and drivers are more likely to win it. Although, as we saw from last year, you can never really call it until the end. You never know what's going to happen in a 24-hour race, so it'll be an interesting one for that. And that's what makes the VEC so great. You never really know who's going to walk out with the title until Le Mans all said and done.
Yeah, it was Le Mans 6 and 9, where in the LMP2s, I think there was 11 teams, and coming into Le Mans, 9 of them were still mathematically eligible for the championship.
That's what makes it so great. You never really know who's going to walk out with the glory at the end of it, so you're going to have to watch Le Mans to find out.
Yes, that is currently on the 1st and 2nd of June, isn't it? I think that's the date penciled in for the moment, at least.
There or thereabouts, yeah.
Thereabouts, yeah, close enough, it's fine.
Yeah, not exactly a massive stickler for accuracy, is our Neil, but he does his best, and I'm sure Devon Brown back in P8 is going to be doing his best to try and get past Henning Vollet at the moment. That is the one target car in P7 he is chasing in the number 20 Hydra Esports, and Devon Brown, one of the drivers I've been quite impressed by this year, Neil. Definitely shown capability in that Oracle 07 and possibly one to look out for in the future, definitely.
Yes, that number 20 car, currently 5th place in the LMP2 standings with 44 points, 24 of the lead of the championship. And I would say almost because it's the higher number car, it was almost like a development car, but really they've come to show a great deal of speed out of them. They've got 2 podiums so far this season, a 3rd at round 2 and a 2nd at round 4. So they've showed a great deal of speed, have the number 20 car so far.
Yeah, they've shown a lot of speed this season. Definitely one of the more impressive cars, and there's been a traffic problems here. Henning Vollet, meaning Brown, can go left, right. Which way is he going to go? He can't find a way through. It's like trying to find your way through Morrison's at rush hour. But unfortunately, the shopping list for him only contains the 7th place, and he's not able to find it at the moment, is Brown. He's going to search high and low for a way to get through. Matthias Machado here in the Talking Door Porsche is the next GT to get out of the way for the P2s, but Vollet seems to have gotten away relatively unscathed there, Neil. I'm surprised.
Yes, Vollet has managed to eventually make that move past Devon Brown. Henning Vollet was following the rear wing of that Hydra Esports for the best part of 35 minutes, but has finally managed to get that move done. And in the pits at the moment are the top 2, Milan and Simoncic, both coming in at the same time.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. They are the 2 leaders of this race in the LMP2 class, of course, both in at the same time, possibly mirroring the strategies. Richie Hoyer thereby takes the lead of this race in the 102 Avid Chronic Racing Zack Speed car. Of course, there are 2 entries for that team. There is the 102 car, which Hoyer's driving, and Yene Simoncic's current car, which is the 12. That is actually just come in as well, so they're probably on the same strategy as each other, and Borja Milan in the 1 is probably on the same strategy as ACR anyway, so that's an interesting one as well. If the leaders are coming in at the same time, it keeps the battles close. Mitchie Hoyer, I am not sure whether he's come in yet. I think he will have come in by now, but I don't know whether he's made his 2nd pit stop yet. I think I'm coming a bit late to know that, but either way, Hoyer is most certainly in the lead of this race now.
But Borja Milan is very, very slow out of the circuit, about 80 kilometers an hour ago that he's going. He's almost stopped right there in the apex of turn 3. That's certainly not good. He's got the right there in the apex of turn 3, and he's now going at 20 kilometers an hour. It looks like there's been some sort of
That's Borja Milan's out. Sorry to interrupt you, but Borja Milan has had a problem in sector 1 of that track and has had to DNF from the race. Now, whether that's an internet thing or not, I don't know, but it looks like some sort of disaster has befallen the car upon leaving the pits. I'm just checking here. Yep, the engine just cut out.
He was going pretty steadily at about 80 kilometers an hour, but the throttle was spiking, so I'm thinking that may well have been a hardware failure for the number 5.
Yeah, possibly something on the equipment of the 1 there. Maybe going to disconnect from the race, reset it and join, but that has just dumped them right back down. I've just seen Hoyer back in the pits again. Now, he's just been in. Is this to serve a penalty of some description? He's stopped in the box, so if he's in for 30 seconds exactly, we'll know what this is. But the big story, of course, Milan just disconnected, possibly because of hardware failure. That is unfortunate. That, if it is the case, we'll have to see if we can find out from Warmup themselves what's happened. But you know, that's going to be an interesting one to hear after this race, as Mitchy Hoyer is still in the pits here. He's revving the engine, 33 seconds. Maybe it was a stop and hold then.
Maybe perhaps stop and hold. It could have been for both leaving the leaving the racing surface is the slightly more official term, shall we put it that way. Deciding to take a few too many excursions into the grass and into the run-ups, and perhaps it may well have been for pit lane speeding as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why he can be given a stop-go penalty. As Hoyer locks up on the exit there and finds himself now going off the track. He just cannot get anything to work since that pit stop, it seems. A run of bad luck, and well, now he's going to try and make it up again. Henning Vollet in the pits, as is Bohan Milan, who's now back in the race. Warmup are back. It looks like it was some sort of issue then, perhaps disconnecting and reconnecting his hardware has done it, but he will have to have the outlap of his life to get any sort of pace back. They're a lap down, they're in 12th place, but what's important, Neil, is they are back in the 12 hours of Sebring.
Yes, back in the race, ready to gain as many points as possible, trying to protect their position in the championship. Currently in 5th place, only 2 points ahead of the number 10 Hydra Esports car, and of course trying to gain as many points as possible in the ATR Zagspeed car, but at the moment that looks to be a fairly large task for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a fairly large task, but if anyone's up to it, it is them at the end of the day, and we'll see if they can pull it off. That is going to be the question, can they pull it off? And, well, and whoever pulls off the win in this race is definitely going to like it. Of course, this being one of the big two in the season, but, you know, even a podium here sets you up for Le Mans, doesn't it?
Yeah, podium here, you've got to remember, it's worth 22 points. That's halfway between a first and a win at any other track, at any other race in the schedule. So being able to get those extra 4 points for that second place could well prove crucial in about 3 months' time.
Yeah, about that. Yeah, thereabouts. So it's going to be an interesting road to Le Mans, that much of a sure, and well, an interesting race for Warmup, because I'm looking at this actually, as David O'Reilly rightly says in the comments, fast guy, 1 lap down, 10.5 hours left, game on.
Yes, but of course you've got to avoid all the pitfalls of traffic and night. Those are two fairly dangerous things in endurance racing and multi-class endurance racing.
Yeah, very, very interesting times ahead for the Warmup. You got multi-class endurance racing. They've got to make a lap up, but it's a lap up over 10 hours. They've got plenty chance.
As Yujovski is going to make a move on Simoncic round the outside down towards Sunset Bend. Can Yujovski go all the way around the outside in that number 1 car? And indeed he does. He's managed to make that move stick. And I thought Sebring might have actually let that move pass, because he may well have been coming into the pits soon. But the answer is no, so Yujovski not only makes that position, but now takes the lead of the race after Georgie Spheres, and that number 10 car has came into the pits.
Yeah, Yanis Simoncic now has a clear run at Yujovski again, although it was Erhan on the outside of Sunset. I'm just going to go back and look at that again, because that was a tense moment there for sure. Erhan managed to get through on the back straight with Simoncic's traffic problems, went through on the outside of Sunset, had the better line, evidently no bumps there. Now the onus is on Simoncic to get it back again.
Yes, it is 8.5 tenths separating the two of them at the moment, the number 1 and the number 12. That number 12, of course, currently in the lead of the LMP2 Championship by 12 points over the number 5, who looks like they're not going to be scoring that much today. You've got the number 10 Hydra Esports car as well, about 14 points back. Then it's 19 to Veles, then over 20 to the next cars behind. But yes, ACR Zagspeed perhaps at this point, because they have got that buffer, because they know that number 5 Wanako car has ran into problems because they know the number 10 perhaps isn't quite as fast as it could be today. It's currently down in 8th place. They know that perhaps they don't need to fight for every single position.
Yeah, Tzvayas was leading the race before he pitted just recently, so going to be a very interesting one for him as well. That 10 car down in 8th, but plenty of time for all this to change. As we keep saying, Richie Hoyer's off the track again. I've just noticed he's had an excursion onto the grass just now, actually. Hoyer was coming through a turn. Nobody hit him. He just seemed to lock. Oh, actually, strike out, reverse it. There was. Hoyer and I believe it was the Velas car made slight contact. Was trying to get through. Christian Michel had the speed advantage, and then Hoyer seemed to turn into the corner. Maybe Michel didn't see Michel. Contact between the two. No major damage, although Hoyer had to go off the track. So getting a little bit squeezy tighty here at Sebring at the moment. And Michi Hoyer, well, on the back end of that, I'm just looking to see where that was Christian Michel. I think that may actually was that for position or was it not? I don't think it was.
Michel and Hoyer, currently Michel is ahead of Hoyer.
It was for position. It was for position, Neil. And he was on the outside. He seemed to come into the inside. Contact was made and he went off the road. So that is going to be one that's possibly going to work him a bit, that.
Yeah, it may well be looked at by the powers that be later.
Yeah, quite possibly. We'll have to see how that one turns out.
As Manuel Benkalila in that number 69 car still has the 172 Zancho car in the rear view mirror as they're coming through Cunningham and they run up to the tower for 47th time this afternoon. These two being 1-2 currently in the GTE class. You can tell that the GTEs by the lovely green number plate on the side and the fact that they're not a prototype.
Well, I wouldn't have thought that, Neil. That's news to me. I'll tell you what, though, they are some lovely GT cars indeed, and, you got the choice of three, obviously, when you're racing in the VEC. You have the BMW M8, the massive canal boat of a car, downsized for scale purposes, I don't know. And then you've got the Porsche 991 as well, with the flat 6 engine in it. Revs all the way up to 9,000 RPM, so if you like your revs, that's the car for you. And then
over 9,000! Sorry.
Yep, indeed. And then you've got the one car that one team is using, and that's the Corvette C7R. Only used by Sim Racing for Holland, but it is the middleman, really. It's the most balanced, surprisingly, of the cars. It's the most all-round, whereas the Porsche prefers corners and the BMW's better in the straights. So you've got a lot of choice in that GT category. I know it's only 3 cars, but they're all quite different.
Yes, and having a look at that Sim Racing for Holland car, down in 31st place at the moment, Andreas Corrali currently driving that one, but that's gone back to its normal livery this time round, hasn't it? It was a special livery last Sepang, wasn't it, to celebrate one of their
it was, yes.
one of the team's friends getting married.
Yeah, they seem to have reverted back to the normal livery now, yeah. But there was a special colour version as well. I remember making a point of it last race. But yeah, they seem to have gone back to the normal livery now. But either way, Sim Racing for Holland plodding on as they always seem to do these days. They're a determined team, I'll give them that. They might not have been the most successful in this series and series past, but they're certainly determined. You've got to admire that much.
And of course, one of the drivers for the Sim Racing for Holland is, of course, Marcel Offermans, who is the lead of Studio 397. So of course they've got a little bit of hacks. They're going to have a special qualifying fuel mix in that Corvette. Surely, no? Put it in just for them.
Yeah, they get special dispensation. It's blatant bias. Corvette, I think the Corvette is criminally underrated, actually. I'm not sure. Maybe it's because that it's a bit of an every car. Maybe that's why it's not very popular this season. Maybe it's because people prefer having that specialism, either giving up a bit on the straights for extra cornering or vice versa. Maybe people don't like a car that's just good at everything. Maybe they want one that's great at one thing and not so good at the other.
Yes, and it's always interesting to see what advantages, or at least what perceived advantages, the GTE teams have of the cars when they were deciding to pick them. Of course, the vast majority going for the BMW or the Porsche. But of course, just that one team, as we've said, using that Corvette C7R. The gap at the lead of this race is back down to under a second between Simoncic and Yuyovsky. That number 12 car coming back at Yuyovsky, trying to regain that lead.
Yeah, trying to get the lead back, obviously, from Yuyovsky and Simoncic, and he's got a job on for that, because obviously he's going to get past Kirali first, but then make the time back up, and he's got to make it work. Andres is going to try and not be in the way, as he's managed to do there. Simoncic now using the power of that Nissan V8 in the middle of the Oric 07. Get through, but Tino Bayer next up as well in the Porsche, the Atlantic Motorsport Porsche. Veteran of the team, Cino, as well. Been around for a while, been around for a few seasons now as well, and doing a very good job of keeping that Porsche in check at the moment for Atlantic, a team that have had a bit of an up and down season, but are currently running 8th in their class.
Currently running 8th in that number 67 Porsche. That's one of the Porsches here in the in Division 1 here in the VEC, 24th overall. Having got the standings, well, they're one of the two teams yet to score this season.
Yeah, still got to score this season, and that is a surprise, actually. Again, they've had a bit of an up and down season, but if they could get some points on the board, that would certainly be a start. They're a veteran team of sim racing, really, and esports. You know, they've been around for 9 years now. Next year, I believe, will be the 10th in 2020, so 10 years of Atlantic. There you go. Makes me feel old.
If they have been around for 9 years, I would imagine their next is going to be their 10th. But that's just me.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of like that's how maths works or something, isn't it?
That's generally how the foundation of numbers has evolved through time. That 10 is after 9.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that aside, you'll be trying to get the best result possible for the team, and you know there'll be a lot of teams out here who are starting possibly, Neil, to feel the pressure insofar as perhaps if they're not scoring as many points as they would like, perhaps if there's some teams in divisions below them that have really impressed, they might feel that they might be dropping down to Division 2 next season or dropping class. I mean, we've seen teams change class over the course of seasons before. I remember seeing, actually, back in Season 9, we saw Team Spirit go up to LMP1. It didn't work out for them. They withdrew the car, moved back down to P2 and just started winning again. So some teams, it can help them. Some teams, it can make it a bit worse. We've seen Champion Racing really fall down the order, and it's only really this season they've started to pick themselves back up again.
Yes, and of course, if you change class, if you change division, and suddenly find out that you haven't done as well as you'd expected that can be a real big hit on the confidence of the team. It can be a real big hit on the confidence of, have you actually made the right decision? Then, of course, you've got, of course, to struggle through the season and try and at least pick up some points, but sometimes it doesn't work out, and we've seen teams go to one class for a season then immediately switch back to what they had before, because it just didn't turn out right for them.
It can happen. It can sometimes be the case that, you know, it just doesn't work, and ultimately, you know, for Team Spirit it didn't work, that's why they went back. But, you know, some teams in the lower echelons of these championship tables might be getting a bit worried about perhaps a class change or a division change, because they may not find themselves in Division 1 next season. And, you know, it's a shame, but such is the nature of the VEC. Some teams will get chances at the expense of others.
It's such cutthroat business almost. Of course, they will when deciding who's going to be where in the divisions for season 12. They will the powers that be, Jimmy Allison being at the head of the committee, will decide what division they're going to be on based on previous results, based on who's driving the car, based on how safe they've been as well. That's actually a pretty important, often overlooked part of the deciding process, is how safe your car has been over the last season.
Yeah, of course, that is one of the deciding factors as well. If your car's always getting into incidents, perhaps maybe it's better that you're in a lower class like GTs maybe to get the feel for endurance racing. But, you know, safer cars, we've seen before, may not have been the most successful, but they've gotten promoted because they can be relied on to be nice and careful with overtaking in their manoeuvres. And obviously pace has come with experience in the cars as well. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how the season 11 could shapes up as well. I know we're still mid-season 10 here, but you got to think as well, you know, as VEC gets bigger, more of the big name teams are going to want to get involved.
Yes, and of course we've now expanded all the way up to 4 divisions here in the VEC, and of course at some point there's going to be a cap on the number of entries. There's going to be more people wanting to race than can.
Yeah, ultimately, I mean, we have some good infrastructure here, but it can only go so far, ultimately. You know, at the end of the day, if that's what has to happen, that's what's got to happen, you know, because I guess at the end of the day, though, it's a testament really to how popular we've become and how great this official rFactor 2 Championship has become. The official, of course, rFactor 2 Endurance Series. If you want to go endurance racing on rFactor 2, this is the place to go.
Yes, it is as you said, the official Studio 397, the official rFactor 2 in the Endurance Championship, and of course bringing you live coverage of all 8 rounds, at least 8 rounds this season. Who knows how many it's going to be next season of coverage live with commentary in Division 1 and live with pictures and no commentary in Division 2 as well, I believe.
Yeah, of course, Division 1, the only stream that's commentated on at the moment, though that might change if we get more staff for season 11. I know that there's a lot of people who I know that would love to get involved, and if you would like to get involved with us in any way, shape or form, do remember that we have a forum over at simracing.club/forum, I believe it is. Yeah, it's forum.simracing.club, actually, sorry. Beg your pardon. That's, forum.simracing.club/index. That'll get you to the front page. You can sign up to the forums and get involved, and we'll be really, really happy to have you around. And, yeah, come join us. We don't bite.
Oh, that depends.
Well, Neil does, but he's weird, so... Either way, I'll tell you what's not weird, the situation that's been brewing over the last few laps in P2, because the leaders have closed up again, slowly but surely. Yanis Imincic has been closing in Erhan Yoski and is going for P1 now. The gap's 6 tenths. It was 9 a few laps ago, but he's been reeling them in 100th by 100th. And it's starting to get to the point where that Aberconic Racing Zack Speed car could theoretically, Neil, make a move on the Team Virus car.
Theoretically, but currently 6 tenths out at the last point, and make that about 3-4 car lengths back. I'd be very, very surprised if they made a move from that distance. But as you said, slowly reeling them in, but kind of buffering at that 6 tenths mark. Not really been able to get much closer than that.
Yeah, this seems to be where Yanis is getting a little bit stuck here at the 6 tenths mark, although having said that, the gap's just dropped by 3 tenths as they come across the start finish. So realistically, he seems to be finding the draft now, finding the pace, but Erhan has got to get a shift on here if he wants to hold this first place, because if Erhan starts making mistakes, starts hitting the bumpy bits of the track, loses the downforce, understeers off, that's going to hand the lead to Simoncic, and he does not want to be doing that, because if you hand the lead to somebody, you don't just lose a position, you lose a lot of your moral and mental strength as well. Even the best drivers get annoyed when they make mistakes, and then you're prone to making more mistakes, because, you know, they say rage is a powerful motivator. It can also be a powerful maker of mistakes.
Yes, it can, but as you said, I believe that for one car is perhaps slightly more stressed than number 12. That number 12 does have a lead, does have a nice lead in the championship, and of course at the moment will extend that lead in the championship should it finish as it does at the moment, which of course is no sure thing. So perhaps that number 12 car is just not taking it easy so much, but perhaps not driving at 100%, perhaps just going down to 95 or 90% for the moment.
Yeah, possibly has just dipped off a little bit there, because the gap's 1.5 now, and it was right up. But, you know, Dennis, I think he needs to work out what he's going to do and go for it, because, gaining and losing the time is not going to help anyone. If he keeps getting stuck in the dirty air and understeer, it's going to really hurt the tyres.
Yeah, and of course that is another thing. You're just having to scrub those tires a little bit more when you are in that dirty air, just because you gain a little bit of understeer, not as much air getting to the wings, getting to the aero parts, I should say, rather, on these prototype cars, which does mean that you scrub the tires a little bit more, which means that the tires will increase temperature a little bit more, which does mean they degrade a little bit faster than the car in front.
Yeah, and tyre wear in cars this quick can be a big issue because you're pushing them so hard. I mean, these Oracle 7s have an incredible amount of downforce at high speed when you're running the high downforce package. That's another thing to mention, actually, with the recent updates that have been given to the endurance pack. Teams in LMP2 can now choose between a medium and a high downforce pack, so you have a choice. In terms of the geometry, of course, the dive planes on the front, you have to have all the dive planes, that's forced. But in terms of the rest of the car, you now have a choice between a medium downforce pack, which of course means less downforce in the corners and the high, but more speed, or the high, which for the faster corners can help with your tyre life at the expense of some straight line speed.
Yes. And of course, that is another thing. That's another thing to bring into the strategy game, if you like, and the setup game is: do you go for the higher downforce so you're faster in the corners and be able to run away in the corners, or do you go for the medium downforce so you're able to make those moves in the straights and at least be side by side coming into the braking zones?
I beg your pardon. That's the LMP3s that have that option, not the LMP2s. For the LMP2s, it's been all dive plates have been forced on in position lights. They don't have that, but the P3s do. They can go for less downforce if they want. But it's still the same theory that applies. You can still go for it. You can still change, various factors, and you can go for that slight increase in straight line speed. Although with the LMP3s, Neil, and we've seen this throughout the season, we've seen that with them it tends to be a race to accelerate the top speed rather than what that top speed is, because the cars have locked gears and they're limited by the gear ratio. So I think it's 272 kilometers an hour they get up to before they top out. It's a race really to see who can get up to that fastest. So lower downforce is only going to help you at the top end of that. So realistically, from a P3 perspective, unless you really need the top end speed, surely you should be going high downforce.
Yes, that is certainly difficult to argue against. But again, it depends on what circuit that you're. It depends on what circuit you're on again.
Problems at the front. Giovski's got off. Haniowski has had an excursion off the track, and that's been enough to hand Yerny Simičić the lead of this race. And now Marcel Sisnik's going to go around the outside too, but it's not worked. He will now drop back to third. Koski will get a chance to close in later, but that was a sudden change of events right there, and all of a sudden we have a battle for the lead on again, but Simičić is the leader rather than Giovski. And I want to go back and see what happened, because I saw Giovski go off the track. He was coming into the hairpin, and it was a lock-up, and the back steps out. An uncharacteristic mistake from Giovski there, and it cost him almost 2 positions. But for Marcel Sisnik overcooking it. But what that means is that Avoconic Race and Zach Speed are back in the lead of this race.
Yes, and of course, again, that's just a little bit of the psychological game. If you just don't actually make a move and just sit there in the rear view mirror, you can perhaps psych out your rival a little bit, and that's perhaps what happened to Giovski in that number 1 car. Just was focusing a little bit too much in the rearview mirror, wondering if Simičić was going to make a move, the hairpin, and just made a little mistake, and that's cost him the lead of this race. And as he said, that back end, just stepping out ever so slightly, is so easy to do, especially when your brake bias is right on the limit.
David O'Reilly makes a very valid point in the comments, actually. Don't forget, if you have more aero downforce, it has a fuel consumption impact as well. He's completely correct, remember, because there's more drag. So overall, it has a slight impact on fuel consumption. So you might go for a lower downforce if you want to save fuel over the entire race.
Yes, it's again, that comes in. That's more strategy again. And having the extra downforce on it, for example, could indeed mean that you have to make an extra pit stop during the race, and then with that, you've really got to take the pros and the cons and really work the numbers through the spreadsheets. Yeah,
you got to really run into the spreadsheets and consider your options, and I'm sure that's what Erhan Yovski's currently doing, having dropped time to Simičić now. 7 tenths down, Marcel Sisnek just 3 tenths down on Yovski. So realistically, we have an interesting scenario here, Neil. Marcel Sisnek has a chance to slow Yovski down by battling for second, but that's going to help Simičić. Yannick Simičić wants that. So perhaps as Simičić is getting stuck behind traffic now, actually, perhaps Marcel is going to maybe hold back, get into a better position and cost himself as little time as possible before going for Simičić. David Young in the Black Hawk LMP3 now here is going for it, and Marcel is going to hammer it now. He's going down the inside of Yovski into turn 1. Will he get the brakes? Yes, he will get the brakes. I think Yovski backed out of that, actually. I think Erhan backed out. Asked to avoid losing more time, has conceded the place. So now, Black Hawk Racing are in second place in that 106 car.
There's really no need at this point in the race to go too wide through turn 1. It's an incredibly fast corner that pretty much only has one line. At this point in the race, there's no use risking this podium position that they've currently got. There's no use risking protecting that position for the extra 4 points.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage in the race, it's not worth it. You know, as we keep saying, time is easier to make up when you make a mistake at the end of the race as opposed to making a mistake at the start of the race. If you lose 30 seconds at the start of a race, you're going to be lapped sooner, and that's more time to make up than at the end of the race when the gaps are significantly larger, and that's effectively less of an impact as Marcel Sisnek is sizing up Yannick Simičić here for a potential overtake. They've got Sean Jacobs coming up in the front in that LMP3, the Speedy Light LMP3. I don't believe Jacobs leading the class as he was last time out, but certainly close to doing so. But as traffic, this is going to be an interesting one. Marcel is just looking left, right and centre. He's trying to psych Simičić out here. It's not going to work though. Simičić is all sorts of in control. Marcel can't possibly dive down the inside of the last corner, can he? I think he's thinking of it, but he's going to be forced to the outside. This is what was done by the Virus car before. This is what Yovski did. Sisnek, though, cannot pull the same manoeuvre off. First place remains in Simicic's favour.
First place remains at the hands of that number 12 car, but look at that, says Nick. Going all the way to the left-hand side of the circuit, going up the inside of turn 1, but Simičić seems to go Buffalo Gals all the way around the outside, but not able to hold on that position for now. And look at Yovski all over the back of Simičić.
Oh, and Jimmy Paul here going to have to try and keep out of the way. Simičić slight contact on the P3. This is going to be an interesting one to see how much time Simičić has lost in the first couple of splits, but a lead change again. Black Hawk have gone from third to leading. Now Erhan Yovski wants a piece of Simičić, and he can't get through here. There's not enough room at the end. He's going to have to try and look for a way, but there is no way. You say there isn't enough room. Not with that attitude. But again, it's perhaps Yovski deciding not to be too aggressive here. There's still under 2 hours gone. And just going up actually to the 2 hour mark. But yes, Yovski, again, perhaps just not deciding to risk that position, risk that car. Well, Erhan Yovski, we know him as the sort who will go for an opportunity if it presents itself. Sometimes it has had disastrous consequences, but other times it's worked. And, well, if he gets a shot at Simičić, don't say he won't take it, because we know he will. But as these two are battling each other, it's only going to help Marcel Sisnek, who's now 2 seconds up the road from Yannick Simičić. So that is a huge amount of time gained for the Black Hawk car. Perhaps then that's what they needed. This could be, in the early stages of the race at least, this could be quite important, as I've just seen Cliff van der Ven has gone past Jordi Zviers for P7 as well. So Zviers and the Hydra cars moved down to 8th, and the number 3 car, the Ramada Motorsport, driven by van der Ven at the moment, has gone up in the pecking order here.
Yes, that number 3 car again has been pretty fast quite often this season. Currently down in 11th in the championship though. Managed to get a podium at round 2, a 2nd place at NOLA, but hasn't been able to do anything since then.
Yeah, and hopefully he can get back in the running, because obviously having not done anything since then, that has not really worked out, as Mikko Koski has come in for Ryder Racing now. That is P5 in, and they are taking time at the start. The car is on gas. and are therefore taking tyres. I assume Hoyer will go through and get into P5 overall then, and I expect to see lots of driver swaps incoming. Look at all the drivers in the waiting portion of the lobby. There's Mark V, Daniele Canestracci, James Johnson, Quentin Benoit, Tobias Rona, Dennis Jordan, JT Tommy, Tiziano Brioni, and that's probably just the start of it.
Yes, it's interesting that Dennis Jordan's going to be there, because that means that they're going to change the driver in that number 5 Wanako car that's currently down in 11th place. So they're deciding perhaps just to swap over from now, let Dennis Jordan just focus on putting qualifying lap after qualifying lap after qualifying lap.
Yeah, he's effectively going on a hot lap session for his stint. He was trying to set the fastest laps possible, close the gap down and get that time back. This has turned into a time attack race for him rather than an endurance race, and his team as well. They need to get back up the order given the problems that they faced, and well, they know it. That's why they're probably going to go for this. But Marcel Sisnik in now for Black Hawk as well. Jenny Simic does not follow, so we'll reassume the lead. Yovsky will resume second. He has not followed either. Christian Michel I'll be interested to see, as I will the rest of the cars. But Quentin Benoit comes out in the Raijin car. So there's one change. Mark Veet will get in the Black Hawk, I believe. I'm not sure.
Yovsky's gone round at turn 1.
Oh, dearie me. Yeah, Erhan has had a bit of an excursion there. Now, what happened was, came through one. Oh, and it was slight contact with Cito Vida, who was coming around the corner of the GT. Nothing really Cito could have done. Going as fast as he could. Looks like Erhan, yeah, got the opposite lock. Had to try and save it, but the car was determined to go around. Luckily, kept it out of the barriers.
They somehow kept out of the barriers at turn 1, which is incredible, because usually when you have an off at turn 1, it's a big one that's going to rip a tyre off.
Well, Marcel Sisnik's come out of the pits actually without a driver swap, so Marcel is staying in here. Michi Hoyer is obviously in third now as a result. Christian Michel in, Vela Simsport, but comes out again. Yodis Vias is going to overtake, get P5, so a lot of position changes going on now. Cliff van der Ven is remaining in the car. Henning Vollert is not pitted yet. So a couple of driver changes right now, but not exactly all of them at the moment. But as we do say, there has been one, and that is the fact that Quentin Benoit is in the Raijin Racing number 8 now.
And again, see these LMP2 cars coming after 40 minutes. We're just at the 2 hour mark now, so they're splitting this race into 6 segments of 2 hours each.
Yeah, effectively it's 6 2-hour races in this sense, especially for Wanako, as we mentioned, given they're going to be sprinting until the end, or until the point where they can challenge for the lead. But right now, this is still only the opening 6 of the race gone. There is still so much left to go in this race, and well, it's going to be a long night for some of these drivers who are doing the night stint at the end of this race, isn't it, Neil?
Oh yeah. I say Yovsky comes in now immediately, as does Via.
Yes, Vias having come in. Yovsky comes in now. Van der Ven has been overtaken on the exit. There, didn't quite get out of the pits quick enough. Quentin Benoit is assumed P9 then, so coming back up the order is that Raijin car, immediately making inroads on the upper echelons and positions there. Yovsky in the virus car, as we rightly say, the number 1 car is in. Now, I see Daniele Canestracci waiting, and given we know that there is only 1 virus car now, I assume Canestracci will get in the car.
That is a good presumption to make. I would concur with that.
Well, if Neil Heatley concurs with it, then that's all we need to know. There we go then. So, here comes Sisnik through now. Hoyer goes through too. Sisnik and Hoyer are actually quite close here. This could be a battle for second incoming.
Yeah, battle for second incoming between that number. Michi Hoyer is in the 102 ACR Zack Speed car, isn't he? He's in the second one, and Marcel Sisnik in the number 106. So it's the battle of the 2 LMP2 cars that have been brought up from Division 2 in the pre-season.
Of course, and well, there's a lot of promotions going to possibly happen after this season as well. There's been a lot of impressive teams in Division 2, and of course, in the pre-season, this was one of the cars that got brought up. That's because it's a 3-digit number. It was supposed to be a second division car, yep, but was impressive enough to make it go up to the first.
Yes, they obviously impressed the decision committee enough to be able to brought up, and again, they've shown that they deserve this pace. Again, ACR Zach Speed number 102 and the Black Hawk 106 perhaps not had the rub of the luck during many races this season, but they've always been up there towards the top 5.
Yeah, they have. They've always been there or thereabouts and really been pushing hard, trying for those top positions, and this could be a good outcome if they end the race where they are now, which is 3rd, but they'll be going for the win, as I'm sure everyone will be as throughout this race. They'll all be going for the win. Everyone wants to win it, don't they, Neil? The 12 Hours of Sebring?
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't want to win it, then there's something wrong.
And fair enough, perhaps. Yes. No. But yes, it's very interesting to see. Again, what sort of pace? It just goes to show, even if you are in Division 2, it certainly does not mean that you are not as fast as the guys in Division 1. It just means that perhaps you haven't quite proven yourself yet.
Yeah, of course, that can be, getting a good reputation is key to getting into Division 1. A lot of these drivers have been around for a while. Some of them might not be the quickest in the field, yes, and they might not be the ones fighting for wins, but they're reliable. I think case in point really here, if we look up and down the grid, to find such a driver, you need look no further than the likes of, give us one, Neil. Alex Browninger. Well, Alex Browninger actually is one of the fastest in the field, but he's reliable, certainly.
Yes. You're right, Daniel Cannistracci did indeed get into that number 1 car. He's just a second behind Henning Vullart in the number 11 target car.
This is going to be very interesting now. Cannistracci versus Vullart. This is a new battle for 6th place, and obviously that virus car, as soon as it gets up the order, we know what they can do. But Cannistracci's got to get past Henning Vullart as well, and, well, former 3x driver now, obviously has started his own team with his former 3x teammate as well, in the form of, I believe it's Martin Furman, isn't it, who also drives the 1 target. Yes. They've started the team, and they want to win in the lot.
Yes, of course they have. As you said, they have started the team, and that's always something you feel proud of when you start a team by yourselves, and it is pretty successful almost immediately. They did take a little bit of time to get up to speed with the number 11 car, but they managed to finally get a podium at round 4 a couple of rounds ago. 15 points shows that they finished in 3rd there, behind the Hydra Esports number 20 and the number 12 ACR Zach Speed car. So again, when you split off for another organisation, another team, and begin on your own, it perhaps just takes a little bit more time to get up to speed again. But of course, because we're using the new mods this season, everyone just needed a little bit of time to get up to speed.
As they're
side by side coming down towards Sunset, and Daniele Cannistracci has the inside line, and thank you very much goes Cannistracci and makes the move past the 11 car, so number 1 goes up into 6th.
Yeah, Vullart was in no position to defend that. Ultimately, with the inside line, Cannistracci had just soared through. No problems there, no questions asked, and Henning Vullart down into 7th. But the 2-man team will certainly not be aiming to end 7th. They'll want another podium as this race continues, and I'm sure that they will be up there fighting for it by the end of the race, because, 2 former 3-wide drivers starting the new team, but they're both very capable, and I reckon we'll see them move up the order by the end of this race.
And another driver that's swapped teams in the last season is James Johnson, currently in the number 172 Zansho SimSport E-car. Currently down, well, they are in 19th overall and 3rd in class, but that is soon to be a 2nd because Henry Annan in the Raging Racing number 87 has came into the pits, and James Johnson trying his best to pass Tiziano Brioni in the 69 Musto Racing car.
Yeah, trying his best to get through here is James Johnson.
What up the inside in contact?
Oh, dearie me. Oh, well, James Johnson is having a tough time of it then, isn't he, at the moment, but you've got to give him credit. He is trying his hardest, and Tiziano Brioni here is going to try and get through. Johnson trying to defend. Remember, this is for the lead of the GT class. This is the top 2 cars in GTs, being passed by Michi Hoyer, of course, but Brioni and Johnson both got to duke it out. And James Johnson, a driver who has always had talent, Neil, but he's struggled a bit in more recent times. But now in the lead of the race, where once upon a time you'd find him all the time.
Yes, when I joined, James Johnson was part of the Vodbull squad, which then became ACR Zaxpeed, was it?
Yes, that was it. That was
Yeah.
the merger between Abercrombie Racing and Vodbull Racing became ACR Zaxpeed, got Zaxpeed involved, created the powerhouse that they are today. But James Johnson, obviously after that, moved to Zancho's TEAMSPEAK, where I think he's been ever since. And well, actually, he was a member, and I think he was season 9. He was still affiliated. He's moved to Zancho this season.
Yeah, he was.
He's gone into the GT car, but he's taken a bit of time to adapt. You know, having been in such a dominant squad, now being in the GT teams, it's taken them time to adapt, but doing a very good job of adapting now in the lead. And well, the BMW's in the lead as well. Look at this, it's the BMW 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment, Neil. The next BMW, 7th, Goran Djordjevic, and then Reinhard Berger in 8th. So a very German stranglehold over the shores of America at the moment.
Yes, but it's always good to be, because the other main GT car is a Porsche.
Yeah, but you've got to consider, the fact that it's these BMWs that are leading. There'd be Porsches in second and third if it wasn't seemingly a BMW track. I mean, there's a lot of high-speed sections. You can understand why that would be.
Yeah, there is a lot of high-speed sections. In fact, there's only a couple. I would even say the complex down by Le Mans Curve, just before they come into the Almond Straight, I would even say that's a good medium-speed complex as well. There really isn't that many slow corners here. You've got the hairpin and you've got turns 3, 4 and 5. And those are the only slow points on the track. The rest of it is actually deceptively fast.
Yeah, well, there's been a driver change in the one target car, but it's not Martin Furman, it's Marius Bert. Now that took me by surprise. I was expecting them to still only have the 2 drivers, so unless Martin Furman isn't here and Marius Bert is the replacement, it seems they've recruited a 3rd driver. Oh, right. Okay, well, I'm seeing actually Martin Furman couldn't take part in this race, so that's why Marius Bert's here. So there you go. Why? So Marius Bert stepping in for Furman here. And we'll see what Marius can do.
Wasn't he part of 3 Wide as well, or was that just
I think he was,
me?
actually. I can't help but think that he was. One of the original LMP1 squadron back in season 9, I think it was. So yeah, that is, yeah, we are going back a while there, but yeah, let's see what Marius can do in this new Orica. He's certainly going to make light work of getting through this GT traffic by the looks of it. He's not slowing down in the slightest, he's just going straight for it. Well, I have to say he handles the battle, but it's great to see Marius Bert back in action here.
Quentin Benoit, and that number 8 car is currently side by side with Alan Terzic, almost coming up towards Tower now. Quentin Benoit has the inside line. Does a nice 4-wheel drift actually up the inside, and now making their way through Bishop. Terzic does have the inside line for these 2 left-handers, but Benoit still there on the outside, but has to concede the position. While I say that, Terzic decides to go a little bit of cross-country with his Orica, and they're still side by side coming out of Le Mans, but Benoit with a much better exit, which means that at the moment he's up into 6th, but Terzic in that number 10 car will not be happy about that.
Yeah, Alan Terzic, obviously not going to be the happiest bunny in the pack at the moment.
Oh, contact between the 2 of them.
Oh,
Terzic's
yes! Yeah, there he goes, round he goes. Quentin Benoit, obviously, yeah, Alan Terzic, we saw coming through the corners, he was side by side with Quentin Benoit. There was no contact between the 2 when Terzic went wide. Had to go wide though, regained the place. Benoit came through, and then it was into sunset. Terzic was down the inside. He braked early, made sure he got the car stopped before the corner, then came back on the throttle, and Benoit just turned in a little bit too much. Perhaps didn't quite see him coming there, given the early brake, and just seemed to spin him a bit there. And then round goes Terzic, back end hits the barrier just a little bit. He will not be pleased with that, will Alan Terzic. And well, it seems actually, looking at where Terzic is, it seems, where is Benoit still 6th. Terzic has now actually been passed by Cliff Van der Ven as well.
Yeah, he has been passed by Cliff Van de Ven, but Terzik's now only half a second behind that Ramada number 3 car, so he's certainly going to be fighting to regain that 7th position, and indeed eventually that 6th.
Yeah, we'll see how this whole Terzic-Benoit incident pans out, obviously, but now Terzik's goal is to just get back in the run and get past Cliff Van de Ven and get back up into the 6th place that he had before the closing of the door by Quentin Benoit, ultimately. And, well, again, he'll be a bit annoyed by that, but he's got to keep himself in check.
Yeah, he does obviously need to keep himself in check and perhaps just calm down a little bit after that incident and just focus on regaining that time.
There's plenty of time to do it in just under 10 hours left to go in this race. Plenty of time to do it. Terzic now into sunset again. Van de Ven on the inside, and there's no room at the end this time for him to go through. So he's going to be stuck in 8th for a short while, and he narrowly misses the walls on the exit. He's pushing the limits here.
Yeah, pushing the limits as far as possible, almost scraping the right-hand side of the car down the pit wall as they come through turn 1, that incredibly fast turn 1. Now coming up towards turn 3, Terzic not close enough at the moment to make a move. There could well be a move into the hairpin though.
Yeah, possibly another move into the hairpin incoming here. Alan Terzic, he will want to go through. He's going to try his hardest to go through. Pushing really hard now is Terzic to get the place back from this far back. No, it's not going to happen, unfortunately. I mean, you can ask for miracles, but they won't always happen.
Yes, you can always ask, but they were not always granted.
Yeah, sometimes the genies in the bottles don't quite respond. Maybe they're on strike, I don't know, but Alan Terzic will feel like his is on strike, definitely, at the moment, in that Hydra car. All he can do is just go for it and just hope that luck comes back on his side again.
Yeah, hope. As you said, hope that they come back on his side. But have a look at this. He's still, again, it's kind of that like about half second boundary that we've been talking about all season. Really, it's kind of easy enough to get up to about a half second, but after that, it's pretty difficult to just make that move. I say that he's gone up the inside at Le Mans.
That is a brave one. Contact with Van de Ven. Pushes him onto the grass just a little bit. Cliff Van de Ven flashing the lights. He is not happy with Alan Terzic. And I'm sure he will want that to go back. He'll want the position to be returned. But Terzic, currently as it stands in P7, though he's getting held up a bit by the positioning of Jos Arenada, Cliff Van de Ven sees the gap. He goes past Arenada. It's not quite the famous Poland move from Season 8, but Cliff Van de Ven is going to go around the outside now, and he won't get it done, unfortunately.
No, just not able to get the momentum required.
I got excited for a second there. I thought we were going to see a repeat of that pass from Season 8.
Not excited, listen. Don't do that.
Oh, I'm not allowed to be excited. Sorry, I forgot I'm going to be deadpan. Well, either way, Cliff Van de Ven, he's going to be annoyed about that, but really going to push hard now. We've seen that circumstances can change and opportunities can arise at the least possible, probable of times. You know, you don't expect it, and then there's an opportunity. So Cliff Van de Ven might still get a chance at this. Watch this space.
It's now Terzic has about 10 seconds to make up onto the back of that number 8 car of the Region Racing car of Quentin Benoit. So yes, there's going to be a little bit of fire in the heart of that number 20 car, isn't there?
Yeah, in fact, he's coming up to the Hydra GT car now. Fredrik Schroeder there in the BMW. Gets out the way nicely. And he's really going. And, well, they're just getting the drivers at the moment. Are getting a bit of a reminder by Jimmy Allison about not blocking people. Obviously, we have a rule against blocking in the rule book here at SRC, and if it's been determined that the driver does block, there's a pretty harsh penalty involved for that. So Jimmy Allison just deciding to give people a nice, friendly, warm reminder there about the rule that we have in place. And you know, you've got to understand that, Neil. If there's been a couple of touch and go incidents, it's worth repeating the rule again just so everybody knows it.
Yes, having a look at the rules. It does appear to be rule 5.9 in the rule book. Blocking is not allowed for any reason. Blocking is defined as altering race line in reaction to another driver in an attempt to prevent a pass. blocking will be penalised. And it looks like in the rule book that if you are found guilty of blocking, it looks like it may well be. It looks like it's a drive-through, at least according to the rule book. But of course, it is always subject to the race director's discretion.
Of course, yeah, all penalties as such, and we'll have to see if anything does happen as a result of that. I'm sure it'll be being looked into, all the incidents that we've seen throughout this race. But you know, since I've been here, at least it's actually been relatively, apart from a couple of minor scraps, it's been relatively clean.
Yes, it has been. Currently on screen, and it has been for a couple of laps. It's the battle between Renz Klopp and Frederick Schroeder. Klopp in the number 63 car, Schroeder in the 60. Of course, the sister car of the Hydra Esports cars in the LMP2 class has been talking quite a lot about recently. But yes, it's Pulse versus Hydra Esports for now.
Yeah, at the moment it is those two going at it, and it's a very close-knit affair between the two of them. 3/10 in it between 19th and 20th, 3rd and 4th in class. Schroeder and Klopp, Hydra and Pulse both going in the BMWs for that final podium position. Renz Klopp, of course, driving the Pulse car, Frederick Schroeder in the Hydra, and this looks set to be an interesting battle.
Indeed it is. This is for the 3rd place, the all-important final podium position. A little bit of pride in getting the podium position as they are coming into sunset now, and Klopp just not close enough to make a move this time round. So they're about to cross the start-finish line to finish their 68th lap of the race. Well, I would say this afternoon, it is this afternoon in virtual times. Looking outside the window at the moment here in southern Sweden, it is pitch black.
There's still a bit of dusk outside in Newcastle, I'll give you that, but ultimately it's still bright as a light here in virtual Florida. I think it is Florida actually where this is, isn't it?
It is, yep.
Yeah, in virtual Florida, where the sun shines and the beaches are yellow and the sand is sand, and Renz Klopp and Frederick Schroeder aren't worrying about any of that. They're just worried about getting past each other for 3rd place. That's the beauty of racing. You don't have to worry about anything else other than the racing, you know? Renz Klopp in this case is just worried about getting this podium, getting past Schroeder, and getting out of Dodge as quickly as possible.
Yes, and of course it is BMW versus BMW, so no discernible differences in the marks, mainly because they're the same. But again, it is the setup and the drivers that are different. And look at Renz Klopp, almost faking towards the inside there at Cunningham.
Yeah, he's trying to throw Schroeder off guard here. He's trying to do something. If you're not faster than the driver ahead of you, you can try and throw them off with a fake move, because there's a lot of time to gain through psychology if you can't gain time through outright pace. And, you know, Renz Klopp, he'll be looking left, right and centre. He'll be trying to find any possible time he can to get closer to Frederick Schroeder, because the closer you get, the more draft he gets. That does increase the dirt in the air, but it's less of an issue in the GTs.
Yes, it is slightly less of an issue in the GTs, simply because they don't have as much downforce on the cars. Of course, there is still a lot of aero parts. There are still diffusers and those big rear wings, but it's as necessarily aero dependent as the prototype cars.
Yeah, not necessarily having that dependency, but you know, they're still quite aerodynamic dependent, but not nearly as much as the prototypes, because they're prototypes. GTs still have to be derived from cars that you actually drive on the road on a daily basis, you know? And the BMW M8 is such one of those cars, the Chevrolet Corvette C7 one of those cars, the Porsche 991, except they've been vastly modified to compete in GT racing.
Yes, vastly modified, of course, and you can try a lot of GT cars in the two packs that Studio 397 have released. Perhaps some that are definitely more customer based than others.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we've got 2 packs now that we're planning on using in the upcoming 12 Hours of Bathurst as well, aren't we? So these are the GTE cars, but we have 10 GT3 cars that you can choose from as well. They'll have the McLaren 650S, the 720S, and the Bentley Continental, the Radical RXC, the Callaway Corvette C7, which is not to be confused with the Chevrolet GT model. Callaway Competition have developed their own variant of the C7 for use in GT3 category. So there's 5 cars, but you've got 5 more cars as well. You have, well, I'm just trying to remember here, there's so many of them. You have the Porsche 991 GT3, you have
Have you said the Aston Martin?
The Aston Martin, you've got the Aston Martin. That was one of the more recent additions
The
to
Radical.
the field. I've already mentioned the Radical.
Ah.
This is but there is 10 cars in the field that you can choose from and test them all to see which one you get on with the best, because it is a lot down to personal preference, really.
Yes, it is.
Which car?
And it really is different from track to track as well as to which car is strongest.
Yeah, it really is difficult, regardless of which car you go for, whether it's Aston Martin, Bentley, Audi, BMW, Callaway Corvette, or any of the others, be it the Mercedes, either of the McLarens, the Porsche, or even the Radical. If you're feeling a bit interesting, you can go for your choice and make it stick, or you can paint lots of cars and just use all of them. And especially with this new physically based rendering system that they've introduced in rFactor 2, they'll look better than they ever have.
Yes. Yes, they do. Correct. Yes, I agree.
Well,
Very nice as well.
There's a lot we're agreeing on this race, isn't there? I guess we can agree that Tony Miller and Sean Jacobs are in a relatively close fight as well. I'm looking at the timing, about 1.5 seconds separates them in those LMP3s. It looks like more, but it isn't.
Yeah, it does look a little bit. It does look a little bit more, mainly because these LMP3 cars, of course, are not as fast as the LMP2s, but they are, a nice middle ground between them. So again, it perhaps just looks like occasionally that the gap is a little bit bigger than it actually is.
Yeah, gap possibly a little bit bigger than it is, as we welcome what I believe to be our first guest of the broadcast. And this is actually quite, I don't know whether there's been a guest since I'd come here, Neil, but we do have a guest. We have one Eric Schmeider joining us in the commentary box. Eric, pleasure to have you.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Well, from our perspective, it's a fantastic race, certainly.
So better than ours, then.
Better than yours, perhaps. Well, I shouldn't be laughing about it, but just tell us how it's going for you guys.
Yeah, so Adam did a great job, put it on second position for qualifying, and then we were just getting into our rhythm of the race. Unfortunately, it looked like the number 61 Ajira car lagged back into us, and so we had approximately 10 minutes of damage. So not the best way to start, but frankly, I'd rather it happen at the start than closer to the end, and at least we're still running.
Yeah, it always hurts a bit more at the end. I mean, if you have to have a big repair time like that, get it out the way at the start, because you've still got all the time in the world, pretty much 12 hours to get it back again over the course of the entire race. And you and the rest of the Juices team must know that, and given you've been one of the top GTs this season, you'll know exactly what you're capable of.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll be completely candid with you, right? I mean, everybody else that's at the top of the standings in GTE has had an issue affect them in some way so far this season. Law of averages, it's now, unfortunately, it was our turn to have the effect. Now it's a matter of what can we do with it, right? Can we minimize the damage? It's a long race. There's a lot that can happen, as we all know. And honestly, like, the best part about it is, if there is a best part, this track and this mod or the endurance pack are incredibly fun to drive, and so at least if it's a matter of just tooling around and running laps and the pressure's off, we're just having fun, it's not the worst place to have that happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more could be on the line, and if the pressure's off now, you can afford to have one bad race and still win the championship. And Adam obviously is going to be pushing like a maniac to try and get some time back, but the pressure is off you guys now. You can run without having to worry too much about holding the lead. You can try and get back up the road as far as you can, really focus on these last two races, Le Mans especially, and try and get the championship won, because it would be great to see you guys win after the season you've had.
It would be great. I completely agree with you. And it's been a great season so far. We Adam and I raced back in season 2, season 3, season 4, season 5 of VEC, and then we took a little bit of a hiatus. We came back last year and joined the satellite racing stable, and thought this year was time to bring back the Deuce's name. So we're having a blast being back, and just wish we were had run for those seasons where we took a little bit of a break.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I heard Nick Newcomb say that Jesus Motorsport was coming back, I was thinking, oh, yes, here we go. Because you really wanted the old guard of the race, and now you've come back and you've shown you haven't really missed a beat. And throughout the rest of the race, I'm sure, even though this has befallen you, you're going to push as hard as you have and show just why you are as good as you are. Eric, thank you so much for joining us. Pleasure to have you in the commentary box. Maybe we'll even see you later on in the race as your charge continues.
Yeah, I mean, I maybe I'll delve into some strategy with you guys later now that we're kind of out of it. So maybe share some things of what the top guys are doing. But yeah, awesome job, guys. Appreciate all that you do. You make this fun. So we'll talk to you later.
It'll be lovely to have you later, and I'm sure it'll be great to hear those strategy notes. Thank you, Eric Schmeider.
All right, guys.
Well, Jesus Motorsport Club have it all to do then, don't they, Neil Heatley? But with a team as determined as they are, helmed by the Nick Newcomb, and with determined drivers as we've just seen, like Eric Schmeider, always the optimist, can't really go wrong, can there?
Yeah, can't really go wrong. And again, it's exactly what they've said. They are the only one of the top set of teams yet to have a problem. They've had 5 podiums in a row. They've never finished off the podium, but it does look like that streak is going to stop today. But Pulse Motorsport car, who are in second, only got 1 point last time out. Hydra Esports number 60 in third, scored 0 at round 3. So yes, it does look like that Eric is right. The 2 cars behind them, the 2 main championship contenders, have both had problems at some point. It was just their turn to have it today.
Yeah, ultimately, I mean, I guess if it is their turn, it is their turn, but that's not going to stop them from being determined and pushing that Porsche to its limits. Great looking car, great sounding car as well. I mean, you can just hear, if you listen coming into this hairpin, just listen to the flat 6.
Yeah, it is a very, very nice sounding car, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, flat 6 revs up to 9,000 RPM. We'll have a bit of debate all the time whether it's turbocharged or not. We believe it is, but obviously the Corvette would then be the only non-turbocharged car in the field. But either way, flat 6 Porsche, 8,500 RPM, definitely the best sounding of the GTEs if you like your revs. But, you know, obviously as we keep mentioning as well, it's more of a cornering car. The engine in the middle, obviously compared to the front, as the BMW and the Corvette have, it's a mid-engine Porsche, not a rear engine like others before it. So it has, you know, arguably the best overall handling characteristics, but that comes at the cost of some rear instability during oversteer sometimes.
Yeah, it does, and it is again something that you just need to it's one of the things that you need to work out when you take a car, whether you actually want to have that little bit more of oversteer, or whether you want to just have something that's a touch more stable, for want of a better word.
Touch more strong and stable, perhaps, I don't know, but, you know, either way, Adam Baldwin, he knows that Porsche is the right car for him and Jesus Motorsport Club. He'll be going through it, but the Porsche in general, you know, they've always done things a little bit differently. You know, the flat 6 engine in the middle of the car, historically, Porsche GTs were always rear engines. This time, they've brought it back into the middle for the first time. I'm actually being told that the 911 is normally aspirated. I thought it was.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere in my notes, in the book of notes that I have on my left-hand side. It probably does say normally aspirated somewhere.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to look on the Porsche site itself if I can. You know,
4 litres as well, that engine.
4 litres. I thought it was a big engine, but it'll be a short stroke. Rather, it'll be larger bore, shorter stroke. That'll be why it revs so high, because when you've got an over-square engine like that, you can really hit high revs. But then again, the torque curve in such an engine is quite high as well. So Adam Baldwin, when he's exiting out the corners, you'll want to actually do what I do normally, and possibly incorrectly. You'll want to be really high on the revs on the exit and make the most of that peak in the torque curve. And you want the gears to be relatively close together so you can... It's a very narrow torque range when it's at the top end of the power band, whereas in the BMW, it's a lot more spaced out, so you don't have to shift as much if the gears are wider.
Yeah.
I'm getting all technical here, and probably no one has any idea what I'm talking about, but these drivers will all know these things. I know that much, and I'm just looking up and down the field. I've heard Luca Bonatti has ran into some sort of issue. I'm going to have a look in the Ajira car. Going to see in the Porsche if anything has happened. And, yeah, Luca Bonatti was coming through Sunset Bend. Oh, yes! In the Ajira car, has had a spin. Coming through Sunset, got a bit unsettled. That's the thing with the bombs. Got unsettled, lost the back end. With the Porsche, it being easier to lose the back end, harder to do that, easier to do that rather. Went round and has lost time and been told by multiple people it is an actual aspirated car. So I guess you owe me £5 now, Neil.
I never said
Oh, and he's
anything
gone
like
around
that.
again. Look at that, he's gone around again. Those rears will be cooked now. That's the problem. The rear tyres will be overheating, and that just means it's even less grip than before. So he's either going to have to make a pit stop to get a fresh set, or really, really slow down. I mean, his brake lights are on at the moment, actually. I'm seeing the brake lights on that car are on, possibly. Well, not quite, actually. I think it is just the headlights, but he is really going to have to watch out now, look at Bonatti, because those rear tyres will be fried.
Yeah, those rear tires will be crying tears of rubber as he makes his way around the track. But yes, there's nothing really you can do once you start to begin the thermal runaway. It's very, very difficult to actually stop it.
Yeah, I mean, once you heat the tyres up, they start to degrade as well, way faster. So, you know, realistically, it's hard to stop. I mean, I've had it loads of times where I've just had to change the tyres because it won't stop. So, ultimately, work to do for Bonatti. It promotes Baldwin up to second to last, although he was second to last anyway, but it's going to give him a bit more breathing room. Master Sisnik's coming through now in the lead of this race. Christian Michel still a ways behind. The closest battle in LMP2 at the moment, looking at our live timing screens, is the battle for third and fourth. Daniel Lecane-Stretchy 1.2 down on Dennis Jordan in the ACL Zach Speed car.
Yes, Strachey, as you said, just about a second or so behind that ACR Zach Speed of it. The ACR Zach Speed of Dennis Jordan, that is right. Currently the 102 that is currently in that third position. And that virus car very well to climb back up the order again after being down in the order a little bit. Currently 7th place in the championship is that number 1 car, just 4 points short of the 1 target and 8 points short of the number 20 Hydra Esports car.
Yeah, of course, the number 20 at the moment, pushing as hard as they can as well. Jürgen Stenstace in the number 10 car, the sister entry, 2 places up. Alan Terzic in the 20 is in 9th. Batias has gotten into the 102 as well, so Hoa in the car now, and let's see how he does for ACL Zach Speed 2. But really, you know, this Jordan Lecane-Stretchy battle is the closest one right now. And, well, it seems your little comment about Tears of Rubber's kicked off, Neil. We've got Flamin in the comments saying, how about Marbles of Pain?
Marbles of Pain.
Well, if you can come up with any better racing-related things like that, answers on a postcard, please. I'd love to hear them. Perhaps even incorporate them into Le Mans somehow. Maybe we could even record a song. We could create a song called Marbles of Pain, all about when you lose grip off the marbles on a racetrack.
We is a very strong word there.
Yeah, you're right, to be honest. I can't sing. You'll just have to do it solo, mate.
No. Please no.
Well, I've managed to scare him into submission with that, but Dennis Jordan won't be scared at the moment. Lecane-Stretchy still giving chase here, Neil, in that virus car, and is doing a very good job of it. He's closing the gap down. By my eyes, it's about 7/10 now, and Dennis Jordan has got tyre smoke coming off that car. He got a bad bump, and look at the rate Lecane-Stretchy's capitalised.
Yeah, Lecane-Stretchy moving in at a great rate of knots coming into turn 1. The lights flashing on the front of the virus car, but not close enough to make a move this time round.
Yeah, lights flashing away ultimately on that car, saying, get out of the way, I'm important and I've got a race to win. But Dennis Jordan kindly reminding him that he's got a race to win too, and this is in fact 4 positions. So JT Tarmy will want to get out of the way, as he does. Daniel Lecane-Stretchy will use the draft to try and catch up to Dennis Jordan, and there's no way on God's good earth that he's going to lunge into this corner. He knows better than that. Gergely Barros just moves to the outside, and Dennis Jordan wants to get through as quickly as possible as to not lose time.
Yes, and of course that really is the name of the game when you're just moving through GT traffic, is to lose as little time as possible, and Dennis Jordan trying his hardest to do that. But of course, because of how close Canistracci is at the moment, it does mean that Canistracci himself doesn't really need to forge any of these gaps. He can just follow through the gaps that Dennis Jordan's made for him.
He can, yes, he can just make advantage of Jordan's mistakes and try and get the gap back. He doesn't even have to push that hard. He's pushing quite hard, admittedly. But Dennis Jordan, the onus is on him to retain the place at the moment. Canistracci is the one trying to catch up. If he makes a mistake, it's all Daniele's gain. And, well, Reinhard Berger providing some nice additional speed in the straights for Daniele here. Christian Michel has come into the pits. He is in second place as it stands. The car will take tyres, so that will drop them down the order significantly. And I'm looking, and it seems that everybody's favourite Dutchman, Yuri Kastorp, will get in the car.
Yes, so Kastorp going to be putting a stint in that car. Christian Michel has raced the first 2 hours and 14 minutes or so of this race. A great stint by him to leave that car in second before this pit stop cycle. But the question is, when will Chisnik, Canistracci, Jordan, Van de Ven, Benoit just came in as well actually. When will Stensnes come in as well? When will the first 5 or 6 in the league, in the table, come in?
Yeah, so interesting times there then with the 6 there. It's really going to be an interesting one. Christian Michel in, obviously we know, but so is Cliff Van de Ven in the Ramada number 3 car. So Van de Ven comes in, and I'm not seeing anybody to change over. Possibly Daniel Visner, I'm not sure, though I could have sworn Visner is a Blackhawk driver. Yeah, that's the problem. I think Van de Ven will be staying in that car with this tyre change going on. Yeah. Yuri Kastorp has gotten into the Velosim Sport car, number 21. The Flying Dutchman is in the Orica.
Yeah, so Kastorp in. What can he do from what is now 5th place at this point in the pit stop cycle? But Daniele Canistracci really hasn't let go of the back of Dennis Jordan as they've made their way, snaking their way all the way through this GT traffic, because they're just coming up to Sunset Bend now, and Canistracci going up the inside of Hick Kolvenbach.
Yeah, Kolvenbach obviously losing a position there.
Canistracci comes in.
Yeah, Canistracci in, Kolvenbach 31st overall, Daniele in then, and obviously time to be potentially lost in the pit stop here, although Daniele will not lose too much if he's just been in the car recently. This should probably just be a fuel-only stop, if I'm honest, because, you know, he's only been in the car for a short while, and they took tyres when he got in the car, I believe. Yep, it's going to be fuel-only, a quick refill, and probably at the next pit stop they'll change tyres.
Yeah, probably the next stop. Double stint in the tyres seems like a pretty good idea at this moment in the race.
Yeah, especially when you consider that there are only 3 cars on the lead lap of this race right now. Those being the leader, that being the number 106 Blackhawk, the number 12 Avid Chronic Racing Zach Speed, Dennis Jordan at the helm, and Canistracci, who's in the pits. And considering Sinchik is now in Sunset Bend and about to come through the start finish, that 3 is about to become 2.
And that is only because Chisnik is yet to make his stop, which indeed he just comes.
Yep, he's going to do it now. Well, you've proven me wrong there then, Marcel, haven't you? Visner will probably change into the car at this point. So I actually reckon Dennis Jordan and Daniele Canistracci, these 2 will go into 1st and 2nd. Yeah. Dennis Jordan, though, when was the last stop for that other car? I think it's the scheduled one soon, especially if they've been following the likes of Blackhawk and the pit stop strategy.
Yeah, their last stop, the last stop for Jordan was in lap 16. So say 18 laps ago.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing roughly 20-21 lap stints, so maybe in a couple of laps they'll be in. That will see a lead change. Again, maybe Canistracci will go ahead. So we're expecting Jordan in soon. He will pass Marcel now to inherit the lead of the race. Daniele will go second in due course. Quentin Benoit aiming for a podium now in that Raijin car after the problems earlier.
Yeah, Benoit now aiming for that podium after Mikko Korkiakoski's stint in the first part of this race. But yes, that number 8 car has been fairly under the radar all the way throughout this season.
Yeah, Raijin being a bit of a quiet one on the radar, so to speak, but they're making noise now in P4 in that bright orange car. You can hardly miss it, can you, Neil? I mean, it stands out a bit. Come on.
Yes, just a touch, just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit, you know, just casually waving around with bright orange car everywhere. And, well, Daniel Visner has gotten in the Blackhawk, by the way. Quentin Benoit closing in as we speak, kind of stretchy closing in too. Though he's being balked by Klopp and Jacobs on the inside here. Though he will now get some free air. Daniel Visner exits turn 1 now. Kind of stretchy's about 7 seconds behind by I think. So, yeah, kind of stretchy, work to do. Benoit about 7 back on kind of stretchy, so again, work to do. But Dennis Jordan has pretty much clear run at the front now, though he is only 38.2 ahead of Visner at the last split. That may change as the next couple of sectors occur, though.
Yes, certainly, and it really does does depend on it depends on what sort of state in the race they are as well. Of course, most of them have changed drivers, so they're on to their second driver, and although they are all fast drivers, there are bound to be some who are not quite as fast as others. But what is the strategy, and when are they going to be placing their drivers as well?
That's a crucial element as anything else. Dennis Jordan's gap is 53.7 seconds, give or take a few thousandths. And well, if Dennis Jordan is doing his stint now, has he been in since the start of this race, or is he the second driver?
He's the second driver.
Yep, the second driver, absolutely.
It was Hoyer was in that one, wasn't he?
Simic has been in the car, so it's
Simic. Hoyer was in the other one.
Yeah, Hoyer's in the sister entry, but Dennis Jordan, having taken over from Jenny Simic, quite probably going to do a stint in similar length to Simic's one. And, well, a lot of these teams will have their nighttime specialist drivers. They'll have drivers who may be on so quick but can do long stints in case of emergencies. They'll have their speed specialists. You know, this is the great thing about endurance racing, Neil. You never necessarily have the drivers specialising in all the same thing. There are drivers who can do 6-hour stints, drivers who can be the fastest on track, gain time after an incident, drivers who know how to handle slightly damp conditions.
Yes, it's just... yes, it is, and you've always got to almost play to the strengths of your team and play to the strengths of what each driver can do, and of course, you always need to be able to change strategy on a whim as well.
Yeah, you need to be flexible and adaptable to make it in endurance racing these days, and if you can't change strategy on the fly, you're not really going to go very far, are you? Because if you don't, if you've got a dry strategy planned out when it rains, and you're not prepared for that rain, then you're going to struggle. Big time.
Yeah.
Dennis Jordan's not struggling with this traffic, though, is he?
No, part of it is also always looking at the forecast as well as another big part of it. Just seeing what the weather is doing at the moment and what it's likely to be in the future, and you can obviously form your strategy, your driver strategy around that, but weather isn't always accurate.
Yeah, I mean, this is the great thing about weather forecasts. They're not always correct. You know, there's a saying here in, Britain that, the weather forecaster is not always correct, and, there's people said worse things than that about them, but, this is the great thing about weather forecasts. It might not be right, but it might be right. It's like a lottery. Who knows? Why do we even have them if that's the case?
Yes.
Why do we even have weather forecasts? Well, you may as well just point at the sky and say, cloudy, when it's actually sunny.
The weather forecasts are pretty accurate here.
Well, yeah, in Sweden, because you're in Sweden, which 95% of the time is snow.
It's only snowed a few times.
A few times. You're not going to name how many, though, are you?
I can't quite remember. The last thing we snowed was in December. Well, at least when I was here. It's fine.
Dear, well, we've got Poetry Corner going on now, Neil. See what you've started in the comments. Tears of rubber, marbles of pain, lit up the rears, missed turn 5 again. Write that down, because that's going on the Winners' Trophy this season. Dear, I don't think we actually have any Winners' Trophies, do we?
I don't know.
We should get them.
I'm not sure.
If we have enough money, we should definitely buy some.
We should just get trophies for being awesome.
Well, that's debatable. I mean, I'm not that awesome, am I? Answers on a postcard again, I think.
Answers on a postcard, yep.
But I tell you what would be awesome for Yuri Kazdorp, catching and passing Quentin Benoit. The gap's about a second.
Yeah, gap about a second there for Quentin Benoit. Quentin Benoit over Yuri Kazdorp, about a second between Terzic and Bart, and about a second between Milan and Van de Ven.
Yeah, there's really not much in it at this point, is there, between the other teams and drivers? You know, this is kind of, you know, we're still in the opening stages of this race. We're just under 3 hours into it. You know, this is the first quarter of the race. It's really the sort of first and last third where all the action happens. You know, there's a big lull historically in VEC races in the sort of middle third, isn't it? It's like in a story, you get the second act where everything happens, and this time it's the opposite. Nothing really. It's sort of like a preparation for the last act, where all of the murders and backstabbings and overtakes happen. Well, not murders and backstabbings. Not in this, at least. I think you're thinking of Game of Thrones.
Yes.
Well, I mean, it is a Game of Thrones, effectively, between these teams. You know, ultimately, you win or you do not win. And, well, you come into the season as the champion or you don't. And then, as the champion team, the target's on your back. Everyone wants to beat you.
Chaos is a ladder, of course, and although occasionally the ladder goes directly into a wall.
Yeah, sometimes the ladder's not as reliable as you might think it is. So, ultimately, you know, Quentin Benoit's got to rely on his skill to keep Yuri Kazdorp off his back as they come into turn 5, I believe it is again. Is this turn 5?
7 is the hairpin, isn't it?
Turn 7, alright, well, in that case, turn 5 is a little bit before that, so that was turn 7. Mind you, Quentin Benoit's using the traffic nicely here. James Johnson is having to go through here.
Dennis Jordan comes in from the lead.
Jordan comes in for the lead, and interestingly, we'll keep an eye on where Visner is, obviously, and whether he will take the lead of this race. I don't know whether the cameras are on Benoit or Kazdorp. If they are not, then it would be lovely to see that. Obviously, we've got a case of old tyres versus new going on, says Mitchell Smith, and I assume it is Quentin Benoit, given he's been caught, that has the old tyres.
Yes, and again, there's another bit of strategy to do with the tyres as well as when do you double stint, and of course, what compound do you put on? As Benoit is now under attack from Kazdorp is having to move to the left-hand side of the circuit, going all the way around the outside of Sunset Bend. That is not working for now.
Yeah, Benoit had the line, hook, line, and sinker there. No problems with the with grabbing the inside. If he can just brake late enough into one here as well, he should have this as we come into the corner. Yep, done it. And oh, Kazdorp gets a bit of a spin. Oh, blimey. Well, he'll get the Takumi Fujiwara reward for that one. Well, that was a great save by Kazdorp. Lost the diffuser downforce after he hit the bumps in turn 1. But what does he do? Catches it like the absolute madman, like he is.
Yeah, it is pretty impressive what these drivers can do and how they can actually react fast enough to save a car going at 200 kilometers an hour to not go spearing into a wall.
The only downside of this is he'll have wrecked his rear tyres in the process.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow, I mean, that's the great thing. You can drift it all you want, but it's not good for your rear tyres. Yuri Kazdorp may just have found that he's lost about 2% life, or 1% life, or some life. And that's not going to help. That and the fact that they've lit up in terms of temperature.
Yeah, certainly not helping in terms of temperature. And again, it's just a little bit of that thermal runaway I was talking about earlier, but it doesn't appear to be as bad for the Kazdorp car as it was with who was it earlier?
Come on, Neil, memory.
I can't quite remember. Oh, memory is a thing that I don't quite have. It's fine.
Oh, it's a shame, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah, here's a test of your memory, though. We have a question from McLaren Simulator driver Rudy Van Buren. Yes, you're right. Don't change your channel. He's actually here in the comments. Hello, Rudy. And
I'm sorry for the time that I crashed into you in the SRCA Academy. Please don't kill me.
Well, try and get your apologies in now, will you, Neil? Though he asks us if there's any double stinting going on in GTEs, or is it still single stints on soft? And that's a good question, actually. I think we have actually seen some double stinting going on with these new GT cars.
Yes, it was the Zancho car did a double stint to begin with for tyres, and the car that was ahead of the Zancho at that point, the 69 Muster Racing car, did as well. I think Alessandro Perotti did as well at some point to begin with the race as well. So there has certainly been a few cars who did double stint to begin the race. I'm not exactly sure what tyre compound they were on, but they definitely did double stint.
Yeah, some double stinting going on there then. To answer your question, Rudy, of course, well, I was around when he won the competition to become the McLaren Simulator driver, and well, I was very happy for him at the time. Definitely deserving of said role, and, you know, maybe busy with McLaren these days, but still loves his esports, still watches all sorts of them, and of course, watching here today as well, cheering on whichever team that he feels, you know, he wants to cheer for, because you're allowed to have favourites as a McLaren Simulator driver, you know? It's not like McLaren are competing in the race or anything.
No, it's slightly awkward when he keeps on rooting for.
Well, thinking of awkward there, Neil, Quentin Benoit has had a massive slip in through the corner here. He was sliding around before, he was coming round to fast left-hander, into the second fast left-hander, hit the brakes, Zeno Vida was slowing down in front of him, locked the rears, opposite lock, completely off the track, crashed right into the wall. I don't know whether there's any suspension damage, but that is not going to help his momentum. In fact, it looks like he has damaged the right-hand suspension just a little bit.
Yeah,
yes, he's now having to turn the wheel, really wrench it around. That's going to heat the tyres up, and I expect we'll see that car in the pits sooner than otherwise anticipated.
I'm not exactly sure. I'm having a look at the onboard for Benoit. I'm not exactly sure if there is suspension damage on that. He's certainly not turning on the straights.
Yeah, it's only marginal. It's only marginal if there is any, but if there is suspension damage, it's going to heat the tyres up faster. That's going to make them degrade faster, and we'll see the car in the pits faster. So, problems for Benoit. Zeno Vida was there. He hit the brakes a little bit too hard. Completely human error to make. Easily done. Rears locked up. Car went one way. He counter-steered. Opposite lock. And the weight just transferred to the other side. Car threw into the wall. Nothing he could have done.
Yes, nothing. Nothing. Sometimes we have seen these drivers, you know, catch cars pretty quickly, but sometimes you just can't catch them quick enough.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you know, when weight transfer gets to that point, you are literally a passenger. No amount of opposite lock, throttle, braking, anything is going to save that sort of slide when, you know, the weight's at the back of the car, like it is in these Oricas, and it slides to one side like that. No amount of saving is going to stop me from going to the wall. It's just inevitable. Sometimes you just got to accept it and just prepare for impact. And speaking of weights,
in the 10 is right there in the rear wing of the 8. As he comes through Le Mans curve now and onto the Almond Straight, Stenson has balked ever so slightly by Via in the Atlantic car, but these two still on the lead lap, just 32 seconds behind the leader.
Yeah, Joachim Stenson is here. He's lining something up. Oh, no! Benoit gets squirrely there as well. The back steps out. He does not want to play a ball. Joachim Stenson breezes through, says thank you, bye. And Quentin Benoit, another position lost. It was just a huge twiggle through Sunset Bend. He was coming in, comes through, back steps out. Nope, it says, and then it does it again. And then Quentin Benoit has got a car fighting that does not want to go in a straight line anymore. He is shaking that car round like there's no tomorrow, but that suggests to me there is something wrong at the back.
Yes, perhaps, or perhaps he's just trying to gain a little bit of warmth in the tyres. Who knows? But yes, Stenson is losing. Benoit losing a couple of positions there. Perhaps he can reclaim that position on Stenson just now as Andres Corrali is ahead in that sim racing for Holland number 51 car. Perhaps just trying to use the GT traffic as a pick, but it appears that he's a little bit too far away now to make a move into Cunningham.
Yeah, Benoit. Oh, he's on the attack now. He doesn't seem to be deterred by the incident. Yossa Reneda in the Porsche is balking Stensness a bit here. Benoit now looking for an opportunity. He's braking early. He's powering on early. He's trying to get the advantage on Joachim Stensness, but it's not happening just yet. He was a couple of tenths out a few seconds ago. It's gone up to about 4 tenths now, maybe even half a second. He is losing a bit of time, but then he can gain loads of time all of a sudden. He's just got to be really careful here. Look at the lines he's taken here. This is nigh on perfection from Quentin Benoit at the moment. He is going all out to get this done, and he'll probably even have a cheeky look into this final corner. Yep. Oh, he's not. Actually, he's decided against it. I thought we were going to be good. Thought we were going to be ready ourselves, standing by for the dive bomb for a second there, but no can do from Benoit, decides against it.
Yes, just saying against it for now, but again, Pino's just got a touch of damage, and of course, we're just coming up to the quarter way point of this race.
Oh.
No use risking it for now.
Here we go, Benoit. He backs out again. I thought that was a sure move that time, but he thinks better of it. Well, is he trying to psych Stensness out here? Is he going to wait for turn 7, I think? He's going to wait for the hairpin, but he's too far back now unless he does the absolute end of all dive bombs, which would be completely daft if you ask me, but he's not going to do it. Let's see how much he closes up, though. A significant amount. He's still in this battle.
Yeah, still in this battle for now as they're coming up again out of the hairpin and up towards Cunningham, but again Benoit has fallen quite a little way back now. I think he really does need some traffic to help him come back into it.
Yeah, it does need some traffic. That's where we got a lot of the time before. Otherwise that gap is just going to keep increasing, and that's not what he wants. We'll have to see how this pans out throughout the coming minutes and time, but I'm just looking back. Alan Terzic in the pits now for Hydra Esports. That is why Marius Bird is closing in. Terzic is in the pits. He's been in for 45 seconds. I don't think, unless Devin Brown is getting in the car, there's going to be a driver change. There may be a driver change then. Bert has gone through, though. Marius Bert has gone through. One target into P9.
Yes, we're back up to 2 points for the one target car now, so just clawing back some of that time, because they really didn't have that good a qualifying session. I think they qualified 11th, so there's just something about their setup in the one target car that really hasn't clicked.
Yeah, Joachim Stensness is as well in the other Hydra car. Devin Brown has gotten in the number 20, by the way, so that is a driver change there. I wonder if there's going to be a driver change in the other car as well. Obviously Brown has come out there. Joachim Stensness in the 10, I suspect, may switch with Alan Terzic. So Terzic may get back in the car now. Visno obviously still leading for Blackhawk. Dennis Jordan from Kanastrachi from Kazdorp. Kanastrachi and Kazdorp actually only 2 seconds within each other now. This is developing into a nice potential for a battle between the Virus and Velas cars. That's always a tongue twister, isn't it, Neil?
Yes, the 1 versus the 21 as they're just coming out of Tower and down towards Bishop and so on. They've actually got Marius Bert ahead of them, which is the first car 1 lap down, at least ahead of Canastrachi at the moment.
Yeah, and this battle, I guess you could say it's 121 cars. Lay down your tyres, give up the fuel, perhaps. That's a Green Day reference if ever there was one, but no green track for these guys. They've been racing on it for 3 hours and 2 minutes now. We are a quarter of the way through.
Yes, 1/4 of the way through this race, so why don't you give us a rundown of the standings just now?
Gladly. Daniel Visner and Blackhawk Racing, the current leaders in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Sebring 12 hours. The 106 car leads from the number 12, Dennis Jordan, and Avid Chronic Racing Zach Speed. Then it's Daniele Canastrati in the current reigning championship car. The number 1 is in P3, but under threat from the 21. The Velas Sim Sport car driven by Yuri Kazdorp. Quentin Benoit rounds out your top 5 on LMP2 for Raijin Racing. Moving down to LMP3, what do we have? We have Michal Sedlacek, Team RGPL leading affairs. This is an interesting one for them, the 27 in front. Sean Jacobs, though, in the Speedy Bike car, the dominant force in P3 this season, going for them in second place. The 35 is third. Tony Manor at the helm of the race coach, Norma M30. Then it's the number 33 car, the Musto Racing car, driven by Matteo Pachetti. Fifth place in class at the moment, further back down the order, GT Tommy for Champion Racing. Now we move down to the GTs, and Musto out in front at the moment. Tiziano Brioni leads in the number 69 car, then it's the 63. Both BMWs are on the same team. Pulse Motorsport are in second. Frederick Schroeder for Hydra Esports is third in yet another BMW. And it's a quartet of German engineering. James Johnson is in the Zancho car in the number 172 in fourth. Finally, a Porsche in the top five, though. The number 64 car, Yossa Reneda, rounds that out in the 991 GTE. The number 64 car in fifth place.
There we go, the top five in each class, and they'll be assuming to see, well, indeed there is some GT stops going on just now. Tiziano Brioni has just came in the BMW that was leading the class, actually, and Ren's clock comes in right behind him. So just past the hour mark, which does mean expecting those GT stops, and indeed coming in at the moment.
Right, so, and ultimately, at the moment, it is the battle for third and fourth that we are focusing on here. Kazdorp and Canistracci, Virus versus Velis. I'm starting to get the hang of this, actually. And I'm sure Yuri Kazdorp has got the hang of catching up Canistracci. The gap's down to what I believe to be 1 second or less.
Yes, just under a second. Well, it's around about that 1 second mark currently. 8/10 as I look at it live now, 9 or so. So yes, it's pretty much a second. Of course, there will be natural fluctuations depending on braking and accelerating, so on and so forth. But yes, as they're coming through the run between Cunningham and Tower for now, and that Kazdorp car, that number 21, is looking hungry for its podium.
Yeah, Kazdorp on the prowl, wanting the podium position that Canistracci currently occupies. And if we know anyone who's a hard fighter for podium positions, it's certainly Yuri Kazdorp. Canistracci, though, will not just lie down and give it to him. They expect he's going to have an easy time. Yuri Kazdorp has another thing coming. And that thing is the number 1 car, and it's driven by Daniele Canistracci, as we can see.
Yeah, yes, it does. And again, it's just toing and froing in terms of what drivers in the car and what points of the stint they're in, because we've seen Kazdorp who just got in the car half an hour ago or so, and Canistracci did pretty much the same in that Virus car. But again, just seeing the different strengths of the drivers. Kazdorp moving to the outside, but nothing he can do for the moment.
For the moment, but that might change very soon. He's looking down the inside. He brakes. Oh, locks the right rear up. And that has cost him, yes, time there. Probably in the region of a second. Maybe even more. But he really did hit the brakes hard there. Coming into the turn. It was, in fact, yep, it was the right rear. The brake disc was molten. Yeah, actually, the front right. I excuse myself there. There will be a huge flat spot on that tyre now, but he actually has gained the time back really quickly, though that front right will have suffered a couple of % of wear, and that might throw the strategy off by a couple of laps.
Yeah, just change up the strategy as long as they've got enough fuel in the car to actually change up the strategy a little bit. And that's obviously a fairly large question. They could decide to come in a couple of laps earlier, but if they have the fuel, they can decide to just go a couple of laps longer than they initially anticipated to.
Perhaps so. Kazdorp is still chasing the kind of strategy down here. This is absolutely brilliant stuff for watching. I mean, yeah, we're 3 hours into the race, but don't let that stop me from going for it. You know, it is a 12-hour sprint, isn't it?
Yes, there isn't much endurance anymore. It's just running.
We should just call it the Virtual Sprint Championship. Here we go. I was going to say stand 5 for the dive bomb, but there was no dive bomb. Kazdorp got on the brakes early, and that may have cost him the position against Canistracci, though he seems to have gotten the better exit as they come round into turn 1. What will Kazdorp do now? He can't go down the inside. He's going to have to use the outside. He will turn in as hard as he can. Will it be enough for Yuri Kazdorp to get the place? No, kind of strategy using all of the track available to him, but it's Kazdorp on the outside. It's kind of strategy is the one who goes for the dive bomb now, and they're still side by side. They cannot get away from each other, but Kazdorp finally moves to the outside there, and as we come into 6 and 7, this is crunch time now. It's Kazdorp versus Strategy. Who's going to come out as the beneficiary here? Strategy on the outside, locks up the brakes. Kazdorp seals the deal, just like he imagined, with the nice break-in into the turn, and it is Kazdorp's podium at last.
It is Kazdorp's podium for now in that number 21 car. They are coming up on traffic now. There's LMP3 and GT traffic ahead. And Kazdorp's got to try and get through this traffic as fast as possible so he doesn't allow Strategy to have another go at him. Coming into Tower, Strategy just a little bit too far back to make a move.
Well, he's lost about a second on Kazdorp just by the aftermath of that brilliant manoeuvre there. They were side by side for 5 corners straight, 6 corners straight. Literally millimeters between them all the time. Kazdorp had the advantage in the end though. Strategy locked the brakes, couldn't take enough speed into the corner and had to concede in the end, but whew, that goes to show there is no chill in the VEC right now. These guys want positions and they want them now.
Yes, and as we had the interview earlier with Eric Schmieder, he said that he did say that he was going to give us a few tidbits of information, and according to him, the Hydra car is extending stints. And they'll allow them to cover should there be a code 80. They'll allow them to benefit. Obviously, if there's a code 80 between everyone else behind them pitting and them still being out, that's obviously something quite beneficial to them. But they will also lose time to the Pulse car initially due to the undercut. And Zancho and Musto are both double stinting as well, apparently.
Well, they're 7 and 10 at the moment, the 2 Hydra cars, so they need to try something, and maybe this is what's going to help them if there is a code 80. The GT cars, that is, well, I beg your pardon. Well, the GT cars then, as it stands, those
the
GTs...
GTs in third.
Hydra GTs in third, so again, they have to try something from where Schroeder's sitting. Rona and Johnson are quite far up the order, so again, maybe they need to try something. I guess you can apply that to the P2s as well, given they need to try something.
Yes, again, 7th and 10th, as you said, and it certainly is not helping the championship runs of the 10 and of the 20, them coming 3rd and 5th respectively into the race in the championship. That number 10 car only 14 points behind number 12 car, but at the moment that gap looks to be extending.
A gap coming up there at the moment between Kazdorp and Strategy. It looks like it's about 3.5 seconds now from where I'm sitting. We'll keep you posted on that gap, obviously, if it decreases again and we see a battle between the two. But it looks like the faster car is now ahead and is closing down, possibly, on Dennis Jordan, or at least that'll be the intention for Kazdorp as he shoots for second.
Yes, and there's a battle going on. There's a battle going on, Josh.
Is there?
30th place overall between teammates, the 76 and the 77.
Oh, Peter Grau and Heiko Garvin back. There's no gap between the two of them. James Johnson's flashing them both on, saying, get out of the way, your battle's not important, I'm in a big BMW. But it's important to us. Peter Grau and Heiko Garvin back in the Porsches. 2-3 wide cars. They're in 13th and 12th in class. That's not going to stop them from fighting each other, though.
It's certainly not, but it does appear that the gap between them is extended slightly, mainly because they had to allow James Johnson, the current GTE leader, through. And of course, the blue flags is what is it again? It's 3 turns, I think it is, isn't it?
There's a few corners, yeah, that you have to give up position by. Obviously, if Johnson can't get through, But Colvin back, he needn't necessarily go out of his way to, well, obviously, give the place up. I'm just looking, actually, Peter Grau was short shifting through that corner there, the last corner, by the looks of it. Wasn't using the full rev range. But he is now coming into next few corners, so maybe trying to save a bit of fuel, Peter Grau. I mean, if you look, he's only really going up to about, by going to the full screen telemetry, he's only using 8,500 RPM of the 9,200 or so that he's got. He's definitely short shifting.
Yeah, perhaps short shifting, perhaps just the thing to short shift a touch, just so you can get an extra lap of fuel out of it.
I mean, don't over a stint, you can save quite a bit of fuel. I mean, if you're saving 0.1 a lap and your stint is 30 laps, that is 3 litres of fuel. That can often be a lap of fuel. And that can make the difference in terms of strategy, believe me.
Yeah, it certainly can, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see how that plays out. It's something that perhaps we'll not necessarily get the advantage of just now, but it's something that is definitely a longer game.
Playing the long game, perhaps trying to get out of Dodge as they are in at the moment, 13th and 12th in class. Trying to move up the order, perhaps, and they're doing it by saving fuel. See how that works out for them as this race goes on. Daniel Visner working out finely for at the moment. Blackhawk still leading this race in minute 194.
Minute 194 of the race, and of course, Josh, in a normal race, we'll be over halfway through.
We would, but this isn't a normal race, is it, Neil?
It's not correct. It is not a normal race.
We're in uncharted territory as far as the endurance pack's concerned. This is the first 12-hour that is, well, not possibly been done in history, but the first official one. Well, okay, apart from the 12 hours of Sebring, that was done with not the endurance pack. It's good to see these prototypes, and it's good to see, isn't it, Neil? You know, it goes so far to show how much manufacturers are looking into esports as the future when you have officially licensed prototypes, GTs, you know, battling around a fully laser scanned version of Sebring International Raceway. You know, this is pretty much as real as you can get in terms of accuracy. I mean, the track certainly is. You can feel every bump.
Yeah, the track certainly. And of course, as you said, getting the manufacturers and Studio 397 being able to get data from the manufacturers about their cars, and you know what sort of motions they have when they're going through yaw and forward and acceleration and braking, so on and so forth. It certainly is very, very helpful to model these cars as realistically as possible.
Yeah, it's not just a case of scan the car, put the inputs into the simulator. You've got to model it as well as you can. So it'll be an interesting one for that. And oh well, I'm looking at the gaps, and it's a model P2 coming up for Kasdorp, perhaps. Look at the rate he's closing in on Jordan. I was about to say he's actually only 3.8 seconds back now.
Yeah, that last gap, 1.8 seconds faster than Dennis Jordan.
It's almost like he's trying to make a point, isn't he, Neil?
Really? Why would you want to do that?
I don't know, maybe he's trying to say he deserves to be in second. Well, he's pushing for it, and we'll see if he gets there in the next few laps. That much is for sure. And Yuri Kasdorp, well, we know how good he is, we know how Velosimsport is, we know how good the Orico 7 is, but how good are his chances of catching Jordan at this rate? Very.
It could just be a couple of laps, or perhaps 3 or 4 laps until these two get together for that second position.
Yeah, Kasdorp makes his way through turn 1. I'm just looking from where he's looking, and it is so bumpy, this track. I know we keep mentioning it, but it's literally just bump, 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 bump. The wheel keeps, you have to hold it in place to keep the car turning in the correct angle to get around the corner the quickest way possible. We may as well have called this the 12 hours of, oh my god, my arms have fallen off.
Yes, you can say that for pretty much all the races, but just insert 6 or 8 or 24 instead of
especially
12.
here though. I mean, if you're running with high force feedback around here, you know, in these cars, these 500, 600 horsepower prototypes with no traction control, no assist. Well, actually, they do have traction control, don't they? But the GTs do. I think they do, at least. Answers on a postcard again, but when you're wrestling a 600 horsepower high downforce prototype with lots of bumps in the road and high amounts of force feedback intensity, That's going to be a handful.
And handful it is, yes. It's going to be a number of hands full.
Yes, hands full. Not 3 bags full. Yes, hands full. That's how we measure it nowadays. And Kazdorp has got his work cut out, though I suspect he won't be running a very heavy force feedback set. And maybe he'll have accounted for the bumpiness of the track and turned it down a bit.
Yes. Yeah. That's another thing with this laser scan track, is that you might just need to turn down that force feedback a little bit more than normal, just so that the steering wheel really doesn't get ripped out of your hands. I'm thinking through the final turn and through turn 1 as well, where it's incredibly bumpy.
Yeah, Kazdorp in now, into the pits. We've been watching him, and we're still watching him as he finds his box now. And is he onto the jacks? No, he's not. He's staying on those tyres. Well, Canon Strategy therefore goes through into P3, but has yet to pit in this stint. Dennis Jordan is 10 seconds up the road from him. Daniel Visner 16 up the road from him. And this is going to be a very interesting one to see how much Jordan, now the pressure of Kazdorp is off.
Yes, it would make sense. It would make sense if they're not changing tyres on this stop, because if they're double stinting the tyres and stopping every 40 minutes, this means this is stop number 4, which is in between the stints, which is going to come on to stint 6. Trust me.
That's hard to do sometimes, but I will trust you on this occasion.
Sorry, it's stop number 5. Sorry, going on to stint number 6.
Yeah, going on to the 6th then, and Cliff van der Veen is in the pits again for Ramada Motorsports, and well, I've just noticed as well we lost Salvo Sardina quite a while back in that Ajira car. They were struggling before. I think they might have called it a day, to be honest. They were right near the back anyway, so possibly just giving up on that front. Van der Veen exits the pits though. Gets overtaken. He will be in 8th. Maurice will not catch in the time that remains until he gets to where he's going though. Joachim Stensnes is about to be lapped by Daniel Visner, Neil.
Yes, Stensnes about to be lapped by Visner, but the question is, when will Stensnes let him pass? The answer is on the run down to the hairpin as Daniele Canestracci comes in the virus.
Yeah, Canestracci in, and this will probably see reversal of the position change we saw when Kazdorp lost in the pits to Canestracci. We assume, therefore, that Daniele will now drop back into 4th. Kazdorp will go through and then resume the chase on Jordan.
Yes, resuming the chase on Jordan, at least trying to resume that chase, having a look at where Canestracci is. Well, where Canestracci is stationary in the pit lane. Next car up is going to be Yuri Kazdorp in that number 21 Velez. Kazdorp launching himself out of the Sunset Bend. Canestracci still stationary there in the pit lane, which means he's going to lose that 3rd position, put Canestracci down to 4th. But because Stensnes is currently coming onto the Le Mans straight, the Ullman straight at the back end of the circuit, I don't believe that Canestracci is going to lose another position.
Comedy in the comments, Neil. David O'Reilly interestingly points out that Sebring is a former US Army base, and given it's an airfield, you might expect that. So, you know, the question is, as asked by Bobtail VW22, did they do bomb testing on the last turn?
It certainly feels like it sometimes, doesn't
it? It certainly feels like it. You can say that about the whole track and how bumpy it is, but ultimately, you know, we manage.
Yeah, I've got a dirt road outside where I live, and sometimes the dirt road that I've got outside is pretty much the same texture as the Sunset Bend.
Well, it's quite rough, I'll give it that. And if the tyres had feelings, they would be very hurt by the roughness of this track, I'd say so. Unfortunately, tyres don't have feelings. They're just rubbery objects that exist solely to take the abuse these cars give them.
Yes, as Daniele Canestracci has cycled back out in 7th place, actually. He lost positions to Velez, Hydra, Rajan, and ACR Zaxpeed in that pit stop phase. But of course, the others in front of him have yet to make their stops.
Yeah, cars in front yet to make stops. Canestracci now behind Bataille, Benoit Stensness. Work to do for Virus, you feel. The number 1 car back against the wall again. They've got the work to do again. It always seems to end up like this, Neil. They always seem to be the one doing the legwork.
Yes. It does seem like that sometimes, doesn't it?
Well, it's almost like being the champion car comes with pressure, doesn't it? As they now pass their GT team car, sister car, in the form of Bram Balin driving it. Again, a driver who I keep mentioning came from SRVN into the Virus Driver Academy, then proceeded to drive in their GT car, and he's really proven himself since.
Yeah, really proven himself since. A fantastic job.
Yeah, he's really made himself do well here, and well, Daniele Canestracci trying his best to catch up to the cars ahead who are Bataille. It's not that far ahead, actually, only about a second or so in it. That has probably gone down to half a second now, and well, this could be a battle in the works, perhaps. I mean, I'm going to look and see if there's any closer ones. Doesn't look like there is, so we'll stay with Canestracci.
Yeah, staying with Daniele Canestracci for now, as they're coming out of 5 through 6 through the big bend underneath the bridges, underneath the pedestrian bridges now, and Canestracci trying to use as much of that slipstream as possible to get past Joao Petez in the 102 ACR Zaxpeed car, but not able to at the moment. The next braking zone will of course be at Cunningham, but I don't think he's close enough to make a move there either.
Quite so. He's really doing a job here. Canestracci going to try and force a mistake, perhaps on Bataille in the ACR car. I don't know, but he's really giving it a shot. Paschetti on the outside in the P3 is not helping affairs, but he gets out the way as he needs to do. Daniele, though, really chasing hard now. The pressure will be on the ACR Zaxpeed car in front, because you will know that Canestracci's going to fight hard for this place.
Yeah, Canestracci going to be fighting incredibly hard for this place. Petez ahead. Oh, Canestracci is going fairly wide coming out of Le Mans Curve, and trying to use again that slipstream down towards Sunset Bend, but not close enough to make a move there as Daniel Visner comes in from the lead of the race in the 106.
Oh, Canestracci gets it all sort of wrong again. Visner in the pits, as you rightly state. It looks like Bataille will gain a slight bit of time back, will unlap himself at the very least, but Canestracci through Sunset fell victim to the rough surface as we were talking about. He hit a bump, car almost leap vaulted in the air actually. I think all 4 wheels briefly were off the ground for milliseconds there. All 4 wheels off the ground, lost the downforce, but he's managed to catch straight back up again. He will not be deterred even as he goes onto the gravel.
Yeah, well, undeterred as he goes onto the gravel, coming down towards the hairpin again, the biggest braking zone in the circuit. Canestracci moves to the right-hand side, which of course is the inside. Doesn't send it though. Just a little bit of a psychological battle there on Petez, just trying to make sure that he knows he's there.
Yeah, he's just trying to remind the ACR driver on a very regular basis, stand by for the dive bomb, but it's gone backwards. It's backfired, it's gone in his face, and Canestracci has actually lost almost 2 seconds by attempting said dive bomb. Well, I tell you what, I may as well have that on repeat at this time, standing by for dive bombs, but this time it's not worked out for you, has it, Daniele?
Yeah, it hasn't quite worked out this time round, coming through Bishop and towards the final complex. The right, the left, and the right. Canestracci again a little bit too far back, I feel, to make a move into Sunset. He needs to set it up for turn 1 or turn 3. I say that though, he's got a great run out of Le Mans.
He's got a pretty good run, and you're going to give him that. I mean, a good run is always helpful into the final corner. He breaks early rather than late. He does not want to repeat the same mistake that he's just made. He will have the run on Bataille here, who will go immediately to the outside of the corner because he knows that's the best line. Canestracci with it all to do. Are we going to see dive bomb number 2 from Daniele? Yes, we are. Standing by throws it into one. This time around, there's no questions asked, no problem. Signed, sealed, delivered straight to the door of Team Virus. P6 goes kind of strategy.
Yeah, P6 now goes to that number 1 car. He's now 3 seconds off of Quentin Benoit in the number 8 Raging Racing car for that 5th place. The question is, how long will it take him to get there?
Yeah, so now the challenge is getting ahead, getting to Benoit, moving forwards, going forwards from here, catching up to the Raging car and passing it. They are 3 seconds up the road, but Counter Strategy's got 1 car out the way. The confidence will be high for future overtakes.
Yeah, for very high for future overtakes. We always know that the Virus car, anyone in the Virus squad is a very, very aggressive driver. Let's put it that way. They're not afraid to put their car where it should be. So as we have now our second guest in the booth, why don't you take it away, Josh?
Why don't I take the guest away? That's not very nice. We've just brought them in. It's Ed Trevelyan Johnson too. Hello, Ed.
Hello, guys.
You don't want to be taken away, do you? Neil's suggesting that I remove you.
Do whatever you like. I don't really have any words anymore now.
Yeah, you seem a bit downbeat at the moment. Well, I'm looking up and down the fields, and why would that be? Well, you can't. I'm not seeing it, unfortunately.
In 17th.
In 17th, overall? Yes, overall. You're leading the race. Come on, be happy.
Yeah. I have. I found out this morning my wheel failed, so I can't drive.
That's reason to be sad. Fair enough.
I thought, got nothing better to do than to wind you two up.
Yeah, my sincere condolences and apologies for your loss, Ed.
That's all right. Just got Felix's girlfriend constantly in my ear about how much time he's allowed to have on this. She's kind of turned into a bit of a mother, I think, for him. So. She and I are always arguing.
Felix Antoine Frontin's got an overly obsessive girlfriend, everybody! I'm kidding. No, she doesn't.
Well, hopefully she's watching and hears that.
Well, if she's watching and she hears that, I'm moving to Japan.
Yeah.
I do not want to be for the fallout from that.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Every single race, like she gets him for a month, and we take 1 day and a bit of practice. Every month out of him, so it doesn't seem particularly fair. Every time there's a race, she always has a huge go at me about how much time he has to put into it.
It's not your fault.
I think he's been starting to lock his door so that no one can get in.
I don't blame him. Oh dear. Well, I can't say I don't think I'll ever have the problem of an overly controlling girlfriend for yes reasons, but either way, your team doing a fantastic job. James Johnson at the helm of the BMW M8 now.
Yeah, it's good. We're trying to, I don't know, just keep out of trouble. I think we've been getting better over the season. I say I've only done one race so far, which is Sepang, because my wheel was broken in the early part of the season, and then I started work at the other end of the city that I live in, and had to take my computer for that, and obviously I couldn't take my wheel and cockpit with me, so I've only been able to do one race. But yeah, we've been getting better. We got third last round. Just been getting caught out by strategy and like a couple of little spins and stuff like that. But Felix drove a perfect first 2 stints, and James is like you've commentated on James before in other leagues
numerous times, yeah.
So like he's obviously got a lot of experience, and he's a bit of a machine. Like he just like sits in the car and doesn't say anything and just posts the same lap for a lot of the stint. So where we're really gaining is, I think, at the end of stints, we're just able to keep the lap times high. And obviously, like James is on he's on the second stint on these set of softs, and again, like we just seem to have a little bit of extra pace, particularly with him. So yeah, he's done a huge amount of work going into this race. Like he spent days on the setup and put a huge amount of hours in. So I think hopefully, if we get a decent result here, he'll be finally satisfied. He gets very frustrated.
Yeah, I can imagine so when you're as talented as he is. But yeah, P1 for you guys at the moment. Nothing really wrong with that insofar as, you know, you're doing a great job of holding it as well. You know, barely any, if any, slip-ups this race. James, obviously, the machine, firing in those lap times, revving up to 6,500 RPM in every gear. He's not having any problems, really. And, well, I'm sure Neil Heatley would agree.
If he's there.
If he's even
Yes,
existing.
it's just that you just said, Josh, that there was that no problems yet for the Sancho car. You know what's going to happen in the
Don't
next
do that
half
to us
hour.
yet, Josh.
But
Don't-
strictly,
It's
strictly,
your fault.
do it as
It's
well,
your
Neil.
fault if it happens.
yeah, strictly speaking, Neil
Just stop
mentioned
it.
it. Neil mentioned
stop.
it, so it's on his head.
I think it would be on both of yours. I'll be very angry with both of you if something happens. Anyway,
Well,
it's just like the interesting things are like there are a few cars which you know which one Tower Corner or Tower Bend or whatever it's called is.
Yes.
It's a difficult trail breaking one, and then also the corner going onto the back straight.
Yeah.
There are like the same LMP2s that feel they can throw it up there, and it's only because the GT pulls out and loses a lot of time that there isn't contact. So
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
that's the only thing at the moment that's gonna, because we haven't really been making mistakes. The car has felt really good, but there are just some cars which feel like they, you know, want to have a hero moment going up in those corners, and it's just extremely dangerous for us. And the other thing is there are a few cars out there who are just kind of not decisive enough. And like I think it's particularly apparent with LMP3s because there's not so much of a speed difference. So yeah, we would really prefer it if they just kind of went for the move, like go late on the brakes or something like that. Don't just stay up on the inside or like think about it and stay just a bit behind, because once they do it, once they try that, once they are just behind and they're sort of thinking, they move out and they're thinking about the move, we're already kind of like, okay, well, we're going to take a wide line this lap or this corner, so everyone loses time. So those are the only things. There's the GTE driver rant over.
yeah, I mean, I guess in a way, then you're basically saying if you've given pace notes to them as rally drivers, you'd be saying don't cut me brave.
Yeah. Well, exactly. I mean, it's somewhere in between, really. In between, you know, diving up in Tower and that one before the back straight. Between that and, you know, not making the move at all, or just sort of like thinking about making the move when you could, and then not doing it.
Yeah, I'm just actually seeing Daniele Canistracci in P6 in the virus car came into the pits. I'm told to do a stop and go penalty, but accidentally did a service. He got the tyres changed and got fuel put in, so still has to serve the stop go. Ah, dearie me. Well, it's an easy mistake to make, isn't it? It's just not ticking something in the MFD ultimately, but now they've got to do a stop go too, and that might actually seriously put them at a disadvantage. Unless you can do the stop go and then take the tyres, or do the stop go at the same time, which I don't think you can you?
I think you can add the time onto your pit stop, basically. You just have to pit within the 5 laps. It's like serve
Well,
within
if that's
5
the
laps.
case, that's the case, and they've taken advantage of the situation then.
Well, it's Vires. They're pretty good at strategy.
I mean, they wouldn't be the champion car if they weren't, would they? So, ultimately, they are currently doing well on the strategy front, and, well, you guys are certainly doing well on the leading front. So, let's hope that it stays that way throughout the rest of the race. Thank you very much,
hope so.
Andrew Welling-Johnston, for joining us in the commentary box, as always. And, well, given that you're going to be in an advisory sort of team managery capacity for your team in this race, I suppose we might get the chance to see you later?
If you like, Josh.
Oh, we'd love
if
we'd
that's
love
good
to.
for you.
We'd
Sure.
absolutely love to.
Why not? Alright, see you later.
It's always a pleasure to have you, Matt. Thank you, Ed. Never a dull moment with him, is there, Neil?
No, but something that was said with the with Canistracci doing that stop, that does mean He's almost like halfway through a stint now, his stop is going to be, presuming that he did the service and the stop go at the same time. It does mean that his pit stop is now essentially halfway through a stint, and that could be very, very helpful should a Code 80 come out later in the race. But there is now a battle for second place in Dennis Jordan and Yuri Kazdorp, the number, that's the 12 ACR Zach Speed versus the number 21 Velez.
Yep, hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. We got about for second incoming. Kazdorp and Jordan, two of the best in the business. Gonna go at it here at Sebring, the 12 hours of Sebring here in the Virtual Endurance Championship. And we have already done 218 minutes of this race, that being almost 3 hours and 20, meaning we have... You can do maths, can't you, Neil?
Oh...
No, you can't. We can see it on the screen. It's 8 hours and 20. The great thing is you don't have to do maths if you're viewing this race. We do it all for you. Got the timer there. Tells you how long we have. But we don't have that luxury. We have to do it manually.
Yes, we have to do maths. Sometimes
we have
it's
to
good,
have thinking
brains.
brains.
Oh, thinking brains. That's... oh no.
That's a problem for Neil because, well... it just is, but no problems for Kazdorp at the moment. Chasing down Jordan like he means business, which he does.
Yes, it does mean, well, at least trying to mean business and trying to take that position away, trying to go all the way around the outside at Sunset. That would be a very, very brave move if he did manage to pay it off. But he's managed to actually stick it all the way around outside of Sunset, did Yuri Kazdorp, which means they're side by side coming across the line. Kazdorp has the inside for turn 1. And there we go. That appears to be that number 21 car up into second.
Well, that was a brilliantly executed move. I thought for the moment he slid ahead in the final turn, he might have the advantage, and he has done. Dennis Jordan helpless as Kazdorp swipes that P2 away, and now is the charge that he's wanted for this whole race. He has 19.7 seconds of no opposition in front to catch and pass the leading Black Hawk Racing LMP2.
Yes, that Black Hawk Racing car currently in the lead, Daniel Visner at the wheel of the 106 car, 19.3 seconds clear of Yuri Kazdorp in that Velez car. So very, very good, good job just to pull away slightly while the cars behind were battling, as he's on lap number 118.
Yeah, 118 laps into this race, almost 120 into this race, and we'll be hitting the 4-hour mark soon, and I think that's a perfect time for me to go and grab a bite to eat and have a quick break, reset my vocal cords, and come back refreshed and strengthened. So Neil Heatley, if you wouldn't mind manning the fort for some minutes, I will be back with you promptly.
Yes. As having a look on track at the moment, Frederick Schroeder in 20th place overall is trying to chase down Renz. Klopp, Schroeder, of course, in that number 60 Hydra Esports car, and Klopp in the number 63 Pulse car. These two were pretty close together earlier on, and indeed they're continuing to be pretty close together. Just 1.7 seconds make that separates the two of them. So as Renz Klopp is coming through turn 5 at the moment, having to let the LMP2 traffic pass of Dennis Jordan, the one who we were just talking about in that battle with Kazdorp. Again, trying to let traffic pass in a GT car without losing too much time is exactly as much of an art as trying to drive a LMP2 car, not losing too much time and passing the GTs. Just all about maximising your lines, maximising your speeds through certain corners, and just making those split-second decisions, make the correct split-second decisions of how, of which direction you'll go, which direction you'll allow the car behind to go, be it an LMP3 or an LMP2. Quentin Benoit, though, in the 6th place at the moment in the number 8 region racing car. He's just falling a little bit behind Cliff Van de Ven in that number 3 Ramada Motorsports car. 2.5 seconds the gap between the two of them now. Certainly not what they want at the moment. Also having a look at the rest of the timing. Yes, it does appear the gap between Klopp and Schroeder is the one that is currently closest on the circuit. 2 seconds separate the two of them, which, when you think about it, 2 seconds after, what is that, after almost 4 hours of racing, make that 3 3/4 hours of racing, is actually very, very impressive to be able to be that close. They're essentially down to probably 1/10 of a kilometre of an hour difference between the two of them average over almost 4 hours of racing. It is pretty remarkable when you see it. As Joachim Stensnes comes into the pits in the number 10 Hydra Esports car from 4th place, he's going to be passed by Cliff Van de Ven, by Quentin Benoit, and I believe he probably won't be passed by Yao Pettis in the 102 ACR Zach Speaks Up car. I say probably, that is of course just for now. Anybody in the swap zone actually for Stensnes? The answer appears to be no, but someone that is in the swap area is Michi Hoya, the ACR Zaxby driver. The Pettis or Jordan will be coming in soon, and they'll be taking up the reins of their Orca 07 Nissan. 4.2 litre V8 in these Orica 07s. And of course, putting out somewhere in the region of 600 horsepower, about 605 horsepower, so weighing just 930 grams, which is kilograms, I should say, rather. Be very, very impressive if they're 930 grams, but alas, they're not. Just 930 kilograms, which is very, very impressive when you think about all the technology that's inside it. Having to have the engine and all of the aero parts, the suspension, the tyres, the gearbox, everything inside it, and just weighing 930 kilograms is a fairly, fairly impressive feat of engineering. If we go on board at the moment with the car that is currently in 4th position, the number 3 car, Cliff Van de Ven, the Ramada Motorsports car, and a fairly anonymous afternoon from that number 3 car, which is by no means a bad thing. Just slowly being there, not being any incidents, just sitting there in the background waiting for anything to happen to the competitors ahead. Of course, that number 3 car only scored 20 points so far this season, down in 11th place in the LMP2 standings. In the LMP3s, the Speeding Mike car, who is currently driving that Speedy Mite LMP3 car, is currently Jeremy Talbot. 14th overall and 2nd in class. And they are in a very, very peculiar position. Because they're 2nd. They've won the last 4 races in a row. And to certainly finish 2nd, be no mean feat. It'd be something that they'd be very, very proud of. But to win 4 races in a row in a spec class like LMP3, and of course it also being the middle class where you have to lap and be lapped, is again a very, very impressive feat. So just at the moment, the 5 cars on the lead lap, it being Daniel Visna in the 106 Blackhawk, the number 21 Velez of Yuri Castorp, the number 12 ACR Zach Speed of Dennis Jordan, the 3 Gramada Motorsports of Cliff Vandevin, and the number 8 Raging Racing of Quentin Benoit being the only 5 on the lead lap at the moment, which again, very impressive after almost 4 hours of racing to still have 5 cars in the same 7 kilometers of track. Sorry, the same 6 kilometers of track. But, there appears to be a nice three-way battle about to come up between Alan Terzic, Marius Bert, and Nico Barclay. Terzic in that number 20 Hydra Esports car, Marius Bert in the number 11 One Target, and Nico Barclay in the number 5 One Acco. The 3 of them coming across the line separated by only about 3 seconds. As Nico Barclay is much closer to Bert than Bert is to Terzic. They're just coming through the turn 4-5 sequence now. Then out through 6 towards the hairpin, underneath bridge 1. Then coming underneath bridge number 2. Barclay a little bit too far back to make a move. I'd be very impressed if he can make a move from this distance, but just a little bit too far back for now. Now they have to make their way through GT traffic. You can see the sun is starting to set here at Sebring. The lights are starting to have to come on. As they're coming through Tower now. As the corner that Ed Trevelyan Johnson was speaking of not too long ago, that you have to trail brake is a very, very difficult corner. You have to turn and brake at the same time. There really is no space to get your car straight before you start braking. It is a fairly difficult corner here. Again, all of them are pretty difficult corners here at Sebring. A lot of them are fast. Quite a few of them have room for error. As Barclay and Bert coming up to the back of Ren's Klopp in the Pulse Motorsport car. Barclay going around the outside at Sunset Bend. Going to take a very, very wide line, but taking that wide line means he can slingshot himself onto the front straight and take a little bit more speed down towards turn 1. But again, not close enough for now for Nico Barclay and that number 5 car. So that's going to be the next car ahead for the number 11. It looks like it's the Talking Door Porsche. I say that Barclay, look at the fantastic run he got out of 5, but he's going to have to go all the way around the outside of Bert. They're side by side coming into the braking zone for the hairpin. Who's going to get out first from the hairpin? And it's going to be Marius Bert and Barclay. You just had to ease out of the brakes a little bit. You can't really pass around the outside of the hairpin. Is very, very difficult to do. So coming towards Cunningham now, Barclay trying to go all the way around the outside, but not able to, and there's a lot of smoke coming from the tyres of that number 11 car because he's starting to he's starting to lock up the tyres so much more now that he's under pressure. And again, it's happened coming through Tower, and Barclay's going to use Adam Baldwin as a pick, almost 3 wide coming down towards Bishop. But 3 wides down there doesn't work. Barclay, look at how close he is to the rear wing of that number 11 car. So close. Coming onto the Omen Straight now, Barclay just lost a little bit of time through that last complex. Moves to the right hand side to go up the inside of Peter Grau. Again, not close enough to make a move at Sunset this time round. He catches up a lot right at the apex of the corner actually. but you can't really pass anyone at an apex. I mean, you can try, but it probably won't turn out nicely. Next car up ahead of these two is going to be LMP3 traffic. It's Mark Veit. He goes a little bit wide at turn 3, allows the two of them through. And again, Marius Bert just a little bit faster this half of the lap. Again, this gap just going to and fro, ebbing and flowing. So coming through up towards Tower now, and again Barclay just not quite close enough to make a move for now. To the right and the left, and then the right again, coming through Le Mans curve and out towards the Ullman Straight for their 124th time this afternoon. So the 120, oh no, it is their 124th time this afternoon, excuse me, I was looking at the wrong thing, as Bert goes defensive towards the inside. Barclay trying to go all the way around the outside. We've seen this work a couple of times before, but not if you go that wide, Nico. So continuing to sit there in 10th place. Of course, 10th place is worth a point, an all-important point. But they will never, but no driver will settle for just 1 point. Again, Barclay there just being balked by GT traffic. This time is Duna, the number 51 sim racing for Holland car. As Alan Terzic has hit the race with his suspension damage. Alan Terzic out of the race in the number 20 car. That is going to be very, very damaging for their championship hopes. They were 5th in the championship coming into the race, but now they're certainly going to lose a couple of positions from there. That moves Barclay and Bert up to 9th and 8th respectively, but Nico Barclay appears to have just lost quite a bit of time by just catching traffic in the wrong areas of the track. But no doubt that gap will come back down soon enough. They will start to come together again, and hopefully we can see a very nice battle between the two of them. Was this Chris Van de Ven round at Sunset Bend? Number 3 Ramada Motorsports car. It looks like he just lost it by himself actually at Sunset. Just having a look at the replay, and indeed just went a little bit too wide and the car almost snapped on him. It's very, very peculiar, that one actually. The car just snapped on him halfway through the corner. Perhaps on throttle pickup actually. Gap between one target and one ACO now. up to about 3 seconds. Barkley was balked by that traffic, but hasn't really been able to close that gap back up. But yes, Barkley doesn't really seem to have the pace again to re-chase that one target car. Dennis Tuna, that 52 car that I was speaking about before, in the only Corvette in the field, is trying to chase down Hick Kolvenbach in the number 77 3-wide car, 3.3 seconds to the two of them. These GT cars, although they are 11th and 12th in class this battle, it certainly does not mean they're out of the points. All it takes is a couple of retirements ahead, a couple of teams ahead to get into some problems. And then suddenly they're in the points. So Dennis Duna now just coming up towards Cunningham. Right, he's got Tiziano Brioni ahead. Problem is, Brioni is 2 laps ahead, so of course, although Duma may well be faster, he will not get the blue flags to indicate it. Mark Viet is the car behind now. Mark Viet gets past the number 52 car nicely. Now, how far? Oh, I see that as Duna goes round. Duna goes round there, and it looks like that may well have just been a little bit too hard on the brakes during weight shifting, actually. That snapped very, very quickly. That did snap very, very quickly. That 52 car. But now just to try and gain all that time back up. As Heikki Kolvenbach himself actually comes into the pits. The Duna does pass him eventually, but in the pits. Marius Bert now trying to put in lap after lap to try and keep that gap to Nico Barkley at 3 seconds. That really doesn't seem to be working for now. That gap has come down to 2. Nico Barkley was 0.3 of a second faster that previous lap over Bert. Bert just coming through Le Mans now, at least up towards the Le Mans corner. And we're back down to 3 cars on the lead lap. That's mainly because Vizna and Jordan are yet to pit. We have a whole load of people in the swap zone. We're going to be expecting to pit stop soon, and there's going to be a whole load of drivers. So it's got Heikki Kolvenbach, who's just got out of that car actually. We've got Michi Hoya, Shava Kiss, Felix Antoine Fortan, Oliver Schlabs, Matheus Machado, Andrea Tuffarello and Osvaldo Kikoza. They're waiting to take various positions in their cars. There has been a driver change there. Oliver Schlabs has got into his car down there in 31st position overall. Number 76 3-wide car. Currently in 13th in class. But as we enter the 5th hour of the race, 4 hours down, 8 hours to go. So we'll go through the top 5 in each class, and in the LMP2s, it's the 106 Blackhawk Racing of Daniel Visner, number 12 ACR Zach Speed of Dennis Jordan, the 21 Veles of Christian Michel, the 102 ACR Zach Speed of Joao Petez, and number 10 Hydra Esports of Joachim Stensness. In the LMP3s, it's the 27 Team RGPL of Michael Sedlicic, 29 seconds ahead to Jeremy Talbot in the number 48 Speedy Mite Racing car. There's the number 35 Race Clutch of Tony Mella, the 33 Musto Racing of Matteo Boschetti, and the number 38 Champion Racing of JT Tammy. And in the GTEs, it's the 69 Musto Racing of Tiziano Brioni. There's the 63 Pulse Motorsport of Franz Klopp, the 60 Hydra Esports of Frederick Schroeder, there's 172 Zancher Simsport of Felix Antoine Fortin, and the 64 Satellite Racing of Jos Arnera. And in retirement so far are the number 20 Hydra Esports of Alan Terzic, the 87 Raging Racing of Yuna Karama, and the 61 Ajira Racing of Salvo Sardina. Those are the 3 retirements so far this afternoon. Just 3 retired from 35. As Nico Barkley is closing that gap now down to a second between himself and that number 11 car. Oh sorry, Daniel kind of stretches also DNF'd, excuse me, so that is now 4 from 35 actually. That 4 from 35 that have retired from the race so far. But Nico Barkley is slowly gaining to the back end of that number 11. They're coming through Bishop now and towards the Le Mans complex. Right to left, the right for Nico Barkley, out into the Ulman Straight. They're starting to gain time on the 11, that rear wing getting bigger and bigger in the windscreen. They're coming up towards turn 3 now. There we go. That's the name of the corner. As Felix Antoine Fortin is now getting in between the 2 of them, and again Nico Barkley just getting the short end of the stick with traffic. Nothing he could have done there. Just catching Fortin at the wrong point, and he's lost himself a good half second or so. They're coming through Tower now, and that is Tower again. Still trying to remind myself of the difference between Tower and Cunningham. Tower being the second one of the 2 of them, of course, but they both look very, very similar. The run-ups to them, at least, look very, very similar. So Barkley coming right, left, and right again out into the Ulman Straight. He's completed 130 laps this afternoon now. Well, I say this afternoon. This race now is completed 130 laps. As Frederick Schroeder comes in the lead of the GTE class in that number 60 car. Previous lap between Bert and Barkley. What are the 2 lap times? Indeed, Bert just slightly faster that time round. The number 11 with a 48.6. Number 5 with a 48.9. So 3 tenths, actually make that about 3.5 tenths The gap extended that previous lap, but Bert's turn now to be caught behind traffic, and this time it's Kevin Yeager in the 81 Blackhawk car. That's allowed Barkley to regain some of that gap to get closer and closer in the Orica 07, that bright orange, black, white and red, all of them liveried LMP2 car. So Bert now has had to go back into defensive mode. He's been able to, over the last 10 laps or so, he's been able to try and put as many fast laps in as possible, but now he has to start thinking again of defence from the number 5 car. They're coming down the straight now towards Sunset Bend. Barkley using as much of the slipstream as possible before turning right into the very, very difficult corner. You can just see the cars bouncing all over the place. And the same will go down here for turn 1. Barkley moving to the left hand side ever so slightly, just trying to psych out Bert ever so slightly. And into 3, and a little bit of a puff of smoke there from underneath the 11 car. Just locking up the tyres a little bit again. That certainly will not help that tyre life. Will certainly not help the thermal degradation of the tyres as well. So Barkley, will he move to the right hand side into the hairpin? The answer is no for now. Straight lining over the little squiggle coming out of the hairpin. Now through the Fangio chicane, the wandering bit of the track before Cunningham again. And look at how close Barkley is to Bert. There's certainly got to be a move coming soon. They're accelerating out of Tower down towards Bishop, and they've got LMP3 traffic ahead. It is Tony Mella in the race clutch car. And Bert's almost muscling him out the way, perhaps just spooking him into going a little bit wider than he would have wanted. As the leader has came into the pits, Dennis Jordan has came into the pits in the number 12 ACR Zackspeed car. We will keep our eyes on this battle between Barkley and Bernd. Look at how close they are still. And Barkley surely got to have a move coming into turn 1. He'll have the slipstream. But he just doesn't quite have the overlap, does he? Hasn't quite got the overlap coming into turn 1. JT Tammy, the champion racing car ahead. And Barkley, oh, he's absolutely on a charge. He's flashing his lights. Trying to make force Bert into a mistake. There's Jeremy Talbot in LMP3 traffic ahead. Next one, and some GT traffic as well. Bert goes up the inside of Talbot. There's Bram Balin in the Virus GT car ahead. And that's Barkley having to take a very, very wide line in order to pass the LMP3 car. He's going to be stuck behind Balin through Cunningham. Going to go around the outside on the run towards Tower. And he's lost quite a bit of time again, just from catching the traffic in the wrong place. Joachim Stensnes is catching Gil Pettis for 4th position. This being the 102 Zackspeed and the number 10 Hydra Esports car. They're coming through turn 1 themselves. Pettis, oh, that was the talking door Porsche of Matthias Machado, actually. They're themselves coming down towards the hairpin. Again, Stenson is just a little bit too far away to make a move. But since this is definitely visually closing, you can see almost sector by sector the number 10 car is closing again through Le Mans Curve onto the long back straight, just having the accelerator down, the throttle down, and just watching that speed climb. Yo, Pitt getting to 284 kilometers an hour before braking for turn, well, the final turn. I'm not exactly sure what number Sunset is, but at least making it to the final turn. Although coming up towards turn 1, you actually do get quite a bit of speed again, about 275 kilometers an hour for braking. Well, I say braking, perhaps a little bit of braking, more of a lifting off perhaps for turn 1. Densness is bound to have a go into turn 7 this time around the hairpin, surely. Coming around turn 6, underneath bridge 1, using all of the slipstream possible, underneath bridge 2 now. Got Eric Schneider ahead in the Juice Motorsport Club car, the one that we were talking about earlier, that we had Eric Schneider in actually talking about earlier. Oh, and look at that, Pittes went very wide into the gravel on the outside of the hairpin, side by side between the two of them. Stenson's almost getting bogged there by the GT traffic. They're still side by side coming into Cunningham. And as I say that, no, Stenson managed to fall back behind Pittes. Stenson's needed to fall back behind Pittes in the 102 car. But this move is not if, it is more of when. Coming into the final complex now. Oh, and they're almost glued to the back, but there is almost sort of like a downfall here, is that if you're too close, you can't actually really take part of any of the slipstream. Moves to the left hand side, 3 wide with the GT traffic down the Almond Straight. Stensness will have to go all the way around the outside. Doesn't manage to make it though. Will he go for the up and under? I thought he might have tried the cutback, but not able to this time round. He goes very wide out of the Sunset though. But not able to make that move stick yet. Still not being able to make that move stick. He's going to try and get as good a run as possible out of turn 5. Down towards the hairpin. The hairpin is probably the best bet. Marius Bert comes into the pits from 7th place. Stenson moves to the left hand side of the circuit. Of course, it does mean it is the outside. Can't overtake there, but he's going to try and get a better run out of the hairpin side by side. There we go. An absolutely beautiful move there by the driver of the number 10 car. Textbook, let the car in front defend. He'll have to take a tighter line and will probably go wide, and that's exactly what he did, Stenson. So thank you very much. A nice early turn in on the accelerator early. And just scoots up the inside for that 4th position. Dos Arneda is trying to attack Andrea Tuffarello for the 2nd place in class. It's Arneda in the 64 Satellite Racing car versus Tuffarello in the 69 Musto Racing car. They're coming out of Le Mans Curve now, and look how close these two are. Musto and Satellite. As they're coming down the back straight themselves, Arneda moves to the right hand side of the circuit as the inside line for Sunset. Tuffarello trying to fight it. Cifarello still trying to fight a little bit of contact there right on the apex, I feel. And the lights flashing from Arneda. He's not happy about that one at all. I definitely felt there was just a little bit of contact there in the apex. Arneda, will he send it up the inside of turn 1? He decides not to. Problem is they've still got traffic behind us. Henning Vullert in number 11, one target car. Vullert getting back in that car after taking over from Marius Bert on that previous stint. But look at how much time Arneda has lost just by allowing that 11 car past. He was right there glued on the rear wing just half a lap ago. With that gap back up to 0.8 of a second. But it's still Cifarello followed by Arneda, still the 69 followed by the 64 coming through tower now. And Arneda has to try and gain all of that time in that Porsche against the BMW ahead. Coming through the Le Mans car for their 127th time this race. 4 hours and 20 minutes gone. Just over a third of the race gone. Oh, and look at that Arneda. I think he tried to stick the nose up the inside at Sunset. Got a nice early turn in, which means he'll get on the throttle a little bit sooner. But not soon enough to make a charge. And if Arneda's not careful soon, he's going to be Kalakuri in the 97 Nigeria racing car is going to unlap himself from him. Of course, unlapping yourself is a fairly dangerous tactic almost, because not only you have to try and get away fast enough in order to lose the blue flags, you can also very easily involve yourself in a battle, in this case for the podium. And you're a little bit of outside interference, if you will. As they're coming their way down towards tower now. Now say Dylan Scrivens, the car head in the flag to flag LMP2, currently in 10th place overall, and indeed 10th place in class. Arneda still, look at that, still closing right, left and right. He's got a very, very nice run through the middle of that complex actually. Oh, it's Cifarello's got a connection problem. Cifarello has just disconnected right in front of Arneda. What a gift for that position. What an absolute gift for Arneda to take that second position in class. So now on screen, you've got Christian Michel versus Shaba Kiss. This battle for the lead of the race, a second separating the two of them. Number 21 versus the number 106. They're coming their way towards Tower now. The next car ahead is actually Dylan Scrivens, 10th place in the LMP2 class, but how quickly are they going to catch him? They're making their way through Sunset as they've completed 140. Again, Michelle, what is the gap between the two of them? Well, what is the difference between the two of them, I should say, rather, on the last lap? Yes, with a 46.873. Michelle with a 46.902, just 0.03 of a second the difference. Pretty much nothing. Coming to the hairpin now and again. Christy Michelle, just a little bit too far away from Shaba Kiss, the Hungarian. The thing is, Kiss now stuck behind that is a Bichetti actually in the LMP3 car, but he's managed to get through there nicely. Both of them losing a minimal amount of time. Drew Bishops now, the flat out left-hander, for braking hard for the right, left, right. Half a second separated the two of them at the last timing point. So Michelle is definitely closing, and he is closing fast. As they're coming down towards Sunset. Because Sunset doesn't really have that much of a braking zone. Unless you're side by side, you can't make a move in. You have to try and set up a move for turn 1, or try and set up a move from Sunset all the way actually into turn 3. See the 02 in the LEDs on the side of the Veles car shows that he's in second place in class. Scrivens allows both of them past at the same time. The 106 and the 21 heads up driving there. Again, Michelle, it's a feeling with this one again. Not a question of if, but a question of when. It's like buying GT traffic now. That's the core car, I believe. Here it is, the core car of Alex Pleva. And Scrivens looking very, very racy here. He might try and unlap himself from Michelle. Joachim Stensnes is in the pits in the number 10 Hydra Esports car. Again, Michelle, you can just see really how much of a not braking zone turn 1 is there. Just goes to show that you really, really can't make a move there. You need to wait for one of the bigger braking zones. Turn 3, the hairpin, the two examples in the first part of the lap. But again, Michelle coming into the hairpin, not close enough to make a move this time round. He's definitely looking threatening though. Look at this, coming down in towards the complex, and there's quite a bit of traffic ahead. It's an LMP3 and 2 GTE cars. Kiss manages to get past the the LMP3 car nicely, as does Michelle. They're bound to pass both the GT cars before they get to Sunset. Indeed, they've both managed to pass before getting to Sunset. But look how close Michelle is. There's quite a bit of a jink there halfway down the straight, actually. Michelle taking an ever so slightly wider line through one, and he is all over the back of the 106 car. He is all over the back of him. Accelerating hard out of the big bend. Down towards the hairpin. Can Michelle make the move this time round? No, he decides not to. Again, he is looking very, very pacey. Coming into Cunningham. No room at the end that time round. Michelle appears to have lost a little bit of time through the second half of the lap that time round. They're accelerating hard down towards Sunset and having a look at the traffic ahead. What is it? It's a couple of GT cars. Managed to go up the right hand side of one of Peg. Can he pass the other before? Yeah, he managed to pass Schlabs before turn 1 does Kiss. But Michelle is stuck behind the both of them through turn 1. He's going to make the pass on both of them before 3. But that has been a very, very costly time again. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. And it is taking away the time from Christian Michelle. What's the gap between them now? It's now up to 1.6 seconds. Chase Machado and Martin Vindis having a battle for 23rd overall. This is for 7th place in class. Talking Door versus Atlantic. Talking Door in that day glow yellow and black car. Is Porsche versus Sorry, it's Porsche versus Porsche. It isn't BMW at all. I should probably get stronger glasses then. I can't tell the difference between the two of them. Martin Vindis though making his way through turn 5 again. Will Machado make a move down towards the hairpin? It is one that we've seen quite a few moves at today. Accelerating out of the hairpin, using as much of the track as possible, kicking it up a little bit of dust on the left hand side actually. To make their way through Cunningham. They've got LMP3 traffic behind coming up to lap them. It is no longer JT Tammy that's actually in that champion racing car, is it? It is Paul Schumann. That number at 38. Quintern goes straight on actually at the first right-hander there. And look, the big hole being punched in the air by the Porsche. Vindis is certainly gladly being taken by the Porsche of Machado, but not making a move this time round again. It's getting so close between the two of them. Once you get up to these speeds of 250, 255 kilometers an hour, it's literally a matter of tenths of a second to make a decision. That could be all the difference. The Vind is now letting Nico Barkley by in the number 5 car. Accelerating hard down towards the hairpin, and just because of the way that traffic fell, Machado has fallen back just a little bit. The leading gap is starting to come back again. Kiss and Michelle. Now just 0.8 of a second separate the two leaders now. They're making their way down towards Power. No, it's Cunningham. There we go. I'll get this one right eventually. Eventually I will get this one right. We've got LMP3 traffic ahead. It is Paul Schumann in the champion racing, number 38 actually ahead. So Kiss moves to the right hand side. Same for Michelle. Next one up is actually Kasper Stoltz in the number 60 Hydra Esports GTE car. How does Kiss approach this traffic? Has to go all the way around the outside actually at sunset, whereas the rival Michelle comes into the pits. So a pit stop there for the car that was in second place. And Machado is right back onto the rear wing of Vindis. They're coming towards the hairpin now. Machado in the talking door Porsche deciding not to make the move this time round on lap 135. At least they're lap 135. The Machado so desperately wants to have that LED 07 on the side of the car, just in that rear window, the rear side windows. But currently that 07 belongs to the number 67, the Atlantic Motorsport Porsche. So look at this, Machado punching through that slipstream. using as much of it as possible. Shabakis, the leader, goes past on the outside. Machado not going up the inside, although Vindus went very, very wide. It's going to be very close on the apex and the exit, but Vindus just holds on to it for now. Vindus just holding on to this position. But it's starting to get very, very close between the two of them. Through 5 and 6. Machado is now closer than ever coming towards the hairpin. He moves to the right hand side. But again decides not to go for it. He's just moving to the right hand side again. A psychological game being played here. Like we've seen so many times before. But side by side and Vindus into the wall. There was contact there. And that's a big, big hit for Martin Vindus. After being side by side. Machado taking the inside line, following Flag to Flag Sim Racing LMP2 car through. Then contact. Oh, you can decide that one for yourself, but that's a big, big hit for the 67 car. They were doing so well this afternoon. But alas, it was not to be by the looks of it. As we've got the official announcement from Jimmy Allison that there is a slow car in Sector 3 and they all need to be careful of it. Martin Vindus going very, very wide. It's taking the alternate line. It looks like he's just stopped there right on the exit. I wonder if he's waiting for another driver to come in to make a swap. That is gone very, very badly for the 67 car. Certainly did not want to have that. Dennis Duna currently in that number 52 Sim Racing for Holland car. Just 0.3 of a second or so behind Alex Vitala, the number 77 3-wide car. And this is for 10th place. This is for the final points position, but soon it will become for 9th place once Martin Vindus comes into the pits. Alex Vitala holding on this 10th position in the number 77 3-wide car. Marius Nikolai, I believe, is going to be the one to come in. He's in the pending session, so I believe it is going to be Nikolai coming in to that number 67 squad. Duma going hard into Sunset, trying everything he can to bring his Corvette up to the rear end of the Porsche. But coming through turn 1, just a little bit too far away to make a move. He's got to set up himself for 3 or the hairpin. Moves right and left through 5 now. Oh, and I feel that Duna there got an ever so slightly better line actually. Underneath bridge 1. Now underneath bridge number 2. And again, at the hairpin, nothing you can do. Just a little bit too far away. Once you're 3 or 4 car lengths back, there's nothing you can do. Matteo Bichetti comes into the pits from the LMP3 class. The same goes for Jimmy Paul. So second and 4th coming to the pits there. As Duna allows Joachim Stensness past the number 10 Hydro Esports car. Again, it's fairly difficult in these fast sections. There's no chance that these GT3 cars could follow the LMP2 cars through. In slightly slower sections, yes, there is certainly a chance, but here at the moment, no. Sunset again, Dennis Duna, going to go for a slightly wider line. Cut in early, try and get on the throttle as early as possible as both of them go up into 9th and 10th because they have both just passed. Stricken Atlantic Motorsport of Martin Vindis. Through 5. And now under bridge 1 and coming out to bridge 2. Doing that definitely closer this time around. But I don't think at this point in the race he's going to risk a lunge. Indeed, he doesn't risk a lunge up the inside at this point in the race. Almost 5 hours gone. Perhaps in the last couple of hours he'd start to make some more risky moves, but not at the moment. So through Le Mans Cup for the 137th time in the race, and Oliver Schlabs in the 81 Blackhawk car moves to the right hand side, will allow both of them through. But again, Duna just not quite close enough to make a move. As we've got the call that Sector 3 is now clear, which must mean that Vindis has got into the pits. Indeed, Vindis is now in the pit. Marius Nikolai in the swap zone. So once that damage has been repaired, will be Marius Nikolai getting into the seat of the 67 Porsche. As Christian Michel is coming up to the back end of Dune now actually. We'll move to the left-hand side of the circuit, round the outside. As Shabakis comes in, the race leader comes into the pits in the 106 Blackhawk car. It's going to be very interesting to see where the 106 car comes out in relation to the 21, because these two were battling just before stop was made. So Duna Look at how close he is now to the rear end of Vitala. Both of them kicking up dirt as they put their left-hand side tyres just beyond the curb at Le Mans. Moving to the right-hand side now is Duna. Is there an overlap this time around? I believe there is. Duna up the inside at Sunset Bend. And that 1-0 turns to 0-9 on the side of that Corvette as Duna moves his car up to 9th place. Duna trying to put as much time between himself at that number 77 car as possible now.
That would be the intention, yes, that Duna is trying to do. Hello everybody, by the way, yes I am back. I'm happy to do that actually. I never actually tend to, I just jump in at random moments it seems. But yeah, Dennis Duna obviously work to do then.
As it looks like the Jeremy Talbot in the Speedy Mike car is closing in ever so slightly on Jimmy Paul in the race clutch number 35 for second place in the LMP3s.
Yeah, obviously Jimmy Paul there in the race clutch car doing quite well at the moment insofar as he's keeping the car going nicely. That car is second in class. Jeremy Talbot not too far behind in the Speedy Mike car. On the same lap, obviously, but they've got the leaders in front of the gap. The gap between them is filled by the leader, so Talbot here is going to have to try and catch Paul before anything... Well, while Paul is possibly being balked by the incoming traffic, the likes of Kevin Yeager and Yannis Simicic, although Yeager less so because Yeager's a GT car, and of course, Paul's in a P3.
Yes, and the difference between them... The LMP3 car is generally a little bit faster all the way around the track, isn't it? It's about 20 kilometers an hour or so faster at the end of the straights, and just a little bit faster through the corners as well. So, but because the time difference isn't so much, it can be fairly difficult to pass. Having a look at the fastest laps of the race so far, just for example, is Zdenek Shmerda, who's in the number 2017 MarGPL car, currently leading the LMP3 class. His best lap of 54.9. If you take Felix Antoine Fortin, that 172 car, the best lap of 57.4. So just 2.5 seconds the difference between the two of them. That can just make it so much more difficult to pass.
Yeah, difficulty of course at this stage in the race when getting through. Not exactly what you call ideal. This is very much approaching the sort of 5-hour mark now. This is the midpoint where you want to be able to just get on with the job in hand before the final real push in the last few hours. And while you're getting stuck in traffic now, then you're going to lose patience and you're possibly going to lose time.
Yes, and it is just trying not to lose that time as Yannis Simicic comes into the pits from the lead of the race in the that's a 12 ACR Zack Speed car. We were talking about the gap between Kiss and Michelle. It was pretty much about a second before the pit stop phase. Now Kiss leads by well, we'll see when they actually come across the line because we'll have both done a flying lap. Kiss now leads by about 5.5 seconds, so he's gained about 4.5 seconds in that pit stop phase.
That's a significant amount of time for Sabakis then, and one would hope, if one works Sabakis, that you'd be able to capitalise on that and increase the gap further. Christian Michel, though, he will want to push as hard as he possibly can and get that gap down. Yannis Simicic comes out of the pits. Pinto is obviously still further behind, as is Joachim Stensnes, but these two within almost touching distance of each other if Michel can just get the gap down a little bit more.
Yeah, trying to get that gap down as fast as possible.
Sauber obviously is going to want to try and run away here. Let's see if he can do that. By my eyes, the gap that I can see by the split has come down to 5.5 seconds, so It was 5.7 at the last bit. Christian Michel then just a little bit faster in these sectors, it seems. Maybe about 0.3 a lap he'd be aiming for. But even then, you'll want to gain in quicker than that.
Yeah, fast as possible. Of course, there's still over 7 hours to go. There is still a little bit more time.
Little bit more time. Not obviously, they'll be concerned about the flow as it elapses. We're almost 5 hours into this 12-hour race, but still fairly large amounts of time left to go. I mean, even the last hour, there's an amount of time, it's a good amount of time left to go if you're within 3 seconds of someone. So it's all relative. It's all relative, really.
Yeah, we've seen some absolutely amazing finishes here in the VEC this season. So yes, this could well be another one. And with it being a 12-hour race, it'd be absolutely more extraordinary to be that close at the end.
Oh, it would. It would. I mean, imagine if we had that sort of, like, it was Nola last time. Well, remember Nola? That was an incredible finish, that one. Imagine that at Le Mans.
Yes.
After 24 hours, that, I just think, whew.
As Bram Balin and Mark Viet are fighting each other for position, but mainly because Mark Viet is in an LMP3 car, that will not be a close battle.
No, completely different between the two classes. Mark Viet, obviously, in the Blackhawk LMP3. Bram Balin further ahead, but in the further behind rather, in the GT car. Viet is trying to catch Paul Schumann actually in the Champion Racing car, the number 38. Balin, though, obviously just trying to keep his own pace, not going to be worried about Mark Viet in the LMP3.
Yes, Jacob Pegg and Kevin Yeager are getting close together for 5th place in the GTE class, 21st overall. Pegg in that number 64 satellite racing car, Kevin Yeager in the 81 Blackhawk car, that's the one that he's in. And look at that, look at the run that Yeager has got now on Pegg, coming down the back straight, but not close enough to make a move into sunset this time round.
Yeah, nothing doing this time around, but either which way, the battle will continue. Kevin Yeager will continue to try and fend Jacob Pegg off as he now comes into the pit, so deciding now is the perfect time to make the pit stop. So position will be dropped. 6th in class at the moment. Locks the wheels, but changes tyres on the pit stop, so that wasn't really a problem. Pegg takes 5th then. Balin is 4th. Kasper Salzer, though, ahead of all of them, and, you know, some of the LMP3s are behind these GTs at the moment.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the race being the way it has, but we'll see if that sorts itself out as we continue.
Yes, the gap between the leaders has come down. It's now 3.5 seconds between Kiss and Michelle. The previous lap, Michelle faster by almost a full second.
Fairly significant amount of time. I'd say almost a full second faster was Michelle. Really trying to reel in Sabakis now. Of course, Michelle, former member of a championship winning team here in the VEC, so knows how to drive these prototypes.
Yes, of course. Just a little bit different way of how you drive it. Of course, Sabakis was a champion LMP1, was it? But of course, with this being a LMP2 and an entirely different mod, how much of it can really be transferable?
Well, I mean, when you think about it, obviously, you think LMP1, you think hybrid, 900 horsepower, partial four-wheel drive. Then you come to these, rear-wheel drive, 500, 600 horsepower. Not awfully a lot less downforce, though. They've still got quite a lot of downforce. So, you know, in that sense, they're very similar, but they're a little bit slow. They're significantly slower in a straight line. But they have a lot of grip, you can brake late still, and they have a lot of aero. So really, it's easier to put the power down, even though there is less of it.
Yes. Of course, it is sort of like it's definitely a much different way you drive prototypes as opposed to GTs, isn't it? Prototypes, you can kind of almost mash the throttle, but for GTs, just because they've not got as much downforce, you just need to be a little bit lighter on them almost.
Well, yeah, and obviously prototypes, you know, you almost drive them like open wheelers, but, you know, when you're in a car like this around you, you can feel the aero parts doing the work. The fact that they're closed wheel, it is a different experience. It's not Doesn't have the same aero effect. It definitely feels different, but a lot of open wheel driving can be transferred into a prototype.
Yeah, it's probably to do with the sort of like high power, low weight, high downforce kind of same area that open wheeling cars in. At least slightly more powerful open wheeler cars are in that really make the skills transferable.
Obviously, you know, they're not exactly the same, but
Not exactly the same, but roughly.
Yeah, they have similarities. We'll say that much. They have similarities, whereas, you know, GTs are completely different. There's not nearly as much downforce. They weigh a lot more. Power is actually, you know, on par with, I'd say, the LMP3s, if not a bit more than the LMP3s. Maybe close up to the LMP2s in terms of power. I know the Bentley Continental GT3 has a whacking big V8 in it. I'm not actually sure how much power that makes. I'll have to check, but, you know, GT cars do tend to have a lot of power, but a lot of weight to go with it.
Yes, and obviously that helps in the sort of like the transferal of power from the axle, from the wheel to the ground. But it certainly isn't. You know, it certainly isn't exactly too easy. It's it can be surprisingly easy to actually just rotate one of the GT cars on the exit of a corner, for example, turn 5, which Shabakis is currently going through.
Yeah, I mean, in race trim, some GT3s I'd say have about 500. You know, some of the lower end ones are 480, some higher end ones about 550 horsepower. And, you know, that's quite a lot of power for a GT car, but, you know, the weight holds them back. 550 in a prototype would get you some very fast lap times.
Oh, yeah, certainly, yes.
All you can do is agree there. There's no disputing that, is there? I mean, the most recent Orica 07 with the Nissan engine, I think it has 603.
Well, 603 horsepower is the same that the Orica has.
Well, that's because it is the Orica.
That's a good point.
So it has 603 horsepower is what we're saying. That's why they're so quick.
Yes. It has 603 horsepower. Just having a quick look. The LMP3 produces 500 horsepower, but you've got to remember with that 500 horsepower, the Porsche, for example, produces 510 horsepower, just a little bit more than the LMP3. But the speed difference comes in weight. The LMP3 car is about 900 kilos. The Porsche just under 1250.
Yeah, so there we go. There is the weight difference. That's what really is the kick of that and the aerodynamics. But in the Porsche, you can adjust the gears, and the LMP3s you can't. You see, each class has its benefits and drawbacks.
Yeah.
There won't be any drawbacks for Christian Michel at the moment, though. We're still hunting down Sabakis as we've just ticked into 5 hours. So, 7 to go.
Yeah, 7 hours to go here at Sebring. So, why don't, for this early update, you inform the masses?
Why don't you do it? I did the last one.
No, I did one while you were away.
I didn't hear it, therefore it didn't exist.
In first place overall, it is Blackhawk Racing, number 106 of Shabakis. The 21 Velas of Christian Michel, the number 12 ACR Zach Speed of Jarno Simonchich, the 3 Ramada Motorsport of Nuno Pinto, and the number 10 Hydra Esports of Joachim Stensnes is in 5th. In the LMP3s is the number 27 Team RGPL of Zdenek Schmarda, number 35 Race Clutch of Jimmy Paul, the 48 Speedomite Racing of Jeremy Talbot, the 33 Muster Racing of Daniel Vela, and the number 42 Blackhawk Racing of Mark Veit are the top 5 in the LMP3s. And in the GTs, it's the 172 Zancho Simsport of Felix Antoine Fortin, the 63 Pulse Motorsport of Osvaldo Cocosa, the 60 Hydra Esports of Casper Stoltz, the 99 Team Virus of Bram Balin, and the 64 Satellite Racing of Jacob Pegg.
Yep, so there is your top 5 in each class, and the ongoing battles ensue and resume, obviously. Christian Michel has lost time to Sabakis. The gap has gone up by 8-10 since I last checked. So that is obviously one to be looking about. Michel will fight onwards as Michel does. and continue to hound Xarbakis ahead of him. They're going to run down the field again. With it being in this mid-stage of the race, the gaps are a little bit bigger than they were at the start of it. Michelle's gap to Chris is now 4.2 seconds, although that is coming down as he hits the faster sections of the track. Pretty much the closest thing going at this point, Christian Michel. Xarbakis at the front of the field. There are some 4-second battles further down the other categories as well. Only 5 cars on the lead lap at the moment, that being the leading Blackhawk car, and then the Velis number 21, the number 12 ACR, the 3 Ramada car, and the number 10 Hydra. Those are the only 5 cars on the lead lap. Christian Michel, being about 9 seconds down, will lap Jochen Stensnes not long after Xarbakis does, although he has his P3 to get through now. Michel, though, we know how good he is, we know how Xarbakis is, and he'll put up a fight, they'll both put up a fight, and this could get interesting quickly if Michel can just find some consistency and put some solid laps in to consistently reduce the gap. Michel hammering it into Sunset Bend now, you can see the bumps. Car almost loses the downforce then over the bumps, the diffuser stays working though, he keeps it tightly held, and regardless of all the bumps and jolts that car's been subjected to, manages to get around Sunset without understeering. In turn 1's just as hard, but he manages that too. He's really pushing and the gap's down to 3.1. Michel really needs to get this gap down. Xarbakis has led most of this race when he's been in the car. Blackhawk have led a good portion of this race. This could be a challenge though if they are caught. Michel will want to try and catch as quickly as possible. In fact, he has done. This traffic has not helped the Blackhawk car. The gap's down to a second. So let's see if Christian Michel can get this, grab it in his hands and run with the advantage that he's been given here. Goes on the outside of the sim racing for Holland Corvette. That's part 1. Part 2, catch Xarbakis. Part 3, pass Xarbakis. Pushing so hard now, obviously you can see the car in front of him in his sights. He will go as hard as he can to get the gap up, but it's gone up. It's gone the wrong way. It's 1.4, losing time. He needs traffic really to help him out. Michel obviously gets the gap down again. 0.8 of a second it's gone down to, because presumably more traffic, but he's going to get past the P3 now. Lifts off slightly to do so. Xarbakis will see that Velis car approaching in the rearview mirrors, and it is not going to be a good sight for him because he doesn't want to see it. He doesn't want the lead to be challenged. Michel, though, it'll be an inspiration to see that Black Hawk car there. Finally, the target is in view. Into this tight right corner then. Michel cannot afford him a single mistake now. Needs to be on it 24/7. Cannot afford to trip up. Must get to the end of this battle and win it. Got no choice. Has to do it. He is pushing hard, but the gap's gone up again to 1.3. It's in flux, it seems, at the moment. Ebbing and flowing and going up and down and up and down. He can't seem to keep a stable gap here. That's problematic for him. Michelle, though, regardless of the circumstances of it, will continue, and he will push as hard as he can to get this gap down again. He's seen Xarba there now, and he will not want to let him go without a battle. He's going to lap Joachim Stensnes, as Xarbakis has just done. Gets to the inside of the Hydra Esports GT. Now he's got to get to the inside of the prototype. He cannot lose much time here, otherwise it's going to be disastrous for him. You can see Xarba there. He needs to get to the inside, although the Hydra car's got to pass the Virus GT, and now Michelle has got to do that as well. This is tough traffic here. How is he going to negotiate it? Well, he'll have Balin on the outside for certain. The speed differential will take care of that, but now he's got to catch him past Stensnes as well. I'd say the gap's gone up to about 1.5 again with that traffic. He cannot hold the gap at any steady bit. It's now up to 2 seconds again. Really pushing as hard as is humanly possible. But he can only do so much. As soon as he gets past Stensnes, you feel that he's going to have a chance to get back in it. Catch up with Xarba again, push hard and get that gap down, but just does not seem to have gone his way, this traffic. He's been trying very hard, it's not come to much. Stensnes has proven a hard target, though. He is not going to be reeled in that easily. Herein lies the question, though. Can he actually get through Joachim Stensnes' pits? That's the question answered. But now the new question, with a clear track finally in front of him, with no traffic to worry about imminently, can Christian Michel actually make some time back on Xarbakis and go for the lead? Really going for it. Christian Michel and Xarbakis, they both want the lead of this race as much as the other does. Unfortunately, only one of them is going to be able to have it at any one time, and right now it belongs to the Blackhawk car. Mind you, the gap has come down 3/10 this sector. Michel is really scything through this gap at the fastest rate he possibly can, but you see he's run into the Zancho car now. Has to worry a bit about that, although he's got it down to a second. Nothing is going to stop Christian Michel at the moment. Michel pushing hard, as is Xarbakis. This is certainly shaping up to be a very nice battle incoming. Gap's gone up to 2 seconds at the start finish, though it is in ebb and flow, this. Neither driver can seem to pull out any sort of advantage. As soon as it gets to about 2.5 seconds, Michel gains again. As soon as it gets to within half a second, he loses all the time he's just gained. Nothing doing at the end, it seems. Michel, obviously, we know how good Christian Michel is, but behind Michel is Yanis Imičić, who must be aware of the situation by now. He'll have had someone ringing in his ear saying that Michel can't go through, maybe push and try and catch him, but he's 22 seconds behind at the moment. Still, a solid third at the moment for ACL's axe speed. You can't fault them for that. Dimitrich, obviously a very talented driver in his own right. ACL Speed haven't really had many problems with that car this race. It's done quite well for itself and kept itself in the front of this pack. Dennis Dimitrich obviously knows that the situation ahead isn't really going in Michelle's favour. Is not that far from Michelle, but he knows that Michelle can't go for it. So the gap as it stands between the two, still about 2 seconds. Still a big gap between them. Not really what you'd call close enough for Michelle to do anything. If there was ever a time for Yanis to put the hammer down, it would be now. There's been a lot of driver changes, obviously, thus far. Obviously, Xabakis has been in the car for a while. Christian Michel has been in a while. Simic has been in since the previous swap as well. Michi Horia is back in the car as well. So we're starting to see the starting drivers, in most cases, get back into the swing of things, so to speak, and get back in their rotation. As the race goes on, obviously, they'll be choosing which driver is best for which part of the race as well. Obviously, who's better rested, who can do the stints. From a strategical point of view, there is a lot of things going wrong. Possibly, but there's things going right sometimes too. Obviously, you've got a plan for every occasion. Christian Michel in the pits, and, well, this seems to be a planned stop. Obviously deciding that because not able to catch Xabakis might stop in, maybe. Yeah, and tyres are going on, so it was the old tyres that weren't helping. With a fresh shed of rubber, when Xaba makes his pit stop, there should be a fresh battle on, although Simic will overtake Michel, and Pinto might even get a chance as well. Just noticed that we've lost one of the 3 wide cars, possibly through a disconnection. That is the 76. Oliver Labs was driving the car. Obviously, we hope we can get back in soon. One of the 2 3 wide Porsches. Christian Michel in the pits at the moment. Yuri Kasdorp might be getting in that car, actually, so a driver change to boot. Obviously going to be getting out that car then. And Simic has got clear track ahead to fight and try and get back towards Xabakis, but Yuri Kasdorp's in the car now. Nuno Pinto is in the pits in the Ramada car. I doubt that'll be a driver change though. He will probably stay in that car. Although there will be tyres going on it. Pinto, obviously, very talented driver too, in that Ramada car. All these pit stops will give Xabakis a bit of breathing room though, and he will have a lot of space here to just stretch his legs and try and get the gap up, because he knows as soon as they pit, that the Velas car will be on their backs right again. Xaba really pushing hard to get that gap up. Tony Ukic is in the pit in the Raijin car as well. That's another pit stop there. Obviously, the bright orange ride in the car, you can't miss it. P9, they are in. Pinto coming out the pits now. Mitchie Hoyer might actually be in a chance of getting an overtake in, but Pinto is exiting now. He's going into turn 2. Hoyer is exiting 1. So I would say there is about 5 seconds between them. Keep an eye on that, because with this being Pinto's outlap, that might decrease further. Could get very interesting very quickly. Hoyer obviously wants to catch Pinto, having Pinto just come out of the pits. Hoyer will want to go for this position, although Nuno actually seems to have increased the gap somewhat. It is now passing the LMP3, the Black Hawk car. Get through. Pinto is going to push as hard as he can. Hoyer doesn't actually seem to have gained that much time as we welcome Neil Heatley back. Great to see Neil back with us, and was just commenting actually that we got some just up in the Velas car now. Minute and 37 down on Xavier, but Pinto Hoyer is a potential battle.
Yes, the gap between Pinto and Hoyer now 3.3 seconds, give or take. We'll really get to see what sort of lap times they can do when when Nuno Pinto crosses the line to set his next lap time. Indeed, he does. Nuno Pinto's lap time isn't there because I think he must have taken an excursion at some point on the timing. The lap isn't showing up.
Yeah, obviously, Mitchie now is just pushing so hard, really, to catch Nuno with the GTs ahead. Nuno's stuck in so much traffic at the moment. If he doesn't get out of it, he's going to find that ACR right on his back bumper sooner than he'd like.
Yeah, so much traffic through the 3, 4, 5 section there. It's so slow, and you really do feel it if you're caught behind some GT traffic. But look at that, almost a 4-wheel drift into the hairpin.
Obviously, 4-wheel drift into the hairpin is not going to help your tyres, though, is it? That's how much they're pushing, though. That's how much they're pushing. That they're willing to sacrifice a bit of tyre life to keep the car under control. The gap between Pinto and Hoyer now is 3.5 seconds. Jordy Spheres actually is only half a second off Nico Barkley.
Yeah, Spheres and Barkley, the 10 versus the number 5. And yes, as you said, fairly close between the two of them, just half a second as they're coming. That is towards Tower. They're coming through at the moment, and Spheres in that number 10 car, and that 07 on the side showing that he is 7th place in class, just waiting for an opportunity to pass.
Yeah, it's Spheres here in the Hydra car. The number 10 chasing Barkley down at a rate of knots. I must say, I'm very impressed with how Warmup come back. After the problems they suffered earlier in this race, they've come back. They're in 6th place and counting. And they're not that far off the back of Hoyer's ACR as well. I mean, looking at the standings and the live timing, they're only actually 23 seconds off. And given there's 7 hours to go, give or take, not bad.
Not bad at all, you're right, yeah.
They've really come back. They've come back in spades this race, although Jody Tveers probably won't care about that. He'll just want to get P6.
Oh, those points are always so important.
Well, points mean prizes, don't they, at the end of the day? That's what it means. And winning championships, Veers, though, points his car in the right direction, sides it down the inside. Game, set, and match to the Hydra car. Straight into P6. No questions asked, no resistance offered. Must be said from Nico Barkley.
Again, it could just be this point. You've got to remember, we're not even halfway through this race yet. It could just be the point where Barkley doesn't really want to risk that car.
I think a contributory factor may have been the fact Then they had some slight oversteer through turn 1. Had to save the car, get it back in a straight line, and that made it cost him just a couple of tenths. Tavares would have used that to his advantage, and now Barkley's been overtaken and lapped, in fact, by Kazdorp. So that is another car out the way for Yuri Kazdorp.
Yeah, just another car out of the way as there's a battle going on further down in the GT field. It is Eric Schmeider and Kalikuri.
Yeah,
For
Schmeider.
27th place overall. And having a look at Eric Schmeider in that Juices Motorsport Club. And you can see the, is that the 12 on the side?
Yeah,
which
that's
means
12th
this battle
place.
is for 11th.
Yep, so 11th, and again, that's a test for how determined Juices are. They've been up time up already. They're still a long, long way from the likes of Mateus Machado even, who's 5 laps ahead of them. But anything can change in a 12-hour race, and it could well be they're back into the points by the end of this race. Eric Schmeider will be determined to do so. A battle of the Porsches, remember. 2 Porsche 991 RSRs. Battling it out with that naturally aspirated 4-litre flat 6 engine.
That flat 6 engine, very, very nice. But yes, it is a Porsche versus Porsche, isn't it? This battle, they're both Porsches. Apart from
yeah,
one
they're
that might be a
both
BMW.
No,
they're both Porsches.
They are both Porsches, and they both rev up to 9,000, possibly 9,300 RPM. And I'm
Yes.
telling you this, Eric Schmeider, as he comes down the back straight, is making sure that he uses all of them. That's 9,000 RPM in every gear.
Yes, having a look as he comes down the back straight, as you said, trying to use that slipstream to the best of his advantage, but certainly not close enough to make any advantage of it into Sunset Bend, the final turn, and dusk is starting to fall over the speedway, isn't it?
Just a little bit, yeah.
And it looks very nice, I must say.
Quite nice indeed, yeah, it does. Schmeider, the thought of another position looks nice to him, though, and he's doing a very good job of keeping that Porsche in check as he hammers it down around Sebring here. Of course, the bumps here will be less of a problem for the GTs, won't they? So they can push harder on the track when they've not got as much grip, you know, than the prototypes, because they're more sensitive to diffuse the downforce loss, whereas Schmeider in his big heavy Porsche can just glide across them.
Glides, maybe. Glide is maybe not the right term. Gently bubble across.
Well, he's hold up nonetheless. He's certainly doing a good job of it.
It's
Look
doing a
at him
very,
go.
very good job. Again, it's just one of these things that it's different between GT
In fact,
and
stand by
LP2s
for
as
dive
Schmeider
bomb.
goes up the inside
Here
towards
he
Cunningham's.
goes! Oh! Well, not a dive bomb, but a carefully executed lunge down the inside of the Yajira car. It didn't work, though.
Didn't work this time round. Schmeider and Curie still almost nose to tail coming into tower. Schmeider, no room there to go up the inside though, but Cal Curie's now wise that Schmeider is pacey, so he'll just be defending a little bit more now.
Just a little bit more. You know, he'll be aware of the fact that he wants to go through. Not like he probably wasn't aware of it before. He probably did know. And he'll be using more revs as well, will Kalikuri. He'll be thrashing that engine to get away.
Yeah. Yes, using all of the revs possible.
Well, I say all of them. I don't think he actually has. I think he's shifting up at about 8,800. Schmeider is touching the 9s.
Could just be the way that they've decided when to shift. Perhaps they've decided that shifting ever so slightly lower is actually better for torque, better for power, than just
Yeah.
letting it go all the way up.
The problem with me is I would just let it go all the way up to however high it goes. Eric Schmeider has seen the blue light flash up on the downshifts, meaning he's hitting the limiter on the downshifts, but not on the upshifts. He's disciplining himself on the upshifts, and that is good to see. I mean, obviously 9,000 is when you get the reds, but
Yeah.
I'm going to do a bit of investigation here. Obviously breaking into turn 1, very briefly the blues did come on.
Yeah.
And I can tell you now, blues come on at 9,000, at least 9,300, which must be the limit.
Yeah, it must be then. Yeah, you're
Or
right.
9,500. So it revs very, very high, almost getting to 10,000.
Well, 1,500,000, that's pretty much what a F1 car revs at, isn't it?
Well, no, they go to 12. 12 and a half, but there's a lot of revs in that
It's what the
Porsche.
Williams revs to.
I mean, the Porsche is pretty revy, but you look at the BMWs, like the ones Osvaldo Cocosa's driving, and you know, the Reds, all of the Reds come on like shift now lights. The shift now lights come on at about 6,200 for the BMW, but Cocosa's taking it up to 6,500, 6,600.
Yeah, much more throaty, isn't it?
Because it's twin turbo, it has more torque at the lower part of the range anyway. And the stroke's a lot higher, so it won't rev as high naturally because, well, that means more work for the valves. Again, we're getting technical.
Yes. Technical? No such thing.
Oh, it's a good race here at Sebring, isn't it? When you get to talk about valve trains and turbos and camshafts and exhaust manifolds. Oh.
Please don't make that noise after you've said all those things. As Eric Schneider is looking up the inside of, well, I say looking up the inside of Karakuri, he tried to, perhaps just a little bit of a feint, the slightest hint of a feint coming down towards turn 1, but Curry leaves the door open at turn 3 that time round.
Here's one for you, Marcel Sisnik in the Black Hawk car, but it's advantage Kasdorp. He gets the position made in the end, so that is the overtake that we were looking at before done in the pits. Kasdorp gets out well ahead of Marcel Sisnik. The target, Jenny Simoncic, 1:05 ahead.
Yeah, 1:05. Well, I've got to imagine that Simoncic is yet to make a stop. He's still got to serve a stop, hasn't he? Indeed he does. His last stop was on lap 157, 20 laps ago, so Simoncic should be coming in soon.
Yeah, Simoncic due in, so that should mean Kasdorp has actually gained the net lead of this race in the pits.
It depends how long Simoncic's stop is going to be, though.
I mean, if it's just a splash and dash, then he may keep it, but it's going to be close either way. I think that much is obvious. Well, eyes on the prize indeed for Yuri Kasdorp. Now he can sense that perhaps leading the race is what Team TEAMSPEAK will do.
Yes, just a little hint almost, but Karakuri is still doing a good job defending against Schneider in that number 74 car. They're coming down towards sunset now for their 156th time. I see that, and there goes Schneider. But a very, very nice save there, actually.
Yeah, they say therein lies the issue. I was about to say he'll be getting desperate by this point. He'll be pushing very hard. And just as I say that, lo and behold, he hits the brakes for sunset. And then the back end gets squirrely. Turning, he's trail braking, it's difficult. The back end steps out. He tries to save it, hits the brakes. The Diffuser loses downforce though, and the car just gets into an irreversible slide. The weight he can't transfer the weight, it's stuck there and he goes round.
He's just stuck there and goes round. Well, I say goes round, it was only like a little half spin, but he has made those tyres into squares.
Yeah, he's really going forward at the moment. Thomas Bear in the comments saying Frederick Schroeder's monitor has just stopped working, but the positive is he wasn't in the car when it did.
Fantastic.
But that means we won't be seeing any more Frederick Schroeder unless he gets it fixed. Simoncic in, this is crucial.
Simoncic in from the race lead, and I'm having a look at the swap area, and I can't see anyone from the ACR squad there.
Yeah, Aviconic Racing, not necessarily going to do a driver swap here. Kasdorp those we want to be watching, really, Neil, because he's the one that might inherit the lead of the race. We'll see if that happens. He comes round onto the back straight now. Yanis Simoncic is still in the pits. He's been in for 33 seconds. Kasdorp is approaching sunset. Yanis Simoncic is still in the pits. 40 seconds elapsed. We're expecting 45 if he's not taking tyres. Kazdop's round in the final corner. Simic is nowhere to be seen at the exit. Looks like it's game, set and match for Yuri Kazdop as he crosses the start-finish line and assumes the lead of the race for Velis Simsport.
Yes, Simic still stationary in the pit lane. 65 seconds. He's falling back down to third now, but I don't think he'll be falling down to fourth, mainly because Nino Pinto is just going through Tower now. And it's actually driving change. There's Alex Siebel getting into the number 12.
Yes, Siebel is getting into the 12, and this is going to be interesting now. Alex Siebel into the ACR car. We know how good he is. We know how good he can be. Let's see if it's enough to offset the deficit that's been made. Obviously, Alex Siebel again, a very talented driver, but
Yeah.
in an endurance race, that's sometimes what you need, but sometimes things can go wrong to the most talented drivers, as we've seen before. It's about consistency and making sure that you've got the staying power to do the stints consistently.
Yeah, it's all about that consistency. That is the name of the game here in endurance racing. If you're not consistent, well, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's all needs to be said on that front.
Yes.
If you're not consistent, you've had it.
Yeah, if you're not consistent, you may well be fast, but if you're not consistent, well, you're going to be in that car for 2.5, 3 hours and be turning out 90 laps or so. We say 90 laps roughly for the GT cars. Maybe there's no particular reason why you should be in there, because consistency. Endurance racing isn't necessarily about the fastest person or the fastest team. It's usually about the most consistent team.
Quite so. Wise words from Neil Heatley there. It's about consistency rather than outright pace, which is true, because it's alright being quick, but if you can't get to the end, you know what the saying is, Neil. First you must finish to finish first.
Yes.
You've heard that one before, haven't you?
Yes. A race cannot be won at the first corner as well.
Except for when it's a one-corner track.
The race can't be won at the first corner, and, well, perhaps not with that attitude. No.
That's the thing, you've got to be determined as well. Martel Sisnik must be determined. He's only he's under 10 seconds to Kazdop now. He's gained.
Yes, the gap between the two of them. Well, at the timing point, it was 9.9 seconds, and the live timing is about 10.5. But again, it's just this toing and froing that we've seen so many times, isn't it?
Right. So, and you know, there's a lot of back and forth we saw before as well with the whole battle between Christian Michel and Xaber Kiss as well. They couldn't keep a stable gap, but the back and forth between these two is going to be interesting.
Well, the last lap, Yuri Kazdop was actually faster by a second than Shiznik. That is fairly interesting to see. Perhaps not so much focus on the sector times, but focus on the last lap times instead.
Yeah, even the last few laps in a row would be worth keeping an eye on. I'm going to charge you with that, Neil.
Thank you.
That's your job. Apart from being a fantastic commentator, of course.
Well, that last lap, Shiznik was about 4 tenths faster, so it does really seem depend on when they catch the traffic. But again, that is the same for almost all endurance races, isn't it? As there's a battle for the LMP3 lead between Smarta and Paul. Smarta currently the one in second. The number 27 team RGPL trying to take that lead away from Jimmy Paul in the number 35 race clutch.
Yeah, obviously Marcel Sisnik needs to get through this traffic, as I'm sure the likes of Jimmy Paul need to get position consolidated. Paul leading the P3 class, of course. Those Enetic Smart Airs not that far behind in these these little LMP3s with the big engines. They have big 5 litre normally aspirated Nissan V8s.
Yeah.
The Enetic Smarter, obviously, while he was going down the back straight, was demonstrating what were we talking about before, Neil? Insofar as the P3s are limited by rev limit rather than necessarily gearing to about 272 kilometers an hour. Very good start off for prototype drivers, though.
Yeah, it is fairly interesting. Yeah, it's fairly interesting. Full stop. I was going to continue that sentence, but then I forgot what I was going to say.
You can expect about 260 kilometers an hour from these prototypes as they hit the highest speeds and then accelerate quickly outwards. They do handle, they are prototypes. They handle like prototypes. They don't quite have as much downforce as the P2s, but they're very prototypey in their driving, even though they have a big, massive, muscular V8 in the back of them.
Yes, that is certainly right. Like I said, they have about 500 horsepower from their 5,000 cc V8 engine.
Yep, of course, a Nissan engine, just like the ones in the Auricas above, but it's 5 litres instead of 4.5. I've always wondered why that is, actually, why it's a bigger engine.
There's got to be some sort of reason for it, surely.
I mean, if it's working less hard than the 4.5 litre one, then it'll be more fuel efficient, obviously, but there'll be a reason. Someone will work it out. I'm just watching Jimmy Paul, though. Accelerating up through the gears. And he will stop at 270 kilometers an hour. And that is where the rev limiter cuts in. That is where the race ends, effectively, because all LMP3s are limited to that by gearing.
I'm wondering what is going to happen for Le Mans, actually.
They might get an extended ratio, I don't know, but 270 odd down the Mulsanne is not that much. Especially when you consider, I don't know how quick the GTs were going last year, but it must have been in the 300s.
I think it was. My notes are not in this book; they're in my other book. But yes, I think it was. It must have been somewhere about 295 or 300. But of course,
answers on a postcard. In fact, you know what it is actually, Neil? We might get our answers sooner rather than later because I've just been told that we're getting a guest in.
Who?
Oh, you'll find out. You'll find out soon enough. But we're going to invite him in first. We're just finalising the details.
But I think we should maybe talk a little bit about our next race here in the VEC.
Yeah, I think we should. Why don't we do that? Because it's a shorter race, isn't it?
But only 8 hours.
Yeah, only 8. You know.
Only 8. It's the 8 hours of Silverstone on the on the 6th of April, so in 4 weeks' time.
Yep, indeed. 4 weeks, and that is not very much. And I'm sure one person who's looking forward to that race is, in fact, our resident Zancho SimSport team owner, Edgervin Johnson, who's back. Hello.
Hi. I was dragged here.
Yes, I know you were. I did it.
Oh. Thanks, Josh.
Oh, you're welcome. I aim to please. Either way,
yeah,
though,
how's it going? How's your race so far?
Well, our race from a commentary position has been great. You know, being able to sit back and watch it all. But from your perspective as a team owner, I feel like Antoine Fortin's still leading the race.
Yeah, feels pretty good. Just kind of I don't know, trying to manage what's going on with Pulse here in second. I think we got a lap on everyone but them so far. So, like, I don't know, I think we've just been lucky. Haven't been in too many incidents. There's been some pretty scary moments. But yeah, I think we've just been lucky this race.
Yeah, obviously, some luck involved possibly, but, skill a lot of it mostly, and when your drivers like Felix Antoine Fortin, who, we talked about before, when they are as good as they are, driving these big GT cars. Oh, actually, Fortin is, what's happened there?
He's taken the alternate route at the hairpin.
Oh, he's done the Joker lap. He's trying to make things interesting.
Done the Joker lap, yep.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was coming into the big turn, then he just overshot it and then had to go around, but it's not really cost him much time, although I just saw a car cross
looks
over.
like he's lost about 5 seconds.
About 5 seconds, perhaps. Bram Balin nearly averted disaster in and amongst all that. It turns out Bram Balin, I think, yeah.
Why
wow.
did he go all the way around?
I don't know. That's a
He
strange
could have just.
Could it be something along the lines
Felix.
with if he went across the grass, it would have given them a cut track warning. But if he went all the way around on the tarmac, it wouldn't.
Yeah, because he would have been guaranteed to have lost time then, you see.
Yeah, so if Fires overtake us, they'll unlap themselves. So there'll be another car on the lead lap. So I don't know what the protocol is actually. James is kind of handling it. Whether we're going to try to keep them behind or not. I think if they're like significantly faster, we'll probably just let them through. There's no point in blocking. And I think Jimmy gets pretty annoyed at that anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
Jimmy getting annoyed at things? I've never heard such a thing.
he doesn't get annoyed, he just gets slightly displeased. Oh dear, well, either way though, I mean, been an interesting race so far, Ed, and
Well, we've been totally blinkered. Like we're not thinking about anyone other than ourselves at the moment.
rightly so, you know.
We haven't been. We have no idea what's been going on in the other classes. I assume that Speedy Might is probably that they seem to do well every race, and
Yeah,
No,
they're having a
they're
great
good
race.
friends.
They're
So,
in third. They're not leading.
They're not leading. Okay, well,
I don't understand what's
it
happened.
makes the category a bit more interesting than normal. They usually just run away with the race.
I think at Estoril it was only 25 seconds or so at the end. I mean, that
Was it?
isn't really,
Okay.
that isn't exactly running away. I think it
Well-
was somewhere about 25 seconds or so.
Yeah, well, we're cheering them on.
But that was 4
yeah.
weeks ago. I mean, I can't remember what I did yesterday.
What's been happening in LMP2? I saw Alan Turcic was in the pits repairing, I assume, for a long time, which is sad.
Yeah, DNF'd because it was
Oh,
an
no.
accident up by the turn 3, 4, 5 squiggly bit. But I didn't actually see what happened. But I think he went into the wall and then suspension decided it didn't want to suspension anymore.
And have you guys been trying to do the commentator's curse on Code 80s yet?
No,
No,
but
therefore
actually,
it's your fault.
Has it come up yet?
I don't
No.
think there's been one yet, has there?
No, there hasn't been one, but have you been talking about it?
Oh,
'Cause
no,
that's
we've
when
not
it
talked
usually
about
starts
it.
happening.
We've not talked about it at all, and we don't intend to.
That means it's your fault, Ed, if it happens.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's all on me. And if we have a crash or something like that, it's your fault still, both of you.
Still
I
our
mean,
fault. Doesn't that just mean it's always our fault if you crash?
Well, particularly this race, because you said, oh, well, you haven't had any moments yet, or something, whatever you said.
That was Josh. That
thanks,
was nothing
guys.
to do with me.
well, so he says at least. Here's a question for you though, Ed. While we've got you as the Zancho team manager here in, the VEC, obviously, you have 3 cars to choose from at the start of the season. You'll have put a lot of testing in between the 3 cars, and eventually your team ends up going for the front engine twin turbocharged BMW M8s. Why?
Well, I mean, I thought Bryce could make a pretty good livery for it.
Well, there's that.
That's pretty much it. I mean,
Well, I mean,
I would
that's
have liked
valid
to have
reasoning.
got the Corvette. The Corvette's a cool car, and it sounds like a big thing for me when I guess choosing these things going into a season is like, can I bear the sound for 2-hour stint or whatever? And I couldn't drive the Porsche. I would get migraines. And the BMW kind of sounds a bit like a hovercraft. I can put up with that, but the Corvette genuinely is lovely to listen to.
Yeah, it is a
and
very...
it's not a slow car either. I just part of me wishes that we had gone for a Corvette. I just thought more people would go for it. It was so popular last season.
Yeah, and then there's only sim racing for Holland taking it this year. But I agree, it's criminally underrated as a car, I think. You know,
Yeah.
if I would have entered a team, I probably
Well,
would have picked
look-
the Corvette because it's the middle car.
Look how well it's doing in VLMS. You just have to put a good team. Like in VLMS, it's Speedy Might. Like they know how to drive a car fast, and they know how to win races. So like, I think aren't they leading VLMS at the moment in the Corvette?
Oh, you'd have to ask Neil. That's his jurisdiction.
Okay.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'll have a look.
Well, you see, now we've got Ed doing your leg
They're
work.
second.
Honestly.
They're second
Oh yeah, well,
behind Hydra.
Hydra, God. Hydra just great wherever they go.
Yeah, I mean, they've really impressed me this year for sure, but obviously, you know, at the end of the day, if that's the reason you chose for picking the BMW, that's fine, you know, it's just perfectly valid reason. I've chosen cars because they look nice too.
Well, it's just, I actually don't like the way the BMW looks. It was more like a challenge to Bryce. Like
Make it look good.
I hate the front of it. I think it's a really ugly car from the front. It's got those big nostrils, and it's got headlights that kind of like slant down at the very ends, at the outer extremities. And I was like, "Can you fix that, Bryce?" And he was like, "Yeah," and he did. And I think our livery makes the car look better.
I think it's a vast improvement.
Yeah, there are some very good-looking cars this season, and like yeah, when the PBR update comes, I think this is going to be another big step up.
Yeah, another
I'm
massive step
tripping over
because
my words.
you'll be able to, you know, actually physically, you know, detail bits of the car all of a sudden, you know, and some things will be carbon fiber.
Well, I've been out on the street, and I like see a car which has a slightly metallic finish to it. I'll just take a picture and send it to Bryce, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that PBR update looking good," because it does look pretty similar now. Like with the PBR update, it really is like another massive step to realistic looking.
I mean, these cars are really just great looking anyway, apart from the BMW's front, as he said. I've got a question for you though. Did you pick the BMW so you could like trample over all the other little cars with it? I know we've scaled it down 50% just to make it actually fit, but
no, I mean, we still take the same amount of damage as the other cars. I know you're going for the BMW meme.
Yeah, I know.
But,
to be honest, it's a good car. We've kind of progressed beyond the point of this car is slightly large. This car is good.
It's good now, yeah. I mean, it's pretty even with the Porsche, and I would like to think it's even with the Corvette. I think there's still like some stuff I see occasionally which says the Corvette's just a little bit behind, but yeah, I mean, like Studio 397 are having their big Sebring race coming up in 2 weeks or something, and if you look at the leaderboards for that, like how you qualify to do the hot laps, and it's just like a massive row of BMWs, and then so everyone was saying, "Oh, well, you know, top 14 is BMWs," or something like that. But you know, VEC drivers, Adam Baldwin from Deuces and Arno Schoenfleet from Ajira, just took their Porsches and did like the second and fourth fastest time. So it's possible to like. I don't think the BMW is overpowered at this circuit. I just think you need to have a decent setup in the Porsche and a good strategy.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, strategy and setup are both really important things, especially when you're dealing with cars that have different characteristics. You know, in the Porsche, you might soften the rear suspension or the rear robot to dial out some of the inherent oversteer, but in the BMW, with it being front engine, it's understeer got to dial out.
Well, it depends where it comes. I mean, I would say like since the weight is more at the front on the BMW, I'd say you're tuning out more oversteer in general. And like the initial turn in or maybe it's the mid corner for a turn in for the Porsche is not great from when I tried it. That's typical of Porsches. I think the engine is like mid mounted now, sort of, but probably a bit further back than normal mid engines.
Yeah,
but
it's-
not the rear anymore like it was. When you have a rear engine mounted Porsche, it's just like you have to stay on the brakes for so long. You take the brakes right to the apex, and then you can get on the power, and then you get a great launch because the weight's at the rear, and the traction's amazing. But
yeah, because-
I still think you have an advantage. Sorry, not an advantage. I still think the BMW is easier in the mid corner to tune, probably, and just less good in the traction. That's what it should be anyway.
Yeah, I mean, what we ought to do really for you, if you like the weights to be towards the front, like the BMW you've got, what we should do is bring back the Nismo, but all the way to the front. Never mind having it 60/40, but all the way to the front. Just literally pile
Heaven
ballast in the
forfend.
front and make it fully front wheel drive. Talks to you for days.
If you brought back the Nissan, surely you should be the people driving it wouldn't be allowed to drive on curbs, surely.
Nah, just
Let's
let
be
them straight line.
accurate.
Let them straight line every corner. Nah, no, you would have to be accurate in that sense, but
I don't think that car was. It didn't look enjoyable to drive. Are you talking about the LMP1?
yeah, the LMP one.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think in real life it was a bit of a jokey
Disaster,
car.
yeah.
And I mean, like Jimmy won races with that car, and obviously I think they took it quite seriously once they started doing that. But they certainly started. They just chose it, I think, from what I remember, as a joke car.
Yeah, I mean, I think possibly. Maybe they did. Yuri Kazdorp is in the pits now, by the way, so Marcel Sisnik will get the position made, and he's in no joking mood at the moment as he continues his charge towards victory. But yeah, I mean, I had a couple of test runs when we were still using it, and for the hell of it, I think I remember doing a test with the torque balance all the way 100% at the front, and it was a surreal experience driving a fully front-wheel drive prototype, but it was fun. It wasn't quick, but it was fun.
Yeah. Well, I seem to remember the thing that they could do was just run minimum rear wing all the time.
Yeah, because wasn't it half the power, half the drag, half the downforce, or something like that? I think it was.
I can't remember. I remember that
It was
they.
something along
So at
those
Le
lines.
Mans, they changed the rear tires like 3 times or something.
Yeah, like total. They would go races, I've heard, where teams could go races without changing them like more than a couple of times. Yeah, you're right. So, because the rears would just last forever because there was barely any power going to them. It was all to the front. They were doing the steering and turning. The back wheels would pretty much just there to apply a bit of power and keep the back end from trailing across the ground.
Yeah.
That's what front-wheel drive cars are great for. You can have lift-off oversteer, but actual power oversteer is impossible because the weight's at the front. And how you drive a front-wheel drive car is you just, put more power on. If you get oversteer, solve it by putting a boot full of power.
I've got an update on the Felix girlfriend situation if you're interested.
Oh, we're very
yes, go on.
interested.
She says, I just got back. I thought he was preparing dinner. Nothing is ready. He hasn't bought anything. He's not driving anymore. So I think Olivier's gone over to their house, and I think hopefully he's gonna lock the door.
Oh, take over from him.
Lock the door for racing or lock the door for defence? Which one?
Lock the door just so she can't get in.
Oh, dearie. Well, if he suddenly disappears, we know what's happened. And there's going to
Indeed.
be a lot of explaining to do.
Well, we have. How much fuel do we have left? We've got 17 litres left. I probably shouldn't be saying any of this, but whatever.
It's gone past the point of
and-
caring.
Yeah, well. So, yeah, James is going to get in. Let's stop. Felix is going to go and treat his girlfriend to a lovely dinner that he hasn't cooked yet. And then he'll get back in 2 hours. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, yes. Unless something's happened in the meantime, in which case I'm going to have
Well,
to...
unless he genuinely crucifies him on the dinner table or something.
Yeah, I think that's possibly going to be... Well, I hope that doesn't happen, but I think we all hope that doesn't happen.
I mean, He's a French Canadian, isn't he?
Yeah.
Canadians. The cold makes them go a little bit crazy, so they don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, they're nuts.
Oh, I just actually, speaking of, we were talking about revs before, weren't we, Neil? Felix Antoine Fortin taking it right up to 6,700 on that straight.
I think he wants to stay ahead of Vyers.
He wants to stay ahead of Virus, that and run away from his girlfriend.
Yeah.
He's using all the revs, like, run away!
I think what he's trying to do actually is burn the fuel as quickly as possible so he can go and make dinner.
He got 6-8 that time. This is a trawler. Oh, I've never been so transfixed with a car. I've never been so transfixed with someone using those many pairs. He's taking it right up.
Yeah, 6-8 is qualifying.
Yep, up to 6-8 again. It's like almost like you can hear us and he's doing it on purpose. Do 7,000 next time, Felix.
I don't think you can get to 7,000.
Well, he's getting pretty close. Oh dear, well, it's been a great race so far, and I'm sure it's going to continue to be a great race as we almost are at the 6-hour mark. We're literally about to call it in. 360 minutes about to elapse. Did he do it? I think he might have done it that time, actually. Got pretty close. I'm getting distracted. Oh dear.
But yes, there's only 3 cars in the lead lap now. You've only got Shiznik, Stevel and Karstorp left on the lead lap. The 106 Blackhawk, the 12 ACR Zag Speed and the 21 Velez car. But all 3 of them are within 40 seconds still. Then behind them you need to go to 1 minute and 30 back until you find Nuno Pinto in that number 3 Ramada Motorsports car.
Yeah, you have to go quite a ways behind before you get to that. I can confirm, by the way, 6,975 RPM was reached just then by Felix Antoine Fortin. It was achieved.
Was that under almost blowing the engine during braking? Because I'm pretty sure that's the only way you could do it.
No, he actually hit 6.9 on the throttle. And he's in the pits now, obviously, so this will be the driver change to James Johnson we talked about. I assume at this point Ed is probably going to have to go and take care of the team since it's a pit stop, so...
Probably. Well,
right, so we'll wish you well then. Oh, I think I've scared him off.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to give you the final update from Gulf. So... He's not driving until 21 hours, no matter what, all in capitals. It was the deal, and I said, don't ruin it for him. And she says, like I care. So there we go.
Oh dear.
It's getting tense.
Tensions in the Fortin camp. Well, we'll leave you to deal with them then, James Johnson to deal with the driving, and you, Trevelyan Johnson, to deal with the actual dealing of the things. Thank you very much for joining us as ever, and
Thank you
hopefully
very much.
Neil will see you later.
Keep it up.
Oh dear, well there's ructions in Camp Fortin then, isn't there, Neil? Oh dearie me.
As Bor Milan is almost right on the rear wing of Henning Vullert now. This is for 7th place. The 5 versus the 11. Bora actually went quite wide off of Le Mans curve there. Picked up some dust. But now he's going to try and move to the right hand side. No, he moves to the left, to the outside, round the outside at Sunset. Manages to get the nose ahead. Can he stick it all the way around the outside though? And indeed he can. Lovely.
Nicely done indeed. That was a good move right there. Obviously we were talking about the Sancho Sim Sport car. James Johnson is now in it as we are on 362 minutes. We're halfway gone and we're halfway to go. So Neil Heatley, do the audio update. Well, not the audio update. Do the updates.
The update. In first position at the moment is still that 106 Blackhawk Racing of Marcel Shiznik. Then the 12 ACR Zag Speed car of Alex Siebel, the 21 Velez of Yuri Karstorp, the 3 Ramada Motorsport of Nuno Pinto, and the number 10 Hydra Esports of Jordi Sveers. In LMP3 is the number 35 Race Clutch of Jimmy Paul, then the 27 Team RGPL of Zdenek Schmada, the 48 Speedy Mite Racing of William McGowan, the 33 Muster Racing of Daniel Livella, and the 42 Blackhawk Racing of Daniel Potar. And the GTEs, it's the 63 Pulse Motorsport of Osvaldo Picosa, the 172 Zancho Simsport of James Johnson, the 99 Team Virus with Bram Balin, the 71 Talking Door Racing with Mateus Machado, and the 64 Satellite Racing with Jacob Begg.
And that be an update, ladies and gentlemen, I guess. But yeah, that is an interesting lineup so far, and well, looking at the standings now, Marcel Sisnick has a big lead, 32 seconds, but it could all go so wrong, and that's not what he wants to happen, obviously. But Alex Siebel just has to try and catch up now, just try and push it a little bit more.
Just has to try and catch up. I mean, how hard can it be?
That's the question, how hard can it be? Well, very hard, but also not very hard, depends on whether the mistakes are made or not.
Yeah, that is very important, of course. Making those mistakes, or indeed lack of, is what the most important thing in endurance racing is.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it is ultimately. And well, I'm just having a look through these cars in the field, looking at who's doing what, and I'm seeing that. Oh, well, let me contact slightly there between one of the raging cars and somebody else. Mitchell Smith got in a bit of a pickle there. Yeah, I think Mitchell Smith got into a little bit of a pickle, but he's managed to save it. Nicely done.
Yes, just managed to make that save. Mitchell Smith he is in the which one is that again? The number 8 Rigid Racing car. There we go. That bright orange Orica 07.
Yeah, the bright orange car. The big bright orange car that is orange and shines like oranges. It'll be relatively... Well, they've been doing quite well this racing part as well. The 9th now, obviously, but they were as high as 3rd and 4th before.
They were at the very beginning of this race with Korkikoski and Benoit was the driver in afterwards. Yeah, they were up there. But again, it's just the ebbing and flowing of teams as they go through this race. Just, yeah, what sort of strategies they're on, and what sort of strategies on, what sort of stint lengths, what sort of tyre strategy are they doing as well.
Yep, indeed, and yeah, that all comes down to it at the end of the day. Oh, Neil, by the way, bad news. We got some bad news, Neil. Doesn't look like Channel 4 will be bringing back the classic Formula 1 theme for this season's coverage. So for those of you who care about your music, no more Fleetwood Mac. Do you think it's about time we appropriated it as the VEC theme song? Get the licensing right and we can have it.
Oh, get licensing rights. You can pay for that because Jimmy won't.
Well, we can do a fundraiser. I'm sure we can do a fundraiser.
We is a strong term.
Well, I say we. I'm sure there'd be people who would be willing to pay for it, help pay for it, crowdfunded, pitch a penny.
Yes.
And answers in the comments, you know? I doubt it's actually going to happen, though. We wouldn't be able to, even if we wanted to do it. We're talking millions, probably.
Probably, yeah. It's probably going to be a good amount.
Yeah. Mitchell Smith at the moment in that raging car, as we mentioned, chasing down the likes of Volat, trying to run away from Peter Schultze, who's actually not that far behind him.
No.
Although he is a lap down.
Yes.
That could cause problems if he were to get through.
As there's been a lead change in the GTE class. Zancho are now in the lead with James Johnson, mainly because Osvaldo Cacosa and that Pulse Motorsport car have just came into the pit lane.
Yeah, of course.
As has the overall race leader of Marcel Chisnik.
Yeah, Marcel Sisnick in. This should be a change to Alex Siebel in the lead of the race. Sooner rather than later. In fact, it'll probably be now. He's coming across the start finish. Marcel, obviously, will be overtaken. Alex Siebel resumes the lead of the race. Yuri Kastorp will probably get second. To be honest, Marcel's leaving now. And Yuri is hitting the start finish now. Or the start of the straight. We will get him. So that is demotion to third for the Blackhawk car.
Yeah, down into third for the moment with that 106 Blackhawk car. But when will Siebel and when will Kastorp both come in, and once they both make their pit stops, that will obviously promote the 106 car up, back up into that first position. As it definitely is, you can definitely tell the night is starting to roll in now here at Sebring.
Dusk arriving in Florida, or virtual Florida. Very bumpy virtual Florida as well.
Very bumpy.
Apart from the bits that aren't, but yeah, Marcel Sisnick knows now that really there's work to do as the sun begins to set and headlights will eventually become required in the Virtual Endurance Championship. 12 hours of Sebring, of which we are now 6 hours and 9 minutes into. On lap 198, minute 369. And Alex Sebring is leader for ACR's lap speed as it stands. 14.3 seconds ahead of Yuri Kastorp. 14.3 after this much isn't really that much, Neil, is it?
Oh no, especially after 6 hours. The fact that, put it this way, if you're exactly one lap down after 6 hours, it just means on average you're only 1 kilometre an hour slower than the leading car.
Yeah, ultimately, you're not that much slower. That's really not much in it on average.
But Alex Siebel in that number 12 ACR Zach Speed car has done a pretty good job since he got into the car. His last lap was a 46.9. That car's best lap of the race is a 46.3, just 6/10 off.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing. Fresh tyres, often, you know, it doesn't matter when it is. If a driver can get rest and get fresh tyres, they can be at their best for any given stint. Obviously, we'll see that deteriorate possibly if there's two driver teams where drivers become more and more tired as time goes by. But ultimately, you know, that's the great thing about endurance racing. The best can come at any time.
The best can come at any time, but it's unlikely to come during the night. That's just the feeling I have.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, in the night time, you know, you're not going to be able to see what's ahead of you. You're going to have a bit of trouble insofar as you're effectively running blind apart from the light from your headlights.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
it can become so much more difficult, especially like a track here at Sebring where there isn't really any lighting. It can become so much more difficult to spot any stricken cars should they be near the edge of the track.
Yeah, so any debris that may have detached from a vehicle.
Yes.
And
Also,
well,
just to like your braking point as well, because here at Sebring there's signs beside the road, but that can become fairly difficult to actually sight as well in the dark, especially when you're having a battle.
we got people in the comments as well, commenting on how lovely it looks. Craig Wallard in particular saying how pretty this is going to get as the sun starts to set. Quite right, good sir. It is going to get very pretty. In fact, it already is. I tell you what though, a lot of drivers like Sebring, but Lorenzo Bondo's not one of them. He says he was supposed to race today, but he didn't get on with the track, so he's decided not to. I mean, I don't blame you, Lorenzo. When it's about as bumpy as the average road in Glasgow, I don't blame you. You see no comeback from Neil Heatley there because he knows it's true.
Yes. Did you just insult Glasgow?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it's not as good as Edinburgh.
going to have words about this afterwards.
Yes, we are. Yeah, I think we'll have to agree to disagree. Oh dear. Well, my head's already on the line to Med and Neil. Why not make it a trifecta and annoy myself?
Having a look in the circuit though at the live timing. Excuse me. Casper Stoltz is currently the pits. The lead at the moment just covered by 50 seconds.
Yeah, 15 seconds, just there or thereabouts, as Alex Siebel completes his 200th lap. He has done it. That is 200 after just over 6 hours of the race. So one wonders, Neil, if in 373 minutes 200 laps have been completed, how many laps are we targeting for the end of the race, assuming there's no code 80s?
Oh yes, hang on. Let me just get my calculator out.
The answer's 386. I'm quicker than you. So not quite 397, but 386. But then again, Le Mans is done over 24 hours rather than 12, so it's a mini Le Mans.
I get 387 laps.
I don't know how you're coming up with that figure, because I've done 373 divided by 200, and then times it by 720. Well, 200 divided by 373, rather. 200 laps have been done in 373 minutes. Multiply that by 720, and you get the number.
Well, technically, I should say I've got 386.06 laps, which would be 387. But it's probably going to be about 385 to 386 laps, presuming that there are no code 80s, and the fact that there has been no code 80s so far is really testament to the caliber and skill of all the drivers on circuit today.
Yeah, it is. You know, the fact that not only can we complete that many laps, but hopefully without a code 80, you know, as well to boot. I mean, we've gone 6 hours without one. Alex Siebel comes into the pits now. Yuri Kasdorp will resume the lead, therefore. It shows the quality of the drivers. You're absolutely right. It does show the caliber, just how good they are. How the quality of the field is in the VEC here, and well, obviously, you know, 397, the magic number from Le Mans. Realistically, it should be Studio 398, shouldn't it? Because we beat it. We beat the record. We're better.
No, it was 399, wasn't it?
We're better than actual Le Mans drivers.
In season 9, it was 399, wasn't it?
Something like that, yeah. So, Marcel, get it changed.
I think
we're not going to stop until you do. Oh dear.
But I'm fairly interested because soon we'll get to learn what tracks are going to be in VEC season 12.
11?
Pardon?
11? You mean season 11? This is season 10, isn't it?
No, this is season 11.
This is season... I don't even know what season it is. I'm that useless.
It is season 11 just now. We're going to find out what tracks are going to be in VEC season 12, Josh.
Yes, we are, Neil. You can edit that last bit out with me. That never happened.
I can't do that live, sorry.
Oh, we'll just go back and cut it out later. We'll do something.
But there is a track that I'd love to see in the VEC schedule, although I'm not aware of a version of it for rFactor 2. I'd love to see the...
Neil, before you say anything, my hand is hovering over the kick user button. Bear that in mind.
Okay, I won't say anything then.
No, I'll give you a chance. But
No.
You're not gonna chance it? Okay.
Well, obviously we're going to use just the Nürburgring Suchschleifer from the new laser scan, which hopefully might be out in time for it.
Now, I tell you what I would like to see, the Grand Prix circuit, the full Grand Prix circuit. That might actually make it. That would be a good track.
Make it, yeah, that would actually be a very good shout.
Yeah, the full Grand Prix circuit, you know, with the both loops, that might actually probably beyond, think about it, it's official content. It's a big, giant, twisty circuit. It's on pre, it's FIA ratified.
Go for no, just do the Nordschleife. Don't come onto the GP circuit. Do just the Nordschleife for VEC season 12.
Well, I mean, it's a possibility. What we could do is we could just have the entire season as one big race at the Nordschleife.
Make it 7. Just make it a 7-day race.
Yeah, the 7-day race. You'll have drivers. You'll have not enough drivers. So you'll have drivers just stopping at the side of the track, having a couple of biscuits, going to sleep, waking up an hour late, and then they'll still be in the lead.
Yep. Hopefully, what could possibly go wrong? Park it at Brunschen, it's fine. Park it at Quedelbach.
Oh dear. Well, what have we started? Oh, Lord. Well. Now, honestly, though, I mean, thinking about it, what tracks would you like to see in the Season 12 calendar? Seriously. Let's try and put my serious hats on for 5 seconds.
Oh, I need to plan it out shall I try in English again? I shall. I need to plan it out properly. And then decide on distances and when, and there's lots of
I'm not asking you to make the actual distances, I'm just asking you to suggest tracks.
One of my new favourites is the Bend Motorsports Park in Australia.
Oh! And that is an interesting shout.
Using the full 7.7k layout.
Well, of course, because length. Gotta have the long circuits in there, haven't you?
7.7k layout means it's the second longest permanent circuit in the world after the Nordschleife. There you go.
Very big indeed, and obviously there's a lot of potential ways to go with that. Obviously you've got several layouts, kind of like NOLA actually, how it's got loads of different layouts.
Yeah, the Bend has trying to think, it's got 4 different layouts, I think, the Bend.
Well, I mean, that's alright.
But using the full endurance layout, I think I'd love to see that one, because after careful consideration earlier this day on the SRC Discord, which of course you can join, Dennis Lind, who, as we know, is an actual F1 driver. No, he's not. Racing
maybe
driver.
One day.
There we go.
Maybe one day he will be.
He's an actual racing driver. He said he'd probably expect the LMP2 cars to go around the full bend in like 2 minutes 30 or 2 minutes 35. I think that'd be a pretty interesting length to see, because you don't really get anything, especially for these LMP2 cars. You don't really get anything between Sebring and Le Mans.
Well, I mean, obviously you've got a point, but in terms of length between Sebring and Le Mans, it's a possibility. I mean, if they made official content of it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just saying in the comments as well, here's a potential calendar for you. Monaco, PFI, Knock Hill, Mid-Ohio, Lime Rock.
Yep. PFI? What's that?
Paul Fletcher International, it's a karting track.
Oh, is it?
With a crossover. We used it for the Super 1 British Esports Championship.
Ah, with a crossover. That's even better.
I think we've won him over.
Yep, won him over with Knock Hill eventually. Everyone eventually gets won over by Knock Hill.
Now here's one for you, Neil. If we were to bring back a GT Championship, how about Zandvoort? If we were to bring back a GT Championship.
The problem is with Zandvoort, it's that double hairpin section, like the top end of the circuit. I've never been able to get correct.
That's why I'm saying if we did a GT Championship, because it's easier to get right in those.
To be honest, Zandvoort isn't the best track in the Netherlands.
Is it not?
I much prefer TT Assen.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's alright.
Yeah, I much prefer TT Assen myself as opposed to Zandvoort. But of course, if we did do a championship with GT3s, we'd have to go and visit Jimmy Allison's home country and go to Jellensringen.
Oh.
One that's got like 25 turns and 1.7 kilometers or something like that.
Literally constant corners. Tire life is not a thing. Oh dear. Well, I tell you what. Wasn't there a track released around the streets of Maastricht recently?
Where Maastricht?
The Maastricht Street Circuit. We're going to have that as a special event. Oh, the future's bright here at the VEC, isn't it? We're not short of content.
Well, you have got the endurance race in, I think it's Lithuania every year, which just uses a motorway and a junction, and to refill the cars, you actually need to go to the petrol station.
Well, I mean,
I think it's in Lithuania.
possibly.
If memory serves me correctly, which it may not.
Yeah. Well, while we're talking about all these tracks we'd like to see, I'm sure the drivers are starting to feel the bumps and the constant taking away of stamina by the bumps, and this is kind of where we'd start to expect tiredness to come in, Neil. You know, this is where we'd expect. This is where the drivers will start to, you know, feel the challenge of this race. I mean, I know they've done 8-hour races, but it's about, you know, 6, 7 where they really start to feel it.
Yes, as I know, race director Jimmy Allison's only had about 3 hours sleep so far. I had about 5 last night, so at the moment, you know, we're running on incredibly awake people.
Incredibly so. I think I got like 6 hours of sleep last night.
Oh, look at you with 6 hours of sleep.
That's nothing compared to what I usually have. I usually when on some days I get 12, 13. That's actually not a good thing. Surprisingly, surprisingly, sleeping for 17 hours a day is not good for you.
With that attitude.
Well, I mean, it's subjectively, because you've only got like 7 hours left in the day to do everything else.
What?
You've only got 5 hours left in the day to do everything else once you've slept for 17. Not like I ever do that.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 12. I was still very confused.
Yes, because all days are bloody 39 hours long. 29 hours even. Actually, what would you do with a 30-hour day? Well, the 24 hours of a mod wouldn't span 2 days anymore.
Well, if you had a 30-hour day, surely you'd have to compress 30 hours to be into 24.
No, if days were 30 hours.
Then it would just knock off the kilter of everything.
If days were... if you had, like, if sunrise to sunset, like, the sun cycle included the whole... If a day was 30 hours, what would you do with the remaining 6?
Well, but then you're presuming that society would have still revolved around a 24-hour day. It probably would still be 30 hours, but we would have just extended everything by about 25%. It would have just been the way that we would have evolved.
We would have just had to have worked more. That sucks. I would have spent it doing useful things like going places.
But you would have also sleep for longer, though. I suppose you'd also have more free time to do things as well. It's just that everything would be extended by about 25%.
Well, I mean, there's a possibility, yeah, but it's a tricky question. Who guards the guards, indeed? Yuri Kaznob's in the pits, in amongst all this. You know, it's funny. I almost forgot we were commentating on a race, Neil. No, it's almost like
you know?
Yeah, it's almost like there's a car race going. Maybe we should talk about that. Yuri Kaznov in the pits for Vela Simspot on the number 21. He is going to come out of the pits very shortly. Nuno Pinto will not overtake by the looks of it, like Siebel has already done so in second place. Marcel Sisnik is first and leading on that 208 he is doing now, having completed 207.
Yeah, Marcel Sisnik currently a 42-second lead over Alex Siebel, but still quite a bit off kilter with pit stops and such. Really, we won't really get to know what the sort of pit stop cycle will be until the last hour or so.
Yeah, until that last hour, where lots of things happen, and if that's when they're getting in, then so be it. I mean, these teams have got it all sorted, strategy-wise. So if it's beneficial to do that, then so be it.
Having a look at the timings again, and it looks like on the track battle for P2 in the LMP3 is about 13 seconds between the two of them at the moment, between Ollie McGowan and Zdenek Shmara, the Speedy Mike, and the Team RGPL car, respectively, with the Team RGPL car currently being ahead out of those two.
Yeah, the RGPL car currently in the lead of those two. Zdenek Shmara, Ollie McGowan, both very capable drivers, and Jimmy Paul as well, a lot further up the road leading for Race Clutch.
Yeah, very good job there by Jimmy Paul today, actually, to be able to break the stranglehold of Speedy Mite in the LMP3s.
I mean, even Team RGPL have had a good race.
Oh yeah, they have as well, to be able to be ahead of the Speedy Mite car as well, but eventually Speedy Mite had to not win a race, and it's just happened to be here.
I mean, quite so. I mean, you would have... Speedy Mite needs to be speedy. Ultimately, yes. Yuri Kazdorp still in the pits, unless he's not been in the pits. Well, I think he's been in for 180 seconds now. 190 seconds now. Is there any damage to the car?
Whom, sir?
Yuri Kazdorp, he's a lap down. Something's happened. The engine's definitely off, I think. Something is occurring here with that Velas car. This could be race-changing news.
Yes, it was contact with Daniel Potor.
Oh, well, that might have damaged something which they're repairing then. They've been in for 210 seconds.
It was contact with the LMP3 car, the number 42 of Daniel Potor.
Oh, dear.
As Kazdorp was leading the race in the number 21 Velez. It was a big hit on the left-hand side. It did hit the tyres pretty flush. The problem is it just knocked the suspension out of whack, and in that instant as well, Daniel Potor took a pretty big hit. The rear wing came off the car, and I think there was some suspension damage there as well. So the two of them certainly not benefited from that incident, but Yuri Kazdorp, a car that was in contention to win this race, certainly no longer able to.
Oh, well, that has changed a lot. As we said, it could be potentially race-changing news. It is race-changing news. I'm going to go back and look at the incident then. Yeah, Daniel Potter in the LMP3, running quite well in his own right, obviously, but had to traipse around without a rear wing for a while. Lap 189, they were on, I believe, under the bridge in Sector 1, we're being told the incident occurred. Yeah, Potter was doing a good job. At the time, 5th in class, obviously, but 15th overall. And Yuri Kazdorp was pushing hard as well in the LMP2. Under the bridge in Sector 1, the incident occurred. And I'm looking at it from here. Potter was on the inside of the corner. Kazdorp went to the outside. Potter then... Potter was on the outside. I think Kazdorp just misjudged a little bit. Tipped Potter, who then got sideways. And then Potter went into the wall, lost the rear wing. Kazdorp spun and obviously went into the wall himself and damaged something. So, a misjudgment it looks like by Yuri Kazdorp.
But Kazdorp is back out now in 9th position. He is now 3 laps down on Marcel Chisnik in the Blackhawk 106.
Well, all of a sudden, race turns on its head and it's now possibly between the 3 cars in 1, 2 and 3 positions. Now it's possibly between the 106, the 12 and the 3. Although, still 4 and a bit hours to go.
5.
5 and a bit even. Well, it'll be 4 and a bit soon, but 5 and a
5
bit.
and a half hours to go, I think you'll find.
Yeah, there is. 5.5 hours.
With lots of fun and joy and excitement and strategy yet to come, and of course the night time, where everything just becomes a little bit more dangerous. Jordy Fears is in the pits now as well in the number 10.
And Svea's coming in, obviously, in the 10 car at this time. I don't know whether there's going to be a driver change or not. I imagine not. Yep, Svea's remains in the car. And, well, 10:30 at night in Newcastle, in England at the moment, obviously, for Neil Heaton, it's a bit later in Sweden. What time is it for you?
11:30. It's only 1 hour, it's fine.
You're staying up till the late hours then? Oh, well. Yeah, you're doing the late shift, aren't you?
It's not late. I think you'll find once it gets to some point, it's early.
Well, you do the
Not sure
early
when the
shift.
transition between late and early is, but...
Well, either way, it's late here in Newcastle, so I think ultimately my time in the commentary box is coming to an end now. As of Sebring, and well, it's been a fantastic race for sure. It really has. The great race as I've been on it. Of course, I'd like to thank Jimmy Nelson for doing such a fantastic job of race directing. Couldn't be here without you, Jimmy. And of course, Neil Heatley for joining me in the commentary box, and as well for our guests that we've had, Eric Schmeider and Edgevelling Johnson. Again, fantastic guests, fantastic contributors, and hopefully you'll get to see Eric Schmeider again later in the race, because I think he mentioned something along those lines, maybe coming back later. But yeah, from me at least, it's been a fantastic race, and I will be leaving you now, unfortunately. But you will be in the very capable hands of our favourite Scot Swede, Neil Heatley. But until such time, thank you very much for listening, and well, I guess I'll see you at the next round at Silverstone.
And there we go, as we go gently into the night, into the late hours. I'll be guiding you through it as we still need to find out what the strategy playout will be. At the moment, João Pires in the 102 ACR Zach Speed car is just 3 seconds behind number 5 Monaco of Bor Milan, currently in 4th position. Although I think we should probably have a look at Mitchell Smith currently in that number 8 Region Racing car. Just under a second behind Yuri Kastorp on that number 21 Velez. Got to see if Mitchell Smith can actually do anything about the pace of that Velez, whether he can actually catch him. Perhaps give him a good battle. So Mitchell Smith, it's really about at this point in the race, it's really just about looking at the timing screens. It appears that Yuri Kastorp has flown away at a great rate of knots. There's been a driver change in the number 1 Team Virus. George Manisakis has got into that one now. Sorry, it says number 3 Ramada Motorsport car, excuse me. Indeed, it is the number 3 Ramada Motorsport car. George Manisakis has now got into that one. So that gap between Bor Milan and João Pires appears to be growing ever so slightly. That previous lap, Milan faster by pretty much exactly 1 second. 5 seconds separates Milan and Pitez. 9 seconds separates Pitez and Spheres for that 4th, 5th and 6th battle. You can see some of the very beautiful shots here in rFactor 2. Sun sets, the lights start to come on, and soon it'll just be like pocket lamps flashing through the dark. But yes, that battle for 4th place starting to get very, very nice. The battle starting to might come up in a few laps' time. But yes, Yuri Kazdorp has managed to run away from Mitchell Smith at a great rate of knots. There must have been something wrong with that number 8 car the previous lap, because it was a 1:50.9. Yuri Kastrup's lap of 46.9, 4 seconds the difference the previous lap. There must have been some sort of problem with that number 8 car. Marcel Offermans has got back, oh I say got back, he's now in that number 52 car. Currently, let's have a look, he's 12 seconds off of the car ahead in 8th place in class. Jacob Pegg in that number 64 Satellite Racing car. As Yuri Kastrup and Mitchell Smith have both just came into the pits at the same time. That battle that was for 7th and 8th, I believe, at the time they both came into the pits. There must be, both of them must be on the same sort of strategy then. But having a look at this battle between Milan, Pitez and Spheres, the last lap, well, Pitez, the one in the middle, was the slowest. Milan with a 47.1, Spheres with a 47.2, but Pitez with a 48.7. Maybe want to increase, Pitez perhaps wants to increase the pace a little bit in order to be holding and to keep to hold on to that number 5 spot for the 102 ACR Zack Speed. Of course, the second ACR Zack Speed car here in Division 1 in the LMP2 class, they have got the 12 and the 102. That 12 car currently leading the LMP2 Championship with 68 points over the number 5 Monaco and the number 10 Hydra Esports. And as it stands, be increasing its lead over the number 5 car by 8 points. Increasing that lead by 8 points would take it out to, let's think it's currently 12, so it'd take it out to a full, so it's currently Yes, it is currently 12, so it'd take it out to a full 20 with 75 points left to claim. Certainly gives them a nice little buffer should anything go wrong in the last two races. But of course, you've got to remember that Le Mans is double points. As Marcel Szczesnik comes into the pits from the lead of the race. And Geordie Spheres is slowly closing in on the 102 car. That number 10 car may well be going up into the top 5 soon. The number 10 car had a rough start to the season, just 4 points from the first 2 rounds. Has really managed to get into its stride since then. A podium at round 3, a 3rd place, a 5th at round 4, and a win last time out. Been able to do a fantastic job there. This sort of like last 3 races or so, in order to keep this momentum up, and momentum is what is so very, very important here in the VEC. If you start to get a run of good results, certainly find yourself in the hunt for that championship. There's a yellow in the middle sector, as it appears to have cleared itself. I think it was something to do with the current 18th place, the Champion Racing LMP3 car, the number 38, currently driven by Sean Campbell, but I'm not exactly sure. I have a feeling it might have been something to do there. As Geordie Spheres is coming into the back of that 102 car. Geordie Spheres is just coming through Tower. And by Tower I mean Cunningham. Now into Tower, the right hand there. And the run down towards Bishops. Through the right, left, right. It's out of Le Mans curve now. And along that back straight. And again, another one where it's not going to be a question of if, it's going to be a question of when. So on to the start finish straight to begin their 217th lap of the event. The problem is that Spheres is now stuck behind, a little behind Riccardo Corsari in the Pulse Motorsport car. But manages to clear any bad GT traffic, manages to clear Corsari quite easily. Now it appears it's the turn of Pites to have traffic in a bad place. Well, see that Spheres does the same. Kevin Yeager there in the Blackhawk Porsche, the number 81. Ernest Schoenvliet next in the 97. A Gira managed to get right past him nicely. And now, for the first time in half a lap or so, there's no traffic between himself and his rival. The 102 versus the 10. And look at how close Spheres is now. He's going to be using all of that slipstream, all of the air that isn't there because the 102 car has pushed it all out of the way. No move into Sunset. I say that. He might have gone for a very, very late move. No, Spheres just holding back for now. But a nice slingshot out of the final turn. He moves to the left or the right. He moves to the right hand side, which means he has to go all the way around the outside at turn 1. And that is a beautiful move. Just sweeps round the outside. Nothing the 102 car could do about that. An absolutely beautiful move there from the Hydra Esports driver. And now it looks like that he may just well drive away with this. This position, I should say, rather. That last lap by Georgie Spheres, the second fastest of all the LMP2 cars. Fastest was held by the part in 8th position, the number 21 Velez of Christian Michel. He's 2 laps down, I believe, on Spheres. But having a look at the last lap, well, the laps when Spheres and Peters both cross the line, you can really see what sort of speed they do. Here comes Spheres through Sunset Bend and across the start-finish line. Georgie Spheres' lap to 147.9. That of the 102 is a 49.2. But Georgie Spheres a 47.9 even after overtaking a car. Absolutely beautiful lap there. Goran Djordjevic were on board. Well, I should say we're following now. Djordjevic, that number 1919 Virus car, the car that's currently 3rd place in the GT field. He's got 48 seconds to find to gain another position. And if he does, that position would be gained. He would be going into 2nd in place. Pulse Motorsport 63 of Ricardo Corazari. Joe Peters in that 102 car, although he's passed, well, I wouldn't say easily, that seems a bit harsh, but passed nicely by Spheres. He's kind of been able to hold on. The previous lap, he's only 3/10 down. Was the driver of the number 102. But yes, that gap has only gone up to 2 seconds now between Spheres and P10. A very good job by the 1 and 2 drivers to actually hang with the 10 after that move. Ollie McGowan is starting to come in. That number 48 Speedymite LMP3 car is starting to close in on Smarta in the Team RGPL number 27. 6 seconds separates the two of them. That previous lap, McGowan faster by 1.2. What that car that has won 4 races in a row. Since round 2 they didn't score at round 1 in Indianapolis. They won at Nola, Sao Paulo, Sepang and Estoril. Now they're going for the 5-time win here at Sebring, but they've got quite a bit of work to do. They're currently 48 seconds down on the class leader after 6 hours, well, after almost 7 hours of racing. They're 48 seconds down on the leader. The good news is there's still 5 hours and 5 minutes to make it up. So, what has been the driving time, the lap times I should say rather, this time round? Well, we won't get to know because McGowan and Smarta have both came into the pits at the same time. We won't know what laps they just set. Sancho Simsport of James Johnson doing very well. Still leading that GTE field by 1 minute and 17 seconds over Ricardo Corazari in the 63 Pulse Motorsport car. When will McGowan, well, I say that when McGowan and Smarta come out of the pits, it's been McGowan and Pastor. There's been a driver change. That number 27 car, it's now Daniel Pastor in the Team RGPL LMP3. James Johnson's last lap, even though he's a minute and 17 ahead, he's still putting in laps that are comparable to those of his rivals, just a half-second here or there difference between them. But again, that's exactly what you'd expect at this point in the race, where they've got traffic, but also perhaps not pushing 100%. Now, Geordie Spheres and Bora Milan, that may be a very, very tasty battle coming up soon. 8.7 seconds separates the two of them at the moment. Geordie Spheres faster the previous lap by a second. This next lap though, what is Spheres' time when he crosses the line? The gap between the two of them last time round, not so big, only 0.2 of a second. The Geordie Spheres is certainly closing in onto the back of that number 5 car. The main question is, how long will it take? There's a new name in the Blackhawk GTE car, the 81, that I haven't seen here in the VEC before. It could well have been here before, but just didn't notice. But Kim Stroman now in that number 81 Blackhawk car, a new driver. As we now enter 420 minutes gone. 300 minutes to go here at Sebring. So it's time for now another hourly update. With 5 hours to go, it's Marcel Shiznik in the 106 Blackhawk car ahead. The number 12, ACR Zach Speed of Dennis Jordan. The 3, Ramada Motorsport of George Manisakis. Number 5, Wanako of Bora Milan. And the number 10, Hydra Esports of Geordie Spheres. In the LMP3s, it's the number 35 Race Clutch of Jimmy Paul. The 27, Team RGPL of Daniel Pastor. The 48, Speedamite of Ollie McGowan. The 33, Muster Racing of Daniel Olivella. And the 38, Champion Racing of Sean Campbell. For the GTEs, it's the 172 Sancho Sound Sport of James Johnson, the 63 Pulse Motorsport of Ricardo Corazari, the 99 Team Virus of Joran Djordjevic, the 71 Talking Door Racing of Tobias Rana, and the 60 Hydra Esports of Casper Stoltz. That's your top 5 in each class, with just 5 hours to go, and look at what this track looks like now. The darkness has really rolled in just in the past 5 minutes or so. And all of the cars now got their lights on, starting to move into the nighttime period here in the VEC, here at Sebring. So we've seen Spheres and Milan. Spheres was quite a bit slower that previous lap, 1 2.8 seconds, but again, goes to and fro with the traffic. Ollie McGowan in that Speedy Mike racing car, 6 seconds behind Daniel Pastor. McGowan though lost a whole heap of time in that previous lap, 2.5 seconds. Something went on with that Speedy Mike number 48 last time round. What can McGowan do to try and chase down the Team Archie PL27? And you start putting in some qualifying style laps in order to be able to make the move. And again, this point in the race is just all really about timing watching almost, especially when these gaps get to when sim points 15-20 seconds. It's just watching the timings, watching what the trends are. The previous lap, the Speedy Mike car, well, we'll see when the Speedy Mike car actually crosses the line, because he hasn't yet, as far as I'm aware. Oh no, he did this lap. Again, a lot of time lost by McGowan, 2 seconds that lap. As Tobias Rona comes into the pits in number 71 Talking Door Racing, the same goes for Mark Proquez, 62 core team. For Milan, currently pulling away slightly actually. Well, I say that as he comes into the pits. He was pulling away slightly from Geordie Spears before he came in. Where will Bor Milan pop back out in terms of the timing? Having a look, he's still stationary in pit lane. Marius Bert is the next car behind in the number 11-1 target, but he's just coming through Bishop now. Which means that Milan should be able to get in front. Indeed, Milan starts moving in the number 5. So Pittes comes in the 102 car. Kasper Stolze comes in the number 60 Hydra Esports as well. Tony Mella is there, pretty much right in the rear wing of Ollie McGowan by the looks of it. There he is, it's just Christy Michelle. Between the two of them, then Michelle has managed to go at the exit of Sunset. So they come through turn 1 to begin these LMP3 cars. 116th lap. They come through turn 5 now to Big Bend. Can Mella do anything in the race clutch car? But it appears like he just had a bad 1 out of 5 that time round, which means he will not be able to be close enough to make an attempt at that position. Coming to the hairpin, this of course being a battle for second in class. See the 0-2 on the side of McGowan's car, 0-3 on the side of Mella's car in purple, which shows that they are second and third in class. Look at this, more traffic coming through. It's George Manasakis in number 3 Ramada Motorsports car now. And these LMP3 cars, like I said earlier, they've got the task of lapping and being lapped at the same time. I can tell you that is not something fun. McGowan has managed to get by Mella. Oh no, sorry, Mella was behind anyway, excuse me. Mella now much closer. They move to the left or the right, coming down towards the hairpin. I can't do anything. McGowan places the car beautifully to use Corazari, the BMW, ahead as a almost like a blocking device. McGowan still using all this traffic to the best of his advantages. Mella fighting his way through. Try and gain that second position, to try and gain those 7 extra points. Sorry, there's 4 extra points. Mella falling back a little again. Really going to and fro, depending on what sort of traffic they reach and what sort of setups these guys have. Of course, they're different. There's different strengths and weaknesses in the same lap. So it's now Frederick Schroeder, the next car ahead. It's Frederick Schroeder, the next car ahead. When will they see the blue flag, and when will they let McGowan past? As Bormalan goes round the outside of the both of them. And look at how close Mella is now, right on the rear wing of McGowan, right on the rear wing of that Speedy Mike Racing LMP3. Not able to make a move into sunset this time round though. Indeed, Mella just falls back a little bit there. Just because of where the traffic was. The question is, what can Mella do in the near future in order to try and attack and try and make this pass onto the number 48 car? As they're coming through the Fangio chicane now, the right and the left. Now braking hard for Cunningham, trying to spot the braking zone, which is just a little bit harder in the dark. Obviously, you don't quite have the visibility, you don't quite have the spatial awareness almost in the dark. There's probably a better way to explain what I am at the moment, but we'll just stick with this, shall we? So they're coming through sunset now, they're still stuck behind. Oh no, sorry, that's now Alex Pleva they're now behind in the core team car. Coming up towards turn 1, but this time it's Mella going to be stuck behind the core. They managed to make that move up the inside at turn 3. Through the right-hander, the streaming like fast right-hander. Again. Through that right-hander, because the radius is so large, it really doesn't put that much of a stress on the left-hand side tyres. It's almost negligible, I would say, really, as opposed to, well, a corner like this one. Cunningham coming up, because it is a proper corner, you need to be braking and turning at the same time, like you do for most corners here at Sebring. Christy Michelle comes into the pits in the number 21 Velez car. Christy Michelle, is there going to be a driver change for that number 21, having a look at the driver swap zone? And the answer for that at the moment appears to be no. So Marcel Chisnik still in the lead of this race. By about a minute now. In that minute 14, but he still owes pit stops, I believe. Colin McGowan and Tony Miller just 0.3 of a second apart now. They're coming through towards turn 3 now, that 3, 4, 5 complex one where, well, you can get two cars through at the same time, but there really needs to be a lot of cooperation between them. Mel again just appears to fall back a little bit between, well, I'd say between turn 5 and I'd say Tower. It appears that the race clutch number 35 car is a bit weaker than the 48 Speedy Mike, but coming between Tower and Tower in turn 1, I'd say it is the race clutch car that is better. Next car behind is Christy Michelle. That Velis number 21. Again, Christy Michelle, they're just stuck between the two of them. Mel going very, very wide through Sunset. It does mean that he does get a better slingshot effect out of the final corner. And Ed Trevelyan Johnson, the Zansho leader, has given us a nice little fact that no GTE cars won twice this season. Indeed, he is right. It was Jesus Motorsport Club at Indianapolis, Musto Racing at NOLA. It was Ajira Racing at Interlagos. It was Hydra Esport. It was Pulse Motorsport at Sepang. It was Hydra Esports last time out at Estoril. So, at the moment in the lead of the GTE class is James Johnson in that 172 Zansho Simsport car, which would make it 6 from 6. So it would be 6 from 6. Could Zansho Simsport 172 make that pass? Make the pass? I should say continue on the lead. Continue being in the lead. Now it'd be fairly interesting to see from the GT class, because it then goes to show the depth of competition that exists as here in Division 1. So joining me now for what I hope to be a little bit more time is Ewan O'Leary.
Yeah, good afternoon, Neil. Or more like good evening, I suppose. Yeah, I hope I'll be staying for a little while. Looks like it's been an interesting race so far, so yeah, I'm hoping I can stick around for a little bit and watch the rest of this race unfold.
Yes, at the moment, just the two cars on the lead lap, Shiznik and Jordan. Shiznik and Jordan. Shiznik just made a stop, if my memory serves me correctly. Yes, just on the last lap, which means that he's managed to get a full pit stop lead at a very, very I would say a very impressive feat, but then again, after being racing for what, 7.5 hours almost, 7 hours and 20 minutes, it is pretty impressive that they've managed to get a full pit stops lead. But Tony Mella and Ollie McGowan still going at it. Tony Mella in that race clutch number 35, still looking for a way past the 48, but just not able to at the moment.
Yeah, they've been going at it for a very long time now, and well, they're still going. And let's not forget that only 20 seconds up the road is the LMP3 leader. So the top three cover by about 22 seconds in that class, which is, as you say, after 7.5 hours racing. I don't think we can be too disappointed with that.
Indeed, we can't, and it was something that I pointed out to Josh Anderson about at the halfway point of the race, 6 hours. It does mean that after 6 hours of this race, if you were a lap down, almost exactly a lap down, it would mean that you'd just be 1 kilometre an hour slower over the course of the 6 hours, and it means you're a lap down. And at that point, we still had about 4 cars in the lead lap, and I think that's fairly impressive to have 4 cars within a kilometre an hour over 6 hours of racing.
Yeah, when you put it like that, it makes things seem all very close all of a sudden. When people say endurance racing is not close when they're laps apart, that, say 1 kilometre average difference, that's not very big at all. So, yeah, when you put it like that, it makes it seem like it's been a very close race indeed, which it has, because we've still got 2 cars in the lead lap, and with any kind of difficulty, then there's many cars ready to pounce. So still very close at the front, but still a long way to go as well.
The next cars up, well, I say there's actually another car in between McGowan and Mella. It's now Dennis Jordan, the car that's currently in second, the number 12 ACR Zach Speed car. But again, Mella appears to be able to make transition from about a second back to the rear wing of the number 48 car, but every time they get there, they just appear to either get traffic in the way or just isn't quite able to make that move. And eventually that's got to be fairly frustrating for the driver behind.
Yeah, definitely. When you think about it, there's still a lot of cars running around here. There's still, let's say, at least 30 cars out there on the circuit at the moment, so it's still a very busy track at the moment. So there's going to be a lot of traffic, and well, it's making a big difference to this battle, because the car behind Tony Mella seems to be getting very unlucky in traffic compared to McGowan. He seems to be just getting balked every time he gets close, as he said, and you can't quite seem to make the move stick yet, but still, there's a bit of space behind them now. Not a LMP2 for a little while, so maybe you can get on the back and make a move in next lap.
Going through the turn 3, 4, 5. Sorry, that's just coming out of turn 5 now. Through turn 6, under bridge number 1 and under bridge number 2. The car in front is Tobias Ronan, the Talking Door Racing number 71. You can see on the side of the Talking Door Racing car, it has got 05 there in the rear passenger window, and that does mean that they are 5th in class. It does give you a little more incentive to not incentive. It's just a little easier to see what position people are in. And again, Tony Mella managed to get up to the back of Ollie McGowan, and again, it's just traffic being in the wrong place. This time it was Tobias Rona in that number 71 car. And again, it just seems to be that the traffic isn't following the correct way for the driver of the number 35. Yeah,
he's going to be careful so that he doesn't get frustrated and make a rash decision if he's not careful, because it can get very frustrating if there's GTs in the way, LMP2s in the way, in the wrong place at the wrong time. So it can be frustrating. He's just got to keep his head, know that there's still a fair way to go. It's just over a third, but that's still 4.5 hours at the moment. So he's got to keep his head, and maybe they can get them later on in the race, because still many laps to run.
Still many laps to run. We did estimate earlier on that should the rest of the race go green, the LMP2 cars, the leaders would do somewhere in the region of 385 or 386 laps. So, yeah, it's just about, 145 to go? Not that much, really.
Yeah, we had that whole thing at Indianapolis when we'd done 200 laps and we nearly had 200 to go, which was pretty soul-destroying for some people, particularly if those who weren't enjoying it. I know I wouldn't have been, because Indianapolis is, for some people, just don't get on with it. But yeah, when you put it like that, you start to realise that you've got a very long way to go. But you know, if we get some Code 80 intervention and maybe some crashes, which it doesn't look like we've had so far, given the amount of people out. But yeah, if we have a few of them, then we could be in for a shorter distance laps-wise. But it looks like all clean and green at the moment, and everyone seems to be running smoothly, and we look on course for high 300s in the lap count.
Yes, another thing that is fairly interesting is that should the Code 80 come out, it could really destroy some of these driver strategies, because we've got some that are still roughly on the same strategy after just about 7.5 hours of racing, but there's others who are the strategies that are a little bit off, perhaps got a half stint difference or a quarter stint difference, and if the Code 80 comes out just at the wrong time, it's going to completely destroy their strategy.
Yeah, exactly, and just take the two leaders, for example, in LMP2. If the Code 60 were to come out, the Code 80 to come out now, then the top two leaders will come in together, and I know the Black Hawk car would have a shorter fuel fill because they've not had as long of a stint, but it will close that gap massively from like over a minute to probably 30 seconds or something like that. So it really hurts some people, and it could really help others, maybe help some others behind get back onto the lead lap. Imagine these two, second and third in LMP3, coming in the pit lane nose to tail, and who's going to take tyres and who's not going to take tyres. It would be a total it would just get in the way of everyone's strategy, and that some people will love it and some people will absolutely hate it.
Yeah, the GT3 cars earlier in the race, at least, some of them were trying to do the double stint on the tires to do 2 hours essentially on a single set of tires, and it appears that some of them have continued with that strategy, but it appeared also that some of the LMP2 teams were double stinting their tires as well. But we know previously from experience that the LMP2 cars can do about 45-48 minutes on a tank of fuel. What's fairly interesting that quite a few of them in the first half of this race were just doing 40 minutes on a tank of fuel. Now, if you take 40 minutes on a tank of fuel, double stint tires, then take it all the way up to 12 hours, that works almost perfectly. So they were really banking from the beginning to have an almost perfect a perfect green flag race with no Code 80s in it.
Yeah, and over 12 hours, that's, well, rather wishful thinking, I would say, because that, you know, this amount of cars and this tight of track and staying concentrated for 12 whole hours is ridiculous, really. So it's just not going to work. But yeah, so far some of them, we'll see how those strategies play out anyway. You know, for some people it will work out, some people it won't work out, and yeah, we'll just have to see how it works out, because some tracks this year we've had, you know, just 40-minute stints, and that's the max some people can do, and some people have managed to go 3 laps further or whatever. But this track seems to be almost nearer 50 minutes, which is one of the longest, certainly I can remember this season anyway. But anyway, it's interesting to see how the fuel loads differ throughout the different tracks.
Yes, and as Ollie McGowan's still holding on to that second place, Tony Mel again, just getting up, then drifting away slightly, getting up, then drifting away slightly. Perhaps this move between the two of them will have to be done under the pit stop phase, just to perhaps a little bit more strategy going to in car here. but the lead battle is in 15 seconds, the gap between Dennis Jordan, the ACR Zach Speed car, and Marcel Shiznik, the number 106 Blackhawk car. 15 seconds separating the two of them, and having a look also between 6th and 7th, between the one target car of Marius Berg and Michi Hoya in the 102 car. Just 10 seconds separates them as well.
Yeah, there's some close battles to be resolved here, and particularly in LMP2, and well, all the way down the field, really. Some big gaps in GT, but in the prototype divisions, there are some close battles to be resolved, and I'm sure they will be over the next 4 hours. But yeah, lead gap seems to just be fluctuating at the moment. Shiznik gained 2 seconds on the previous lap, and then the lap before that, Jordan gained another 2 seconds, so just gone up and down, but it's staying around 15 seconds, and rather like the LMP3 battle we've been watching or monitoring for the last few minutes. The gaps are all fluctuating due to the traffic.
And again, that is just one of the natures of endurance racing, that these gaps will just fluctuate by 1-2 seconds either way, just because of consistency, just because of where they meet the traffic. And yes, it can just mean that if you meet a bad run of traffic over 3 or 4 laps, you can easily lose 5 seconds through no fault of your own.
Yeah, and that's where people get really frustrated and make a rash decision, which can really hamper your race. But so far we've seen drivers keeping their heads mostly, and lots of clean racing out here for this race. Luckily, we haven't seen too much incident. Into the pit lane has come a 23 car from 10th position. Dylan Schreens is a lap down, unfortunately, from his nearest competitor. They're not having the greatest day in a race car, unfortunately, but still plugging away, on for a single point, I believe, at this point. I know the point system's slightly changed, but I believe they'll still get a point for 10th. So yeah, they're still plodding along for that, and of course there's plenty of cars ahead of them that could have an issue, and they can pick up more points that way.
Yes, just a few more points available for all of the teams today. Excuse me, it's 30 points for the winner today instead of 25. Then it goes 22, 18, 14, 12, 10, 7, 5, 2, 1. Those are the points available for all the drivers today. And it's quite interesting that, for example, a third here is equivalent to a second in a normal race. A fifth here is equivalent to a fourth in a normal race. A sixth here is equivalent to a fifth in a normal race. So it's fairly interesting that just by being one position further up in this 12-hour race does mean that it's equivalent of an extra position in a position here in the 12-hour race does mean the equivalent of a whole position further up in a normal race.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the kind of thing that these guys will have to take into account, and we'll have to take into account afterwards when we tighten up the order and figuring out who's on top in the championship after all this. But and I can tell you in GT it's going to be all over the place, because championship leaders are all the way down 12, so it's going to be an absolute nightmare. The calculators are going to be smoking later, but yeah, we'll figure it out, and there'll be some mixing up in the order, I would suggest, in all 3 divisions probably.
Yeah, there is going to be quite a few differences in the points tables and standings at the end of this race, but we're just going to have to wait for the next 4 hours and 20 minutes or so to find out what these changes will be, who will be the winner, and who will be the movers and shakers in the championships.
Yep, and there will as I said, there will definitely be a few in GTE, sorry, because as I said, Juice's Motorsport Club currently running 12th, Adam Baldwin currently 20 seconds off the 97 Ajura, but that's for 11th, and that's not going to get them anywhere either. So, their nearest rival in the championship place, Force Motorsport, currently running second. So, absolute nightmare for Juice's Motorsport Club at the moment.
It's something fairly interesting. We had Eric Schmieder in the chatting with us earlier on. It's fairly interesting that he pointed out that the other teams that they're fighting, the Pulse Motorsport and the Hydra Esports cars, have both had bad races. Pulse Motorsport car scored 1 point at Estoril, Hydra Esports scored 0 at Interlagos, and they hadn't had that yet. They'd gone first, second, third, second. They hadn't had that bad round yet, and it just turned out that this round was going to be their bad one.
Yeah, it's about time, but if you wanted to just notice something about their 2 bad races, they were in 6-hour races with a normal point structure, and this one's going to be with a 12-hour point structure, and they're going to lose, well, quite a lot more, so 20% more. You could figure that out. I know that's not true out the whole thing, but think about it, you get 20% more for the win. But anyway, they're going to lose a lot more than the other 2 would have, but I'm not complaining personally as a neutral, because it means we get a nice close championship battle. Looking down the field now, and still looking, I'm noticing that LMP3 battle over second place. Ollie McGowan still leading Tony Mellor, and 12th and 13th overall. They're still running pretty much nose to tail. It's half a second they run around there at the moment, completing lap number 231 under the lights, well, under the limited lighting, let's say. Yeah, with the headlights blazing, and we've still got over 4 hours to go in this race, still many things to play out, and we've still really no idea who's going to win this race.
Yes, going, I said, Dennis Jordan comes in from second place. Yes, it just depends on the end of the season. Could come down to where the GTE teams had their bad race and what position they managed to fight their way back to. As you said, that Jesus Motorsport Club, Adam Baldwin, they are currently in 28th position and 12th in class. Of course, that 12th position means that as it stands, they won't be getting any points from Sebring.
Sorry, I was just going to say that that would be some people's argue for a drop round, so you just eliminate that kind of bad race altogether. But I think that's part of the deal, personally. That bad races come along with the good ones, and you've got to kind of deal with it. But that's just my thing. I don't really like the idea of a drop round in a series, but there you go. Luckily, we don't have them here, and it's going to make this championship extremely close coming into the last 2 rounds.
Mellor and McGowan still nose to tail. They've got Mitchell Smith ahead of them, just past them in that number 8 region racing car. It could be Mellor's chance. He's going to be moving to the left hand side, coming to turn 3. But decides better of it for now, coming through 4 and 5. Will Mellor be able to get a nice run out of 5, use as much of that slipstream as possible to suck up to the back of the number 48 car and make a move either to the left or the right of the circuit, coming down towards the hairpin? And indeed, Mellor moves to the right hand side, but that one was a bit of a fake out.
Not quite close enough into there, unfortunately, and kind of hard to get a slipstream around that big bend. It's not really a ideal passing place, but you know, big braking zone, and provides certainly an opportunity, but fortunately wasn't the one that time, and he's going to have to keep trying.
Yeah, having to keep trying, and eventually frustration will be getting the better of that number 35 driver. We may see A rash decision or mistake from the number 35 driver, perhaps?
Yep, and sorry, and
Nope.
we'll. That's what he's hoping for, really. He doesn't seem to be able to get past at all. As we keep saying, the traffic kind of, just totally blocking the way through at the moment, and he can't seem to find his way past. But as he said, strategy opportunities. There's probably going to be at least 4 more of them for these guys, because they're going to have to make probably 4 or 5 more stops. Not really sure how long they can go. I think it's an hour, but I'm not really entirely sure. Yeah, many strategic opportunities before the end of this race for them.
Yes, it's all about this type of strategy do. And again, does Mela decide to perhaps try and go for the move on track? Or does he perhaps decide just to see if you can sneak that extra 2 seconds in the pit stop cycle? It could be a very interesting strategic move coming up for that number 35 cars. Marius Bert comes in that number 11-1 target car. Having a look further down, and there is still 29 cars running here, only 6 retirements so far. Oliver Schlabs, Andrea Tuffarello, Alan Terzic, Daniele Canistracci, Yuno Karama, and Salvo Sardina are the ones, the drivers who have currently DNF'd, and including that number 1, the number 1 and the number 20 LMP2 cars certainly got a big effect on their championship hopes.
Yeah, reigning champions having more trouble. It's really not been their year, apart from the win at Interlagos. Sorry, that's the wrong car. Never mind. They're running 7th in the championship. Still not a lot better. 2nd at Indianapolis and only 5th at Interlagos. The others have just been lackluster races, really, and this is another one to add to the list. I have to say that they're probably out of the running for the championship now.
Technically, coming into this race, every single team could still mathematically win their championship, but we will be starting to eliminate people from the championship race after this race at Sebring. Now, almost in between McGowan and Mela now is Yossar Neira in the 64 Satellite Racing car. Satellite Racing done a pretty good job today as well. Let's have a look. Where are they? They are currently they've done a pretty good job today. They were in the top 5 for the majority of the race, but currently they've now back down in 10th. Just a couple of incidents have befallen them.
Yeah, and they're pretty safe in that 10th place, clinging on to that 1 point at the moment. With 2 laps behind them, so I think they'll be safe for a point if they continue the way they're going, and they could even snatch a couple of more positions ahead of them, because the 3 wide and the Sim Racing Farland car aren't too far ahead of them either.
So it's still just less than the second separating them, but again, another car getting in between the two of them. This time it's Marcel Shiznik in the Blackhawk, number 106. The car is currently in the lead of the race by 1 minute and 10 seconds as it stands the last time Shiznik came into the pits. By the looks of it, was lap 2:37. In the 13th lap of the stint, so we'll probably be coming in again in 7 or 8 laps time, will the race leader.
Yeah, and we've not so long seen the ACR Zaxby's car come in, so
yes,
gonna keep going. Back and forth, I would expect, throughout the race.
Yes, Bormalan comes in as well in the number 5 car. So anyone in the driver swap area? Let's have a look. No, they've got JT Tani is in the driver swap area. That'll be a change for the 38 Champion Racing LMP3 car. Daniel Visna as well, which suggests a change at the Blackhawk squad. So that may well be who'll be taking over Marcel Shiznik at the next pit stop cycle.
Yeah, and it's going to be a test for him to adjust to the conditions as quickly as possible, because he can't be hanging about. if he wants to carry on with his lead, he's going to come out with a slim margin of only 10 to 15 seconds when he comes out, so he's got to be on it as soon as he drops off the jacks.
As soon as he drops off the jacks, and be watching like a hawk as to where the other cars on track will be. And as Tony Mella just gets past there this time around by Michi Hoya, so again some traffic getting in the way of this LMP3 battle. They're having a look further around and down the order. Quite a few places where there's only 10 seconds separating cars. For example, between let's look, Frederick Schroeder and Tobias Rona for 5th place in the GTEs. But just 4 seconds separates Michi Hoya and Bora Milan, the 5 and the 102 for the 5th place overall. And 5th place in the LMP2 class. Bora Milan is just coming down towards sunset now. Makes his way through the bumps, the incredibly bumpy section of sunset, and launches that car along to the start-finish line. The last lap for Bora. Well, it's a 2-minute 40, mainly because he just came in, so we're going to have to wait for the next time round to see what his real pace is. So Milan is now trying to hold off Hoya's last lap. We have a look at the timing stands. Hoya's last lap of 48.1, which was the second fastest of all the LMP2 cars, only beaten by the race leader, Marcel Shisnik in the Black Hawk 106. But we just have to wait and see when Mella makes that move. It's still going to be quite a few laps yet, I believe, as that is Michi Hoya just came into the pits, and it is the 102 ACR Zach Speed car. Now coming in, there's going to be a driver swap there. You've got Cliff Vandeven in the driver swap area. He was driving the number 3 Romana Motorsports car earlier on. But Michael Sedlicek, I believe, is going to be in the Team RGPL LMP3 car. Mikko Korkekoski, who's going to be in the number 8 Region Racing LMP2, and Daniel Visna, who will eventually be in the Black Hawk LMP2 car. So as Hoya is in the pits, a little bit of games begins. Hoya will get the undercut, presuming that he adds some tyres to the car. Minute and 12, the lead gap now between yes, an hour and 12? A minute and 12, the current lead gap between Marcel Shisnik and Dennis Jordan, the Black Hawk, and the ACR Zach Speed. And there's another 1 minute and 12 behind them to get to George Manasakis number 3 Ramada Motorsports car, but because Cliff Van de Ven is there in the swapping area, it does mean that we're expecting to see Manasakis in soon and make a driver change.
Oh, we've got a new closing gap. I don't know if it's going to last because of pit stops and whatever, but 6th place. I don't know if you noticed this at all either, but I just had to step away for just a second there. Marius Burt and Michi Hoyer for 6th place. One target and Zach Speed closing up a little bit. Yeah, as you said, Manasakis is now in, and we're going to presume that he's going to make that driver swap now.
Yeah, Michi Hoyer just made his pit stop not too long ago, which just means that he's now making his way through the field. He may well get the undercut on Bora Milan, of course, the car that he was racing, the driver racing for the last pit stop cycles. George Manasakis now comes in. The same goes for Geordie Spheres in number 10 Hydra Esports car, as does Martin Vindis, number 67 Atlantic Motorsport car. All 3 of them on pit road at the moment. Excuse me, and indeed Manasakis now goes a full lap down in the car ahead, which is Dennis Jordan, the number 12 ACR Zach Speed car, but it does mean that instead that number 3 car will be getting a new driver. Van de Ven will be getting behind that. Geordie Spheres as well. I don't see anyone in the driver swap area who can swap with Spheres, so I do believe that he'll be staying in there for another stint. We've also now got Yuri Kastorp in the swap zone. That means it will be number 21 Velis changing soon. Felix Antoine Fortin, so that's the 172 Zancho, and Eric Schmieder, which means that is the Deuces Motorsport number 784. All of them will most likely be changing drivers in the very, very near future.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of it. We can kind of predict who's going to get in the car, which is quite useful sometimes. But Cliff Van de Ven has just left the pit lane, and I believe that's... I'm not sure when he joined that squad, because I've not actually seen him driving that car yet, and I didn't even see him on the entry list at the start of the year. The sheet next to me doesn't have him on it from when I filled it in at the start of the year, so I'm not really sure when he joined, but he's in the car now, and he's come out in 4th, just 13 seconds behind Milan, who's just taken that spot briefly away from the number 3 car.
So the gap between Milan, Van de Ven and Spheres now, according to live timing, it is 16 seconds between Spheres and Van de Ven, and it's 12 between Milan and Van de Ven. So very, very nice gap there at the moment. Of course, Spheres and Van de Ven have made their stops for Milan, still needs to make one himself. Michi Hoyer now under a second behind the one target car of Marius Bert. Hoyer just coming under the bridge now, up towards the hairpin. Can he make a move to the right hand side? He does make a move to the right hand side, but it is to lap Michel Mola in the Race Clutch LMP3 car.
And yeah, he's still going with that battle with McGowan as well, but the closer battle at the moment is that one for 6th overall and in LMP2, because Bert is definitely under pressure now from Hoyer. As I said, I'm not really sure how far away Bert is from a pit stop, but Hoyer's just made one, I think, and these two are closing up on each other quite a lot at the moment.
So as Christian Michel comes into the 21 Velis car, so that means Yuri Kastorp will be getting into that one in the next minute or so. Hoyer now trying to use as much of the slipstream as possible on the number 11 car, coming down towards Sunset Bend. Incredibly bumpy now, because it is of course a laser scanned version of Sebring. But Hoyer not being able to make the move stick this time round.
Yeah, you can really notice that it's been thoroughly scanned, because you almost see every single bump they go over. It's almost up and down all the time.
To the left hand side of Bert, up the inside of turn 1. Thank you very much, Hoya. Moves past the number 11 car, so the number 102 car moves up into the 6th position.
Yep, he's making that pass as soon as I was starting to talk about bumps and scans and weird things like that. Just slipped down the inside into turn number 1 and got the move stick. It wasn't turn number 1 at all, it was turn number 2. But oh no, it was turn number 1. Never mind. Getting my track mixed up in the dark. Yeah, simple move there. Slip down the inside at turn number 1. Easy as you like, into 6th place, and you'd expect him to drive away now.
You see that. We'll see. We saw it earlier when we had a car that seemed to be so much faster. I believe it was George Spheres and Paulo Pites. It was the 10 and the 102. Spheres passed Pites quite easily, but then suddenly just couldn't shake him off. It kind of stayed there at the 1.5 to 2 second range, but it really didn't fall anywhere further back than that. As Frederick Schroeder in the 60 Hydra Esports car is about 2 seconds behind Tobias Rona in the number 71 Talking Door racing car now. That is for 20th and 21st overall, and it is for 5th place in class. So very nice top 5 for the victor of this battle at the moment.
Yeah, we've not had a GT battle for a little bit, so it will be nice to focus on the bigger and heavier cars for just a few moments. As this battle for 20th overall and 5th in the GT ranks is about to commence. I would have thought, with Schroeder closing in slowly on the Talking Door car.
The Rona and Schroeder are just coming through Sunset Bend now to our... Oh, I see that as Rona goes round at Sunset Bend. That could be fairly dangerous, actually. He sat there perpendicular to the racing line, but manages to get that car going eventually. Doesn't lose any parts of his car, which is vitally important. He does lose position and quite a bit of time to Frederick Schroeder and that Hydra Esports car, but most importantly, that car is still intact.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing at this stage. You would have thought, oh my word, that was close on it. That could have been a disaster for multiple cars there, but fortunately, everyone got away with that one somehow. But the bumps at Sunset claiming another victim there.
Claiming another victim, and it's something that we've seen quite a few times this afternoon. Well, I say this afternoon, this race, is that people perhaps getting a little bit too over-eager on the bumps, because they now think that really you can't really drive it as fast as you could would it just be a flat surface. Because of all these bumps, you really need to be a little bit slower than you would normally expect to be for a corner of that radius.
Yeah, it is a bit of a strange corner, and you have to go through its many different lines to find the right one for you, and it's still probably not right. So it's one of them corners where you never really know if you did it right or not, because it's not really possible. There's not really a right way to do it, as it were. Yeah, the bumps certainly had an extra challenge, but that's why we love Sebring. That's the character it has almost.
Yeah, it's the sort of character how so much of it is bumpy, and quite a bit of it on concrete as well, as opposed to the traditional asphalt or a tarmac. It just gives it a little bit extra character, as a lot of GT cars have just came in. James Johnson, Joran Jurjevic and Kim Stroman all in. Indeed, James Johnson hands over the car to Felix Antoine Fortin in that number 172. Ricardo Corazari, the car that was in second place in the GT field, just makes it into second, with Fortin in the pit lane, Corazari out on the main track, and Joran Jurjevic, who is in third in class. still there stationary at pit road, so Felix Antoine Fortin has managed to cycle back out in second for now, but Ricardo Corazari will need to make his next stop soon. Having a look, well, I say that, actually, I believe his last stop may well have been at 2:33, so just 5 laps ago, so I believe the battle between Corazari and Fortin may well now just be a straight fight as Marcel Shiznik comes in as well from second place overall.
It was first, but he's just been overtaken now. Dennis Jordan's in the lead somehow. So
there's also been a driver change. It's Daniel Visna in that car now.
Just coming out now, so that's on their way again, and that gap's just going to swell to just over 20 seconds as he exits the pit lane and he gets on his way. We'll see if he can take that all the way to the end. That's quite an effort. We'll see if he can manage it, but it's not unheard of to do 4 hours in a row. I know I wouldn't want to do it, but that's why I'm here and not down there. Anyway, I really hope that fight in GT is a overall one, because very interesting. They just separated by 10 seconds at the moment, and that gap will fluctuate loads over the next 4 hours, so hopefully we see a kind of final hour showdown between them.
Yes, Visna 23 seconds down on Dennis Jordan after that pit stop, but no doubt he'll be able to get that position back once the ECR Zach Speed car, the number 12, makes his next stop. Marius Bert has just held on to Mitchie Hoyer's coattails, actually. 2.5 seconds separates the two of them, and Tony Mellis eventually managed to get in the LMP3 field, so number 35 car eventually ahead of the 48, making that move stick.
Yeah, as soon as we stopped looking at it, the pass was made, which is just typical. But anyway, he is finally through to his relief, I would imagine. And we've had is that driver change for the leading LMP3 that I just totally missed? Daniel Pastor.
He was he's been in the car for quite a little bit now.
Oh, has he? Yeah, I've just not been paying attention then. That's alright then. His gap has grown by about 10 seconds since the pass. Well, not since the pass, but before it as well. But yeah, that gap starting to come out. It's gone to half a minute now, but I'm sure that it's not totally out of the realms of possibility that gap can be brought back. So see how that develops.
Yeah, seeing how these gaps develop, and it is always very interesting to see on the basis of strategies. But yes, Marius Bert still holding on that gap just out to 3 seconds now, but it does fluctuate as you would expect. Felix Antoine Fortin is now going to retake the lead in the GTE class as Ricardo Corazari comes into pit lane. And same goes for Alex Vitala, the number 77 3-wide car. He's in the pits as well. Adam Baldwin, the Juices Motorsport Club 74. And Daniel Pastor are now in the pits in the number 27 team RGPL. Having a look at the swap zone, who's there? Aspleva is there, so that's a swap for a GT car. Luca Berg is more GT. Matthias Machidas is 71. Tokidor Racing, and Renz Klopp is the Pulse Motorsport number 63. So it looks like in the swap zone at the moment there's a lot of GT drivers in this. We've just passed the hour mark. That is exactly what you'd expect. You'd expect to see quite a few of the GT cars come in now.
Yeah, there's loads of them in there at the moment. I think there's like 4 or 5 of them. 4 or 5 cars in there. From here, you can probably do a 3 more stops, I think it is. If you make your stop now, go in an hour in 4 equally shared stints. Yeah, 3 stops right to the end. So my favourite part of the race, where people start to back time their strategy and start taking more risks with the strategy, in that they're going to presume that the race is going to run green all the way to the end, and late Code 80s can arguably shake up the race more than early ones, because teams will have started back timing the race, and it will really affect them in the late running to the finish. But hopefully, stay green for the remainder of this race. I believe that there is more to that 74 stop for Deuces Motorsport Club, because I've seen Adam Baldwin rejoin TeamSpeak, which isn't a normal thing to do while you're driving. So I'm wondering if there's been a disconnect or something has gone on there. But given the rotten luck they've had all day, I wouldn't be surprised if they've had more unlucky things before them. Because, as I said, they've had pretty bad time of it recently, or in this race at least. 13th, currently the last car running, I believe, in 29th. And they're not even running, they're still in the pit lane.
Yeah, still in the pit lane, the Juices Motorsport car. Felix Antoine Fortin back to the lead of that GT class, as we did say, by about like that, a minute and 15 or so, that lead, as Marius Burt is still coming back again to Michi Hoya in that number 102 ACR Zaxby car. But in that last round of pit stops, a lot of changes in the GT cars. We've now got, let's have a look, Matthias Machado in the Talking Door car. We've got Alexei Zagordnev in the LMP3 car. Got Tom Kubik in his car as well. Which one is that again? That's the core team car, number 62. And we've I think that's it for the moment in the GT swaps. And having a look in the swap zone, Henning Villart is there, which means the number 11 of Marius Burt will be coming in soon as well.
Yeah, possibly. And he's 2 seconds adrift from Zayas at the moment. Hoya at the moment, over 6th position, so he's not really been able to stick with the ACR Zaxby Championship leading car. Oh, sorry, that's their sister car. Never mind, ignore me. Yeah, they're currently fighting over 6th, but 3 seconds apart at the moment. But we are, as you said, expecting a stop from one target in the near future, and we'll see if they can, get back up into 6th position on strategy, maybe.
"22 seconds separates GT Italy from passing Felix Antoine Fortin. It is, of course, 4th position on track. They won't actually get them any more points, because that number 38 car is a LMP3 car, and the Zancho car is one of the GTEs. Georgie Spears, though, managed to close in ever so slowly on Cliff Van de Ven in that number 3 Romata Motorsports LMP2 car. That number 10 car has been pretty fast at the hands of Geordie Spears.
Yeah, it's closed in 7 tenths on the last lap, so things are, that gap's starting to close, let's say. And obviously both of them are not too far back from the Waka car either, so there's kind of a bit of a clump going on for 3rd position. It would be nice to see them fighting out on the circuit. But meanwhile in the pit lane, RGPL, the leading LMP3 car, have just been in, and Michel Sedelac, or something like that, apologies for the pronunciation, has got into that number 27 LMP3 car, and both Race Clutch and Speedy Mike have also made their stops, because it was the round of LMP3 pit stops. But Tony Mellor has even extended that gap on Ollie McGowan to now 12 seconds. So that battle is well and truly apart just for now.
Yes, Mikhail Sedlacek now in that number 27 Team RGPL car, 25 seconds the gap over Tony Mella in the 35 race clutch car. But the gap between Sedlacek and McGowan, the podium positions at the moment in the LMP3 field, just 38 seconds separate the two of them, which is pretty much just a third of a lap. After 8.25 hours of racing almost, to have the podium covered by a third of a lap is very, very impressive. Because remember that a third of a lap here is about 2 kilometres. Covered by 2 kilometres after 8 hours means there's just a quarter of a kilometre an hour different between the podium positions here in the LMP3 class.
Yeah, and if you just think back to the first round, for example, in Indianapolis, they were the gaps were huge in LMP3, and I personally was a bit like, well, what is it going to be like this all year? But since then, the class has totally proved me wrong on almost every occasion, because, well, and this is just another example of it, really. As you say, within a third of a lap after 8 hours, more than 8 hours now, it's just crazy, really. And any slip up from any one of those three cars, and they'll drop 2 spots. So it is getting very close, the front of LMP3, and well, it's great to see, really.
And Michelle Mola has just came in, speaking of the LMP3s, but currently driving the number 33 Musto Racing car, coming in from 4th place, a couple of laps down on Ollie McGowan himself. So having a look at the previous lap times, well, we can't really tell until Tony Mella sets his next lap time, because he just came in. Well, it was a 2 minutes 11 stop, so a 2 minutes 11 lap, I should say, which certainly indicates a stop of some description. So we need to wait to see what the last laps are until he comes back round. Start finish line. Kim Stroman, the number car in 5th place in class, 20th overall, currently just 18 seconds behind Frederick Schroeder, that number 60 Hydra Esports car. So something that is fairly interesting in the future, that number 60 Hydra Esports car has been very, very good so far this season, currently 3rd place in the championship, a 4th at Indianapolis, a 3rd at NOLA, a no score at Interlagos, a 3rd at Sepang, and a win last time at Estoril. They've been very, very strong when they've been able to finish.
Yeah, definitely. That's 4 double points finishes, which is something that only 3 teams can brag about. Obviously, Pulse Motorsport just ahead of them in 2nd position in the championship with their only non-double-digit score. I mean, just last time out at Estoril, and obviously Juicy's Motorsport Club having a terrific year so far. Obviously, we've talked about how their mini demise in the last 8 hours of racing, but I'm sure they'll be able to pick it back up again for Silverstone. It's a track that many people enjoy, I would say. It's quite a popular track, and I certainly enjoy it myself. And maybe they'll see it as a kind of turning point in the season where they can get back on that kind of positive, back in the positive results, I guess. And well, they'll certainly be hoping so anyway. But yeah, they're Hydra Esports number 60 car doing well at the moment. 4th position, another double-digit point score on course for themselves at the moment. But unfortunately for them, Motorsport 2 positions ahead. And if we're starting to think about championship this far out, I know it's a bit silly, but starting to think about it, they really need to be starting to beat the Pulse Motorsport guys.
Yes, the next race in 4 weeks' time, the 8 hours of Silverstone in Silverstone in England. There we go. That's where it is. Obviously using the current layout, which has been in service since I would say 2010. The current layout has been with the very, very fast right-left pairing of corners to begin the lap, and of course start-finish line being at the complete other end of the circuit to where it once was.
Yeah, and it was a change for the better, in my opinion. I know a lot of people will disagree with me on that one, but unfortunately, I do enjoy the new layout of Silverstone, and the old one does seem a little bit slower and less flowing to me. But anyway, that's a debate we can have on another day. But I believe we do have a couple of guys in the waiting room ready for interview. We've flooded for interviews at the moment. We've got 2 waiting for a chat. So we'll see if we can have a chat to a couple of guys in a minute.
Yes. So first up, the first person that we have here for the interview at the moment is James Johnson from the 172 Azancho SimSport squad. So yes, James, tell us how your race has gone, how your stints have gone so far.
Yeah, it's not gone. It's kind of right. It's not going too bad. Lots of traffic out there. Few incidents here and there, but nothing that would cause too many problems for us. We're just kind of out doing our thing, trying to keep ourselves out of trouble. And so far, it's going so well.
So you're we've had Ed up here a couple of times already, just talking with us. But what sort of difference has there been this time round? I say a difference that's caused you to be in the lead. You know what? what's been the difference this time round? Because you did have a couple of no scores to begin the season, but you've kind of slowly built up from there. 8 points at Interlagos, 10 at Sepang, 15 a podium finally last time out at Estoril. Has it really just been about getting used to this new car?
I'm not sure. It's a bit. We've not had much good luck really. I think the last few races we've definitely worked on this, and we've worked on luck, but we've worked on our consistency, trying to put ourselves in a better position. And yeah, so far it's working out for us. There's still lots of time left in this race, so.
So what is the differences when you're trying to set up a car for Sebring compared to last time at Estoril or Sepang the time before, with of course Sebring being laser scanned? It really does kind of bring a different dimension to the track, if you will. So what was the differences in preparing for the race?
We had a lot of issues with riding the bumps through Sunset. Every time. If you didn't have the setup or the damper set up properly, then the rear would just bounce up and around you go basically. Literally, I've spent more time getting ready for this race than pretty much any of the other ones, because mostly the other ones they're all pretty much the same. They're not too bumpy, and it's literally just small things like aero changes and stuff like that for other tracks. Whereas here, you pretty much got to reconfigure everything pretty much with dampers and stuff like that to try and make it ride a bit better. To be honest, we didn't actually get that properly set up until a couple of days ago, so it's taken a long time to get it right. Definitely went through a lot of changes to try and figure it out. Some things worked for me, didn't work for Ed, didn't work for Felix, so then we tried different things. It kind of together at the end, really.
At the moment, you are currently leading the GTE class. And if you do hold on to this, position, it does mean that in the GTE class it will have been 6 wins for 6 different teams in the first 6 rounds of the championship. How has the competition level of your fellow GTE drivers been so far this season?
Man, the competition's been crazy. It's pretty mad. To have different winners in pretty much every race, it's the competition's so close. Like, one little thing would change the outcome of the race entirely. like a lot of penalties to this time, so that probably benefited us at the start, and allowed us to get out front. But yeah, the competition is pretty crazy, in GT at least. I can't really say too much because it's really good. It's really good.
So yes, Ewan, have you got anything more to ask?
Yeah, just one thing about the you mentioned about the traffic, and I know you've been in the VEC for a couple of seasons and even driven LMP1s in the past. Just what's it like not having the LMP1s here? What's the different dynamic now without the LMP1s?
Well, when you're in an MP1, everything happens a lot quicker. Cars, they come up to you very, very, very quick. With the LMP2s, it's not quite the same. You can see them coming a lot better. The LMP1s, because I drove them a lot, like the B1 corner, a small straight, and then suddenly there's an LMP1 on top of you. Whereas with a P2, you probably got more time to set yourself up. Either make it easier for them to get around you, but yeah, to be honest, it's a lot of working together. You can't really, if you try to do or die every move, it's not gonna work. It's give or take really. But with the P2s, it's a lot easier. The P3s or the LMP3s are the worst really for us in GTE. Trying to let them past you without slowing you down, and then they brake in front of you really early, and then you're just like especially in this last, it's getting late. Done a lot of driving, and then the next thing you know, they go past you, or they dither a little bit in the middle of the apex, and then you're wide through turn 1, and they're just sitting there, and you're just like, what am I gonna do on the exit? But yeah, there's not really too much you can do about that, but it definitely leaves my eyes on stalks. I did rage a little bit as well, so.
So thank you very much for joining us, James. I think you must go and give a debrief to Ed.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot. And good luck, guys. Hope you enjoy the last 3 hours. It should be, well, 3.5 hours. Should be good fun.
Good luck to you too.
Ciao, ciao.
There we go, James Johnson from the number 172 Zansho Sport car. Currently, I make that they've lapped the entire GTE field now.
Yep, I do as well. So that is who? Oh yeah, that's Post Motorsport have come in again. They seem close together. 2 stops close together.
They're currently in because it says they've retired due to suspension. So I'm just going to
oh dear,
to go back and see if I can find out what it was.
And they would have been the championship leaders if the race were to end about 20 minutes ago, but unfortunately they've had an incident of some description. Oh, apparently he's Ren's Klopp, who was driving his PC, shut off, so that's a disaster for them. Third scene, I guess. So I don't know if that means they can rejoin, but they're definitely going to lose many positions.
I'll just see if they actually had a bit of a hit before the car went back towards the garage. Just having a look coming up towards turn 3. And no, I think it did it in pretty much a straight line. I don't actually think it actually hit anything. So if Ren's Klopp returns, it should be fairly minimal damage. As Yuri Kastorp is also retired in that car.
Oh dear, that's oh, he's in the pit lane. Actually, we know what happened to him. I'm not really sure what's happened there either, but they were not having the best race ever either. Bella's currently 8th, probably going to fall further if they don't get on move, but back up front, just while we're having that chat with James Johnson, we had a lead change because the ACL's XP car came in, made a drive up to Alex Siebel, and they are now nearly 1 minute 20 down on Daniel Visner, and it's the order has been restored up front, you could say, because the Blackhawk car's leading by over a minute again, and until they stop, when they may have to surrender the lead again.
They may have to surrender the lead again and again. It's starting to get to this point in the race where they're deciding to, well, they're starting to work backwards a little bit from the end of the race to where it is now, isn't it? Because they presume that we've had that's in the region of 8.5 hours now without a code 80. I think a lot of teams are now presuming, we won't have one now.
That's when people start to think like that. That's when typically things happen like that. So we'll just have to wait and see. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen a late code 80 shake up a race, would it?
No, certainly not. We've seen some with about 15 minutes to go here in the VEC before, so yes, there is always time for a code 8, and I think only once can I remember as a race actually ended under code 80, and it was BLMS season 1 at the Red Bull Ring.
Oh. But you were going to say that really rainy Road Atlanta race where everyone crashed.
No, I'm pretty sure that ended under green somehow.
Yeah, it's a miracle.
That one ended under green, but no, I'm pretty sure it was VLMS season 1 at Red Bull Ring finished under code 8, and that's the only one that I can think of that I've been involved with that has.
Well, I'm sure that if we're wrong, someone may be able to correct us if we are wrong, but yeah, I now don't even remember that race, so we do aim to try and finish these races on the green at least, because it's we're all here for green flag racing, not to run around at 80 kilometers an hour. So we try and finish these races on the green, and this one, out of any, looks like it's going to, because we've not had a single code 80 yet.
Yes, and we still have about 27 cars left out there on the circuit. Having a look at the timing scores for now. Geordie Spears just 4 seconds behind Cliff Van de Ven in that number 3 Ramada Motorsports car.
And that gap's closed up quite a lot, and you mentioned earlier that we might see that gap fall because Spears has been fast recently, and you're absolutely right, that gap is now within 5 seconds. And they're going to be fighting over a podium spot, but I think when they stop, Nico Barkley is going to take them both and go back into the podium place, so we'll just have to see. But I think what we've got at the moment is the top 2 fighting for the lead. We're not really sure how that's going to turn out, and then we've got 3 cars fighting over 3rd position, with then we've got those 2 cars behind them fighting over 6th, so they're kind of clumping into groups at the moment, and they're starting to settle for what is in front of them, because it's becoming a little bit too late to close in minute gaps just on pace.
Yes, it is, although we have seen it done before. It's just about if the car in front decides to stay on old tyres for the final stint, and the car behind decides to put on fresh ones. We have seen gaps be closed down at a great rate of knots before, somewhere in the region of about 2.5 seconds a lap. We've seen before that gap being reduced, and it all just depends on what that final stop is going to be, what the strategy on that final stop will be.
Good news for Pulse Motorsport, because Rennskamp has managed to get back out there in 7th position. He's dropped 5 spots, I believe, from 2nd place on the road. He is now down in 7th, 1 minute and a half off the next car in front, and 40 seconds ahead of the car behind. So, damage limitation now for those guys. Can they get any more points out of this? Because at the moment, I think the championship will have swung again, and swung in the favour of Hydra Esports.
Yes, this is Yes, but I just don't remember. I'm just trying to think about Hydra Esports. They've been very, very strong every series they've entered in here at SRC, but I don't think they've actually ever won two classes in the same race before. They were very, very close multiple times in BLMS Season 2, I want to say, but they never actually... I don't believe that they've actually ever won two classes in the same race before, though it would be an incredibly good job if they actually managed to do that at some point.
Yeah, it will be what I call pulling a United Autosport or something like that, because
yes,
they seem to manage it quite often. Just a correction on what I said there, they didn't drop to 7th, it's actually 10th, so it's even worse. They're 30 seconds behind. Free wide car just ahead of them there, and they're really going to have to get those... There's about 3 cars that are within 30 seconds of them, a minute of them, and they're really going to have to manage to do that if they really want to limit the damage of that PC crash.
Yes, just trying to limit damage, and sometimes that's what endurance racing is. It is all about damage limitation. That can sometimes be one of the most important parts of endurance racing.
Yeah, and they're going to have to exercise it to the maximum right now. They want to gain those extra points because obviously Hydra Esports out of the top. I suppose Ajira 97 is still in the championship fight, but they're also having a bad day. The championship was totally blown open in GTE tonight because we've got the top, I would say, 4 cars in realistic contention. I know everybody still can manage, but let's say the top 4 cars are realistically in contention. 3 of those cars now have had huge trouble, and 2 of them aren't even going to score points. So it's just been blown totally open, and maybe the unthinkable at the start of the day, Hydra Esports may well lead the championship after the race tonight.
Yeah, they may well go to the point in the championship standings, but yes, as you said, it's just because the other cars haven't really. Well, the other cars have had a bit of a bad day, and that's why they're able to get there. They themselves, that Hydra Esports car, is still not on the podium. Sorry, it is in 3rd place, but it's just because Virus and Zancho ahead have yet to really reach the momentum, have the same momentum as they've had.
Yeah, as I said, there's only really been 4 cars in GT that have managed to get themselves up the order, as it were, in the championship release. But today, we've seen some great, obviously, when I came here and saw that 7 hours or so in that Sancho were leading, no disrespect to them, but I was surprised, because I haven't really seen that kind of form from them. Maybe glimpses of it in the last couple of rounds, but nothing more special. Well, I say nothing special. 3rd place, still very good, obviously, of course, podium. But I didn't think they had a race win in them, but they've proved me totally wrong, and I like being proved wrong in that way, really, because it shows me, or shown everyone tonight that they've got still got the pace in that BMW, and they're leading by a lap still, I think. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Jordy Sphere is now about a second or so behind Cliff Van de Ven. This is for the 3rd place in that final podium position in the LMP2 field. They're just coming through sunset now. Van de Ven behind Ren's Klopp, the returning Pulse Motorsport car. Then it is Jordy Spheres, the car behind. As I said, managed to get past Klopp nicely on the straight there. Just about a second separates the 2 of them.
Yeah, well, just briefly while this battle is before it gets really interesting, the Speedy Mike car from LMP3 has come in the pit lane. They're still in there. They've been in there for a while.
That's because
Oh,
that's because I believe that they have a DNF from the race. The Speedy
Oh,
Mike
no.
car.
They're not sure what's happened, but they are. Well, let's hope they can rejoin. But they're now down to 4th and well and truly out the running for the race win.
But because they've done more than 50% of the race, I do believe they still are able to get points. I just need to... yeah, car must complete at least 50% of the distance of the class-winning car to be eligible. I do believe that they still are eligible for points, though.
They should, mate. As long as RGPL don't go on an absolute mad one and do 520 laps, then
Yeah,
they'll
but
be fine.
520 laps is needed. As far as I'm aware, that might not be physically possible for an LMP3 car now.
Or in any car, that is. Because, yeah, that's just ridiculous. So, yeah, they will pick up points, probably 6th place points, which is better than nothing. 8 points, of course, and that will keep their championship hopes alive, but especially as long as Race Clutch only gets 2nd and not the win.
Yes, and Race Clutch getting that 2nd point is important just to give them a little bit more of a buffer to the cars behind coming into that final 2 rounds here in the VEC. Just 3 hours and 21 minutes to go here in Sebring. Having a look at the timing, it is currently Geordie Shears currently trying to make his way against Cliff Vandeven, I should say, rather.
Yeah, and they've got Nico Barkley 20 seconds behind them, so if they have an accident, then Barkley's going to be there to sweep up 2 positions and, demote them both, so they're going to have to be careful. It can be difficult to battle around here because quite narrow, quite bumpy, and it can be difficult to get clean racing, but as I said, no Code 80 so far. We've managed it totally clean and green so far in this race, and I know a few seasons ago when the LMP1s were around, that would have been unthinkable, going 8 hours without a Code 60, Code 80, so I do wonder if the LMP1s, the lack of LMP1s has actually meant more green flag running than we used to have in previous seasons, but
Oh,
Maybe not.
that's a nice thing for someone else to work out.
yeah, that I do not want to do the maths of that, thanks. That's it's gonna be it would be very hard to work out, but just from my personal experience and memory, which isn't very good, by the way, but from personal experience, I think maybe it has cleaned it up a bit, and maybe we do get more green flag running. And you couldn't use the argument that the drivers are not there anymore, because most of the LMP1 drivers are now driving LMP2, so it doesn't really make that much of a difference, in my opinion.
Yes, just having a look back at last year's results, the LMP1 car that won last year was the Team Virus of Adam Taylor, Hani El Sabti and Niki Ajakovic, and they completed 409 laps in the 12 hours. But the LMP2 car that won completed 381 laps. It was one ACA car of Dennis Jordan and Tobias Pilotzek won that one. So 381 is the target to beat in order to go faster than in order to go further, I should say, rather than last season.
Not forget though that these the new Orica 07 Gibsons are not much, but a good few seconds faster than the old Orica Nissans. So we would expect lap records like that to be broken, but and distance records and for distance in LMP2 cars be broken because they're just purely faster. But yeah, we're 381 still a lot of laps, to be honest, and we're not entirely sure if we're going to manage it. We'll have a better view when we have completed 9 hours and we've got just 1/4 of the race to go. Then we'll be able to get a better, more accurate guess.
Having a look, the fastest lap last year. I'm not exactly sure if this was qualifying actually. Was it? No, the fastest raced lap last year for the LMP2s was a 1:46.6.
Wow.
And if you compare that to what it is now, the fastest lap at the moment is Daniel Visner with a 45.7. The fastest race lap is only a second, is only 9/10 of a second, I should say, rather faster than it was last year.
Well, yeah, I guess that's my point totally destroyed because maybe they are, or maybe they were faster than I thought. But the old cars, but yeah, these maybe it has something to do with the new track or something. There's a million factors that could be, at play there, but we'll see. As I said, we'll see if we are able to break the 381 marker for the LMP2 cars when we get 3 hours to go, and then we'll have a very good guess at what we might see in terms of laps by the drop of the checkered flag in 3 hours and a quarter minutes time.
Yes, Cliff Vanderven still doing a very good job in that number 3 car to hold off the charging number 10 of Jordan Spears as they're coming off of the Le Mans corner now through along and up the Ullman Straight coming towards the Sunset Bend, as we are now most definitely in nighttime here in the VEC here at Sebring. You can definitely see the numbers on the sides of the car, the position numbers pop out a little bit more. You can see the lights pierce through the darkness, and I must say it does look very, very pretty.
Yeah, it does. And quite a lot of nighttime running for a Sebring 12 hour, to be honest. We usually see it get dark around about this time in real life. But of course, things are different on the this race, and we've seen quite a fair share of dark running, which I don't really mind, to be honest. It looks nicer under the lights and the headlights glaring and all the lights everywhere, and just looks very nice. So not totally opposed to lots of darkness personally.
Yes, it really got dark with about 5 hours to go, I think it did. So we're going to have about 5 hours of nice racing darkness, which has just a little extra dimension as Daniel Visna came into the pits, and that looked like it was fuel only for the 106 car, the one that is currently leading the race. Vanderven still ahead of Spheres as they're coming through the final complex now, coming through Le Mans Curve, and Vanderven there just caught a little bit behind traffic there. It was actually Jos Arneda as Spheres uses all of the slipstream closing, coming down towards Sunset. Can he move to the left or the right? He moves to the left, tries to go all the way around the outside, but doesn't quite make it stick.
No, he's still trying though, and they're losing more time. Really, the gap is now a lap to the 2 cars ahead. It wasn't like that a couple of hours ago, so they've definitely been losing time. But first real attempt we've seen really from Zayas. He's not been able to get close enough so far, but he's finally managed to even get into the position to make that move. But who was that who just snuck right on the inside there? I didn't even catch that car number.
The 102 ACR Zack Speed car.
Oh, right, okay. So, I'm not really sure why he's getting involved, because he is laps back, so that's interesting. That could have been bad at turn 1 as well, with a rather wayward Atlantic Porsche, but yeah, didn't really need to get involved there, the 102, because he's at least well, basically a lap back from those guys, so he didn't really need to get in the middle of it.
Yes, and where is he now? Piteous. Still in the middle of these two, actually. Still in between Van de Ven and Spheres, coming through towards the Almond Straight now. I think that Piteous may well having the go himself, unlapping himself.
Is dangerous business because I've seen that go wrong in the past and nearly did at Sunset Bend on the previous lap. So we'll hope that it stays nice and clean. I mean, he is faster. There's no doubt about that. He is faster than both of these guys probably. Maybe on new tyres. We don't know what the situation is there, but he is, definitely getting in the middle of a battle that he's not a part of, which is not great in my opinion.
As where are they coming now? They're coming through Big Bend now, and he's managed to get past the both of them, managed to unlap himself from Van de Ven. That means Spheres now has a clear shot at Van de Ven coming through the hairpin now and up towards the Fangio chicane. The right, the left, and now through to Cunningham. Again, Spheres just not quite close enough yet. Make a move on the number 3 car to take that number 3 position.
It makes me laugh when you say that chicane because it is literally the most pointless chicane you've ever seen in your life because it's just totally straight. But anyway, quite funny they have a name for it. Anyway, back to the battle. He seems to be what we've seen a lot of is guys getting stuck kind of half a second away. They're not really able to do much, unfortunately, and maybe the pace advantage will eventually allow him to slip on by, but at the moment it looks like he's struggling to get past.
They're coming through turn 1 now to begin their 284th tour of the Sebring circuit, 3.7 miles, almost 6 kilometers here along the runways. The right, the left, and the right. Sorry, the left, the right, the left of the 3, 4, 5 complex. I know how to tell
Neil's
left
gone the
and
wrong
right. Fine.
Taking the short layout.
Van de Ven now stuck behind some traffic there. That's Tom Kubik in the core car coming up towards Tara. But then Georgie Spheres was similarly boxed by the number 62. Now coming down the double left-handed flat out corner Bishops. Then into this final complex. JT Tammy is the car ahead. Van de Ven has to try and negotiate the number 38 Champion Racing LMP3 car, and does so nicely. And a little bit of almost spooking of each other between Spheres and Tammy coming off of the Le Mans corner.
I've noticed while I was just referencing that 38 car that actually Speedy Mac has managed to get back out there. Luca Berg is lapping again. He's 5 laps down, which is still 4th. He's 40 seconds ahead of Tammy, as we just mentioned. But I'm surprised to see them back out, but they are, and that's going to gain them an extra 4 points on what they would have got if they'd have just thrown in the towel. So still very much running and unexpectedly back out there.
Yes, back out there again, because of course every single point counts, and even if you are out of the points, you don't know if a car ahead is going to run into trouble. Coming through the hairpin comes Spheres and Van de Ven. The two of them pretty much close together, but it is going to probably come down to some variety of strategy, I believe, for Spheres to get past Van de Ven. I'm not exactly sure if you can get close enough and then complete the pass in the number 3 Ramada car.
I thought you were going to say some variety of dive bomb, but apparently not. You could employ that as well.
It could also be that.
Let's hope not, because we really would see a bash and a crash, which is not ideal. But yeah, maybe strategy is the way forward. The fans would say it's the boring way, but the strategists would say it's the effective way. But while these two are busy concentrating on each other, I think Nico Barkley's got new tyres on, because he's gaining about 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap on these guys, who are kind of distracted by each other. Van der Ven's maybe mirror driving a bit, Zwire's maybe being held up in places, and Barkley's just able to keep his pace the whole way through. It's faster almost every lap for the whole stint, and he's in 5th, and he's 13 seconds behind this pair now, and this battling duo could become a trio in the next few laps.
Yes, it could well be, and again, it's just one of these things about looking at the times, watching these timing screens to see what the trends are. Indeed, that last lap, Van de Ven 47.8, Spheres a 48.2, Barkley a 47.9, so pretty much all the same the previous lap. Got to see what they are going to be next time by. Van de Ven and Spheres just coming down towards Cunningham, actually. Going to be about a minute or so until we see the next lap times from the 3 and from the 10. The car is currently 3rd and 4th on track, and who knows where they're going to be at the end of the race in terms of the championship.
Yeah, that's anyone's guess at the moment, really. I haven't really talked about the championship in LMP2 very much. ECR Zack Speed, of course, leading by 12 points to Wanako and Hydra. Still very close at the front, really, in LMP2 in particular. But the 12 car, 2nd place, very solid race. Number 5 car, currently in 5th, and they could really do with that 3rd position, really. G-Sports, number 10 car, also could do with that 3rd position, so that is a very important battle on the track, and also for the championship, really, so that they can stay in touch with the number 12 car.
Yeah, the LMP2 battle is going to be fairly interesting at the end, and Jordan Spheres actually has just fallen back a little bit that previous lap off the back of Van de Ven. Indeed, that previous lap, Spheres about 0.8 of a second slower than the number 3 car, and Nico Barkley himself did a 48.3. So again, out of the 3 of them, the fastest last time round was Van de Ven, the car in front.
Yeah, but Barkley hasn't dipped below 47s for quite a while, and he's been almost a bit of a surprise to see him the 48s last time around, but he'll be trying to rectify that for the next time, and as I speak, the gap is already a 1.5 seconds lower at 11.5 seconds, so I think there's only one outcome here, and it's that Barkley is going to get to the back of this group, and they're all going to start fighting. All 3 of them are going to be fighting over 3rd.
Yeah, all fighting over that 3rd place position. But yes, Van de Ven still the fastest out of the 3 of them. Spheres just losing ever so slightly of the rear end of their Madden Motorsports car. And again, that's another thing. If you can see the car in front and you can just see it edging away slowly, you perhaps start to overdrive the car a little bit. However, if you can just see it edging towards you slowly, that just fills you with a little bit more confidence, doesn't it? It's all about how you react to these sorts of situations.
Yeah, it's almost half of sim racing is almost psychological sometimes. It's kind of a underrated part of sim racing, really, because when you think about it, be trying to stay positive. I mean, you drive, especially people find that you drive best when you're thinking positively, like you're going to catch the car ahead. So when you see that car falling towards you, very easy to, get that motivation to push on that little bit more and get to the back of the car ahead. But when it's like slowly slipping away from you, that annoying kind of gap where you can see them, you're not closing really, but you can't pass them either. You can't do anything about them. It's just that kind of almost soul-destroying distance where it's just really hard to stay focused, and it's very difficult to keep on the pace there. But Zaya seems to be managing it so far. He's kept the gap steady at 2 seconds, gained just a tenth last time, and even gained on the car behind, so he's stemmed the tide in the last lap.
Yeah, starting to get a little bit better in terms of these lap times, but yes, 3 seconds the gap now. Van de Ven and Spheres, when before it was pretty much 8/10 of a second or so, as Henning Vullert comes into the pits in that number 11 one-target car from 6th position. And the same, I believe, goes for the number 42 Blackhawk Racing LMP3 car of Alexei Zagordnev.
Yeah, he is, but he's a long way down, to be fair. Blackhawk, he's not even past his GT car from the same team, so they've not had the best day, let's say. The Blackhawk LMP3, but still running, 6th position for them. They'll pick up points, as we've said throughout the day. It's important to pick up points, and that's their only goal from here. I would expect, just to stay out of trouble and pick up the points.
Yes, and again, sometimes it is just about picking up those points. That's sometimes one of the most important things.
Looks like Volot's come out the pit lane, and it looks like we've hit the top of another hour. We are within the last quarter of this race, and 3 hours to go. Just 3 hours to go. Half of a standard VC race, you could say. And we've still got Daniel Visner leading by 16 seconds to Alex Siebel. But now we've got that whatever, I don't even know. I can't even do the maths at this time to figure out how many laps we're expecting now, because we've hit 3 hours to go. It's quite easy to predict or more accurate to predict how many laps we're going to get, but I can't even do the maths right now.
Yes, maths can be fairly difficult when you're trying to do several things at once. But having a look at the lap times this time round, Van de Ven and Spears, it was a 48.9 for Van de Ven and a 48.5 for Spears. So perhaps the pendulum is just swinging ever so slightly in another direction now.
And I have now got the calculator to do the maths for me, and it's predicted that we're going to get 300. We're going to get about 377 laps, but I might be wrong. So we'll see how many laps we do get, but it's going to be close. That 381 barrier record.
Yes, it was a 381 laps approved record, and I think we're still roughly on track to beat that one, aren't we? Yeah.
Well, I've got it currently coming up a tiny bit short, but we'll see. Maybe. Hang on. Let me do it again, and I'll tell you again.
Make sure that you've put all in the numbers correct. Yep.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's predicting something totally different now that we might actually smash it to 386. So what I'm trying to tell you, I've got no idea.
So yes, this battle between Spheres and Van de Ven just going from one to the other, from one to the other. The previous lap, it was Van de Ven who was faster though by 0.8 of a second. And again, it's just interesting to see how this battle will eventually unfold. So, Ewan, if you could take the early update and just give us a run through the field.
Yeah, and with 3 hours to go then. In the Sebring 12 hours, the third to last round of the Season 11 for Virtual Endurance Championship. 3 hours to go, 9 hours complete, and we've got Daniel Visner currently on lap number 291, leading by 15 seconds to Alex Siebel in the ACR's XP car. They've both got a lap on the Ramada Motorsport car, and then Hydra Esports and Wanaco, those three cars battling fiercely over the last podium position. In LMP3, Michel Sedlacek is leading for RGPL by nearly 30 seconds to Tony Mellor in the race clutch car. Musto Racing with a nice and conservative drive, you could say, today for the number 33. They're third pretty safely as well, with 2 laps back to Luca Burke in the Speedy Mike car, and recovering from issues in the last hour. They are now 4th with Champion Racing in 5th. To round that off, there's only 6 cars. Blackhawk Racing currently in 6th, but many laps down, still running mind you, so props to them for continuing on, but they're not going to be getting any serious points out of this event. Moving on to the GTE ranks, it's Sancho Motorsport with Felix Antoine Fortin, now with a 2-lap lead on Team Fares number 99. Bram Balin now driving. He is nearly a minute ahead of Frederick Schroeder for second in the Hydra Esports car. Then it is Talking Door Racing in 4th, and Blackhawk Racing in 5th with Alex Brautigam driving that car. In the last hour or so, we have seen Velez retire to the pit lane, and it doesn't look like they're going to come back. However, they will get the point because they will for 10th place, because they will complete 50% race distance, which is what you need to be classified in a VEC race. And we've seen, as I mentioned in the rundown, Speedy Mike drop to 4th. Luca Burke, they're still running. However, Houston Motorsport Club have had more trouble. They're down to 13th now in the championship leading car. And the Pulse Motorsport 63 car with Rennes Klopp has also had a PC turn off in the last hour. They have dropped to 10th position and are now on a massive damage limitation drive to keep their championship hopes alive. That is the race situation then, and we still have we're into the 2 hours and 53 minutes to go, just under, and it is time for the race to be resolved, I guess. The leading gap just 11 seconds. Gaps between the 3 cars battling over third is 11 seconds separating those 3 cars as well. 30 seconds for the lead in LMP3. There are battles to be watching all over the circuit at the moment. Of course, after this race, we're talking about the championship like it's the final round of the season, but we still have a whopping 32 hours of racing after this event. So we've got the 8 hours of Silverstone and, of course, the mythical 24 hours of Le Mans. Two highly famous endurance racing circuits. Of course, 24 hours of Le Mans is the most prestigious of endurance races throughout the entire of endurance racing ever. Silverstone, widely used as an endurance track and widely enjoyed, I would say, as well. Meanwhile, Alex Ziebel is into the pit lane. ACR's lap speed, lap 294, and it seems to be LMP2 pit stop time because Wanako, Nico Barkley's come in. The sister ACR lap speed car has also come in. Nate Edens in the flag to flag sim racing car, also in the pit lane. So that's 4. The remaining 9 LMP2 cars into the pit lane at the moment. Ziebel comes out 1 minute and 9 seconds behind. That you would suggest that was a fuel-only stop for the number 12 ACR Tech Speed Car Championship leaders, and they look like they're going to be at the end of the race as well. Although I've definitely just jinxed them. Sorry about that. Gap from 3rd to 4th, still 5 seconds. Van der Veen versus Zayas. Looking down the field, it looks like that battle is the closest for us at the moment. The Ramada and Hydra Esports cars separated by just under 5 seconds. But unfortunately, the strategic battle is at the fore at the moment, and we're not seeing too much positional change, which is to be expected this far into an endurance race, I would expect.
Yes, the Jody Spears car again just drifting ever so slightly further back now. It's now out to 4.5 seconds, that gap between Van der Veen and Spears. But Barkley of course just had a pit stop by the looks of it, just out to 1 minute and 8, that gap now. So Ramada and Hydra will soon be coming in for their next set of pit stops. The question is, what will the gap be after them to both each other and the Wanako car?
Yeah, and going to take tyres, is there going to be a driver swap, etc. Because within 3 hours to go, it is not unreasonable for someone to take the car to the end from here. If there is a driver swap, it is definitely very, very possible that that could be the case. So we'll see if that is the case. And meanwhile, in GTE land, we've got Frederick Schroeder in the pit lane. Hydra Esports number 60 car as the GT pit stop cycle will begin again.
Yeah, the pit stop cycle beginning again, just like you said. Same it is, as you said, also Frederick Schroeder in the number 60 car, the first one to come in. And because it is just after the hour mark, it is of course something that we would be expecting.
Yeah, and 2 more stops to go for them after this one. Oh, there's a slow cut. I believe that was the race clutch car going. No, it can't have been because they're still going okay. I saw an LMP3 car there going very slowly indeed. Coming through the Le Mans complex, almost like, well, I don't know what the issue was really, but very slowly, and I don't see LMP3 cars in the pit lane at the moment, so I don't know if they're still out there going slowly, but I just maybe I'm seeing things, or
it's cycling through. I can't see anything cycling through drivers as Cliff Van de Ven comes in that number 3 car.
So maybe that was me misseeing things or something. But yeah, the Ramada car in now. Very interested to see if it will come out ahead of the Wanaka car or not.
And Nico Barking, that Wanaka car, just coming across the start-finish line now, and Cliff Van de Ven still stationary in the pit lane.
Also got other GT cars in. Well, one. Renz Klopp is in the Porsche Motorsport car. They'll be hoping to jump some guys so they can limit the damage of their earlier mishaps.
Yeah.
That weren't exactly their fault, but still they have to. They're gonna have to recover from them, and we'll see if they can manage it. But there we are, another pit stop for those guys.
So I think Georgie Spheres will be the next one out of these 3 to come into the pits, of himself, Barkley, and now Nuno Pinto. In that number 3 car, driver change from Cliff Van de Ven. And of course, I believe pretty much everyone should have cleared the driving time regulations by now. Of course, here in the VEC, a driver is not allowed to drive more than 70% of the laps a car completes. As long as it completes the race, I believe. So yes, it's that's one of the rules to ensure that it is a proper endurance championship, and I do believe that everyone has cleared that time now.
Yeah, but it can be an issue in the 6-hour races when it's not unreasonable to be doing 5 hours in a 6-hour period. I know it's uncomfortable for most normal people, but these guys it's not really a problem. But in the 12-hour races, it doesn't really crop up as a problem because you have to kind of be doing 8.5, 9 hours over a 12-hour period, which is, if you want to keep a decent pace up, then that's a long time to be driving, so it doesn't really up too much in the longer races, but certainly something that the guys will have to keep an eye on, because it is done laps, as he said, and that can be difficult to work out, and you don't actually know how many laps it's going to be. So it's something to keep an eye on, but I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, it can become so much harder in the 6-hour races, and especially in the VLMS and the 4-hour races as well. And the race that we're going to have in 2 weeks' time in the VLMS, just a 2 3/4 hour race. That's going to be so much more difficult in order to time these pit stops correct, because it may get to the point where 30% of the time of the race is actually slightly more than one stint.
Yeah, that is going to be a headache. Nice to see the LMS schedule changing it up a bit from the normal 4-hour. Quite like that concept of a little sprint race, I guess it is. 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, around the streets of Long Beach. That's going to be really fun.
Yeah, that is going to be... You're going to be at the top of your lungs for a long time in that race, because there's going to be stuff going on all the time.
Yep, myself and Nick Newcomb will be hopefully covering that for you in 2 weeks' time here at SRC. But of course, next week is also the Covers of Bathurst.
Yeah, a special event, which is...
Special event?
Well, around one of my favourite circuits ever. Bathurst is just absolute dream to drive when you get it right. Obviously, there's a lot of crashing involved, especially for someone with a limited capability such as me, but it is still, when you get it right, it is a beautiful track and one of the best, how do I put this, one of the most aesthetically pleasing tracks to look at, especially the helicopter shots, in the Bathurst 1000, when on the first lap when they're flying over the mountain. It's one of the most beautiful races to watch, particularly when it's a sunny day.
Yes, and there's also been another driver change. The number 10, now no longer driven by Geordie Stewart. Now Joachim Stensnes back into that number 10 car, the 05 emblazoned side of the car using the LED light showing that it is indeed in 5th place. That between himself and the car in front, Pinton, that Armada Motorsports car, just 8 seconds.
Yeah, it's that gap's just got about 3 seconds in the pit stop cycle, which is not really too much in the grand scheme of things. That can easily be made up over the next stint. Well, I'll say easily. Hopefully,
Again,
it's manageable.
easily, strong word.
Yeah. For these guys, it's easy. They make it look easy anyway. He does seem to be struggling to find his feet though. The gap's nearly out to 10 seconds now, so maybe he's struggling to find his feet a little bit more than Pinto, and maybe he hasn't quite got the pace of Pinto altogether, but we'll see how it develops.
You're just going to see what the pace between all of them is going to be, because of course it is always interesting to see how they strategize their drivers, which version, which strategy they use, which drivers do they put in when.
Yeah, and that is part for the management, not just the tyres and the fuel and all that kind of strategy, but driver strategy, keeping everyone rested and keeping within the rules and making sure that drivers are well practiced and they're all happy with the setup. It's all a big balancing act.
Yeah, it's another thing is that it's always been well, in some racing teams, it's what is better. Is it better to have, especially for these longer races, is it better to have a 2-man team where you are definitely more decided on the setup? You're definitely, because there's less people to please, but you race for so much longer. Every person races for so much longer. Or do you go for a 3 or a 4 driver setup where the setup of the car will need to be far more general, but all the drivers will be that little bit fresher?
And of course, it's not even as simple as that, because you've got can all your drivers even make the race? Have they got other things to be doing? It's the beauty of sim racing is that the real world is also a thing, and it comes into play sometimes, and that's also a balancing act when you figuring out stints and things such as that. But yeah, it's personally, in an ideal world, probably 3 drivers and splitting 4 hours each way is probably the safest way to do it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But obviously that 3 drivers aren't always available to every team, and you have to run on 2, or maybe you can only get through the race for 4 because some drivers can't make the start and some can't stay till the end, and all this kind of juggling business is an absolute nightmare for the guys to try and work out.
Yes, and some teams almost prided themselves at some point of just having 2 drivers. Like I believe it was in the VEC a couple of seasons ago. It was just Virus just had 2 drivers for the entire season. The same as going for 1 target. Just now they've had to have a 3rd driver here because of a race ban for one of their normal ones, but they've just done the entire championship with just 2 drivers. And
going back to that, I think it was Adam Taylor and Nicky Jakovic, right? Couple of years ago at Le Mans. At Le Mans, LMP1 cars through traffic through the night. It's outrageous. I don't know how they even managed that. I think they won that race in the end as well. Or came second. They finished well anyway.
I don't quite remember which one that was, but
they finished well. And for a 2-car effort, a 2-driver effort, it was incredible.
24 Hours of Le Mans in season 9, they finished second, 40 seconds off of the 40 seconds off of the lead at the end.
Was that the season where we had that incredible GT battle in the final few hours?
Yes, it was the one where the two leaders crashed.
Oh, yeah, the second was
Yeah.
on chicane. Yeah, remember that.
Yes.
Even though I wasn't there to commentate, I was watching. I do remember, because it was, and also the drive from Unith Radio to
Yes.
utterly destroy the GT field after a problem. What an incredible race that was! Wow. Great memories from that race. Just watching was quite an amazing race. Anyway, back to this one.
It's this one, Yosser Neda in the 64 satellite racing car, trying to chase down Ren's clock in the Pulse Motorsport number 63. Just about 4 seconds separates the two of them at the moment. Actually, made that 3.2 seconds that separates the two of them at the moment.
Yeah, Klopp's recovered well since his problem. He was in 10th not too long ago, about an hour ago I would expect, and he's already up into 7th, which is probably the most you can do without, if the guys ahead don't have issues, of course. I think that's the most you can manage, so he's doing well to hold on for now, but gonna have trouble if he's not careful in a minute, because the satellite racing car is closing in at a rate of knots.
Yeah, coming in is trying to close up that gap as fast as possible. That gap now down to 2.7 seconds. It appears that at the moment Yosser Neda is consistently faster than the driver of the number 63 Pulse Motorsport car. Just what is this? Just under just about 2.5 hours to go now here at Sebring.
Yep, we're that's another half an hour gone, before I could even blink and take my eyes away. You know, we've taken another half an hour off the clock, which is the way these endurance races go. They just start to fly by at this time of night.
They do start to go a little bit faster through the night. But yes, having a look at what Yosser Neda is doing at the moment, trying to reduce this gap. The previous lap between the two of them, it was Neda started behind with a 58.6, up the car in front with a 59.8, 1.2 seconds difference the previous lap. And you can almost see that Arneda is closing with every single sector visually.
Leader in, actually. Daniel Visner, just to take our attention away just for a second, has entered the pit lane, and he will be in the pit lane for not very long, I would expect, because...
Before a driver swap, by the looks of it. Shabakis is there.
Well, maybe he will have to... Well, he definitely will have to surrender the lead in that case, because Theobald only took fuel on the last stop, I believe. Just from guessing by the times, he only took fuel, so we'll probably see a new race leader at the end of the next lap, but a new driver into the Black Hawk racing car.
Yes, be going into the Black Hawk racing car. Visna is still stationary in pit lane there, and eventually he should be able to come out on lap 305, I should say. And it should be Shabakis in the lead of that, at the wheel of that car, as we now do have a new leader of the races. Alex Siebel in the ACR Zaxby number 12 is now the leader of the race, just because he is yet to make his stop, as indeed Shabakis gets in and starts driving that 106 car down the pit lane.
Yeah, and he is going to sit in second place, nearly 30 seconds down on the leader. Just Alex Siebel's I've not seen very much of him at all this season, so it's mainly been Simchich and Jordan doing the driving in that car, but Siebel's been wheeled out for this race and doing a very respectable job at the moment. Obviously leading and keeping pace with the Blackwell car very respectably indeed, so he is more than keeping them in the game at the moment, and even got them to the lead on this stint. Going back down the order into the GT ranks, Paul Motorsport and Satellite Racing have closed up once again.
Yes, closing up once again as the camera is currently on. It is on Yosser Nade, I do believe it indeed is on the driver of the number 64 car, as there's now just one car between the two of them, and it's Bram Balin in the Virus 99, but Yosser Nade has managed to get past Bram Balin, which now means that Klopp and Arnera are now nose to tail, BMW versus Porsche.
Yeah, one of these classic inter-manufacturer battles that we love to see. This series, seen so many of them so far. The two very distinctive sounds, almost the twin turbo whine of the BMW and the total scream of the Porsche. Two very distinctive sounds, two very nice sounds, done very well, I have to say, in this pack. And of course the Corvette, another totally different grunty sound, which is, three totally different layouts, and it's kind of unfortunate that we don't have more Corvettes in this. But anyway, I can two manufacturers and their strengths and weaknesses is quite a lot to be keeping track of anyway. So
Tornado is now making his way up the inside of Klopp coming into Sunset Bend, but Klopp almost chops across the front of the Satellite Racing car on turn in, and he keeps that position for now, that 22nd position overall for now, for 7th place in class as well.
Yeah, it was just a pretty poor run onto the back straight by the BMW. He worked pretty hard for it though. He wasn't giving up. Franz Klopp giving the Satellite car a hard time into Sunset Bend, but still he is able to stay ahead just for now, and see how long he can carry on for. It definitely does look like the Porsche has the pace over him at the moment.
Contact between the two of them. That's Cunningham. Yes, it was. There was contact between the two of them right there on the apex. That is going to be one that is looked at by the stewards later, most likely.
Yeah, just going to see if I can get a bit of a look at, or a second look at what took place. Very big move, dive bomb by the Porsche, and the gap, he wasn't really up very far, so I'm going to say that's not really the BMW's faults on first impressions there. I don't know about you, but Porsche was definitely too far back and not really far up enough to be able to make that dive bomb.
It does appear that Arnada really hasn't lost that much time against Klopp. It's about, the gap between the two of them now is about 2 seconds. So Arnada's only lost about a couple of seconds with that move.
He's back for more.
Yes, back for more. He's going to have a second go at the rear end of that number 63 car soon.
Yeah, we're going to, let's hope we see it a bit cleaner, but the chances are the tempers are going to be flaring. They're not careful, so hope it's cleaner. Of course they've got that virus car in between them again, and that'll have to be sorted out for the second time, so it will be just a moment until we see that battle come to the fore again.
Yeah, just a little bit until we see this the battle come back again, because it appears that Arneda was definitely faster than Klopp, wasn't he?
Yeah, and by the way, he's catching back up again by half a second since the spin, or half spin, you could say. Yeah, he's definitely got the pace advantage, and it even looks like the Virus car behind him has got the pace on the pulse car, really, because he's hounding him for on track position. I know that's not a real battle on track, but they are fighting pretty hard for it, and that is, I believe that's the second place car. Bram Balin is, I believe,
Yes, he is.
tucked in
Second
behind.
class.
Yeah, that's really going to be holding him up.
But look at where Arneda is. He's almost already back onto the rear wing of Renz Klopp. It's only been, what, 2.5 laps? If that?
1.5.
1.5.
Yeah, it's well, obviously he will have lost a bit of time from letting the BMW through, but not that much. And maybe there's some new tyres on for the satellite car or something. Maybe he's just faster, but it just seemed like a very big pace disadvantage for it to be just pace, driver skill.
Yes, here comes Arneda again towards the rear wing of Klopp, coming through Big Bend, coming through under the first bridge, under the second bridge. Going to be a move into the hairpin. There is. Arneda goes to the outside, trying to hold on all the way around the outside. It would be a very, very nice move if he is able to, but no, they're side by side still, and Renz Klopp just gets the better of that little battle, but they're coming up towards Cunningham now. Does Arneda send it again? He does indeed send it. It sides the better of it, stamps on the brakes and doesn't make the move yet.
Yeah, much cleaner affair for those two that time. Nice little bit of defensive driving, maybe a little bit late, but nothing he can't get away with. Just by the way that the Porsche could brake so much later into the hairpin, you've got to think that there's some kind of tyre advantage there, because in normal circumstances you can't brake that much later than the BMW. I know it's big and heavy, but it's not that much worse on the brakes, so it's there's got to be a tyre advantage for the satellite car.
Part of it may well be that you've also got to think that because Arneda was trying to go around the outside, he'd brake just a little bit later there as well. He didn't actually have to hit the apex.
Yeah, that's true.
As here comes Arneda again, right onto the rear wing of Klopp. Tom Kubik is directly ahead. Arneda, will he move to the left or the right? He moves to the left. He's going to send it up the inside at turn 1. But not being able to make the move work that time either. Is he going to make a move at 3? No, decides staying behind is the better course of action for now.
Yeah, that would have been a brave one into turn 1. It's already a pretty committed corner, to say the least, and that would have made it even scarier, really, if he were actually to just send it up the inside, which he was thinking about.
He was also thinking about it again at the hairpin, but perhaps it's just a little bit more psychological at this point between Arneda and Klopp. Arneda just trying to force Klopp into mistake as opposed to actually trying to make the pass stick. Coming down into Cunningham, and again Arneda just showing his nose a little.
The absolutely last thing Klopp wants is a crash and him to have damage and pit stop and having to repair the damage. That would be the absolutely last thing he wants, because even losing the points 7th to 8th versus 7th will be better than no points at all.
Yes, that certainly is true as they're coming through. the long corner now. At this point, you've got to think: is defending this position really worth it? Do I really want to put this position on the line, trying to defend from the car behind? As they're coming down through Sunset now. Again, Rensklopp is helped because Tom Kubik is directly ahead in a GT car, and that's allowing him to gain as much slipstream as possible, which means it kind of negates Jos Arneda's in the number 64 Satellite Racing car behind, coming across the start-finish line. With just over, I should say, 2 hours and 20 minutes to go, they're beginning lap 280, these two GTE cars. And is it going to go left or right? Arneda moves to the left hand side of the circuit. Is it going to make a move this time round? No, decides better of it again.
He's certainly picking his battles, which is sensible. I presume after the initial dive bomb, he's decided to turn it back a bit and just be a little bit more careful with where he's placing his car. But I think this battle is worth fighting for Klopp so far, because if he can keep the Porsche behind him now, then when he gets the chance on better tyres, he's going to be further ahead than he would have been. So I think this is smart so far, but if the Porsche starts to get really aggressive, then it would be time to just let him go.
Yeah, it's just another one of these things. Is it worth defending this position at this moment in time for this number of points? Now it's starting to get towards the point where I would say it is worth defending this position, but we still may well still be an hour away from that or so.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. Maybe, I'm not sure what the strategy is, whether these guys are all double stinting or some people are, or even a triple stint is a good idea, but double stinting, certainly has happened in this race so far. And keep talking about tyre difference. Maybe there isn't a tyre difference at all, and there's a fuel oil difference. We're just speculating at this point, really, as to why Porsche could be just that little bit faster than the BMW at the moment, but not fast enough to get past just yet.
Yeah, speculating is all that we can really do here, isn't it? As they're coming through the 3, 4, or 5 complex again. Klopp's still stuck. Well, we'll say still stuck there behind Tom Kubik, still hanging on to Tom Kubik, which is certainly helping Klopp hold on to that 7th place position. Tom Kubik is in 6th, but he's a whole lap ahead of these two.
Yeah, so these guys, kind of an uncomfortable situation because they don't really know whether to unlap themselves or not, but it's certainly now starting to hold up the Pulse Motorsport car, and he's going to want to get past. But of course that means that Satellite car's going to get past as well, and that's not really what the core car will want. So it's a bit of a nightmare, really. Figure out who's supposed to go in front or not.
Yes, trying to figure out, what happens? What should we do?
After you.
As again, Klopp just managed to pull away ever so slightly again by using traffic, and still Tom Kubik is right there in front of him. Klopp is certainly hanging on. He's got the pace to hold on with Kubik, but the problem is that it doesn't really help Arneda in his quest to overtake Klopp, mainly because Klopp still has that slipstream from the car in front. Klopp is actually going up the inside of Kubik now, side by side into the Sunset Bend, and Kubik decides to yield, which does mean there's now a car between the two of them.
Yeah, that could be really important. But if I was the core car, I would just let the Porsche go through as well now, because you don't really want to be getting in the middle of the battle, even though you are ahead. Maybe he's not going to think like that, and maybe he's going to separate this battle just for a little bit longer. But we'll see. Nice clean move into Sunset Bend just to unlap himself. I don't think he's going to get too much trouble for that, because he's clearly faster Oh, he's just pulled in. The call car just... Oh! That was very strange. I don't know if you saw that. Caught on this stream just a few minutes ago. The call car looked like it was going to come in the pit lane, and then it just totally ducked out at the last second.
The Yosarnada now trying past Klopp now that there's no car in between them. Now just a little bit of a straight fight between the two of them. They're coming out of Cunningham up towards Tar. Braking difficult for the right-hander, a little bit of trail braking in order to get the car slowed down in time. Coming through Bishops, now towards the final complex, and Arnada is right there, almost right up the rear wing of Ren's Klopp as they come through the mall now, and onto the Almond Straight for the 282nd time for these two GTE cars.
That is a lot of laps. Yeah, there's still, we are very much coming within sight of the end of this race, you know, just 2 hours and a quarter to go, and the end really is in sight now, and guys will be back timing and executing their final couple of pit stops now.
Yeah, just a couple of pit stops to go now for all of these drivers. Well, for the GT cars, it's just a couple of pit stops to go. For the prototypes, maybe 3.
Yeah. Or 4.
Or 4, yes, but trying to get into the closing.
Oh my goodness, sorry. The Pulse Motorsport car went hugely wide at Sunset Bend on a replay, and well, Ren's Klopp is now, well, he's had it I don't know how to say that, but the satellite car is through into 7th now, and he will presumably drive away.
Nuno Pinto, currently in 4th, is trying to chase down the one Akko of Nico Barclay. 8 seconds separates the two of them at the moment, 3rd place overall.
He also took a second out of him on the last lap, which is a pretty big margin, so that gap seems to be going down as the Ramada and Hydra Esports cars are on newer tyres than one Akko car, I think, but Stensoners doesn't seem to have the pace of Pinto. His gap is now 20 seconds. Came out the pit lane and it was 8 seconds.
Now I'm wondering what that suggests in terms of the pit stop strategy between these teams.
It'll be very interesting to see how it unfolds, because yeah, it's we don't really have a clue who's going to win or come third. It's really depends on who's got their back timing right.
Yeah, it's going to be they will have all decided at some point, right, this is the point where we need to start going backwards from the end of the race, but the question is, what point is that going to be for all of these teams? Some teams, it may well have been 4 hours before the end of the race, others it may be 3, others it may be 2, just deciding, right, when do we shift from our normal strategy that we began with to the strategy to which we will end with?
I think they've all been thinking about it for a couple of hours now, but I'm not sure if anyone's actually started to lower a fuel load because they're gonna, you know, fill up too much, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But maybe there has been a little bit of that, and it's starting to make gaps come down and gaps extend, and you know, it's a difficult balancing act to execute. And let's hope that everyone makes it and nobody runs out of fuel on the last lap.
Yes, all of them hoping to not run out of fuel on the last lap. I would certainly say that's a bonus. That's something that you want to do.
the leading gap seems to be pretty steady at the moment, just about hovering around 24 seconds, slowly coming down ever so steadily. Not really coming down too much, to be honest. Just a little bit here and there, but the overall trend does seem to be towards the Blackhawk Racing number 106 car, and they are closing in on Alex Siebel at the moment. But I think Siebel's been driving for quite a while now, so I'm not sure. There's going to be one last driver swap for that number 12 car.
I would imagine there is going to be one last up there. I'm just having a look in the driver swap area if there's anyone there at the moment. There is Michi Hoya still there. There's also Bor Milan, Dennis Jordan, and Peter Schultz there. Dennis Jordan being there, he has been an ACR driver before,
Yes,
so
yeah.
I imagine that he's going to be getting into that number 12 car.
Yeah, he drives for the number 12, and seems Simijic, he might have turned up at some point, but yeah, Dennis Jordan's been driving and Siebel's been driving, and yeah, they're both down up there for the number 12 car entered, so Jordan is definitely a likely probably going to get into that currently race leading car.
And the question is, when is he going to get in as well? Of course, say about 40 minutes for each of these tanks. That would mean, what, 10 minutes time or so?
Well, they're hoping it's 10 minutes time. If they have to come in now, they're in trouble. It wouldn't be a disaster really, because I think that most of the teams can actually go more than 40 minutes, but that's more of a round figure that they can try and figure out their strategy with. Obviously 3 stints of 40 minutes is 2 hours, which is a much nicer number than trying to work out 3 times 47.
Well, it always is, of course. when you've decided you're going to do 47-minute stints, how do you even begin to try and work out what to do with them?
How do you do all that without the calculator exploding?
Yeah. Having a look at the timing still again, Pinto, that gap now down to 7 seconds for that final podium position. The previous lap, Barkley faster by 8/10. Sorry, Pinto faster by 8/10.
Yeah. Well, it's 8/10 there for Pinto, and it's now 7 seconds. Both of them leaving Stensnes in the dust, really. That number 10 car doesn't look like it's going to be on the podium tonight.
Having a look a little bit further down the field as well, is there anyone else who is in danger of being passed? Indeed it is. It's that number 99 Cyrus car, currently in second place in the GTE class, driven by Bram Balin. Only 11 seconds ahead of Matheus Machado in the... sorry, it's actually Kasper Stoltz. Car further down, the 60 car, currently in third place, is only 11 seconds ahead of the Talking Door racing car of Matheus Machado, who in turn is only 11 seconds ahead of Alex Brautigam in the Blackhawk number 81.
Yeah, those three are pretty close, and maybe we'll see some of those guys close up a little bit, but Nico Barkley has come into the pit lane from third position overall, and that leaves them with, I think when they hit the pit lane, when they're going to leave, 2 hours and 8 minutes on the clock, which is 42 and a bit minute stints, which is totally manageable, I think. I think they'll be home and dry. 2 more stops after this.
Home and dry is a term, but is it one that you really want to use? Indeed, maybe 2 more stops, indeed 3 stints. That sounds like it is going to be perfect for them. Also coming in at the moment is Alex Siebel in that number 12 car, as well as 23 flag sim racing of Nate Idens, both of them coming in at the same time. Both of them deciding to make their third to last pit stop. Yes, the third to last pit stop at the same time.
Well, they're hoping it's the third to last, because I don't really want to be making any more than that. Both ACR Zaxby cars are in. Obviously Siebel from the lead, and now... Yeah, the 102 from 5th position at the time, but they're going to drop all the way down to 7th. Henning Voller regains 6th. Siebel is going to be more than 30 seconds behind here. There must be a driver swap going on, and indeed there probably is. We think that Dennis Jordan's going to get in that car, but they're going to be at least a minute down.
Yes, Dennis Jordan is going to be getting to that one. We do believe, and just waiting for that to be confirmed when they do come out. Indeed, there will go a 73-second stop for the number 12 car, and it is indeed Dennis Jordan back in that one.
Yep, and they are a minute and 6:17 down when they come out the pit lane. So that is a big gap, but don't forget, I think Blackhawk have to make a stop. It's going to be a short fuel only one though, I think. Basically, I think that Blackhawk are in the driving seat here. They've got a short stop to come.
Yeah.
And this next stop is going to be much shorter. Be around 40-50 seconds just to fuel. And then they've got just one more tyre change to do.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a bit, the way Zach Speed have done it's a little bit awkward, because you either triple stint, which is just like not a good idea, or you do a change of tyres for one stint, which is just doesn't really make the most of the tyres, and the way they've back timed it is not quite as perfect as Blackhawk. Basically, Blackhawk have played it very well, and Zach Speed have done it quite well, but not quite as well as Blackhawk.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's wondering what they're going to do for these final 2 stops now. Are they actually going to be able to trip the tires? Did they just put on the hardest compound possible and decided that's going to be fine? We're just going to go to the end on this.
Maybe, because Dennis Jordan did get in as a new fresh driver, so the hard tyres wouldn't be too bad to adjust to if you're totally fresh. But we'll know very soon by the lap times he's going to put in the next couple of minutes. We'll have a true representation of how he's doing.
Yeah. That is going to be fairly interesting to see how they deal with this dilemma to finish off this race.
All these teams have got a big dilemma, to be honest. Monaco have seemed to come out 35 seconds behind Ramada, which is not ideal, and I think they're in a similar sticky situation to Zach Speed in their battle with Ramada over third.
Yeah, it seems like all of them might have just changed drivers one stint too soon.
Yeah.
One stint too soon for all of them to be able to do it nicely towards the end of the race.
Yeah, not many guys have been able to split the race the final part of the race evenly. where they've managed to make the most of their tyres and run the fuel loads well, and make the most of the driver stints. And Black Hawk have really they've relied heavily on a fully green race, which is what they've got, but they've still executed the plan beautifully.
There is still quite a few strategies to be played out in the last 2 hours and 2 minutes of this race, roughly 2 hours and 2 minutes of this race, and it is still Shabakis in that 106 car ahead of the 12 ACR Zach Speed of Dennis Jordan, the number 10 Hydra Sports of Joachim Stensnes, number 3 Ramada Motorsport of Nuno Pinto, number 5 Wanako of Bora Milan. The LMP3s is 27 Team RGPL of Michael Silverjech, ahead of the 35 Race Clutch of Jimmy Paul, the 48 Speedy Might of Matteo Bichetti, the number 33 Mustard Racing car of Matteo Bichetti, then the 48 Speedy Might Racing car of Luca Berg, and the 38 Champion Racing of JT Tammy. And in the GTE class, it's the 172 Zancho Simsport Felix Antoine Fortin, ahead is the 99 Virus of Bram Balin, number 60 Hydra Esports of Casper Stoltz, the 71 Talking Door Racing of Mateus Machado, and the number 81 Black Hawk Racing of Alexei Zagornev. Alex Brugtigam. Alexei Zagornev is the car below them, which is actually the Black Hawk Racing LMP3 car.
Yeah, that's rather embarrassing for them, unfortunately, being behind their GT team car, but they've just had an unfortunate day of it, really.
Joachim Stensnes is now in.
Yeah, he is, and he's going to drop to 5th, I would expect. And, well, we had theories about, Dennis Jordan taking it nice and easy on a set of tyres to trouble stint them to the end. You throw that all out the window. He's just did a 47.0 and a 47.1 on consecutive laps, taking 3 seconds out of Zavakis on each lap, and the gap is now 1 minute and 15 seconds.
That's very, very nice, isn't it? But it's very, very unlikely that they're actually going to be able to close that gap with 2 hours to go.
I think that Black Hawk have to make one more stop, though. I think they've still got 3 stops to do.
Yeah, 3 stops to do, I'm pretty sure. Yes, I think some of them still have 3 stops to do. But I think most of the front runners kiss. Well, Dennis Jordan still only has 2 stops to do.
Yeah.
I think the same can be said of the number 10, the number
and 3,
and the 3 as well. They all still definitely have 2 stops to do. But again, it just depends what they're going to do with the final set of stints. Black Hawk Racing, because they are 1 minute and 15 ahead, does show that these still need to make a stop, which means that they still have 3 to go.
Yeah, and it was another 47.0 for Dennis Jordan. That is outrageous pace on the first 3 laps of a stint, and only 7/10 off that car's best lap, taking nearly another second out of Zabakis. But I think that the Black Hawk car fuel stops are going to be shorter. That's just the difference between those guys in terms of their pit strategy.
So now into the final 2 hours of the race here at Sebring. Of course, if this was scaled to a normal race, it would just be 1 hour to go, wouldn't it? But no, just into the final 2 hours. And yes, it still looks like we're going on roughly on course for what it was going to be for the 380. Anywhere between 380 and 387 laps at the moment. It really depends on what type of calculator you use as to how many laps will be done here this afternoon. I say how many laps will be done here this afternoon. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here in Sweden. That's fine. That's afternoon. Everything is afternoon. So yes, having a look at the live timing as it stands, and Bora Milan just 11 seconds off of Joachim Stensness. Bora currently in 5th place, Joachim in 4th. It's Wanako versus Hydra. So it is Bora trying to chase down Joachim. Last lap, Bora's lap, a 48.2. Joachim's a 48.4, so pretty much identical, just 0.2 of a second between it. The last lap, though, the fastest on circuit was Shabakis, a 47.1. Over a second faster than everyone else. So, yes, so it appears that Bora may well have his, Jordan will certainly have his work cut out in order to catch Shabakis. The Bora Milan and Joachim Stensness, now that could be a battle that could be coming up in the near future. That definitely seems like it is closing. Last lap, it was Joachim with a 48.6, Bora with a 46.9. 1.7 seconds between the two of them. That gap shrinking with every lap at the moment. Again, let's have a look at these previous lap times. Last lap for well, we don't actually know what the new lap times are, mainly because Joachim and Bora have yet to cross start finish line. I mean, that's just a minor detail we need for lap times.
got the leader in the pit lane now, so that is Kiss into the pit lane for Black Hawk, and we'll have to see how long the stop is and where he comes out.
It's something that we've seen, because Milan at the moment is going pretty quickly compared to everyone else, catching Joachim Stensness at a rate of 1 to 1.5 seconds a lap. But we've seen this quite a few times through this race already, where one driver will be very, very good, not even just for one whole driver stint, but just between 2 pit stops, then suddenly go back to pretty much the same pace that everyone else is doing. They seem to have one very, very strong stint. We've seen it quite a few times already this race.
Yeah, it is a little bit strange sometimes to but the way it's gone, and probably the way it's going to go for the rest of the race. But Kiss is out now. Managed to get his way out of the pit lane and up with 15.5 seconds to his main rival, Dennis Jordan, in the ACL Activate car. The interesting thing about that is that this needs 15 minutes less fuel drop throughout the rest of this race. That's 15 minutes worth of fuel that Jordan's going to have to stay sat longer.
15 minutes worth of fuel, that's probably about 7 or 8 seconds stationed in the pit lane, actually.
Maybe a third of a tank.
Yeah, about a third. Yeah, it is about a third of the tank. It's about 7 or 8 seconds in the pit lane.
It's going to be difficult for them to come back from.
Oh yeah, it certainly is, because sometimes the race is won and lost in the pit lane, especially around here at Sebring. It's pretty difficult to actually overtake. There are a couple of big braking zones, but the problem is that they're all preceded by pretty slow corners, which means that you really, really need to rely on getting a good run off of them.
Yeah, that can be difficult to manage, but so far seen a good amount of overtaking, but haven't seen dive bombs everywhere, and lots of moves being made and runs being made and all that kind of thing. So it can be difficult to get past, and luckily I don't think the lead will change. Well, it will change in the pit stop, but I don't think Kiss is going to have to come through on Jordan unless they do something bizarre on the strategy, which isn't impossible, of course, but still, it's a big risk.
It still is a very, very big risk. Might just have to go slightly more dangerous on the strategy in order to really do something towards the end of this race. Just go for something a little cheeky. Just go for something that really shouldn't work. Perhaps just go for a gamble. Perhaps they might gamble for a code 80 in the last 2 hours.
Yeah, and if they've got a lap behind them, then they can afford to gamble, really, if they really want the race win. But they are championship leaders. They don't really want to be throwing away points for free, so yeah, we'll see. They go for it.
Bora and Joachim, that gap now under 4 seconds. The previous lap, Bora took over a second, made that 1.1 seconds out of the number 10 car. As they are now coming through, where are they coming through? They're coming up towards Cunningham, through Collier, and up towards Tower for their 328th time this race.
We have also got a man waiting in the interview booth thing, ready
Yes,
to
we
be
do.
have a bit of a chat with.
And rejoining us for the 3rd time this race is Ed Trevelyan Johnson from Zancho. How does it? How has the race gone since
How
the last
does
time
it?
you were here?
Good question, Neil. Good English.
Good
How does
English.
it?
I can English goodly. It's fine.
Well, you do live in Sweden now, don't you?
Yes, this is the problem that I find is that I've started learning a new language, but I've started forgetting words in English. I mean, just be
Can you speak
pushing them all
Swedish
in.
now?
Yeah, I can.
Go on then.
No, you're fine.
Do Swedish.
Do a Swedish. No, it's fine. Tell us about how your how the Zanshu car experience has gone since the since
How
last
does
time
the
you were
Zancho
here.
car?
How's the experience gone since the
Well,
last time
at the
you were
moment
here?
we does pretty wellly. James just got in the car. He's had fine all race. But yeah, this time we've got lots of our car everywhere, so which might be a problem. But when you hear a BMW coming up behind you revving at 12,000, you certainly hear it. So it's possibly even an advantage because it's so loud. And yeah, we're just getting out of the way of everyone, just staying out of trouble. Like LMP3s will happily lose 5 seconds to if we need to.
Yeah, it was what was it that Josh Anderson loves to tell us that the BMW goes up to about 6,800 maximum. To have one buzzing about at 12,000 RPM is it will be slightly disturbing. It's like
a little bit less than double what we rev up to, or like the limiter on in the BMW. So we can go roughly up to about 7,000 if we really push it.
If you were just on the limiter, just push the clutch in and rev it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It must be like a pack of angry bees.
Yeah, well, I think that's what Olivier said. It's just weird. I think it takes some getting used to seeing your car passing you so quickly, again and again. It's like this kind of reoccurring trauma for James, like some sort of something he needs to deal with in therapy.
With an extra 40 clicks at the end of the straight, just zooming past you.
Yeah.
What's going to be the strategy for the 172 for the rest of the race?
It's pretty simple. We've been double stinting all race. James is on new tyres. He'll double stint the last stint. I don't know. We might even have enough of a gap to just take tyres again, because I don't know. Maybe he wants to set a fastest lap or something like that. We're just taking it very easy at the moment. Other people have had really, really bad luck. So we've kind of been gifted the lead that we have. We should be fighting with Ajira and Tusis and Byers and Hydra, and God, I better not leave out some of these people. Basically the whole field. But yeah, most people, loads of people have had really bad luck. And so now I'm very scared, because I wonder whether our bad luck is yet to come.
Your bad luck is yet to come. Where no, I didn't say anything like that. That's definitely your fault if anything happens with that one.
Yeah, maybe I led you into that one.
But
we're trying not to sort of get complacent. I think. Because otherwise it'll just, the crash will be even worse. But yeah, I've been wondering what the right point to ask Jimmy whether we can do donuts after we cross the finishing line is.
What is?
It's been a long time coming. We've really tried to win in the past, and this would be quite a big moment. Okay, yeah. I should have read the rules properly again before this race. I just didn't expect to win.
Isn't Isn't reading the rules a prerequisite of racing gear?
Yeah, you
think
kind of
that
got me
means-
there.
I think that means the 172
Well,
car
I'm
should
not.
be
I'm not driving.
disqualified for not
I'm not
reading the
driving, so
rules.
maybe the other guys read the rules properly.
I think
You haven't got anything on me. Someone's saying battle for position 4, position 5.
Yeah. It's I've just put up Bor Milan trying to take the position of Joachim Stensnes coming to Sunset Bend now, but not being able to make a move. Partly because just a little bit of traffic. How do you think the traffic situation has been here at Sebring again today? It's kind of hard to pass here. There are a few big braking zones, but they're preceded. But these straights are preceded by slow corners, which makes it even more important to get a good run off of them. And of course, you've got corners like Sunset and Le Mans and Tower and Turn 1. Those are all corners which you don't really brake that much for.
I mean, there's a few questions in there. What do you want me to answer first?
How's the situation been with traffic today, according to
Just generally.
you're watching? Yeah, with you watching and what you've been hearing from Felix and
Yeah. Well, Felix doesn't really complain. James complains, well, comparatively a lot. But I mean, it's just like
has Milan's been taken out by Jimmy Paul? They are on the exit of which one is that again? I think that is Cunningham. There's contact between the LMP3 and the LMP2. Sorry, that was on the exit of a Tower. Actually, there was contact between the two of them. I'm wondering if there's any suspension damage on that Orica 05 Nissan, and I think there may well be some variety of that. Just waiting until he comes down the straight. What sort of steering angle does he have? I don't think he really appears to be fairly straight. That steering wheel, actually, that was a fairly hefty hit.
There was another BMW caught up in that as well. I didn't catch the number, but there was another one.
that was the core. The core.
Okay, I was
BMW.
slightly concerned that was the Pulse Motorsport car having more bad luck, but
No, it was 6th place in GT. That one was clever.
Score is 62.
yeah.
Well,
yes,
there you go. There's a bit of traffic
the
for you.
LMP3 and the LMP2.
Neil.
So that will no doubt be looked at by the stewards later.
It looked like a bit of a dangerous rejoin to me. That one, from the LMP2 car straight in the path of the BMW, and there wasn't a lot he could do.
To be honest, to be fair to Borja, I mean, some people would have just tried to throttle spin it back onto the track, but he actually reversed off the track to get out of the way. So I think that's pretty gentlemanly of him.
Yeah. Fortunately, well, the LMP3 did as well, but unfortunately he just started to come back on the track at almost 90 degrees, which was a little bit controversial for the court car that was coming along. Unfortunately, got caught up in that.
Yeah.
So before we were rudely interrupted by some action happening on track, what
Sorry about that.
what have you thought of the sort of lapping opportunities? How traffic has been today?
I think again, I'm not driving, so I can't feel it. I can kind of sympathise, but I can't empathise. I think it gets better as the race goes along, because I was complaining before about people diving at these trail breaking corners, which is I mean, even Sunset is a tricky place because you don't know, because it's so bumpy, you don't know whether someone's going to get a slide on. So it's difficult to trust even the best drivers when you're going side by side through Sunset. And then, overtaking at Tower and whatever that corner is called before the back straight. Just the same LMP2s were diving up inside there, and it's just such a I don't think this is rude to say, but a screw you move, why don't you just go and lose some more time, and really, like, they would lose less time if they just kind of just got a better exit out of that corner, particularly going onto the back straight. But yeah, I think people are doing it less now. Like, the field's a bit more spread out, I think. And from what I saw from Felix's last 2 hours, it was pretty calm. So yeah, it's as usual, the LMP3s are the most difficult, not because of they're not good drivers or anything like that, but just simply because of that category, and that particularly that it doesn't get traction control. So they have a little bit of an advantage. I don't think they had much of an advantage accelerating, but they have a bit of an advantage in the straight line speed. So they'll have to dive you because they don't have quite enough of an advantage to get alongside you or whatever. So most often they're kind of diving you. They have to, and then they get a terrible exit. So you kind of have to check up on the brakes coming out of the corners because they're so slow on traction. So that's tricky, but yeah, otherwise it's all right. I mean, actually, it's very pleasant.
Pleasant.
I've been. It's very. I haven't qualified. I've qualified it before I've said what it is yet. But we've been talking to a lot of cars in the GTs, just going around, and people on different tires and so on, and thus different speeds. And like with the Black Hawk guys, particularly, they're absolute gentlemen. I talked to Alex, and he was like, "Well, yeah, where's best for you to pass? We'll just do that." And then we did the same for them. We just even though they were a lap behind or 2 laps behind or something like that, we just set it up on the back straight just through chat.
Yeah.
And it's happened with a bunch of cars. It's just really nice. It's really nice kind of community camaraderie.
So, I asked James this question earlier on, so I'll ask you as well. As you did point out earlier, if Sancho win today, it will be 6 winners from 6 races. What does that really tell you about the caliber of not only the drivers here in the Division 1, but kind of the drivers who are at the top of their game in rFactor 2?
Well, it could mean a few things. I think you could say like some people have upped their game, including us. I think these cars are a bit easier to drive, or at least easier not to make mistakes with than from season 7 up to season 10. So you'd have, when you made a mistake, it'd be more catastrophic, or the consequences would be, and the damage time was also far higher from what I remember. Although I have seen some people say like 600 seconds of repair, which is more than I've seen these cars get before. So maybe that's been changed. So yeah, I mean, I think these cars are probably a little bit easier to keep on the straight and narrow. And I don't know really why. I think not as a sort of an insult to the Studio 397 people, because I think these cars are great in lots of ways, but I think it would be nice to have a tyre update, because it's difficult to read these cars, and you don't get much feeling out of the road. So yeah, Sebring is one of the first times we've properly been able to like feel the grip on the track, just partly because of the bumps. So yeah, but it's nice that there's a high level competition and that it's all so tight, and a lot of it's down to luck, as it always is. Like for example, this race.
Yeah, as always in endurance racing, not only do they need the speed, you not only need the consistency, but you also just need a little bit of luck as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm hoping to see an entry from you and Josh, and maybe even you, Ewan, in the CD397 Sebring race, maybe in Bathurst, something like that.
Or
Oh god.
what, racing?
Oh yeah. It's been a long time coming. Josh last did Bathurst in 2016. It's time he did it again.
How long did he last there? I remember.
20
he went-
minutes.
How long was it?
Well,
again?
they had a good long stint in the campsite.
Yeah, the good
on the
long
hill.
stint looking for kangaroos. Yeah. Then there was an event where perhaps the two Realish racing cars came together, and perhaps I then took out two other cars. Perhaps that happened. Who knows?
Well, I'm sure it's all conjecture.
Thank you for joining us, Ed, and good luck
No
to your
problem.
team for the rest of the race. And there's just
Thank you.
90 minutes. There's just 90 minutes to go. I'm sure you
I
can
mean,
hold on to
part
that.
of why I came on is just to kind of try and escape the nerves a little bit for a while. So yeah, thank you for that.
So, joining us now in the queue that we've got is Ricardo Corazari from the number 63 Pulse Motorsport squad, I do believe. So Ewan, why don't you take this one?
Okay, yeah, now with Ricardo from the number 63 Pulse Motorsport car, and well, it was going well, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. Just explain to us what happened.
Well, just let me introduce you. I was just speaking with Eric. Honestly, I didn't talk about the interview, the broadcast. So when I got moved, I just had to shut my mouth immediately because no, it's okay. No, basically, Renz had an issue with the plug of his PC that lost contact for a moment, and everything shut it off. So yeah. Simply, that's it. There's not much to say about that. Honestly, it feels bad, but yeah, we still have some chances. We are in a fight for P6 with this still 10 solid points. It's not like 12 we were running for. 22 that we are running for. But we will take them anyway if we can grab them. Nothing else. The car felt pretty strong, honestly. The pace was, I think, quite a race-winning pace. I was surprised to be able to run low 59 into the tire stint, but probably the fresher air had helped it a lot. So it came quite naturally, while the first stint was amazing. First stint was like very amazing. When I saw at the beginning of the race that I was doing like flat 58, well, I said, okay, if everything is good, we're going to win this race for sure. Yeah, but then yeah, nothing great happened, and I just have to thank the teammate for being my teammate. We can always have fun together even when things are bad, going in the bad way, but. A couple of races to do. I think we have Silverstone will be a bit more easy for BMW. Estoril was quite a nightmare. It was quite a sort of a Porsche Cup, because it was just traction and traction and traction and traction, and at a certain point our traction was just ending. So we just capped the performance, and there was not so much more to do. Here it was quite a bit more balanced, and I think Silverstone will be a bit more easier for us with this car. And Le Mans, who knows? With the new aero pack, it will be very interesting. Unfortunately, we have no more access to the aero data, and now that we have to deal with the most important race of the season with a different, aero pack, it's a bit of a mess. But I think we will sort it out. Luckily, we did a bit of testing beginning of the season in Indy, so we have a bit of a base. That's all I can really tell you from tonight and for the next races.
Always the secrets. Anyway, since
he
Eric's
was
here.
about to divulge his secrets to me before you pulled him up. I had him
Oh,
going.
no.
He was going to give me all the trade secrets.
I was going to say, now that Eric
No,
is here,
I was just
we've got
looking.
two representatives from the leading cars in GTE,
Yeah.
so we'd better start slinging insults at each other. 3, 2, 1, go.
I was just
Great
looking.
drama.
I was just looking for a guy to hug into the wait for here
Well,
interview.
yeah, I
channel.
need one. Jesus.
Yeah.
Rough.
So
day.
you are going to beat Ricardo's team, right, Eric?
Yeah.
In
We're all
the
rooting for
championship?
you. Yeah.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
But I mean, in all seriousness, I mean, we're up against like such incredible drivers that to be even where we are right now was an amazing thing. So, it's there's so much parity here. I mean, knock on wood, the way things are going to end up, it's the 6th different team to win, in 6 races. I mean, that's just incredible. So, yeah, it's while we're all extremely competitive, I think there's some camaraderie here, and we all, I think, respect each other, in terms of.
Well, I don't like you.
Well, yeah, screw you.
Don't worry.
All
Don't
right,
worry.
see ya.
Don't worry. You can come to me.
Go ahead, Ed.
Probably.
Go to
prob-
Ricardo.
Probably we're going to have the 7th different winner in 7. No, sorry. Yeah, 6. Oh yeah, that's race 6. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Should we stop saying
it's-
that now?
Man, it's 3 a.m. I just ate a pizza, so it's it's
I feel like the jinx is multiplying.
yeah.
That's the problem with these 12-hour races, and you get a lead. It's all the time to wait.
Yeah, well, you would know. You've led quite a few races this season.
Not by any margin, though.
Well, as I think I said earlier, like, we've only got the gap that we have because everyone else has had the bad luck. So it's not completely fair, but I think our pace was reasonably good. We should have at least been up there, like at the podium or something.
I think your pace is probably better than you're leading on. But yeah, I mean, look, we've all had bad luck through the season, and so, hey, it's
Yeah, for me, Zansho car really set the benchmark tonight.
Yep.
Especially as you can
you
see
guys
that
figure something out.
That's very nice of you to say. Yeah,
Plus, that
it was
isn't
pretty.
driving,
It was pretty
so.
scary when you got in the car, Ricardo. We were watching the gap tumble. We just
Yeah.
wanted to keep a pit stop ahead of you. Sorry, I hope we're not hijacking the
No,
broadcast,
it's
Neil.
fine.
I'm
You-
sat
you
here
were
having
sa-
a rest here. I'm great.
You were saying about the 6 winners in 6 races. It's fine, Ed. If you break down, you've still got the virus car in 2nd, and they haven't won yet either.
Yeah, but
There
obviously
you
I
go.
want to win.
I mean, that's always preferable for your own
I've-
team to
I've
win.
gotta find
I
a-
find.
I've got to find a beer shop that's open 4 a.m. in the morning. Because James is insisting that... Oh no, Felix is insisting that we all get drunk if we win.
But you, mean,
I-
you don't automatically have a liquor cabinet where you live.
I don't really drink that much.
I
I don't really like
generally
alcohol.
I generally get drunk the evening before the race, and every time. Yeah, I'm not
That's
joking. It's
Typical
really
Italian
like
for you.
no, that's not really not something typically Italian, honestly. But and the funny fact is that for 2 times I haven't done it, and for 2 times the race went extra bad. So there might be something, you know, related to.
Maybe you should drink during the race.
I don't know. I'm not that sure about that, but well, I was drinking coffee, but not alcoholic. But I was drinking actually. So your answer is, your question, sorry, is a sense, and there's an answer actually.
Just take a shot every time an LMP2 car dive bombs.
Yeah, that's true.
Smashed.
Yeah, or maybe an LMP3 that wants to enjoy a bit of a fight with a GT, you know.
Smashed after an hour.
Somehow, there's only an hour and 20 minutes of this race left, and at the moment is still Shaba Kiss, still in the lead of this race by about a minute and 10 over Dennis Jordan, but Shaba Kiss still needs to make another stop in relation to the number 12 car. And a further minute and 34 behind him is that number 10 Haji Esports car, so it definitely does look like it's going to be between 106 and the 12 once the 106 makes its next stop. But yes, in the GTEs it is still Trevelyan Johnson's team, the 172 Zancho Sims work car, and I make that about a lap or so lead over the 99 Team Virus car. So at least if something goes wrong, Ed, you've still got time to hobble to the pits.
Then remember,
10 times.
in previous races, the P2 field, especially I think the top 4 or 5, if I remember correctly, so I'm just trying to remember, they were generally a lot more closer than tonight, right? Or am I just missing like a lot? Is that correct? I just remember something like that.
I can't remember. I know I've been here for all the races, but I can't remember. Yeah, Esther. Well, I think maybe just because for Estoril and Nola, the top 2 were so close together. It just seemed like the entire field was a little bit closer together. Also, as Jimmy Allison points out, this is of course this race is double linked, and I think at the 6 hour mark we still had 4 cars on the lead lap. So there 4 or 5 cars on the lead lap at the 6 hour mark where a normal race would end. So the fact that we've still got 2 on the lead lap, and once the pit stop phase goes through, hopefully about 15 seconds or so between them as well, goes to show how close these top 2 really have been. Dennis Jordan, that number 12 ACR Zach Speed car, and that number 106 Blackhawk.
Dennis had
Hey, looks like there's a battle for 6 and 7 to GTE.
Yeah, true.
Your car, Ricky.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's my boy.
dear.
I think that's my boy. I think we have a tire advantage at the moment.
It is Koza in the 63, and it is Jacob Pegg in the 64 Satellite Racing cars. They're coming across the start-finish line now, pretty much nose to tail. You couldn't fit a Rizla paper in between the 2 of them. As Kokoza goes up the inside very nicely at turn 1. Thank you very much. And so that is 6th place now to the number 63 car. Very nicely done.
Well, Eric won't like that. Come on, I want you guys to get more angry at each other. You should need to be.
Well,
you should be
I
having
think
a proper go at each other. You should hate each other.
last year at this race, Ricky hated me, so I guess that counts for something. We should keep that going.
Yeah, just bring
Oh,
it
really?
up. Give in to your hatred.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember about last year. I remember that close to this hour now. It's quarter to 4 a.m. in Italy. I think it was just a bit after 3 a.m. I just missed my braking board and it went slowly through the wall. You know, final corner was like, oh god, oh yeah, I'm gonna crash. Oh, I'm gonna send it. Yeah, here it comes. Boom. Like a 30-minute repair. This is the only thing I remember, honestly, from last season. Oh no, sorry, that was 2 seasons ago. Not last season, that was 2 seasons ago.
So there you go. Just
Yeah,
a blip
season
on his
9.
radar. But anyway, guys, I got to get back to
Yeah, me as well.
to it.
Let's head off.
Yeah, good luck,
guys. And enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Yep.
We
Thank you,
may
guys.
see you later. Maybe.
Yeah, bye. Thank you for the talk.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you. And then there we go. So a little bit of an invasion there from Erich Schneider, Riccardo Corazari, and EJ. Yes, as that went on, of course, Corazari's teammate Koza making his way past Jacob Pegg for that 6th place in the GT class. But Bart Milan and Cliff Van de Ven, just 1.8 seconds separates the two of them. This is for 3rd place and the final podium position overall and in the LMP2 class, of course. They're just coming down the back straight towards Sunset for, let's have a look for their 345th time this race.
Yeah, well, meanwhile, while we were away as well, we had Dennis Jordan come in from what was 2nd place, and he's not quite running the same lap times as he was before, unfortunately. It was a 50.2 last time.
Ooh.
It's not nice for him, and not what he needs at all. He needs to be going much faster than that, but he is still on schedule. He only has 1 more stop to make, and Zarbakis has 2. Prior to the pit stop, though, he was closing quite quickly.
It was about 15 seconds, I believe, wasn't it?
It was 11 when he came in.
11?
Yeah.
Closer than that. Okay, so we've got to see what the gap between the two of them is when they come out Shabakis. Question is, when is Shaba going to come in? Having a look at their last stops. The last time Shaba came in, by the looks of it, was lap 327. Lap 327, 21 laps ago, so it must be this time round, surely.
It seems about right with the timing. Yeah, it does seem about right. And again, another half a second lost for Jordan on that lap. 48.3 is not what he was doing earlier. It's better than a 50, but it's not what he was doing. Also, there's a bit of a battle going on for 3rd position at the moment as well. Milan and Van der Ven closed up quite a lot.
Milan and Van der Ven the one on at the moment. Milan just ahead of Van der Ven for now, so the 5 just ahead of the 3 for time being, but that of course could very easily change. They both go up to the inside of the core team car at turn 3, make their way around turn 5, and now Van der Ven will be using all of the slipstream possible, coming around Big Bend and coming down towards the hairpin now, but I think he's a little bit too far back. Make a move, and indeed he is.
Yeah, and he's just going to stick behind for now. Still an hour and 10 to go, and plenty of time to make the move. I think. I think we'll definitely see a a battle not resolved until the final few minutes. I'm sensing a final few minutes pass for a position. I'm not sure where it's going to be. Hopefully it's the lead of the race and we all go off our faces at the end of the race. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
It is still Milan ahead of Van de Ven for now. But Van de Ven in that number 3 car looks very, very racy. Coming out of this Le Mans curve now, and Van de Ven is right there on the rear wing, moves to the left hand side of the circuit, which of course is going to be the outside for Sunset Bend. Can't make it done, dive towards the inside. Milan leaves a little bit of room on the inside available should Van de Ven decide to use it, but he doesn't. Milan in that number 5 Monaco car holds on to 3rd position for now in the number 5 car.
Yeah, he had the Ramada car right on his rear end there, and could have easily been a pass, but fortunately couldn't quite swoop and get down to the inside enough. On that occasion, they were able to continue as they were, and the battle is still not resolved, but I definitely think that Van de Ven is faster. Will probably be able to get past Milan before long.
Yes, still going on this battle. The problem is now Van de Ven. The problem is that both of them now have to make their way through a gaggle of traffic. So many other LMP2 cars, a couple of LMP3s, a load of GTs as well, making their way, booking all of the way through them. Where Milan now has a GT car between himself and Van de Ven himself and 4th. And they're coming around Bishop's Bend and into the complex at the end, through the Le Mans complex, out of Le Mans curve and onto the Allman straight, and again Milan with a nice little gap there.
Yeah, the Van de Ven is being very aggressive in traffic. He was dive bombed 2 GT cars on the last lap, and neither of them really paid off. He's actually lost quite a lot of time in this lap, and he's not really been able to gain it back so far. But he's trying for all he's worth at the moment, and the couple of LMP2 cars ahead of them could get in the way a little bit as well if they get in between this battle.
Yes, if they get in between the battle, it could be very, very costly for Van de Ven and that number 3 car, because of course Van de Ven wants to try and pass Milan, but Milan wants to put as many vehicles as possible in between himself and the rival.
Leader is into the pit lane. Zabakis has come in finally from the lead with 1 hour and 8 minutes on the clock, just about. We're going to leave with 1 hour and 7 on the clock. Which means it was only a 38-minute stint that time, I think, but I'm not sure if he's going to quite get out into the lead. We'll have to see, but I think it's going to be close, depending on whether he takes tyres or not.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close again. What is the question going to be? Are they going to treble stint tyres that they're currently on, or are they going to put on some new shoes? What is going to be the strategy of choice for these drivers, as Van de Ven is now right onto the back end of Milan again to come out of Le Mans and along the Allman straight.
Yeah, we do have a new leader. Daniel Visner's got into the car. So another late driver swap with only 1 hour to go. Was that really the best idea? Even though they're going to have fresh tyres now, but still. Got 24 seconds, 25 even. The gap's growing now, so was that the best strategy they could have played?
Very, very interesting question. Something that we may not know, we might never get the answer to, but Van de Ven is still very, very aggressive onto the back of Milan, coming through turn 5 now. Now through 6, the big bend, and then towards 7, the hairpin. Is there anything that that Van de Ven can do?
God, he was close, but he's still not close enough. There is a lot of traffic still out there, so maybe an opportunity will come at some point, but can't seem to get one at the moment. Did have a bit of a go down to turn the hairpin actually. He went right to the outside and nearly made that move stick, but he couldn't quite get his nose around there far enough and didn't end up making the move.
Nearly making the move stick, but of course the important word in that sentence is nearly. In this game, nearly doing it isn't exactly the same as doing it itself. Coming round Sunset Bend now is Bormalan, is Cliff Van de Ven. Nothing they can do just now. It's still Milan from Van de Ven, but Van de Ven right there, almost in the wheel tracks of Milan. Moves to the right hand side of the circuit. We'll have to go all the way around the outside at the at turn 1 as he gets shuffled wide into the dirt. The answer is no. He moves that to the left hand side. Can he make a move here as well? A lovely late move there. And again, coming off of turn 5, the exit.
A little bit wide through Sunset that time, and it kind of opened the door for an attack by Van de Ven, and he definitely wasn't gonna on that opportunity for a manoeuvre. Around the outside of turn 1 would have been spectacular, but he couldn't quite pull it off.
They couldn't quite, but they're still side by side. Well, I say that, they're side by side now. Coming down in towards Cunningham. And it's contact between the two of them, and they've both gone round. They've both gone round at the exit of Cunningham.
Where's Stensner's then? He's just 20 seconds behind, so he could buy into this.
They both went round at the exit of Cunningham. Joachim Stensnes, the number 10 driver, was actually still a little bit way back. He wasn't close enough at all to take advantage of that incident. But yes, the two of them come together right on the apex.
Yeah, they were having a very nice battle, very nice, clean, little bit of wheel banging, but then it all came to brief at the end of the straight, and yeah, that was well, Ramada's through now, I believe. That they have actually got through after all that. Somehow.
Yeah, they did manage to get through because they were mainly because I think the Formula 1 was stuck facing backwards, while the number 3 car was more perpendicular to the track.
Okay, so he's I managed to get out ahead of through all of that. Maybe there will be investigation into that one after the race, but we'll have to wait and see.
There may well be an investigation to that one as well. A lot of investigations may well be happening at the end of this.
Wait. Also battling on track for 18th overall and 4th in class, Black Hawk and Talking Door, Alex Broughtingham and Mateus Machado.
Yes, they're just coming through turn 1 now. Broughtingham and Machado on their 322nd lap this afternoon, this race. Coming through 3, 4 and now 5 are the two of them. Both Porsches as well, Talking Door car Machado, with quite a little bit of a wiggle right there on the apex of turn 5. Certainly not helpful in his practical task.
Yep, it's been a while since we've had a GT battle actually, so it's nice to get another one finally, and for fairly high positions as well, 4th place. Good championship points on offer here.
Good championship points on offer, like you said. They are battling for it was 4th, you said, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They're battling for 14 points. The winner of this will get, and 11 the car that comes in 5th. I think.
We'll work it out after the race. But
I'll work it out after the race, it's fine. The
Yeah.
car that's in front gets more points than the car that's behind.
funnily enough, yeah.
I think that's generally the end. Yeah.
Generally the idea, yeah. But yeah, these guys just running half a second within each other at the moment, just not really close enough to do much at the
Yeah, coming through Sunset Bend, the two of them, and talking to our car, Machado, seems to have fallen off just a little bit over the past couple of minutes or so.
We started watching.
Yes, Brittingham and that Blackhawk car, we know how fast that Blackhawk car can be. We've seen it be at the pointy end of the grid quite a few times, not only this season but previous seasons as well, but just not being able to convert it.
Yeah, and they're not too far behind the podium here. There's 20 seconds between him and Bolts for Hydra Esports, but I don't know if an hour is quite long enough to really catch that.
They're still fighting together, our Broughtingham and our Machado. They're coming up towards Cunningham now, and we're now past 660 minutes gone. 1 hour to go here at Sebring. And Ewan, why don't you do the last hourly update?
Okay, with 11 hours complete and 1 to go, here is the standings for the first time in quite a few hourly updates actually. ACL Zach Speed are leading with Dennis Jordan by 25 seconds to Daniel Visner. Second, they've got a lap back to Cliff van der Veen for Ramada Motorsport in third. In fourth, it's the number 5 Wanako car. They are battling for third as well. Joachim Stensnes is 5th for Hydra Esports, 24 seconds back. In LMP3, it is Team RGPL, Daniel Pastor back at the wheel of that car. Race clutch, Tony Mellor, also back driving that car, he's 2 laps back. Another 2 laps back to Daniel Vela. Luca Burke for Speedy Mike, another 2 laps back. And then Champion Racing, Paul Schumann is in 5th. Another 2 laps and a bit behind, and then any more laps back. David Young in the Blackhawk racing car is last and 6th in LMP3. In GTE, James Johnson driving the Sancho Simsport car once again. That car is leading by over a lap to Bram Balin in the Team Fares number 99. And it is the provisionally championship leading Hydra Esports car for Casper Stoltz. AS Machado is in 4th, and Alex Brattingham has just come in with the as the GT pit stop window opens. He's in 5th, but he's actually going to stay there. He's got that much of a big of a gap back to 6th. He's going to stay in 5th even with that pit stop.
Thank you very much. The top 5 in each class there with just 1 hour to go here at Sebring.
Sorry, hold on. I've just seen Daniel Visner set as 46.6. He's quite outrageous for this time of night, and I've no idea where he's got that from because I've done nothing like that for the rest of this stint. But he's just taken 3.2 seconds out of the Zach Speed car in one singular lap there.
That is, you're entirely correct. A 46.691 for Daniel Visner, a 49.823. Dennis Jordan and that ACR Zach Speed car. It does mean that 3.2 seconds, that gap, the last lap, and we will be very, very exciting down towards the end of the race. Bar Milan and Cliff van der Veen still separated by only 2 seconds, and yes, it could not be any closer. there, and indeed that if that lead at the gap keeps on, the gap at the lead starts coming down again, that could be very, very exciting to see.
Yeah, definitely. And meanwhile, we have Boyer Milan closing into the back of the Ramada car again. And that was another 46.7 that time for Daniel Visner. That's another outrageous lap times. 2 46s in a row. Really starting to find his feet in this stint now. Just 10 minutes into it. And also in GT, Bram Balen's made his final pit stop. Kasper Stoltz is also in the pit lane for the final time. So is Matthias Machado. Not sure if Alex Broughtigham's going to jump them though.
How good the timings in it is still that battle between Milan and Van de Ven, the closest out on circuit. Having a look at where they actually are out on circuit, they're coming down towards the hairpin now, and Van de Ven is doing that all important tactic of putting as many cars as possible between yourself and your rival.
Alex Broughtingham has just about managed to get ahead of Matthias Machado in the pit stop window. It was very close on the pit lane exit, but he's just snuck out 1.6 seconds ahead in the battle for 4th in GT. But we're not really sure what the tyre situation is there, so we don't really know how that battle's going to end up.
Yes, Van de Ven still holding on to that third position from Bormeland, but we know how fast that one Aqua car can be. We know how fast that number 5 squad can be, so it certainly is no mean the Swedish family, excuse me, to keep one Aqua behind as it stands. And then having a look ever so slightly further down, indeed, Paul Schumann, just 4.3 seconds behind Bram Balen. The problem is they're different classes, and yes, that's it. At the moment, that battle that we did have before, involving Dolls, they're down in third now, with that number 60 car. Is Asbridgecombe with the 81 and Matthias Machado with 71. That's third, fourth, fifth. Of them covered by, I say, about 20 seconds.
Yeah, also the GTE leader has come in for one final time. That means that James Johnson is now 2 laps in the lead, I think, and he will be able to go to the end now without any kind of trouble, I don't think. But yeah, just looking up and down the field, no absolute nose-to-tail battles at the moment, but there's some battles that are teetering on the edge of being battles and not.
Yes, the of when you kind of say that thing, I'm maybe thinking the battle-ish. Alex Bridgecombe and Matthias Machado for now, because there's about 3 seconds in between. So it isn't really a battle per se. It's just a little incentive for themselves in order to be.
That was another 46.8 for Daniel Visner on that lap, and I just wonder if he's going to actually catch him before even the pit stops happen, because I'm sure that Dennis Jordan's going to have to take tyres, but I'm not sure if he's going to brave it or if he's going to get caught even before that pit stop window. So yeah, we'll have to see if they're going to get caught before their stop in about 10 minutes time.
Yes, just about 40 minutes to go. So when these cars stop in about 10 minutes, which means it is just going to be one final dash to the flag for the glory of winning the 12 hours of Sebring here in the.
.46.5 for Daniel Visner that time. This is incredible pace, really, for this time of this late in the race. This is tearing the field to pieces at the moment. He's comfortably a second faster than anybody else. Closest anyone could get is Henning Vollert 6th and slower on that last lap. So Visner is laying down big pace here, and nobody is able to get anywhere near him.
Minutes to go here at Sebring for the 12 hours, and guess you were right with what you said earlier. The Sancho TEAMSPEAK car, they have just changed it now, but just not too long ago was the Sancho TEAMSPEAK car able to have lapped the entire field twice. The car that's currently in second, which is Bram Balin in the virus car, has managed to just unlap himself. But only just.
Yeah, it's getting a bit confused on lap time at the moment. It says it's 2 laps because even though it's actually 1, it's getting a little bit confused. Because of how close they are, but that is to be expected, I guess. The battle for 4th in GT is slightly extended now to 2 seconds. The gap for 3rd in LMP2 is also starting to extend to 3 seconds, but the gap up front is still closing. It was another 2.5 seconds on that last lap.
Yes, these gaps just extending and just coming down a little bit as well at the same time. Really, it does depend from lap to lap as to what exactly happens. As has been the same for the past 11 and a bit hours or so, and as is the same as always in endurance racing. It just depends on what happens from lap to lap. It depends on consistency, and it depends quite a little bit on traffic as well.
Yeah, if you catch a massive clump of traffic, you're definitely not going to be able to bang out a 46 lap time,
Oh,
or
no.
whatever tyre and fuel situation you're on. So difficult to keep the consistency up sometimes when you're getting interrupted by a bit like that, but everyone seems to be managing it pretty well, especially Visner, who's closed this gap by about 10 seconds in this last half an hour. The interesting thing for me now is that do Blackhawk take their fuel load all the way to the running it dry again, or do they just pit with 40 minutes to go and make that fuel stop that little bit shorter?
Pitting with an almost empty tank is almost always too dangerous, I feel, because there's always the probability of needing one.
I don't mean like, run it out of fuel, but, do they, because they can easily go another 10 minutes further than Zach speed, so will they take up those 10 minutes, or will they just come in at the same time and try and beat them in the pit stops when they just take less fuel?
So, yes, still, Van de Veen, what's that? Actually, I believe that gap between Van de Veen and Milan has grown over the past 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, it has.
But the currently, I'd say it's possibly a fiction.
Gap between Jordan and Visner is also starting to stabilise a bit with the fall up from Visner on the one before last with a 49.2. He's back into the 47s, but the rate at which he's coming down has definitely slowed. Tenths for the Visner car on that lap. Sorry, another 7/10 on the last lap for Visner over Jordan. But it's less than a second going down each lap now, not 2-3 seconds that it was before. Cliff Vandergren is now in for Armada, the final pit stops for LMP2 cars on lap 362. Gonna drop to 5th. Be on his way again. He'll be hoping that he can well, it's going to be close between them two, we know that. Definitely, it's going to be really close. See if and keep ahead, and it does look like he'll only stop because he's about 54 seconds behind the Monaco car after that stop. Another 46 for Visner on that lap as well, 46.9 on that last lap. Took only 4/10 out of Jordan though, as the Zach Speed driver starts to take everything out of the car before coming in. Lana's come in now, so let's see if he can get through on the Ramada car here, or stay ahead rather, because otherwise it's going to be a bit of a fight on track. See then, as drops to 4th, Stenson has still not made his final stop yet. And the leader comes in now as well, Jordan in for the lead of the race, and Van der Ven is out 2 seconds, or even more than that. The gap is bigger. It's now 4 seconds to Milan over 3rd position, or what will be 3rd. Disner hits the lead of the race with just 40 minutes to go, but he has to make one more pit stop for the end, the next 10 minutes. See what the gap's going to be. Rose over 45 seconds as he leaves the pit lane now. Get to about 50 seconds, I think, when he finally off of the rather wide pit lane exit, and it is about 47.5. Is that enough for just one fuel stop? Is that enough to get in and out and fueled? Gonna be close. Milan is closing on Van der Ven, actually. We could see a battle between those guys. Michi Hoyer is in the sister Zaxby car from 7th, and he's going to finish 7th if nothing really bad happens. Yeah, that gap is now 50 seconds to Jordan, and we're going to have to see what his lap times are like. As soon as he comes up the pits, don't forget he's going to be on a full fuel load. Not sure if he took tyres, I don't think so. So, start of his first flying lap for Jordan. That was 49 seconds when he crossed the line. Let's see what it's going to be when he comes back to the line to complete lap 366. Vesna's been consistently in the 46s, so he's doing really well at the moment to keep that pace up. .73 for Visner on that lap time. And, Gonna have to wait just under a minute again to see Jordan's. .49.5 on that first lap, so 1.5 seconds, two and a bit actually. As Hydra Esports number 10 car comes in from third, they are not going to keep on to that. They're going to come home fifth, I think. Sorry, yeah, fifth. That will probably keep their position as third in the championship, behind Wanako and Zach Speed, who are both going to extend that gap to them.
Yes, extending or indeed decreasing that gap as everyone is doing at the end of this. But it's still right at the end of this race that Hydra, the end of the GT. I think it was right about half an hour ago that if the positions stayed as they were, Hydra would be. Hydra would be heading the GT field. I hope it's roughly the same just now anyway.
I think that is still true, yeah. Because I don't actually know what the point system is for this round. Well, they need to gain 7 points on Pulse, and I think they're going to do that with those 3 positions that they are ahead of them. So, I think so. And obviously Juices aren't scoring anything, so they're probably going to leap ahead of them as well. It depends how many points it is for third, really. I think Juices might hold on to it.
For third, it's 18.
Okay, they'll be 9 points behind Juices then. I think. Is that right?
Who's 30, 22, 8, 14. I can't remember after that. I'll have a look at the rules, hang on.
Not entirely sure, but I think that's right.
Third is worth 18, yes.
So that'll mean they're 9 points behind Juice's Motorsport Club, who are going to hold on to that lead. What's 6th place points?
That is 10.
They're going to be 10 points away. And Ajira aren't scoring anything, are they? No. Oh, 1
not
point.
for now, I don't believe so, no.
Oh, they're actually in 10th. They've snuck up there. Oh, because Core had that crash. Ajira now have 1
Thomas
point.
Bay has decided it for us. As it stands,
yes, he
Juices
has.
have 94, Hydra with 85, and Pulse with 80.
Yeah, so top 3 separated by 10 points, as he was saying earlier. Yeah. Ahead of the game with that one. Thanks for that. Well, that gap is still growing. Visner is still taking time out of Jordan, even after that pit stop for the Zach Speed car. And with the less time stationary, you have to think that the Blackhawk car is going to come out ahead.
Yeah, just 55 seconds separate the two of them, but Borum Lan and Cliff Van de Ven for that third place, just 2.7 seconds separates the two of them.
Yeah, the gap's finally closed up a bit. It's been painfully about 4 seconds, or just a little bit, and finally decided to close it up, which is
Yeah.
good. It's just come inside 2 seconds there, and now 1.5, and
Right.
yeah,
It's
it's
just about, again, it just sort of like ebbs and flows depending on what happens. Yeah, it just reduced there because Van was stuck behind they're talking to a racing car through the
Oh.
airplane, well, at least the braking zone.
he absolutely sent it for the second bit. That was no prisoners taken approach to that
Yes.
traffic there.
Yeah, absolutely right. At this point, they're starting to take more and more chances because there is only half an hour left in the race. That the gap that he has is only 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, so he's had 2 LMP3s and 2 GTs in the last half a lap, which is not going to help him at all. But everyone has the same traffic, I guess. That works out. Just an awkward place to catch them really at Le Mans when the other car's just going to get them on the straight.
Yeah, and again, it's one of the things like talked about earlier is that a lot of the time around here it's very, very awkward to actually catch another car because there are some areas where you just can't pass. You just have to wait.
Leader is in, so this is important now. Can Visner get out ahead of Dennis Jordan? And is he gonna hold on to this race win? I think he's gonna get out ahead of Jordan. It's gonna be mighty close though.
Jordan
Gap's
comes across the
tumbling.
start-finish line now.
Oh, he's back through. Okay, so Dennis Jordan does
Yeah.
get back into the lead. Visner just left as he got overtaken, and the gap is just over 3 seconds for the head of the race with just half an hour to go.
Starting to look very, very interesting for the lead of this race. Lap 372 the leaders are on. 28 minutes left to go.
This is going to be another incredible climax to another VEC race, which is incredible after 12 hours. It's coming down to the last half an hour. Wouldn't want to bet on this.
I know it's very, very difficult to tell out of these two who is going to end up on top. There is still, I make that having a look at the lifetime, 2.6 seconds between the two of them for the lead, and of course between third and fourth, just 1.6 between those two as well.
Thing is, I know that Jordan has a pace disadvantage over Visner, but seeing that track position's so important around here that might not matter in the end anyway.
The peg down in 22nd position overall. Currently trying to hold off the Hickey Kolbenbach, I do believe that is, in the 3 wide.
Yeah, we've got that one going on. We've got the battle for 4th in GT, battle for 3rd overall and 1st, so 4 battles to be resolved for the end of this race. Satellite's car's been in quite a few battles there The last
Which one?
few hours, the satellite car.
Oh yes, satellite car. They currently being driven by Jacob Begg. Of course, there was a Jos Arneda who was in quite a bit of battling with that car as well. But yes, it's certainly been one that's been fairly prominent so far.
That battle with Ren's Klopp where he couldn't get past. Now he's the one in front and trying to make sure that he hold on to position. They really do mount the curbs at Le Mans. Really realise, but they really get on top of them and abuse them really.
It really is. Really interesting to see how this is played out over the past 2 hours
Jesus.
or so.
That was an incredible manoeuvre by Heiko Kolvenbach to just get round the outside of Jacob Begg, around the outside of Sunset Bend. A little bit of contact on the exit, but he managed to make it around the outside while I wasn't looking, and he just caught it on replay and yeah, it was straight through. The great manoeuvre.
.3 seconds separates the top 2 now.
It's just extended by a second or so.
But it's so close.
Yeah.
Especially after over 11.5 hours of racing, to have the 2 of them still so close is unbelievable.
It's we're gonna have flashbacks to Nola here. Well, and the last round, to be fair. Both Nola and Estoril have been finishes.
Oh yeah, Estoril came down to the last lap as well. Contact between contact between laps of GT car and the leaders on the last lap at Estoril. At Nola, it came down to literally the last lap. I think it was a quarter of a second separated the top 2 at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, we've had 2 photo finishes almost in the same season, which is just outrageous. Shows the definitely a season that will go down in history for the sheer drama on the last lap. Of course, unfortunately, because of post-race complications, the Nola result is actually 11 seconds to the second place, but that was actually 3rd on the road, so top 3 separated by 11 seconds after 6 hours in that race, so it was unbelievable. And then to have that in Estoril, 0.2 seconds, so right in the top 2 after 6 hours. Probably some kind of record.
Estoril was decided by a race out of the gravel trap. Yeah, between the front runners, between the 2.
Yeah.
Of course, that being the Hydra Esports and the ACR Zack Speed squads.
Yeah, and now they're top 2 in the championship. Oh, sorry, 1 of the 3. Well, they were. Won't be after this race. But it was a dramatic ending.
A very, very dramatic ending, but again, that's what we've become used to here in always a little bit of drama at the end of each race.
Yeah, that's what we signed up for. So we've got had 2 incredible finishes so far this season. Had incredible finishes in the past as well. Let's hope we see another classic tonight.
Getting
Gap's
into
2
the
seconds.
final 20 minutes now, it's really starting to get into crunch time for Visna and Jordan. 2 seconds separate the two of them now.
One piece of traffic going to be the difference here. Could literally come down to a GT in the wrong place.
Well, just coming down to the traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, and it could be the most tragic taking away of all.
Yeah, and they're going to try their best to avoid it, but there's not a lot you can do about it, really. Got to be smart in traffic and patient, even at this time of needing to get past as quickly as possible, because they're in a rush.
At the lifetime again, what's it down to? Well, I say what's it down to, it's still roughly about 2 seconds as it stands.
Yeah. Gap for third is also close, but we want to be keeping focus on this lead battle because we don't want to miss anything.
So it's Jordan versus Visna, it's ACR Zaxpeed versus Black Hawk Racing. That 106 car yet to win a race this season. ACR Zaxpeed, that number 12 car, has already won 2. It won Indianapolis and won round 4 at Sepang. Now it's deciding it wants to have now the team, I should say rather, decide they want to have a third go at the top of the podium.
Oh, this, you can literally feel the tension here. I think we've literally got no idea which way this is going to go, and nobody does really, and it's going to be really close until the end. Dean, it's difficult to get past, and he's not exactly cruising up to the back of him, so it is going to be a bit of a lunge, I would expect. GTs are starting to get the idea and pull off out of the way at the moment. They're just falling off the road for them, letting them fight it out between themselves, and that suits Visna just nicely. The gap is under a second now. Jordan getting a bit unlucky the last couple of laps. Visna is almost right on his tail now.
About catching the traffic at the right time. We'll say that at the right time for Jordan, and at the wrong time for Jordan for Visna.
Yeah, they're
Yes.
right. Sorry, he's right on his tail now. It's well and truly on.
As we now come down to, what is this now? The last almost 15 minutes of the race, and that gap is now back up. Seconds between the two of them.
Wow. Yeah, that's a big margin. What's happened there?
Yeah, make that 4. I think that might have just been a little mistake with Daniel Visner that previous lap. Perhaps he think he may well have went for a move that didn't quite pay off.
He faked it to the inside, tried to go around the outside. Oh, he hit the back of Jordan, had a really big moment, half spin, somehow caught it, but he's lost 4 seconds, and that could be it unless he gets his dander up and he faces the back of him again.
Again, just 3.8 seconds separates the two of them as they went past the last sector timing line. In terms of the battle for third, it's still 1.7 seconds separates the two of them.
That battle seems to be a bit stationary at the moment. Really getting anywhere.
Visner going up the inside of Sean Campbell now. Champion Racing number 38 car. All just about controlling the traffic, getting at the right times. Trying to pass it as easily as possible. Trying to pass it with as little time loss as possible. That's really the name of the game. Daniel Visner now in the last 14 minutes of the race.
The way the LMP2 cars stick to the road better than the LMP3s has really helped Visner there, because otherwise there wasn't going to be a gap to let him sneak on by.
And let's have a look at the time gap again. It's now 3.6, so that gap slowly coming down again. The previous, well, we've got to wait for Visner to actually cross the line